Chapter 1941 Add a Fire. Yang Muqing's sudden voice caused the originally noisy asteroid to suddenly become dead silent. Mr. Su, who was talking, suddenly looked much uglier at this moment. When he looked at Yan Quming's expression turned completely gloomy. That's right. We saw this heaven and earth spiritual treasure first. Why should we give it to the Yin family? We have been here for hundreds of years in this area. Are we going to give it to them just because the Yin family is powerful? So many of us may not be afraid of the Yin family. The treasures of heaven and earth can be obtained by those who are capable. And I will not let them. What Yang Muqing said before can be said to have touched everyone's heart. Some of the warriors present had been bullied to some extent by the Yin family. So they fled to this area. But I didn't expect that a rare treasure that was finally born under my nose would be given up to someone else. Who could be willing to do so? What a courage! Yan Quming snorted coldly. To know. Although the Yin family is powerful, not many senior members of the Yin family have come here. Only a few elders. Although the number of evil warriors here is small, they are all licking blood. If they really take action, the Yin family will definitely suffer heavy losses. Therefore, he has always wanted to rely on the strength of the Yin family to suppress the other party. If the other party retreats obediently and gives up the exotic treasure, even though several family members will be lost, it will still be acceptable. But now these evil warriors dare to challenge the Yin family, which makes him angry. It seems that you people really want to go against our Yin family. Aren't you afraid that our Yin family will completely eradicate you guys? That there will be no place for you? Boom! Yan Quming's words immediately made everyone present tremble. There are not many people who dare to challenge the Yin family head-on. Now that Yan Quming's murderous intention has emerged, everyone can see that he is serious. Who dares to continue at this time? However, at this moment, Yang Muqing, who was hiding in the dark, made a seal with his right hand. Zhang! A crisp and harsh sword sound resounded quickly, and everyone saw a gray sword energy condensed with evil energy quietly forming directly in midair, and then quickly exploding toward the front. This gray sword energy shot straight towards Yan Quming with almost no gap. So fast! Yan Quming was shocked, and he quickly shot towards the back. But he is fast, and the gray sword energy is even faster. Yang Muqing hid in the dark and watched the scene in front of him coldly. He could naturally see that Yan Quming was afraid of the strength of these evil warriors. And the evil warriors were also afraid of these children of the Yin family. If the two sides want to have irreconcilable conflicts, then the only choice is to destroy Yan Quming and let the Yin family's children share the same hatred and take action against the evil warriors. Therefore, if Yang Muqing did not take action, he would kill Yan Quming if he did. Get out of my way! Know that there is no way to avoid it, and no way to hide. Yan Quming suddenly shouted loudly, grabbed his right hand, and a golden sword suddenly appeared in his palm, and then quickly slashed forward. Clang! A shocking sound suddenly resounded. The gray sword energy was directly chopped into pieces by him in the air. Humph! Let's see how long you can hold on! Seeing Yan Quming actually smashing his sword energy, Yang Muqing snorted coldly, and suddenly made another seal. I only saw that the exploded gray sword energy turned into countless gray smoke at this moment. Each gray smoke recondensed in the void, forming a gray sword energy again. At this moment, hundreds more sword energy condensed. When I come back this time, I will kill you, the eldest young master of the Yin family. First, Yang Muqing's eyes flashed with coldness, and he clenched his right hand suddenly. Call! In a moment, the hundreds of condensed sword energy. Each one was filled with infinite internal energy. Each one was like a crossbow that had been charged to the extreme. Roaring out at this moment, pointing directly at Yan Quming, all major vital points of the whole body are revealed. However, at this moment, a cold light bloomed in Yan Quming's eyes. He clenched his fists and suddenly blasted them around. Immortal war pattern! Buzz! A burst of golden ripples visible to the naked eye spread rapidly in all directions. Almost without any gap, they met the overwhelming sword energy sweeping in. Bang! 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 For a moment, this sword energy has been completely torn apart. Damn bastard! Although he withstood this wave of attacks, no one knew that Yan Quming's whole body was soaked in cold sweat. Fortunately, since the last war in the ancestral land of the Tuoba clan, they have received special training in the family, and their strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Maybe the previous blow can kill them. If the heir of the dignified Yin family died in the hands of these evil warriors, it would definitely be a big joke. Thinking of the previous crisis situation, the anger in Yan Quming's heart became more and more intense. In that case, don't blame me for being cruel. Come here. Kill all these evil warriors. Boom. As soon as the words fell, the shocked Yin family disciples quickly came to their senses. You know, this person will be the helmsman of the Yin family in the future. Now that even he is being attacked. Is this okay? Moreover, it was his order to attack the evil warriors. If he performed well, he might be favored by Yan Chuming, and he would be able to rise to great heights in the future. On the contrary, the evil warrior's face was full of confusion and shock. It's not like they didn't notice that the previous attack almost killed Yan Chuming. This thing happened in the lightning and flint. But no one could react to what happened in the lightning and flint. However, by the time they came to their senses, it was already too late. The children of the Yin family were already like a pouring tide, unceremoniously pouring out. Come. Misunderstanding. This is definitely a misunderstanding. Mr. Su was also panicked. As the saying goes, the older you get, the better you become. He naturally knew the identity and status of this young man, and also knew what would happen if he angered him. So, he quickly said, I dare to swear that this matter has nothing to do with us. Whoever did it before, I will definitely catch him and hand him over to you. Not dead? Yang Maicheng couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Yan Chuming resisting his attack and even giving an order. Apparently, Yan Chuming's strength has also improved a lot during this period of time. However, although he failed to kill the other party, he still completely provoked the conflict between the two parties. Once the Red Eye is killed, it will not end so easily. Well, let me add more fire. Looking at the descendants of the Yin family who were charging towards them, Yang Maicheng sneered. Chapter 1942, I would rather have the seed. Princes, generals and prime ministers. Would you rather have the seed? Why can they, the descendants of the Yin family, take possession of this rare treasure? If you seize this rare treasure and practice it in hiding for a few years, you may not be afraid of the Yin family. Let's all take action together. Yang Maicheng shouted loudly. At the same time, he suddenly grabbed forward with his right hand. Call. At this moment, the infinite evil energy between heaven and earth quickly gathered together, directly forming a gray giant sword, and then rushed forward fiercely. This time, he did not target Yan Chuming, but the ordinary children of the Yin family. Yang Wuqing's attack was even more swift and violent than before. Only existences at the level of the eternal realm can barely resist. How can these ordinary family members resist? This gray long sword swept across quickly. Wherever it passed, the descendants of the Yin family who were attacking were immediately cut in half, and a burst of blood rained from the sky. Damn it! As the person in charge of training, Yan Chuming saw how these evil warriors dared to massacre the children of the Yin family like this. How could he endure this? Moreover, the guy who hid in the dark has not shown up yet, which makes Yan Chuming even more angry. Kill all these guys! With an angry shout, Yan Chuming took the lead. I saw him swinging his right hand, already offering the golden sword. I saw the sword in his hand soaring into the sky, bursting into golden light. Then, under the shocked gazes of everyone, that burst of golden light emitted a shadow of thousands of feet outside the sword. And under the surge of internal energy, it quickly condensed into substance. Then, the golden giant knife slashed straight downward. Clang! Yang Wuqing's secretly condensed sword energy, under his deliberate control, could only resist for a moment before being completely shattered. The golden giant sword, with its remaining power unabated, slashed down hard and struck towards the crowd. It's too much! Mr. Su cursed secretly. He was also under the blade and felt the sharpness of the blade. He did not dare to compete with it, and quickly retreated towards the rear. Those evil warriors, who were not as good as him, could not be as alert as him. They could not escape for a while, and were completely killed on the spot. Looking at Yan Chuming, who was killing all the evil warriors in all directions, and obviously wanted to kill all the evil warriors in this area. And then looking at the Qinglian Terrace and the Golden Dragon in the valley, a trace of greed flashed in Mr. Su's eyes. Obviously, Yang Wuqing's previous words also moved him. So what if it's the Yin family? Yang Maicheng had offended the 7 clans, and even though he was being chased by the 7 clans, he left arrogantly. This starry sky is so huge. After getting the Green Lotus platform and the Golden Dragon, and practicing in hiding for hundreds of years, will I still be afraid of the Yin family? Starve the timid to death, and starve the bold to death. The Yin family obviously wants to kill all of us completely. Rather than just sit and wait for death, we might as well fight to the death. Looking at the situation on the field, Su Lao's eyes flashed. This moment, in midair, 7 or 8 Yin family disciples joined forces to kill an evil warrior, and then quickly headed towards Mr. Su. Although they did not know this old man who looked like a skeleton, they knew from his previous conversation with Yan Chuming that this old man must be a high-ranking figure in the evil warriors. If they could kill him, they would definitely be able to show off their skills in front of Yan Chuming. But the idea was good. So how could Mr. Su let them succeed? Snort! Now that he had made up his mind, Mr. Su was no longer hesitant and confused. He snorted coldly, took off the prayer beads hanging around his neck, and threw them into the sky. Everyone looked around and felt cold all over their bodies. Where are those Buddhist beads? They are clearly beads made from skull heads. There are a total of 108 beads. They flew into the sky and were filled with a rolling evil energy. They turned into the size of a watermelon on the spot. And at the same time a sharp roar erupted. Ah! These 108 skulls screamed together, with great power, which even caused the space to vibrate, causing ripples like turmoil on the water. In an instant, the 7 or 8 descendants of the Yin family who rushed towards them were directly hit by this burst of sound waves. Their internal organs were shattered, and their entire bodies were knocked down from midair. Seeing Mr. Su take action, some evil warriors, who were still hesitant, immediately joined the battle group. For a while, these evil warriors, who were not dominant in number, actually suppressed these Yin family disciples with their strong combat power. Yang Mucheng hid in the dark and did not take action. At this time, both sides have already become jealous, and no one is willing to let the other go. What he wants to wait for is for the other party to lose both sides. I didn't expect that Yan Chuming's strength would grow so much during the time I traveled in the starry sky. Yang Mucheng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly after watching Yan Chuming use his sword to chop 54 skulls into pieces. But his strength has grown to normal. After all, he has a huge family behind him. Let's see what else this guy can do. Thinking in his mind, Yang Mucheng looked at Yan Chuming, who was fighting Mr. Su again, with a smile. After all, for him, only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you be victorious in every battle. After Yan Chuming chopped off the 4 skulls of Mr. Su with one blow, he became even more powerful. The golden light of the sword in his hand flashed, and he slashed down as fast as a vast wild river, pointing directly at Mr. Su's forehead. If this knife had struck hard, Mr. Su would have been split in half on the spot. So what if you are the eldest son of the Yin family? I don't believe it. I can't defeat you. With a cold light flashing in his eyes, Mr. Su suddenly drank with his right hand, and all the remaining 54 white bone heads opened their mouths and spit out suddenly. Ha! Suddenly, a black mist was sprayed out on the spot. However, the black mist did not dissipate, but suddenly gathered and condensed in midair, forming a large sky-like shield. You just want to stop me! Seeing Mr. Su's move, Yan Chuming snorted disdainfully. Clang! The golden knife struck down, and a burst of light burst out. The shield condensed by the black mist only supported it for a moment before being chopped into pieces like a knife cutting tofu. And this knife, without losing its force, directly cut Mr. Su in half from head to toe. Poof! With the sound of chopping, the evil warrior was torn apart on the spot. Seeing Mr. Su being beheaded in public, the remaining evil warriors were immediately horrified. Even the most powerful being among them was killed by Yan Chuming like this. Can the rest of them still be able to withstand the attack of these wolf-like and tiger-like descendants of the Yin family? Not good! Run away! After all, there was no organization. After seeing the leader being beheaded, the remaining evil warriors were completely defeated. They only wished that their parents had given them 2 legs to escape. Seeing this scene, Yang Mucheng shook his head repeatedly and sighed. Chapter 1943 Yan Chuming. After all, they were still a group of rabble. Once the leader of the strongmen was killed, the remaining people would naturally fall into disarray. They no longer had the qualifications to challenge Yang Mucheng and fled in all directions. And this scene greatly increased the confidence of the Yin family's children, and they burst into cheers and chased after him. Humph! A bunch of losers actually want to compete with our Yin family. Looking at these fleeing warriors, Yan Chuming couldn't help but snort coldly. Kill! Kill all these people! Leave no one behind! I was extremely angry. He had almost died in the hands of these idiots before. How could he not be angry? With a glance, Yan Chuming happened to see Yang Mucheng among a group of fleeing evil warriors. At this moment, Yang Mucheng looked extremely dazzling. Everyone else was running away or fighting desperately. But this kid stood there motionless, shaking his head with a smile. The originally bitter smile suddenly became extremely dazzling in Yan Shuming's eyes. If you make you laugh, I'll kill you. With a cold snort, Yan Shuming raised his right hand and slashed downwards. Boom! This angry blow is quite powerful. There was only a loud crackling sound, and some meteorites and stars around him were immediately shattered by his slap. After this slap, most of Yan Shuming's anger disappeared. After all, now that everyone has been killed, no one dares to snatch the treasure from the Yin family anymore. The next step is to get the Qinglian Terrace and the Golden Dragon. But he didn't expect that the palm he struck out would be cut in half by the other party's raised hand. At the same time, he suddenly laughed and said, Yan Shuming, haven't you eaten? Hearing these words, Yan Shuming couldn't help but frown, and quickly looked forward, only to realize that his attack was actually blocked by the opponent. The children of the Yin family present were also shocked and suspicious when they saw this scene. In their opinion, Yan Shuming personally took action, and even the highest-ranking Mr. Su was killed. Now this kid was killed with just one blow. But who would have thought that Yang Mucheng would directly block Yan Shuming's attack? At the same time, when they heard Yang Mucheng's words, they all became furious. Presumptuous! A bold and crazy man! How dare you despise me? The young master of the Yin family! You deserve to die! Those Yin family disciples, who heard Yang Mucheng's words, immediately killed their opponents, and turned to face Yang Mucheng. Tongue! 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 Suddenly, silhouettes of figures soared into the sky and flew in front of Yang Mucheng. In an instant, Yang Mucheng was surrounded by water. You just resisted one of my moves, but you still dare to challenge me? You must have been the one who secretly attacked me before. Right. Yan Shuming couldn't help but be surprised. However, to be chosen as the heir to the family, Yan Shuming was naturally exquisite. He sensed the power of the opponent's previous blow and quickly understood that the guy in front of him was the person who had attacked him before. When he thought about how he was almost killed by this guy before, he couldn't help but secretly hate him. It seems that you know me. Yan Shuming looked at Yang Mucheng with a smile. As he spoke, he looked at the other person. It's a pity that Yang Mucheng is still disguised as an evil warrior at this moment, so that he can't tell his true identity. However, he didn't intend to guess the other party's identity. After all, he had killed many small sects and sections. Maybe some of them had escaped, and maybe they had been hiding in secret waiting for an opportunity to take revenge on him. Of course, Yang Mucheng didn't hide anything and nodded without hesitation. Even if you turn into ashes, I will still recognize you. After hearing Yang Mucheng's words, Yan Shuming felt that his guess became clearer. But he didn't care either. Although he was almost killed by the other party before, it was only because the other party hid in the dark and suddenly took action. So he almost succeeded. If we were to confront him head-on now, would we still be afraid of him? Yang Mucheng's eyes made him look a little frightened. Although I have met many strong men, no one has ever had such eyes. But what does it matter? It doesn't mean that I am afraid of the other person. Since the last battle in the ancestral land of the Tuoba clan, he has been practicing hard to this day. Coupled with the supply of heavenly spirits and earthly treasures from the clan, his strength has long reached the eternal realm. Moreover, this time, there were 7 or 8 elders from the eternal realm who followed him here. Could it be that he still can't deal with such an evil warrior? But Yan Shuming still made a miscalculation, because he didn't understand what the person in front of him actually represented. In short, Yan Shuming now wants to torture the boy in front of him to death. Hearing Yang Mucheng's words, he smiled instead of getting angry, and said in a cold voice, You even recognize me when I turn into ashes? I'm afraid you won't have that chance. You should be the one who turns into ashes. Yan Shuming looked at Yang Mucheng with a mocking face, and said sarcastically, If you had escaped before, it would have been difficult for us to catch you. But now you are surrounded by my people on all sides. I don't see how you can escape. And I won't deal with you personally. Hee! Yan Shuming naturally knows how to torture a person, and what methods to use to make him despair, which is undoubtedly to let him know how strong he is. Of course Yan Shuming would not do it himself, because he understands one truth very well. That is, rabbits will bite people when they are anxious. In a certain situation, if you kill the opponent with your own hands, it is easy to force the opponent to fight back at all costs, or even die together. And Yang Mucheng is very likely to be forced to this level. And his idea was very simple. That is, to humiliate Yang Mucheng. The other party was hiding in the dark and secretly attacking him. Didn't he just want to kill him? Now, let him know the gap between the two sides. Let him understand that he can't even defeat his own men. Thinking of this, Yan Chuming said. Someone come and teach this kid a lesson for me. Master, I'm coming. As soon as he finished speaking, an old man stood up with his hands raised. Ordinary family members want to make meritorious deeds. And the elders also want to make meritorious deeds. Even the elders in a family are divided into different sizes. Some are worshipped by superiors like their ancestors, while others are run errands like slaves. These elders are like this, taking care of some family affairs, and they don't have any real power in their hands. The Yan Chuming in front of them is the future head of the family. If they flatter each other, they will be more open-minded in the Yan family in the future. So they will naturally rush to teach this unknown guy a lesson for Yan Chuming. Good! Seeing someone taking the initiative to challenge, Yan Chuming couldn't help but nodded proudly, with a hint of gloom on his face. Chapter 1944. What can I do? Seeing Yan Chuming's behavior, Yang Muchung couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As the saying goes, man's calculation is not as good as God's calculation. He originally planned for these evil warriors to fight to the death with the Yan family's children. But in the end, the evil warrior was no match at all, and was defeated by the opponent in advance. Although the ordinary disciples of the Yan family were seriously injured, none of those at the elder level survived. 8 elders. The strength of each one has reached the eternal realm. Although Yang Muchung is fighting alone, he may not be afraid of the other party. But there are many opponents. Moreover, the other party belongs to the Yan family. As an elder, he must have some life-saving gadgets on him. Now Yan Chuming wanted to torture himself and make himself despair, but instead created a one-on-one opportunity for Yang Muchung. Uncle Yun, don't kill this kid! Just when the elder was about to take action, Yan Chuming suddenly spoke. I want you to cut off his left hand. The elder named Yun Bo was stunned for a moment, but then he came to his senses and nodded. Yes, Master, I will make you satisfied. When the other elders saw this scene, there was a trace of regret in their eyes. When Yan Chuming spoke earlier, they didn't react, and they obviously missed this opportunity. Hee. Boy, if you want to blame me, I can only blame you for being blind and daring to go against our Yin family. Yun Bo sneered and grabbed a short knife. The short knife in his hand was only the size of a palm, but it seemed to be made of blood jade, and it shone with a strange color. He looked at Yang Muchung with a cold expression, as if the other party had become his own turtle in urine, and it was easy to kill him. Uncle Yun is about to take action. Uncle Yun is known as the Blood Sword, and his sword skills are particularly outstanding. An evil warrior from the Eternal Realm attacked him before, but he was split in half by Uncle Yun. Seeing Uncle Yun take action, all the Yin family disciples present widened their eyes. To know, they had just come from the branch line and had not had time to learn the martial arts skills of the main line. If they could see Uncle Yun take action, even if they only gained a superficial understanding from it, it would be enough for them to benefit endlessly. So what if you are against me? Looking at Uncle Yun slowly walking towards him, Yang Muchung snorted coldly. If you go against me, you will die. But don't worry, I will only chop off your left hand. Zheng. While speaking, Uncle Yun had already taken a step forward, and the palm-sized blade had already been slashed out. An extremely bright red sword light poured down like a tide. At this moment, everyone was horrified. They have never seen such concentrated sword light. Under this sword, the entire star will be split in half by him. With this one blow, this guy will definitely die. Seeing the ferocity of this sword, all the children of the Yin family couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble. However, Yan Chuming and several other elders had sneers on their faces. Having reached their level of cultivation, they already knew their own strength well. When it comes to splitting a hair on your head into 4 pieces, there is absolutely no mistake. Not to mention a target as big as the palm of your hand. Thinking of this, they all looked towards Yang Muchung. However, just under this swift and fierce blow, Yang Muchung slowly struck out with a sword. Humph! Looking for death. Seeing that Yang Muchung dared to fight back at this time, many of the Yin family's children sneered. If Yun Bo's sword was like a rainbow piercing the sun, then Yang Muchung's sword was like a firefly. There is no comparison between the two sides at all. However, ordinary disciples cannot distinguish this sword, which does not mean that Yan Chuming and other elders cannot distinguish it. Although Yang Muchung's sword was silent, its power was actually extraordinary, and all the power was condensed in the sword. Uncle Yun, come back! Seeing this sword, Yan Chuming shouted quickly. Uncle Yun couldn't help but be stunned. When he saw Yang Muchung take action earlier, he was still laughing in his heart. But after Yang Mucheng struck out with his sword, he felt a warning sign in his heart, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Now that he heard Yan Chuming's words, he was extremely helpless. He has already used this sword, and it is completely impossible to take it back. He also knew how powerful Yang Mucheng's sword was after it exploded. So at this juncture, he could only choose to burst out all his inner strength and pour it all into the knife. Even if he was punished by Yan Chuming, it would be better than losing his life here. Boom! In order to fight for his life, Yun Bo naturally could not hold anything back. At this moment, he poured almost all his inner energy into this knife. Immediately, this originally extremely ferocious sword burst out with endless blood, and the crimson color almost completely filled the surrounding starry sky at this moment. Feeling the power of this sword, the juniors of the Yin family were so frightened that their legs trembled, and they could hardly stand still. Uncle Yun's sword might be able to split the entire star in half. Such power is already almost heavenly in their eyes. However, what they didn't expect was that the sword light that looked like a firefly in their eyes would actually split the bloody sword light directly like a knife cutting tofu. Lightning. In the eyes of the descendants of the Yin family, Yang Mucheng's sword swept out like lightning, directly splitting the bloody sword light, and blasted towards Yun Bo with unabated force. Well, seeing that his shocking sword was easily chopped into pieces by the opponent, Yun Bo's expression changed again and again, knowing that he had encountered a tough idea. At this moment, the only choice is to retreat. But no matter how fast he is, it's not as fast as Yang Mucheng's sword. Want to escape? Seeing Uncle Yin retreating, Yang Mucheng's face turned cold. He was already murderous. How could he let him escape alive? Die to me! Zheng! Taking a step forward, the sword in his hand swiftly swung forward. Another crisp sound of sword sounds resounded, and the sword light burst out violently, several times faster than before. Everyone only saw a flash of sword light, and then the sword light roared out, piercing directly between Yun Bo's eyebrows and blasting out from the back of his head. Puff! There was a splash of blood, and Yun Bo was killed on the spot. His eyes widened with disbelief. He never thought that he would die in the hands of such a boy. Uncle Yun! Yan Chuming's expression also changed drastically. He originally planned to torture the other party, but who would have thought that the other party would kill an elder as soon as he took action? Which immediately made his expression extremely ugly. Yang Mucheng, on the other hand, took back the Xin Yuan sword with a smile, looked at Yan Chuming and said, I want to go against your Yin family. What can you do to me? Chapter 1945. Don't know whether to live or die. Slap in the face. A naked slap in the face. Originally, Yan Chuming wanted to send one person to cut off Yang Mucheng's left hand, and then have another person cut off his right hand, and watch the other person be killed in despair. But now, Yang Mucheng killed Yun Bo with one move, and in front of so many people, leaving them no chance to react. This made Yan Chuming's face suddenly look ugly. And the other party said, I want to go against your Yin family. What can you do to me? It made Yan Chuming extremely furious. It seems that I underestimated you. A cold light flashed in Yan Chuming's eyes, and he said coldly, No wonder you dared to go against our Yin family. No wonder you dared to stay here and not escape when facing our Yin family. Zheng! Before he finished speaking, Yang Mucheng took action first. At this moment, almost everyone was waiting for Yan Chuming's order. They had no idea that Yang Mucheng would suddenly take action at this time, and no one could react. The crisp sound of the sword was heard, and a burst of sword energy suddenly erupted. Everyone only saw the bright sword light erupting rapidly. The target of this sword is not only Yan Chuming, but also the remaining 7 elders of the Yin family. It can be said that Yang Mucheng's sword almost wrapped up all the senior executives in this experience. Yang Mucheng took action suddenly, only in the flash of lightning. But no one expected that he would be so bold. Presumptuous! How brave! This kid is simply too arrogant! Amidst bursts of exclamations, several elders exploded with all their strength at the same time. Yan Chuming used a knife, and the other elders used swords, sticks, and magic weapons. It was at this moment that all the power exploded, turning into a sky-blocking attack and crushing fiercely towards Yang Mucheng's location. Boom! There was an explosion. Under that infinite spiritual light, the attacks from both sides were completely annihilated. So strong! Yan Chuming couldn't help but tremble in his heart when he saw that Yang Mucheng was actually 1 against 8. Although they had hurriedly attacked before, during the fight, they could still feel Yang Mucheng's vast energy. For a moment, everyone was a little surprised. They restrained their contempt and replaced it with it is extremely solemn. As expected of the Yin family, Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes. Originally, he planned to take advantage of everyone's unpreparedness and attack suddenly. But he did not expect that these guys could react suddenly in such a short period of time. And his previous attack only injured one of them. Who are you anyway? Yin Chuming squinted his eyes and looked at Yang Muchung. He didn't recognize Yang Muchung at first. But the tone of the other person's words, and even the way he made moves, looked very much like that person. At this moment, he was filled with fear. Yin Chuming, have you forgotten to save me so quickly? Yang Muchung smiled faintly, and his facial muscles squirmed. Under Yin Chuming, under the incredulous gazes of the elders, he slowly regained his original appearance. It's you? Yang Muchung. You? When they saw that familiar face, everyone couldn't help but feel frightened. Especially Yin Chuming, who was so frightened that he stepped back a few steps. Including him. Including several elders present. Their expressions changed drastically at this moment. Even if they were dreaming, they never thought that Yang Muchung would actually appear in front of them. And he would actually appear here. Yang Muchung, how dare you show up? Yin Chuming came to his senses and stared at Yang Muchung with a pair of almost murderous eyes. How dare this kid show up? The 7 major families are chasing him all over the starry sky. Shouldn't he be like a lost dog now, hiding in a dark corner and not daring to show his face? Why do you dare to appear here openly? Why don't I show up? Yang Muchung put his hands behind his back and looked at Yin Chuming with a sneer. In order to seize the inheritance of my divine sect, you 7 tribes not only surrounded and killed Fang Baiyu, but also blocked the starry sky to capture me. I said that day, if I can survive, I will definitely return my hatred to you 100 times or 1,000 times in the future. When I come back today, I will first ask for some interest from your Yin family. Looked at Yang Muchung. Looked at Yin Chuming. Looked at several elders. The descendants of the Yin family present were all confused. From the outside, Yang Muchung was almost the same age as them. But he seemed to have some connection or hatred with the Yin family. Who is this kid? He seems to be younger than the eldest young master. But his strength is even more terrifying than the eldest young master. It's him. He's Yang Muchung. Yang Muchung. Is that Yang Muchung who destroyed a branch of the Nangong clan? Listening to everyone's words, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. And they all looked horrified. To know, although they are only the disciples of the branch, they have also heard of Yang Muchung's name. In their eyes, the other party is a godlike existence. Being able to escape calmly under the siege of the 7 clans. Even being able to destroy a branch of the Nandong clan while blocking the starry sky. And even breaking out of the siege with such arrogance. This is simply unbelievable in their eyes. Before this, they had always felt that Yang Muchung must be a Shura with a green face, fangs, a tiger's back, and a murderous spirit. But I never expected that the handsome young man in front of me was Yang Muchung. I didn't expect that he would dare to come back. When we come back this time, can we still let him escape? Looked at Yang Muchung. Everyone couldn't help but hold on to the weapons in their hands. The kid in front of me is no ordinary person. We must not let him escape. Ha ha. Yang Muchung. It's true that there is a way to heaven, but you don't take it. And there is no door to H.L., so you have to throw yourself into it. How can I let you leave alive today? Yin Chuming couldn't help being surprised, and immediately laughed wildly. I'm really lucky today. Not only did I catch you, but I also got a rare treasure. The other elders couldn't help but show proud expressions. To know, within the family, the reward for catching or killing Yang Muchung is surprisingly high. If they can help catch Yang Muchung, they will also have a share, and the credit will be credited to them. At that time, their status in the family will be improved again, and even their strength may be improved again. At that time, they will be able to get rid of the low-level elders who are like coolies, and can stay in the family and enjoy themselves like the upper-level elders. It's just a matter of life and death. However, at this moment, they were greeted by Yang Muchung's unceremonious ridicule. Chapter 1946 Battle. Act recklessly. Yang Muchung's calm words suddenly made Yin Chuming's expression change. This caused several other elders present to rebuke angrily. Boy, I think you should be the one who doesn't know whether to live or die. Now, you are surrounded by us, and you can't fly even if you have wings. It should be you who deserves the death. If you know what's going on, it's best to arrest him as soon as possible, so as to save yourself the pain of your own flesh and blood. Yin Chuming narrowed his eyes and looked at Yang Muchung coldly. He slowly shook his head and said, Yang Machung, you are simply too arrogant. Under the pursuit of the 7 clans, you have been running away like a lost dog for several years. And now you dare to come to me and say such things. Your strength is much stronger than a year ago. But my strength is also several times stronger than a year ago. I would lose to you before, but I will not lose to you again today. Boom, boom, boom. The elders present also immediately exploded with all their strength. And all the muscles in their bodies tightened involuntarily at this moment, like cheetahs ready to attack. Once Yang Machung makes any move, they will take action in an instant. However, faced with Yen Chuming's ridicule and the locked momentum of the elders, Yang Machung slowly shook his head and said disdainfully, "So, you idiots just don't know how to live or die. Want to kill me. Want to get the treasure of heaven and earth. It seems you haven't figured out the current form yet." What? After hearing Yang Muching's words, Yen Chuming's expression changed. At this moment, a burst of explosions came from the distance. Then what happened? There's something wrong with the exotic treasure. Everyone quickly looked into the distance. I saw the valley on the planet. And at this moment, bursts of rumbling sounds suddenly erupted. And in front of countless shocked eyes, the huge valley turned into 5 small flags and flew into Yang Muching's hands. Ha ha. Boss, if you want to take action, how can you leave me alone? On the Qinglian stage, the golden dragon burst into laughter. And in a burst of golden light, its body suddenly grew, floating into the air like a long mountain range. The last time the 7 clans attacked you, I couldn't intervene because I wasn't strong enough. But this time, I won't just watch people from the 7 clans and dare to bully you. This, Yen Chuming's eyes almost popped out. The elders and disciples of the Yen family present all had their eyes widened. Now you understand what's going on. Right. Do you understand why I said you don't know how to live or die? Yang Machung made a seal with his right hand. A moment of time. The green lotus platform also turned into a green light and flew in front of him. Yen Chuming stared at Yang Machung, looking at the disappearing valley and the disappearing treasures. His eyes were about to bleed. To this day, he still doesn't know what's going on. So that's such an idiot. This valley is transformed by the 5 elements flag. The Lotus Terrace is a variation of Yang Muching's Green Lotus Terrace. The dragon treasure is disguised as this golden dragon. In the final analysis, this was a trap set by Yang Mu as a descendant of their Yin family. And the children of the Yin family actually jumped in helplessly and suffered heavy casualties for this so-called exotic treasure. Yang Machung, I'm going to kill you! After understanding all this, Yen Chuming suddenly burst into roars. Boom! He clenched his hands, and his monstrous cultivation burst out as he could no longer suppress it. This terrifying momentum directly brought up a violent wind pressure, and only a crackling sound was heard. The surrounding asteroids were completely crushed because of this terrifying pressure. Under this pressure, the surrounding Yin family disciples could not help but tremble and were violently thrown away. Zheng! When this aura reached its peak, Yen Chuming slashed out the knife quickly and without any hesitation. This knife swept across the space, and the entire space shook, as if it was torn apart on the spot. This knife was like the golden flame sweeping across the starry sky. Wherever it passed, whether it was broken meteorites or asteroids, it was directly torn into pieces by this knife. Snort! Facing this knife, Yang Machung snorted coldly. Showing disdain, he held his right hand in vain, and Shen Yuan soared into the sky with a burst of fierce sword light. Compared with Yen Chuming's vast and infinite sword, Yang Muching's sword was extremely restrained. However, this sword contained the anger accumulated since Fang Baiyu was killed. Chang! Swords clashed. A dazzling spiritual light erupted in the void. Under the incredible gazes of countless people, Yen Chuming's unique sword strike was actually blocked by Yang Machung. The powerful force caused Yen Chuming to groan and stagger back several times. Yes, your strength has certainly grown a lot over the past year. But my strength has also grown a lot. Call out. After blocking Yen Chuming's sword, Shen Yuan's sword drew an arc in midair and returned to Yang Muching's hand. Looking at Yen Chuming's shocked and incredible face, Yang Muching said lightly, I have set a trap here just waiting to kill all of you here. What are you still doing? Kill this guy for me. If anyone can kill him for me, when I become the head of the family in the future, I will make him the chief elder of the family. Feeling the numb hands and the terrifying power of Yang Muching's previous sword, Yen Chuming couldn't help but tremble. Especially the look in Yang Muching's eyes made him tremble all over. And he quickly roared in panic. Great elder! Oh my god! Hearing Yan Quming's words, not only the elders became excited, but even the ordinary children of the Yin family shouted excitedly at this moment. The great elder has a position below one person and above 10,000 people in the family. This symbolizes not just a title, but identity and status. At this moment, everyone's eyes were red. There must be a brave man under a heavy reward. Let alone such a reward. Suddenly everyone rushed towards Yang Mucheng like crazy. The overwhelming force was like locusts at this moment, covering the sky and the sun. Ha ha! Don't forget me! Seeing these children of the Yin family rushing towards Yang Mucheng like crazy, Jin Long burst out laughing, and a billowing demonic energy burst out desperately. Let me teach you the skills I have learned in the Demon Clan Holy Land during this period. As soon as the words fell, the golden dragon had already exploded its demonic energy to the extreme. Chapter 1947 Crazy. And this reptile! Whoever can catch it, I will also regard him as the second elder. Hearing the golden dragon's voice, Yan Quming roared with red eyes. As the heir of the Yin family, he was actually treated like an idiot by Yang Mucheng and this golden dragon. How could he bear it? He only had one thought in his mind at the moment, which was to tear Yang Mucheng and Jin Long into pieces. Thousands of thunders blasting the sky. Looking at the people rushing toward them, the golden dragon sneered. It took a sudden breath, then opened its big mouth and spit it out. Boom! A shocking loud sound resounded loudly. Everyone only saw the golden dragon spitting out a golden lightning bolt. This bolt of lightning was only as thick as an arm. But the moment it exploded, it spread like a spider web in all directions, turning into thousands of strands, each strand being only as thick as a hair. A Yin family warrior saw one of the bolts of lightning coming towards him. With disdain on his face, he raised his sword and slashed forward. However, the power of this lightning was so huge that it was unimaginable, and it directly penetrated his body. Boom! Explosions of thunder resounded crazily, and in an instant, the warriors who rushed towards them were like dumplings, falling down with crackling sounds. Condensation! Looking at the warriors who were bombarded, Jin Long sneered and picked up a sealed Ju with his right paw. Suddenly, the lightning that exploded regrouped and condensed into one, directly bombarding him. Yan Quming. Not good! Yan Quming's heart trembled, and he grabbed it with his big hand. Suddenly, dozens of Yin family disciples felt that their bodies suddenly lost control, as if they had been picked up and thrown over by a big hand. These captured Yin family children became his shield on the spot. Boom! The terrifying lightning penetrated the bodies of these Yin family disciples in an instant. But these people bought Yan Quming some time. He suddenly took out a charm from his arms and threw it into the sky. As the yellow talisman rose into the sky, it burst into spontaneous combustion without fire. At this moment, the infinite spiritual energy between heaven and earth gathered together regardless of everything, and then transformed into a golden shield. Boom! Lightning struck, hitting the shield hard, and a trembling buzzing sound was heard. The golden shield actually blocked the golden dragon's full blow. Seeing that the other party actually resisted his attack, a trace of gloom flashed in Jin Long's eyes. Humph! I don't believe how many times you can resist. With that said, Jin Long was ready to make another seal and cast a spell. However, just when it took action, Yang Mucheng suddenly stopped it. Boss? The latter looked at Yang Mucheng suspiciously. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice, Leave this guy to me. Okay. If that's the case, then I'll deal with the other Yin family children. Jin Long nodded and looked at Yan Quming with pity. Obviously, in its view, it might have been better if Yan Quming had been killed by him before. But if Yang Mucheng wanted to kill him now, he might not be so lucky. Don't underestimate me. When Jin Long left, his indifferent gaze immediately angered Yan Quming. How could he endure that he, the dignified eldest son of the Yin family, was being pushed around like a commodity? How dare you tease me when I'm about to die? I will kill you, reptile, first, and then I will kill you, Yang Mucheng. Boom! Yan Quming's eyes widened angrily, and he suddenly made a seal. In an instant, the golden shield from before was seen surging with golden light, and suddenly changed, forming a huge mountain peak that roared down and smashed down towards the golden dragon. Hey! Why do you want to kill me? If the boss hadn't planned to kill you, I would have killed you directly. Jin Long sneered, and his body turned suddenly, turning into a golden light and dodging Yan Quming's attack. Its body quickly flew into the sky, flying in front of the low-level Yin family disciples, and transformed into its true form as a golden dragon. The golden dragon that has reached the eternal realm is so huge, with a body of more than tens of thousands of miles. Which is exactly what the saying goes. The divine dragon sees its head, but not its tail. If you kill this reptile, you can be named the second elder. Superior. Seeing the golden dragon charging towards them, the Yin family's disciples immediately let out a cry and unleashed all their inner strength. They soared into the sky at this moment and swept towards the golden dragon overwhelmingly. Hey, you scum! You still want to compete with me? Looking at these descendants of the Yin family who were rushing towards them, Jin Long sneered disdainfully. It opened its big mouth and spit out slowly. And suddenly a demonic wind swept through it, roaring and shaking the sky. The overwhelming attack was torn apart at this moment. And at the same time, the golden dragon opened its mouth and swallowed suddenly. At this moment, the children of the Yin family, who had been desperately trying to attack the golden dragon a moment ago, were frightened out of their wits. The golden dragon opened its big mouth like a terrifying black hole. Although the rewards are huge and everyone is envious of them, no one is willing to risk their lives. Roar! This mouthful of swallowing the sky almost swallowed up the rushing Yin family warriors. The remaining Yin family disciples, who survived, looked at the golden dragon with astonishment on their faces. They felt so shocked that they could not even stand still. Ha ha! So full! Jin Long burped proudly. Satisfied? His eyes narrowed with laughter. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Yin Chuming's heart was bleeding. To know, although the strength of these children of the Yin family is not very strong, each of them is a genius selected from the 9 major branches. As long as they are trained for a period of time, they can become the mainstay of the family. Now that the golden dragon has swallowed up these children, it is equivalent to breaking off the Yin family's inheritance for 100 years. In the past 100 years, the Yin family will enter a period of weakening because there are no subsequent strong people to supplement it. Come again! As if he saw Yin Chuming's expression of wanting to kill someone, Jin Long laughed loudly and took another bite. This bite was even more terrifying than before, swallowing up 30% of the Yin family's children in an instant. I am going to kill you! Seeing Jin Long being so provocative, Yin Chuming couldn't bear it anymore and roared before raising his knife to kill. But Jin Long didn't fight with him. Just when Yin Chuming came to kill him, he jumped back and avoided Yin Chuming's attack. Before Yin Chuming could take action again, Yang Mucheng had already taken a step forward and appeared in front of Yin Chuming, saying in a cold voice, Your opponent is me. Today is the day when the younger generation of your Yin family will be destroyed. Chapter 1948 Killing Formation. Young Master! We'd better kill Yang Mucheng first. Seeing Yin Chuming's confusion, several elders present quickly spoke out to persuade him. Although the Yin family's children have suffered heavy losses and will bring a vacuum to our Yin family for a period of time, if we can catch Yang Mucheng and get the Shinzong inheritance from him, this period of vacuum will be nothing. An elder spoke up. As soon as he finished speaking, another elder said quickly, Furthermore, the green lotus platform on Yang Mucheng's body doesn't seem to be a mortal thing. Back then, Fong Baiyu also had an identical 9th grade green lotus platform, which was shattered by ancestor Tuoba. His Qinglian Terrace is only at the 5th level. Maybe we can make it grow to the same level as Fong Baiyu's Qinglian Terrace. After hearing the advice of several elders, Yin Chuming agreed without any hesitation. He was not a merciful character to begin with. But for a moment, he was in a daze, and failed to react because he fell into the trap of Yang Mucheng and Jin Long. Now that he heard the words of several elders, he suddenly understood. You know, the Tuoba clan was just a small family at the beginning, and it only became powerful because it received a trace of inheritance. If I can capture Yang Mucheng and obtain a complete inheritance, doesn't it mean that the Yin family will overpower the other 6 clans in the future and become the most powerful existence? Thinking of this, he felt relieved. Although those ordinary Yin family children were no match for Jin Long. Jin Long wanted to kill them all, but he couldn't do it in a short time. And this period of time is just enough for them to fight against Yang Mucheng. Get ready to kill! Yin Chuming glanced at Yang Mucheng and whispered, This kid is a 5-element spirit with very strong vitality. Even if he is killed, it doesn't matter. As long as he returns to the clan with his body, the ancestor will be able to extract his soul and torture him about the inheritance. Yes! The 7 elders all took the order. The Yin family has been able to stand proudly in the starry sky for so many years, so they naturally have their own methods. And the power of their killing array is also quite good. Once it breaks out, it will emit several times more power than usual. Tongue! In an instant, Yan Shuming and the 7 elders occupied 8 positions in a quiet and inexplicable manner. This seemed like just a random stop, but it seemed to move the world. The infinite spiritual energy between heaven and earth had been drawn in an instant, and together with the 8 people, it turned into a crushing force of substantial aura, faintly pressing on Yang Muqing's body. Although this aura seems ethereal and invisible, it is actually full of dangers. The 8 people seem to be connected as one at this moment. If Yang Muqing made any rash move, his whole body would be affected, and he would be crushed and killed by 8 people at the same time. As the Yin family, they naturally have their own means. Even if they kill Yang Muqing, it is enough to extract the inheritance from the soul. So naturally they will not hold anything back. It seems that he really has murderous intentions. Feeling the aura crushing his body, Yang Muqing smiled faintly and took a step forward. At this moment, Yan Shuming's expression changed. Originally, they should have restrained Yang Muqing, but everything changed quietly at this moment, and it was Yang Muqing who crushed them. This feeling of being locked in by Yang Muqing was extremely uncomfortable. Take action! Yan Shuming's eyes flashed coldly, and he knew that if he didn't take action, he would lose the right opportunity. Boom! At this moment, 8 people took action together. As expected of a member of the Yin family, the attack at this moment was extremely powerful, reaching the peak of eternal power. Even these 8 people seemed to be fused into one, without any flaws, making it impossible to find a way to defeat them one by one. And among these 8 people, Yan Shuming was the main one. 8 strands of internal energy turned into a force of wind, slashing out and blasting towards Yang Muqing. Since there is no way to find a flaw, the only option is to go head-on. Seeing the sweeping attack, Yang Muqing's eyes burst out with cold light. He squeezed his right hand, and the soul-destroying seal was activated. As his strength increased, Yang Muqing became more and more skillful in performing the 3 seals of the God of War. Almost in an instant, the Juhan heavenly seal was condensed and shot forward. In the eyes of everyone, it was supposed to be a shocking blow, but under a burst of spiritual light, the attacks from both sides were completely annihilated. What? How can a mid-level Eternal Realm person be able to withstand such an attack? It seems that this boy has initially mastered the inheritance. Even the joint killing formation was easily blocked by Yang Muqing. Both Yan Shuming and several elders were shocked, but they were more happy than surprised. You know, Yan Shuming is so powerful because he has the support of the entire Yin family behind him. And what about Yang Muqing? The resources he has obtained are probably not comparable to those of an ordinary branch disciple of the Yin family. How could his strength grow so powerful? If it's not the reason of Shinzong's inheritance, what other reasons could it be? However, they did not know that the reason why the Shinzong inheritance was so powerful was not in this starry sky, but in a fairy world where it could play its important role. Yang Muqing's current strength is entirely due to his own success. Humph. Even if it's a killing formation of 8 people. So what? See how I break your killing formation? Yang Muqing closed his eyes and squeezed his right hand quickly. Zheng! A crisp sound of swords resounded loudly. Immediately afterwards, he saw that the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth was directly mobilized by Yang Muqing at this moment. And at this moment, it turned into thousands of strands and rolled in. Shang! 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 Waves of crisp sword sounds resounded loudly. And then, he saw the spiritual energy of heaven and earth pouring in, transforming into a long sword. These long swords, with hundreds of millions of handles, were suspended directly beside Yang Muqing. At the same time, as the inner energy of these billions of swords was poured into them, they gathered together and turned into a vast wave, sweeping towards the 8 Yan Shuming people. No! Get back! Yan Shuming's expression changed drastically. Originally, they thought that it would be easy for the 8 of them to deal with Yang Muqing, but they did not expect that Yang Muqing's methods were so terrifying. The 8 of them joined forces and struck with all their strength. And then, they exploded with such terrifying power. But Yang Muqing blocked that move with a single movement of his hand. And at that juncture they had to use their inner energy for a moment. But Yang Muqing's inner energy seemed to be vast and infinite, and he didn't even need to slow down at all. Take action immediately. Such strength even shocked Yan Shuming. But no matter what, he did not believe that he and the 7 elders could not kill Yang Muqing. Chapter 1949 Crush. Clang. These billions of long swords are vast and infinite. They quickly condense in the void like hundreds of rivers converging, forming a straight line. From a distance, they look like a gathering of shocking long swords, pointing desperately at Yan Quming and others. Although Yan Quming and others had already realized the terrifying power of this sword and quickly retreated, they still underestimated the power of this sword. Zhang! A sword whizzed, bringing with it a harsh windswept sound. In an instant, he saw that these billions of swords were like lightning, rushing in front of everyone without any gap. Cut! At this moment, Yang Muqing's eyes widened angrily, and he pointed his right hand like a sword, whizzing downwards quickly. Bah! A sound of shattering resounded in the void, and a black crack was cut directly into the starry sky. Quick! Quick! Stop him! Yan Quming lost his mind in panic and shouted loudly. Several elders did not dare to hide their clumsiness, and immediately took out yellow talismans from their arms and quickly threw them forward. These charms flew into the sky, and just like the previous ones, they immediately ignited without fire, causing large amounts of spiritual energy to gather, forming golden shields. Because these golden shields came from the same origin, they quickly merged into one, forming a huge golden wall. Cut! Yang Mucheng didn't care what this wall was. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he was already slashing down quickly. Just hearing a tearing sound, the wall in front of everyone was split open, and this slash also consumed 3 growing swords. You bunch of losers! Can't you even stand a blow with Yang Muqing's sword? Seeing this scene, Yan Quming shouted anxiously. One of the elders looked pale, and he pondered for a moment before taking out a red bead from his arms. The bead was so alluring. As soon as it appeared, the temperature around it suddenly dropped, making people shudder. He hesitated for a moment, then suddenly bit the tip of his tongue and squirted out a mouthful of blood on the red bead in his hand. Buzz! Nourished by the blood, the strangely red bead suddenly erupted into a vast red light. This red light shot forward, and only a crackling sound was heard. The long sword shrouded in red light was like spring snow. It melted as quickly as the scorching sun. The elder's face was aging rapidly. He originally looked about 50 years old, but in an instant, he looked like a living dead with only half a breath left. Cut again! Yang Mucheng closed his eyes, clenched his right hand suddenly, and slashed downwards. Bang! This striking sword directly tore the tide-like red light into pieces, and then blasted towards Yan Quming with unabated force. The old man who took out the beads suddenly trembled at the moment when the red beads exploded. He quickly fell apart and turned into a piece of sand and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone looked at this scene and couldn't help but feel numb in their hearts. That red bead must be some kind of evil substance nourished by blood. Once it is broken, it will affect the whole body. Everyone in the Yin family was filled with tragedy. But Yang Mucheng looked cold. The movements in his hands not only did not slow down at all, but actually exploded at this moment. Just die! With a cold light flashing in his eyes, Yang Mucheng clenched his right hand, and the remaining billions of long swords suddenly erupted with a crisp sword cry. Under the infusion of the second internal energy, the billions of swords paused for a moment in midair. However, the moment it resumed its attack, the speed and power of the billions of swords increased several times compared to before. Every long sword turned into an angry arrow with infinite power at this moment, as if it was going to completely kill the elder of the Yin family. Damn it! At this moment, I knew that there was no way to escape or hide. Yan Quming couldn't bear it any longer and suddenly formed a seal in his hand. Suddenly, the golden sword in his hand disappeared into the void, and at the same time, a huge sword shadow appeared outside his body. The sword shadow was only 1 foot long, but it was full of light. The elders beside Yan Quming felt that they could not open their eyes, as if a sun appeared beside them. Under the horrified gazes of everyone, Yan Quming's entire body melted into the shadow of the sword. Then, his whole body was like a sword controlled by a peerless master, slashing out quickly. Zhang! The ear-piercing roar spread rapidly. This top-down sword was like a divine axe that opened up the world. There was only a crushing sound, and this sword shattered everything into void. The swords and swords roared and collided. When we meet on a narrow road, the brave wins. At this moment, it depends on whose moves are more ferocious. Crack! There was only a crisp crackling sound, and the terrifying sword light transformed by Yan Quming was like a golden tide, which actually shattered the long sword with concentrated spiritual energy on the spot. Snort! Seeing this scene, Yang Mucheng snorted coldly. He knew that it would not be easy to kill Yan Quming. Ordinary casual cultivators would all have hidden cards, let alone a disciple of a wealthy family like Yan Quming. Their trump cards and life-saving methods are definitely no worse than mine. Thinking of this, Yang Muchung closed his eyes, and suddenly grabbed his right hand that was pointing forward and turned it into a fist. Time. The long swords that were rushing forward crazily a moment ago disappeared one after another, turning into streams of pure spiritual energy that converged towards a certain point in the sword flow. And the location where that point gathered was Xinyuan Jian. Under the infusion of infinite spiritual energy, Xinyuan Jian suddenly burst out with a burst of bright black light, and then roared forward quickly. Ding! In the eyes of everyone, Xinyuan Jian directly hit the golden sword, along with the violent sound of impact. A burst of shocking spiritual light erupted in the void. Under this spiritual light, Xinyuan's sword clanked, retreated violently, and flew into Yang Muchung's hand. And the golden knife completely exploded under this terrifying impact. And Yan Chuming's figure reappeared. But when he looked at Yan Chuming again, he no longer had the cool and unrestrained posture of the Yan family heir before. Instead, he had long hair hanging down and was extremely embarrassed. Even the golden knife in his hand was completely destroyed by the previous blow. Burst. Master! Master! Seeing Yan Chuming retreating under the bombardment, the elders all screamed in surprise. When they saw Yan Chuming's situation clearly, their expressions turned ugly. Even the killing formation formed by 8 people was no match for Yang Muchung. Instead, one person was killed by the other party. The other party's strength was really terrifying. Chapter 1950 Cocoon. Too strong. This was the only thought in the minds of the elders when they faced Yang Muchung. The great war between the Tuoba clan and the Tuoba clan was called a divine war by the world. Even the entire galaxy was hit and exploded, and none of the thousands of surrounding stars were intact. Although they had not experienced that battle, they had heard how powerful it was. Although Yang Muchung finally escaped from the Tuoba clan with Fang Baiyu. In fact, Yang Muchung was not able to intervene in the duel between the ancestors. It's like a battle between giant dragons. How could ants interfere? Even if Yang Muchung wiped out a branch of the Nandong clan, the people of the 7 clans didn't think anything of it. After all, there were not many strongmen guarding that branch at that time. Even if there is a strongman guarding it, Yang Muchung will not be able to leave alive. Even before fighting Yang Muchung, most of these elders still had some disdain in their hearts. They thought that they could catch Yang Muchung easily. But now the cost of this confrontation was that the killing formation was broken. Yan Chuming was injured, and an elder was killed. Only then did they realize how terrifying the young man in front of them was. Do you still think you can kill me now? Yang Muchung held the Xinyuan sword and looked at the other party with a sneer on his face. The elders of the Yin family. You look at me, I look at you. They don't dare to answer. On the other side, the golden dragon had already hunted down those ordinary disciples. Even if Yan Chuming cannot be killed today, it will take hundreds of years for the Yin family to make up for the losses of this group of young disciples. Yang Muchung! Yan Chuming clenched his fists and shouted coldly. I swear I won't be a human until I kill you! Yan Chuming's eyes were filled with ice. He once lost to Yang Muchung. Because of this, he practiced hard in the family. I thought that my strength had already surpassed that of before. And even if I met Yang Muchung again, I would not be afraid of him. But who knew that he was still suppressed? It can be said without mercy that his self-esteem was severely torn to pieces and thrown to the ground. Oh! Master Yin! What else can you do to kill me? Listening to Yan Chuming's shout, Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows and responded with disdain. The killing formation composed of 8 of you could not withstand my blow. 7 of you were injured, and 1 was killed. Now that your golden sword is broken, what capital do you have to compete with me? Weapons are a warrior's life. Without weapons, it means losing half a life. Although Yang Muchung's previous sword did not completely smash Yan Chuming's golden sword, it had already cracked it. Coupled with the fact that Yan Chuming is now injured, this group of Yin family's experienced team is already destined to be annihilated here. Yang Muchung! You underestimate our Yin family! Yan Chuming sneered and looked at Yang Muchung mockingly. His voice was like the cold wind blowing from Joyo, making people shudder. The heritage of a family that can be passed down for such a long time is not as simple as you imagine. There are still many methods that I have not used. Yan Chuming was extremely angry. His cultivation has reached the eternal realm. In this starry sky, although he cannot be said to be unscrupulous and domineering, ordinary strong men are not his opponent at all. Let alone that he still has various methods that he has not yet used. However, although he has many means now, even if he uses them, he may not be Yang Muchung's opponent. If you want to defeat him, you could only use something like that. But the side effects of such a thing are very powerful. And it is very likely that he will directly lose the cultivation level of 3 major realms. Although there was a little hesitation in my heart. But Yen Quming was still determined. So what if he loses 3 major realms? As long as he can kill Yang Mucheng, he can get his divine sect inheritance. When the time comes, he can also use the Shenzong inheritance to make a comeback. Yang Mucheng, I will make you regret it today. Poof! As soon as he finished speaking, Yen Quming suddenly raised the golden knife and plunged it into his chest. His stab was no show. It even penetrated the heart. Even though he was a strong man in the eternal realm, he was severely injured by this self-inflicted knife, and he couldn't help but spurt out a stream of blood. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. He was still on guard against Yang Mucheng coming up with something terrible. But who knew that the other party actually split his heart open with a knife? Even Yang Mucheng was unable to react to this sudden scene. Yen Quming endured the pain and quickly grabbed a goo box. The strange goo box looks like gold but not gold. Looks like wood but not wood. Looks like jade but not jade. Looks like stone but not stone. It has strange patterns carved on it and is completely black. But what really makes people's hearts palpitate is what's inside the goo box. Although it was unclear what items were inside, a black aura kept pouring out of the box, as if it had condensed into a substantial black mist, constantly entwining and wrapping the goo box. The surroundings are full of gloom and weirdness. Not good! Although he didn't know what was in the box, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but his expression changed. Yen Quming already knew his strength, and the thing he brought out now must have the means to deal with him. Zheng! With almost no hesitation, Yang Mucheng stepped forward, suddenly grasped the Xinyuan sword tightly, and then quickly slashed downwards. This shocking sharp roar almost tore the void apart. There was almost no gap, and it was already striking the top of Yen Quming with a swift and fierce chop. However, Yen Quming had already opened the goo box in his hand the moment before Yang Mucheng took action. Call! The moment the goo box was opened, a black light rushed out crazily, carrying a terrifying black mist and rushing towards Yen Quming's body. In the center of the black light was a cocoon the size of a thumb. But this cocoon was not ordinary. Instead, it was completely black and had a terrifying color like black jade. This strange cocoon seemed to be very sensitive to blood. It almost plunged into Yen Quming's chest and penetrated hard into his split heart. However, something even more surprising happened at this moment. As the cocoon entered the body, the terrifying wound on Yen Quming's chest recovered quickly at this moment. This recovery speed was even comparable to that of the 5-element spirit body. At the moment of recovery, a terrifying black mist like a silkworm cocoon billowed over Yen Quming's body. This sudden change only happened at the moment Yang Mucheng took action. Chapter 1951 Netherworld Heart-Eating Insect. The change in this scene is a long story, but in fact it happened in this flash of lightning. Although Yang Mucheng took action very timely, but the weirdness of this silkworm cocoon still exceeded his imagination. Just when Yang Mucheng's sword struck down quickly and was about to cut Yen Quming in half, he saw Yen Quming slowly raising the broken ice knife in his hand at this moment. His movements were extremely slow, so slow that even an ordinary person could clearly see the movement of his sword. But at this moment, someone suddenly appeared above him, easily blocking Yang Mucheng's sword. Clang! There was a shocking sound. Yen Quming spat out a mouthful of blood and shot backward again. Although he resisted Yang Mucheng's sword, the golden sword in Yen Quming's hand was completely shattered. Although Yen Quming was hit again, and even hit him until he vomited blood and fell back, Yang Mucheng could not help but look stunned, with a strange and weird look in his eyes, because he felt that Yen Quming's aura did not continue to weaken due to the injury, but instead gradually strengthened at this moment. Of course, this enhanced aura is not normal, but is full of weirdness. Even under Yang Mucheng's shocked gaze, Yen Quming's entire aura had turned into the terrifying cocoon from before. This is? Yang Mucheng whispered, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Hey, Yang Mucheng, how do you feel now? Yen Quming raised his head and looked at Yang Mucheng with a mocking look on his face. The previous cocoon was called the Netherworld Heart-Eating Insect. It was an existence that my Yen family obtained from an ancient ruins. This heart-eating worm specializes in drinking the heart blood, and at the same time, it feeds back to the host, which can permanently improve the host's strength. But unfortunately, once it is caught by this heart-eating worm, its future state will be fixed here, can no longer break through, and can only try to remove the heart-eating worm. Of course, there is no free lunch in the world. You get strength from the heart-eating insect. If you want to remove it, you have to pay the price of falling 3 realms in a row. Yang Machung. As long as I can kill you, I am willing to die together. Not to mention falling into 3 realms. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Shuming's eyes widened angrily, and the aura rising from his body exploded rapidly. The black mist rolled in, and the terrifying aura was already desperately turbulent around his body. And even more so. At this moment, it is constantly rising. Feeling the rising aura on Yan Shuming's body, Yang Muching slowly narrowed his eyes. After falling 3 major realms in a row, Yan Shuming had put everything he had on the line. This netherworld heart-eating insect is absolutely extraordinary. Boom! Yan Shuming's ever-increasing momentum surpassed Yang Muchung at a certain moment. At this moment of transcendence, Yan Shuming raised the golden sword in his hand and struck Yang Muchung fiercely. The blade of this golden sword had been completely shattered, leaving only the empty handle. But it was this inconspicuous half of the hilt that actually cut out a black bolt that could cut across the starry sky. So strong! Facing this shocking sword, Yang Muching's heart trembled, and he quickly moved to one side to avoid it. Only a whistling sound was heard, and the terrifying sword light was still blasted against Yang Muching's side, all the way to the distant starry sky. Boom! 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 Terrifying explosions kept coming. This shocking sword was unstoppable, and unstoppable wherever it passed. Almost in this piece of meteorites and stars, a terrifying vacuum was swept out. Master! Kill Yang Muchung! Kill him! Feeling Yan Shuming's slash, the elders of the Yin family present became excited. Now, they can finally take revenge. The young master used the heart-eating insect, and his current strength may have reached the eternal peak, even the eternal perfection. That's right. No matter how powerful Yang Muchung is, he is only in the middle stage of eternity. I don't believe that he can be the young master's opponent. We are able to kill Yang Muchung this time, and we have contributed a lot. When we return to the family, we will enjoy endless glory and wealth. Everyone was excited. In their opinion, as long as Yang Muchung is captured, the inheritance of Shinzong will 100% fall into the hands of the Yin family. Although the Yin family will also suffer some losses. Those who achieve great things do not stick to trivial matters. With inheritance, are they still worried about not being able to achieve great things? The Tuoba clan has only received a small amount of inheritance, but it has already developed to such a terrifying level. If the Yin family received this inheritance, how terrifying would its power be? Maybe they can replace the other 6 families and become the first family in the starry sky. Yan Shuming also looked at Yang Muchung with a sneer on his face. If it weren't for the inheritance of the Shin sect in you, I would have wanted to cut you into pieces and smash your bones into ashes. But don't worry. I won't kill you so easily. I will make you suffer the greatest pain. Everyone looked towards Yang Muchung, wanting to see what his expression was at this moment. Hee. This kid may have been scared to death by now. Yes. He came here alone, and he must have been able to crush us with his strength. He definitely didn't expect that our Yin family has many means, and it is not difficult to kill him. Now he must be extremely regretful. However, just when everyone looked at Yang Muchung with mocking faces, they found that the other person's expression was dull, as if he was not too surprised by Yan Shuming's improvement. There was even a bit of disdain that was difficult to conceal in the depths of his eyes. Yan Shuming? Yan Shuming, is this your last resort? What a pity. Slowly raising his head, Yang Muchung sneered and shook his head, his eyes full of disdain. If you come up with other methods, maybe I will be a little afraid of you. But if it is just this kind of heart-eating insect, it is not worth mentioning to me. If that is all you do, then today you will completely that's it. What? After hearing Yang Muching's words, Yan Shuming's originally proud expression suddenly froze, as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. He didn't expect that his strength had improved to this level. When facing Yang Muchung, he would still be ridiculed. Yang Muchung, you dare to speak harshly when you are about to die. I will show you my power today. Boom! With a cold light flashing in his eyes, Yan Shuming stepped forward. At this moment, his originally high aura suddenly increased crazily. After a brief stagnation, with a more terrifying attitude. Chapter 1952, Possessed? Boom! 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 This earth-shattering momentum actually increased once again, and the terrifying pressure swept across all directions desperately. Even the several elders present were all thrown away by this terrifying momentum. This gust of wind brought with it a monstrous momentum. making Yang Mu's clothes rustle and his long hair flying up. Under the dancing long hair, Yang Wuqing's resolute face was also revealed. Faced with this terrifying pressure, Yang Mucheng did not have the slightest fear in passing the annual examination. He slowly shook his head and said, "Yan Chuming, you really disappoint me. With the Yin family behind you, and using the heart-eating insect, you actually only have this little strength. It's a pity that your life will end here today." Boom! After the words fell, Yang Mucheng took a step forward. The power accumulated in the body was released at this moment like a tide breaking down a dam. Regardless of the situation, this surging and powerful internal energy surged up desperately under Yan Chuming's terrifying momentum and grew without giving up. Crack! The two terrifying forces collided fiercely, and a terrifying sound suddenly erupted. At the center of the confrontation between these two forces, even the space became distorted and blurred at this moment. At the same time, the monstrous power of crushing power caused the expressions of the Yin family elders, who were originally excited, to suddenly change, revealing expressions of incredible shock. Feeling the huge aura on Yang Wuqing's body that was no weaker than Yin Chuming's, they all widened their eyes and couldn't believe it. To know, a moment ago, they had sworn and were filled with joy that Yan Chuming could kill Yang Mucheng without any surprise. But when Yang Mucheng burst out with this monstrous cultivation level and a terrifying aura that was no less than that of Yan Chuming, then they realized how terrifying the opponent's strength was. What? However, the most shocking thing is Yan Chuming himself. He paid a huge price to kill Yang Mucheng. That's the netherworld heart-eating worm. Even if he killed Yang Mucheng and obtained the Shinzong inheritance from him, so what? He paid the price of 3 great realms. If he cannot recover, he will fall directly from the clouds into the abyss in the Yin family where force is paramount. Even if the strength cannot be restored, the position of the family heir will be completely deprived of him. One can imagine what kind of price Yan Chuming paid. Under such a huge price, when he discovered that the strength of the boy in front of him was still beyond ordinary and terrifying. What's more, he found that killing Yang Mucheng had become a bit out of reach. I don't believe it! Boom! A burst of crazy roar broke out. Yan Chuming suddenly clenched his fists, and the terrifying and huge aura on his body was already churning to the extreme. The turbulent and condensed black aura like ghost mist even condensed, and it looked like it from a distance, like a black flame. Then Yan Chuming, who exploded to the extreme, turned into a black tornado and blasted directly towards Yang Wuqing's position. Boom! This extreme rush was like an extremely ferocious cannonball, crackling and shattering the surrounding space. This moment, Yan Chuming was like a roaring cheetah, like a howling wind, or like a rushing lightning. With lightning speed, it had already crushed him in front of Yang Mucheng. Well done! Today I will let you understand what despair is. Looking at the rushing Yan Chuming, Yang Wuqing's eyes widened angrily, and he sneered. He saw him flying into the air with just a tip of his toes. Then, he rushed towards Yan Chuming, who was rushing towards him quickly and fiercely. At this moment, the two sides were like two hurricanes that destroyed the world, violently shaking together under the shocked eyes of countless people. Boom! 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 The earth-shattering sound erupted desperately, sweeping across the world. Feeling the terrifying power of the explosion, the 7 elders watching the battle couldn't help but change their expressions, and they all retreated backwards. They want to help, but this level of battle is no longer something they can get involved in. Even one of the elders, because his retreat speed was slightly slower, was directly stirred into the terrifying airflow that broke out between the two sides. This elder didn't even have time to open his internal energy shield, and his whole body was torn apart in an instant. Seeing this scene, the remaining elders didn't dare to stay where they were. They had to retreat again and again, even to the edge of the meteorites and stars. Then, they quickly looked forward, wanting to see who could win the duel between the two sides. However, seeing this, everyone couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Under this violent impact, Yang Mucheng was directly blown away. Well done, Master! This time Yang Mucheng must be killed. We must not let him escape. Otherwise, we will definitely end up raising tigers again. Seeing Yang Mucheng being blown away, the elders of the Yin family cheered excitedly, fearing that Yang Mucheng would escape. However, before they finished speaking, they suddenly paused and saw that Yan Chuming's face had become extremely gloomy. Although he had the upper hand in the previous collision, he didn't feel comfortable. You must know that his powerful strength was obtained from the netherworld heart-eating insect, and it was not like Yang Wuqing's self-cultivation. Under the previous violent impact, The nether sky heart-eating insect was even seriously injured by the bombardment. Not good! My own hard work is not enough to nourish the heart-eating insect. I need more heartache! Turning his eyes, Yen Shuming's ghastly eyes fell directly on the 6 elders not far from him. This solemn look made the 6 elders feel shocked, and a bad premonition arose in their hearts. At the same time, they quickly stepped back. Dedicate your hard work to me, and the Yen family will remember you, Yen Shuming shouted sharply, and suddenly danced his hands in front of him, forming a giant Tai Chi-like being. Immediately, a terrifying force in the void space came down quickly, as if a pair of big hands invisible to the naked eye suddenly moved and crushed it crazily. And then, there was a crackling sound. At this moment, the 6 elders were torn to pieces by Yen Shuming and turned into endless blood. Then, Yen Shuming opened his mouth and sucked in suddenly. Chapter 1953 Crazy? Hula. In an instant, the bloody water turned into a river, whirled around in midair, and was swallowed directly by Yen Shuming. The blood and water were mixed with broken internal organs and bones. At this moment, Yen Shuming looked like a complete devil. After swallowing this blood, Yen Shuming's momentum, which had dimmed due to the impact, actually increased crazily again. The rolling power once again broke through the previous shackles and reached a more powerful limit. Even after this stream of blood entered his body, Yen Shuming seemed to be assimilating with the nether sky heart-eating insect. Pieces of strange black magic patterns continued to emerge from the inside of Yen Shuming's body, and then seemed to be alive, watering in the skin outside Yen Shuming's body. Oh my god! The young master is crazy! After seeing how ruthless Yen Shuming was, and directly killed the 6 elders who were traveling with him, the remaining Yen family disciples suddenly realized that Yen Shuming had turned his gaze towards them again, and were immediately frightened. They shouted one after another, and actually no longer resisted, but fled towards the depths of the meteorite array. Boss! Looking at the Yen family's children who were escaping, Jean Long frowned slightly, but did not pursue them. After all, these guys are all minions, and the direction they are fleeing is also the Holy Land of the Ghost Clan. You know, the people in the Holy Land of the Ghost Clan hate the people of the Yen family deeply. Now that they have entered the Holy Land of the Ghost Clan in a panic, doesn't this mean that they are seeking death? So Jean Long didn't intend to chase him, but came to Yang Muching's side. When it saw Yen Shuming's appearance, it couldn't help being frightened. At this moment, Yen Shuming has no human form at all, and his billowing aura looks like a demon, but not a demon. A demon, but not a demon. What's wrong with this guy? Jean Long asked quickly. He planted the nether sky darkness heart-eating worm on his body, and used the power of the heart-eating worm to forcibly improve his cultivation level. That kind of heart-eating worm requires blood to become powerful. Yen Shuming has gone crazy in order to kill me. He killed all the 6 elders before him. If those ordinary Yen family children hadn't escaped so quickly, he might have gone on a killing spree. Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. Humph. So what about the children of the Yen family? Aren't they still looking like humans and ghosts? Jean Long glanced at Yen Shuming and disdained to say anything. Boss, do you need me to help you? This guy is very evil. I feel that his cultivation is still improving. So what about enhancements? Yang Muchung slowly shook his head and wrote lightly. I can still kill him. Kill me. As if he had absorbed the hard blood that he had swallowed earlier, Yen Shuming suddenly raised his head when he heard Yang Muching's words. There was even a terrifying red light flashing in those pupils. At this moment, Yen Shuming had completely gone berserk. There was only one thought left in his mind, and that was to kill Yang Muchung. Yang Muchung, I am the heir to the Yen family, and the future head of the Yen family. With a little bastard like you, you dare to compete with me? Today, I will completely kill you here. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Yen Shuming's surging momentum reached its peak. Roar! A crazy roar resounded at the same time. He just saw that black rays of light suddenly emerge from Yen Shuming's eyes, ears, mouth and nose. This monstrous black light enveloped his entire body in an instant. Not only the eyes, ears, mouth and nose, but even the hundreds and thousands of pores all over the body were gushing out that terrifying black strange light. When this black light exploded to its extreme, it even enveloped Yen Shuming's entire body. When this black light exploded to its extreme, Yen Shuming's entire body transformed into a black beam of light, roaring towards Yang Muchung. This black light, at this moment, turned into a monstrous torrent, and at an astonishing speed, it rushed in front of Yang Muchung in the blink of an eye. The speed is simply countless times higher than before. This time, either you die or I die. Yin Quming stared at Yang Mucheng. However, Yang Mucheng showed disdain and slowly shook his head. As soon as he grabbed the Xinyuan sword with his right hand, his whole aura also changed at the same time, becoming deep and terrifying, as if it was like a terrible black hole. And when facing him, the whole person would fall into it. It's just pretending to be a ghost. Feeling the sudden change in Yang Mucheng's aura, Yin Quming was stunned for a moment. And then the cold light in his eyes became more intense. He let out a roar, and all his strength was poured into the black light outside him. Then, with an even faster and more terrifying posture than before, he rushed in front of Yang Mucheng in a roar. Facing this crazy relic like Yin Quming, Yang Mucheng slowly shook his head. He took a step back, and at the same time raised the Xinyuan sword in his hand, and slowly slashed downwards. Call! Suddenly, his strange aura poured into the sword with a swift and violent gesture. Suddenly, there was a change in the void. I only saw Yin Quming's monstrous black light, as if he was being pulled by heaven and earth in an instant, and his huge strength was ripped apart on the spot. What on earth is it? Feeling that the power on his body was out of his control, and was being ripped away from his body in a frantic manner, Yin Quming's eyes flashed with a look of disbelief. What on earth is it? Yang Mucheng, what exactly did you do? Not only his powerful strength, but even his body seemed to turn into ashes at this moment. Starting from the hands, arms, legs, one by one, they turned into fly ash and disappeared completely. Seeing Yin Quming's disbelieving look, Yang Mucheng shook his head lightly and said, Sword of Death! This is the second time using the Piranha sword. When he was in the ancestral land of the demon clan, the strength of the collective was too strong. Only by relying on Ancestor Turtle, Yang Mucheng was able to cut out the complete Sword of Rebirth. Now when dealing with Yin Quming, he doesn't need the help of Patriarch Turtle at all. He can already use the Sword of Rebirth completely and unleash this absolute sword. Raise the sword and drop it. When Xinyuan's sword was slashed, Yin Ninghui was already wailing, completely turning into ashes and disappearing quietly. At this moment, the Yin family's training team was destroyed. Chapter 1954 Yang Mucheng. Quiet. This starfield has completely come to an end with Yang Mucheng's last sword. After Yin Quming was beheaded, the children of the Yin family who were hiding in the dark and waiting for Yin Quming to come back suddenly lost all intention of resisting and turned into birds and beasts. Some of them fled into the ghost world like the others. Some of them fled back to the Yin family's ancestral land. Stop chasing! Seeing that Jinlong actually wanted to hunt down the fleeing Yin family children, Yang Mucheng quickly waved his hand. We've done enough. The fighting here has lasted for too long. You have to leave here quickly. Don't lose yourself for some petty gains. Yang Mucheng slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Although that sword killed Yin Quming, the damage to him was equally powerful. It seems that the Sword of Rebirth cannot be used freely yet. He shook his head secretly. If you encounter someone who is too powerful, not only will the Sword of Rebirth be unable to kill the opponent, but you will be counterattacked. After taking a look around, Yang Mucheng cast his gaze on Jinlong and said, Don't chase the poor bandits. The Yin family is still quite powerful. I don't know if the Yin family has received the news that the experienced team has been wiped out. If they have, they will definitely send some strong men from the One Yuan realm. With our strength, we are simply unable to fight against those existences. It's better to get out of here quickly. When Jinlong heard this, he couldn't help but nodded. The two of them turned around, turned into two rays of light, and soared into the sky, heading towards the holy land of the Ghost Clan. Star. As a star on the Yin family's sentry post, this star is as prosperous as any place in the starry sky. After all news enters the sky star, it will be spread out as quickly as possible. This day, evening, Yin Dabii chatted in every possible way and took several brothers into the tavern. Yin Dabii comes from the branch, although he was very powerful in the branch line. After entering the main line, he was only average. He did not even keep up with the mainstream team. Now he can only be responsible for guarding the Sky Star. There are many people like him in the main lineage of the Yin family. After all, it is impossible for a big family like the Yin family to have any compassion for ordinary people. The family will not raise waste. Only those with strong talents will receive the family's key training. Dabii, don't be too sad. An older disciple patted Yin Dabii and said, Not everyone is a genius. More people are just ordinary people. Moreover, wasn't your eldest brother Yin Yutian selected into the elite and went with the team to the Ghost Clan Holy Land to experience? As long as you can be favored by young Master Yin Chuming, Yin Yutian will rise to the top. And as Yin Yutian's younger brother, your status will also rise. Don't forget us when the time comes. The descendant of the Yin family named Yin Dabi shook his head and said, It's not that I'm sad. It's just that I've been feeling uneasy these past few days. As if something is about to happen. Do you think something will happen to the training team? I haven't had any contact with my family for such a long time. Ha! Don't think nonsense. You know, we are the Yin family. In addition to young Master Yin Chuming, there are several elders accompanying the team this time. Hearing Yin Dabi's words, someone immediately laughed and comforted Yin Dabi. You just come from a branch line, and you don't know the true strength of the main line. In the branch line, an elder may only have the cultivation level of the Heavenly Saint realm. But in the main line, if you want to become an elder, you must at least have the strength of the eternal realm. And there are only a few forces in the starry sky who dare to oppose our Yin family. Knowing that it is the descendants of our Yin family who are undergoing training, everyone in the starry sky will immediately retreat. I hope I'm overthinking it. Yin Dabi couldn't help but nodded. However, at this moment, a whistling sound came quickly from the distance. At this moment, everyone was attracted by this strange sound and looked towards the sky. When I saw it, I couldn't help but be stunned. It was exactly a flying puppet. Not good! Seeing this flying puppet, Yin Dabi's heart trembled. He immediately recognized that this flying puppet was the one that the Yin family's children used to fly when they went to practice. But at this moment, this flying puppet was already riddled with holes, and it seemed that it had exhausted its limit. And then it barely reached the star. Call! With a burst of fire. The flying puppet was like a meteorite burning with flames. And then it fell hard. And suddenly, it hit the star of the sky hard. This terrifying fall even caused the entire star to tremble suddenly at this moment. Hurry up and see what's going on! This moment, the ominous premonition in Yin Dabi's heart became stronger and stronger. And without any hesitation, he exploded with all his strength and swept forward fiercely. I saw that the huge flying puppet had completely disintegrated when it fell. And there was a descendant of the Yin family lying on the ground. Look! Isn't that Yin Yutian? Many people immediately recognized the descendant of the Yin family as characters who could enter the main line and follow Yin Chuming to the Ghost Clan Holy Land to experience. Each one has great potential and can become the backbone of the main line in the future. But now, actually escaping back in such embarrassment is shocking and surprising. Brother, what is going on? Yin Dabi rushed forward quickly. The other children of the Yin family kept looking up at the sky, as if looking up at the stars to see if any other flying puppets would land. Dead? Everyone is dead! Yin Yutian took a breath and said slowly. All the training team were killed. Young Master Yin Chuming. The 8 elders, none of them survived. Boom! Yin Yutian's words suddenly sounded like a thunderbolt in everyone's ears. To know, Yin Chuming is the eldest young master of the Yin family, and the future heir of the Yin family. Who is it that has the courage to attack Yin Chuming? Moreover, there are 8 elders who have cultivated in the eternal realm accompanying them, as well as tens of thousands of Yin family descendants. Could it be that all these people were killed? Everyone's heart was filled with shock. They really couldn't imagine who would have the guts to attack the Yin family. Brother, are you kidding me? Are all the Yin family's training team dead? Who dares to do this? Even Yin Yutian's younger brother Yin Dabi couldn't believe what his brother said. Because, if this is true, it will be a huge earthquake for both the Yin family and the entire Starry 7 clans. No matter who the opponent is, they will face the Yin family's most ferocious counterattack and revenge. However, the next name Yin Yutian spit out made everyone silent. Yang Machung. Chapter 1955 is back. Yang Machung is back. The news spread like wildfire, spreading to the entire Yin family as if overnight, and to the entire 7 clans at the same time. It even stirred up the entire starry sky. To know, it has been more than a year, and Yang Machung has not shown his face. There are many rumors from the outside world. Some people believe that Yang Machung has been captured by any of the 7 races long ago. But that family did not announce it to the public in order to monopolize the inheritance of the Shinzong. Some people also believe that Yang Machung died in this starry sky. After all, there are too many dangers in this starry sky. Without Fang Baiyu, he has completely lost his last support and has died in the starry sky. Some people believe that Yang Machung is not dead, but hiding somewhere and not daring to show his face. After all, now No matter the 7 clans or some powerful families and sects. They all want to catch him. As long as you are a normal person, you will not choose to appear in the public eye, but choose to hide in a corner and spend the rest of your life. Besides, there are too many speculations about Yang Mucheng. Some people thought that Yang Mucheng was hiding incognito, while others thought that Yang Mucheng entered a secret realm to practice. But no matter who it was, no one thought that Yang Mucheng would dare to come back, and dare to return to the starry sky. And after he came back, he did something earth-shattering. It's absolutely terrible. In today's starry sky, almost no one thinks that Yang Mucheng dares to appear in this starry sky. Unexpectedly, he actually appeared and completely killed the Yin family's training team, 8 elders of the Eternal Realm, and 1 future heir of the Yin family. There are thousands more. The future backbone of the Yin family. Nowadays, the entire starry sky is talking about this matter. Although the Yin family wants to suppress this matter as much as possible, the meaning of Yang Mucheng's name is too huge and cannot be suppressed at will by the Yin family. Everyone was more or less aware of what happened at that time. Yes, the Yin family is furious now. 8 elders of the Eternal Realm are nothing. After all, there are too many elders like them doing odd jobs. Even if a few die, we won't care too much. But Yin Chuming, the future heir of the Yin family, was beheaded. For the Yin family, it was a wake-up call and a slap in the face. In addition, the disciples of the Yin family who participated in the training are all elite geniuses selected from the major branches and the main line. After they are killed, it will be a huge crisis for the Yin family. Loss. This group of elite geniuses were killed by Yang Mucheng. In less than 1,000 years, the Yin family would never be able to breathe again. If it were an ordinary family, they would have been killed by Yang Mucheng so madly. But that's it. Although the descendants of the Yin family accounted for the majority of those who died at the hands of Yang Mucheng this time, it seemed that it was not a big deal for the Yin family. But in fact, some discerning people now know how huge the losses faced by the Yin family are. To know, the descendants of a family represent the blood of the family. When these people die, it means that all the descendants of the Yin family have been replaced. In this generation, there will be no more heaven-defying warriors, no more amazing geniuses. And those family elders, who should have stopped and retreated behind the scenes, had to continue to stand in front of the stage and support the Yin family. If it were an ordinary family, I'm afraid that it would have already fallen into a state of inactivity at this time. Only big families like the Yin family, with many branches and strong foundations, can withstand it for a while. But the consequence is that during this period, the Yin family was definitely weaker than other families. When Yang Mucheng came out this time, it was truly shocking. Although he only killed 8 Eternal Realm elders and 1 heir of the Yin family, you must know that these are not ordinary beings. As an elder of the Yin family, he must have many cards, let alone Yin Chuming, the heir. If Yang Mucheng can kill them, I'm afraid his strength will be enough to reach around the Eternal Peak. Everyone analyzed it one after another. To know, during the battle in the Tuoba ancestral land, Yang Mucheng's cultivation level was comparable to that of the Cave Heaven Realm. At that time, any strong man from Tai Realm or Eternal Realm could be sent to hunt him down. You must know that among the 7 clans, they have a strong foundation and have the largest number of warriors at this level. But now, Yang Mucheng's strength has reached the Eternal Realm, and the warriors of the Tai Realm have basically been eliminated. Ordinary Eternal Realm warriors would not be able to defeat Yang Mucheng even if they met him. They could only win by relying on numbers. If you want to catch Yang Mucheng, you can only rely on the powerful One Yuan Realm. To know, the strong ones in the One Yuan Realm are not just cabbages on the street. Even among the 7 tribes, the strong ones in the One Yuan Realm are those who guard one side and have a very high status. Their status is many times higher than that of ordinary elders. How could they be like ordinary servants, constantly pursuing the murderer? It can be said that Yang Mucheng's return this time has shown too many things. Although he is only one person, as his strength continues to improve, he can already intimidate the 7 tribes. Even if Yang Mucheng is still afraid of the 7 tribes, he is only afraid of those powerful ones in the One Yuan Realm of the 7 tribes. But the starry sky is so huge. How many strong men can the 7 clans must muster to seal the entire starry sky? Previously, Yang Mucheng failed to catch him when his strength was low. Now that the opponent's strength has reached the Eternal Realm, it will not be that easy to catch him again. In just a year or so, Yang Mucheng's cultivation has been able to rise to this level. It's really terrifying. Yes. You know, The geniuses of the 7 tribes can reach this level because they have enough backing. But what does Yang Mucheng have? He has absolutely nothing. And he can actually reach this level today. If it takes a while. When Yang Mucheng's cultivation reaches the 1 yuan realm, I'm afraid the 7 clans will have a hard time. In the entire starry sky, almost everyone could see the current decline of the 7 clans. Just one Yang Mucheng made the 7 tribes fearful. Looking at the starry sky, no one has ever been able to reach this level. Certainly, this matter has spread throughout the starry sky. How could it not reach the Yin family? At this moment, not only the main line of the Yin family, but also the other 9 major branches are also covered with white banners and the word Yin written all over them. It can be said that they are in mourning. And within the main line of the Yin family, the atmosphere is even more depressing. As if a storm is about to come. Chapter 1956 Pressure. The meeting hall. The servants of the Yin family who came and went were cautious when passing the main hall. And even took a long detour. Even though they were far apart. They could feel the oppressive atmosphere coming from the hall. This atmosphere is like a volcano that is about to erupt at any time. Making people unable to help but feel palpitated. Asshole! The Yin family council hall, which had been silent for a full day and night, finally erupted into a roar. Boom! The silent and oppressive momentum suddenly swept out. And the exquisite and luxurious meeting hall was completely torn apart by the hurricane. And turned into ruins under the shocked eyes of everyone. Pop! Pap! Pap! At this moment, the Yin family members around the main hall trembled with fear, and all fell to their knees. How audacious! The ancestor of the Yin family clenched his fists and howled angrily. This Yang Mucheng is so bold! Not only did he kill the heirs of my Yin family, he also killed so many talented descendants of my Yin family. The elders around him could not help but keep silent and did not dare to say a word. To know. When they got the news, their faces were full of disbelief. After all, Yang Mucheng has not appeared for more than a year. In the eyes of the 7 tribes, Yang Mucheng has already been hiding incognito. But who would have thought that Yang Mucheng would appear again? Moreover, this time he appeared and did such a big thing. This not only shocked the Yin family, but even the entire starry sky. Then where is Yang Mucheng now? The ancestor of the Yin family swallowed the bad breath forcibly. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to crush Yang Mucheng to ashes. Reporting to our ancestors, Yang Mucheng has never appeared again since that day. According to the judgment of some tribesmen, Yang Mucheng has probably arrived at the holy land of the Ghost Clan. An elder spoke cautiously. The Ghost Clan's holy land? The ancestor narrowed his eyes, and an imperceptible sparkle flashed in his pupils. I don't care if it's the holy land of the Ghost Clan or not. This time, I must kill Yang Mucheng. This time, I will gather all the powerful men in the family who are above the 1 yuan realm. And I will personally hunt down and kill Yang Mucheng. Boom! The ancestor's words completely shocked the entire Yin family. And of course shocked the starry sky again. Tuoba clan. It turns out it's true. Ancestor Tuoba narrowed his eyes, and couldn't hide the shock in his eyes, as he listened to his servant's report. To know. Previously, across the starry sky, it was rumored that Yang Mucheng was back, and even killed the younger generation of the Yin family. Tuoba ancestor was still a little suspicious. The 7 clans have many enemies in the starry sky. And there are also some powerful people who can do this. As for whether the other party is Yang Mucheng, that remains to be verified. After all, Yang Mucheng has not shown up for a full year. And many people have already assumed that he has been killed. Now, in order to capture Yang Mucheng, the ancestor of the Yin family has taken away more than 50% of the 1 yuan experts in the Yin family. That Yang Mucheng has the inheritance of the Shinzong. If the Yin family gets it, I am afraid that we will be captured by the Yin family in the future. Suppress it! A great elder said quickly. Ancestor Tuoba chuckled, shook his head and said, It's not that easy. The 7 tribes have blocked the starry sky for such a long time without catching Yang Mucheng. The holy land of the Ghost Clan is not a subordinate tribe of the Yin family. On the contrary, the 2 sides are unrelenting enemies. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. The Ghost Clan holy land will not sit back and watch the Yin family catch Yang Mucheng. The great elder was stunned. He had not thought of this. Although the strength of the 7 clans in the starry sky is quite huge, and many people are even afraid of them, there are also some forces who are not afraid of the power of the 7 clans at all. This Ghost Clan's holy land is one of them. Ancestor, should we also send people to the Ghost Clan's holy land to put pressure? with the Yin family alone. I'm afraid we won't be able to get the Ghost Clan to surrender. The elder hesitated and suggested. It's no use. Ancestor Toba shook his head and said, Don't forget, there is also a Demon Clan ancestral land. Although the Demon Clan and the Ghost Clan are separated from each other, they take care of each other. Once our 7 clans want to deal with the Ghost Clan, the Demon Clan will never give up. Nowadays, the entire starry sky has formed a delicate balance. Under this balance, the 7 tribes have reached some unwritten rules. If the 7 tribes dare to take action against one of the Ghost tribe and the Demon tribe, then the other one will definitely not sit idly by. Of course, the other races hidden in the starry sky will also jump out at the same time. After all, these forces are all grasshoppers on a rope, led by the Demon Clan and the Ghost Clan. Once either of these 2 races is wiped out, there will probably be no more races in the starry sky in the future. Can we just watch helplessly? The great elder said. Ancestor Toba sneered and said, Pass me the command to send people to put pressure on the Ghost Clan and ask them to hand over Yang Machung. Even the Empress of the Ghost Clan cannot suppress the opposing voices within the Ghost Clan's holy land. Under the pressure of the 7 clans joining forces, even the Empress must surrender and hand over Yang Machung. A single move affects the whole body. At this time, the entire starry sky was like this, except for the ancestor of the Yin family, who personally led people to the holy land of the Ghost Clan. The other major clans all sent more or less strong men to put pressure on the Ghost Clan. Of course, this incident also made the Demon Clan's ancestral land extremely nervous. Some of the great demons became more active, as if they were warning the 7 tribes not to act rashly. Except for the Demon Clan. Some small races in the starry sky are also buzzing with cranes and wind, and the vegetation is full of soldiers. Even an idiot can see this imminent situation. If it is not restrained, the second war of all races will be triggered again. For a moment, everyone turned their attention to the starry sky where the Yin family was located. However, Yang Machung, who had caused chaos in the entire starry sky, still didn't know what was going on in the outside world. After killing Yin Chuming and all the descendants of the Yin family, he and Jin Long headed north towards the Ghost Clan's holy land. But this area is like a wild and uncultivated desert, filled with meteorites suspended in the void. And as you go deeper, you can feel the increasingly intense evil spirit. Of course, these evil spirits did not have much impact on Yang Machung. After all, when their cultivation has reached this stage, they are no longer like before. Just inhaling a little bit of other energy will mess up the body and lead to obsession. For Yang Machung and Jin Long, the real trouble for them in this starry sky is the Ghost Clan hiding in this meteorite area. Chapter 1957 Pursuit. You can imagine how difficult it was for the Ghost Clan to carve out a holy land of their own in this galaxy. After all, for the 7 races, they will never sit back and watch another race rise again and prevent them from ruling the entire starry sky. But by the time they discovered it, the Ghost Clan had begun to take shape. Moreover, the location of the Ghost Clan is rather awkward, and they happen to occupy the back garden of the Yin family. Therefore, in order to prevent the rise of the Ghost Clan, the Yin family did not know how many lives were spent. This fragmented meteorite was once a complete galaxy. It was due to the battle that it was completely shattered, forming this wild starry sky terrain. Of course, such a wild galaxy is divided into 2 halves. Half is the periphery, and half is the inner periphery. The outer area is the place where the Yin family's children are trained. Most of them are expelled evil spirits, and some evil warriors, who are not tolerated by the world. As for the inner circle, there are some self-born ghost tribes. To know, the largest part of the Ghost Clan is the Soul Clan. They have lingering resentments and gather together to form. To put it bluntly, they are ghosts. Of course, people are good and evil, and ghosts are also good and bad. Most of the ghost tribes born through killing are evil ghosts. They are like obsessive human warriors who only know how to kill. They constantly devour other similar people to increase their strength. And they are like madmen. Even the holy land of the Ghost Clan would not tolerate this kind of existence. Others have a clear mind and enhance their own strength by absorbing the evil spirit. For the Ghost Clan holy land, what they need is this type of Ghost Clan. Of course, in this wild galaxy, some bone races and corpse races will also be born. The trouble Yang Machung and Jin Long encountered was precisely those evil spirits. Boom! 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 Waves of terrifying crashing sounds kept coming, and a dark ghost snake was seen flying rapidly across the starry sky. Its body is several feet thick and hundreds of meters long. Although this ghost snake is not like a great celestial demon with the same cultivation level, which can easily reach a terrifying size of tens of thousands of feet. You must know that this is the gesture of the ghost snake condensing its body. The body looks like black gel, but it reveals an unimaginable physical appearance. The scales on the body are even more essential for fiber patterns. Wherever it passed, the broken meteorites suspended in the void were unceremoniously smashed into pieces piece by piece. What is even more frightening is that this ghost snake has 2 dragon horns on its head. This posture is different from ordinary ghosts. Holy shit! Boss! Why have you been chasing this guy until now? He's been chasing us for most of the day. And why can't we get rid of him? Listening to the bursts of explosions coming from behind, Jean Long couldn't help but scream. In their eyes, existences like ours with huge energy and blood are as dazzling as the sun at night. They can feel it without looking at it with the naked eye. Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes and spoke calmly. I'm going to kill him! A cold light flashed in Jean Long's eyes, and he was about to turn around and take action. There's no point in killing him. In this area, besides beings like him, there are many powerful guys. They have not taken action, waiting for us to reveal our flaws. Yang Muchung shook his head. Let's get out of here quickly. There are really too many ghosts in this area. If we get entangled, we will be in big trouble. Jean Long gritted his teeth and nodded heavily. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the huge ghost snake let out a roar, and with a terrifying fishy wind, it suddenly swept towards Yang Muchung. After weighing the blood of the true dragon and the energy and blood of Yang Muchung's 5-element spirit body, Ghost Snake hesitated and chose the latter. After all, Yang Muchung's monstrous energy and blood were so huge that even Gui Snake chose the latter without any hesitation. Call! The golden dragon swung its tail and hit a meteorite hard. The meteorite roared out and hit the ghost snake fiercely. Click! The rock had a metallic luster and was far heavier and harder than other meteorites. Being struck by the golden dragon, it suddenly shot out like a powerful crossbow. Such power blasted the ghost clans who were following them from hiding in the dark to pieces on the spot, carving out a path in this land filled with meteorites. The ghost snake didn't even hesitate at all, opened its mouth directly, and chewed up the huge rock in one bite. Just after chewing up the huge rock, the ghost snake let out a roar. First, its body suddenly retracted, and then it exploded like a spring, rushing forward fiercely. Wow! He was like a long black river, flashing out without warning and directly blocking the path of the two of them. Boss! Fighting intent emerged in Jean Long's eyes, and he couldn't help but look at Yang Muchung, and shouted loudly. Fight! Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows and said, This ghost snake has been chasing behind the two of them. If it is not solved, it will be like a maggot in the Tarsus, disturbing their peace. Boom! Appearing in front of the two of them, the ghost snake let out a roar, its bloody mouth still open to the extreme, and it bit Yang Muchung desperately. Facing the ghost snake's densely packed saw-like teeth, Yang Muchung closed his eyes, raised his right hand, and slashed down suddenly. Squeak! The ghost snake's mouth, which was big enough to bite a meteorite, was split in half by Yang Muchung's sword. The beheaded ghost snake also groaned and was immediately chopped from the head to the feet by Yang Muchung. After killing the ghost snake, Yang Muchung and Jean Long did not leave, but stood still. Just a few breaths after Yang Muchung and Jean Long stopped, a shocking aura swept over them quickly, and then the aura dispersed, revealing a ghost tribe with a gloomy face. Why don't you run away? The gloomy-looking ghost clan member looked at Yang Muchung and Jean Long and sneered. He was filled with hatred. The young man and the golden dragon in front of him clearly exuded the aura of only the cultivation of the middle and late eternal periods. But they kept chasing him for so long, and it took him so long. Even his own ghost soldiers and ghost generals have lost track of him. If he hadn't used the ghost snake to entangle these two people, he might have let them escape. It is conceivable that these two guys must have some extremely powerful physical skills. I didn't expect that I could meet a being with such powerful energy and blood here. If I can eat you too, my cultivation will definitely rise to the next level. The ghost man stared at Yang Muchung and said coldly. Chapter 1958 Ghost Slaughter. It's not that easy to deal with us. Looking at the man from the ghost tribe in front of him, Yang Muchung formed a seal with his right hand. Hearing a clang sound, the Xinyuan sword shot out from the center of his eyebrows and flew quickly into his palm. At the same time, the golden dragon also let out a strange cry, took out the dragon's halberd, and looked like he was going to fight for his life. Yang Muchung was also extremely angry. After they entered the inner area, they were stared at by the ghost man in front of them. Of course, According to the tempers of Yang Mucheng and Jin Long, they would not let the other party control them. But the strength of this ghost man was beyond their imagination. Even with 1 against 2, they are no weaker than a disadvantage. And he seems to have great power within this inner circle, and can even mobilize many evil ghost clans. The ghost snake from before was his subordinate. Although the strength of this ghost snake is not very strong, its speed is very terrifying, and it can actually follow the two of them all the time. How could Yang Mucheng, who had been chased all the way, swallow his breath? In this case, we must do nothing without stopping and directly destroy this man from the ghost clan. Ha! It seems you don't know my identity yet. How dare you confront me head on? Seeing the actions of Yang Mucheng and Jin Long, the ghost man was stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter, as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. It doesn't matter who you are? The golden dragon clutched the dragon halberd tightly. Its eyes widened angrily, and the scales all over its body stood up at this moment. And a powerful demonic aura swept out from its body. When this shocking demonic energy erupted, it even brought up a gust of turbulent wind, which directly flew away the suspended stars around, creating a vacuum zone in this area. Yang Mucheng also narrowed his eyes. Holding the Xinyuan sword, he took a step forward and released the inner energy in his body. I saw a turbulence of golden light, and a huge lotus slowly bloomed in the swaying golden light. Who are these two breaths? After all, both sides were strong men in the eternal realm. The aura that erupted this time was so powerful and terrifying that it even directly penetrated this galaxy. Some ghosts with low cultivation level were so frightened that they peed after feeling this aura, and fled away into the distance desperately. However, there were some ghosts who couldn't help but be stunned when they felt this aura. Is it a demonic aura? The other one is internal energy. Isn't this the holy land of the ghost clan? How come humans and demons come here? The area here is already very close to the holy land of the ghost clan. Outside the meteorite area, one can clearly see asteroids that are different from other meteorites. These asteroids are the outposts of the ghost clan's holy land. Once something is discovered, they will pass the news to the holy land as soon as possible. Now, one of the asteroids was aroused by these two huge forces, and even trembled with shock. Feeling these two terrifying forces, the sentries on the asteroid couldn't help but be stunned. Tongue! 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 Some ghosts had already rushed up one after another, turned into streaks of escaping light, and rushed towards the location of the two auras. When they rushed to the place, they couldn't help but be stunned. Oh my god! It's him! When these sentries saw the ghost man, their expressions changed drastically. I didn't expect that after chasing for so long. I actually chased them to the edge. How could the ghost man not feel that there were already several ghost sentries approaching secretly in the darkness? Although he was not afraid of those sentries, he was afraid of the existence in the Holy Land. It seems we have to hurry up. Otherwise, if those guys in the Holy Land know that I appear here, they will immediately send people over to capture me. Feeling the firefly-like aura, the ghost man narrowed his eyes. Boom! With a sneer, the ghost man stepped forward. Suddenly, a monstrous evil spirit swept out of his body desperately like a flood from a broken embankment. This monstrous force rolled over fiercely, like a flood, and hit the auras of Yang Mucheng and Jin Long without any scruples. Boom! The terrifying momentum was crushing, like several hurricanes that destroyed the world, colliding hard together, and even tore apart the surrounding space. Surrounding the three sides, there were even shocking storms from all directions. The gusts of wind blasted away quickly, tearing apart the meteorites suspended in all directions. Feeling the explosion of momentum, the expressions of the ghost sentinels changed drastically. Quick! Go and inform the Empress! Ghost 2 appears! A sentry captain shouted in panic, feeling the terrifying and sinister aura erupted by the man from the ghost clan. The sentinels in the dark were already trembling with fear. They even lost the courage to stay where they were. After hearing the words of the sentry leader, they immediately turned towards the ghost clan. Escape from the Holy Land. Want to leave? This ghost man's cultivation has reached eternal perfection. The strength surpasses everyone too much. It was precisely for this reason that Yang Mucheng and Jin Long chose to avoid fighting. At this moment, the ghost man glanced at the sentries, who were trying to escape. The moment his momentum reached its peak, he quickly swung forward. Hula! A terrifying evil spirit rose from the ground crazily. At this moment, it seemed that a huge wave of air was rising. Almost in an instant, it had already crossed the entire starry sky, and even more so in an instant, it had already hit the ghost sentinel hard. The strength of those Ghost Clan sentries has just reached the Nirvana realm and can transcend the stars. How can they be the opponent of this Ghost Clan man? Wherever the evil spirit passed, it was like a wild wave sweeping across, killing the ghost sentries on the spot in an instant. Are you called Ghost Slayer? Hearing the voice of the ghost sentry earlier, Jin Long couldn't help but narrowed his eyes and looked at the ghost man in front of him. You know me? The ghost man showed a hint of astonishment, obviously not expecting that Jin Long had heard of his name. Who is Gatu? Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes and asked in a low voice. A traitor to the holy land of the ghost tribe. Jin Long endured the half-smiling look from the other party and slowly explained to Yang Muchung. This guy disobeyed the orders of the Ghost Empress and secretly killed ordinary people to use their souls to practice and increase his own strength. But the Empress finally found out about this, and he escaped from the holy land of the Ghost Clan. Jin Long whispered. Chapter 1959, The Terrifying Ghost Slaughter. Hearing Jin Long mention himself, Guitu's face suddenly darkened. That bitch. The Empress. What does she know? When I conquered this holy land of the Ghost Clan, I massacred countless people. Now that her position has been consolidated, she now wants to attack heroes like us. I just killed a few people to refine magic weapons, and that bitch actually wants to drive me out of the holy land. Guitu snorted coldly, obviously filled with resentment. Hearing what the other party said, Yang Muchung and Jin Long couldn't help but look at each other. But neither spoke. With a cultivation level like Guitu's, I'm afraid the magic weapon he wants to refine cannot be made by just a few people. But Ghost 2 didn't intend to explain anything to Yang Muchung and Jin Long, but looked over with a sneer on his face. You two are just unlucky to have met me. I also advise you not to struggle, so as not to suffer any more physical pain. Your energy and blood are just enough for me to practice, and your souls are just enough for me to complete the final refining of the magic weapon. Hearing Guitu's words, Jin Long and Yang Muchung looked at each other and were both shocked. Zheng! At this moment, Yang Muchung's body was filled with overwhelming inner energy, and Jin Long's body was also filled with terrifying demonic aura. Under the crushing force of Ghost 2, both sides used all their strength at this moment. War! Even if you are a Ghost Slayer, even if you are a traitor to the holy land of the Ghost Clan, even if you are an eternal and powerful man, it is impossible for Yang Muchung and Jin Long to capture them obediently. Do you want to practice with chi and blood, or use your soul to refine magic weapons? Dream. You really can't cry without seeing the coffin. Looking at the performances of Yang Muchung and Jin Long, Guitu sneered and his voice suddenly became deeper. If that's the case, then you just have to die. Bang! 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 Guitu flicked his right hand, and 7 gray-white beads flew directly into the air. Then, with a pinch of his right hand, the 7 gray-white beads, which were originally the size of mung beans, seemed to grow endlessly, and in an instant they were as big as asteroids. On these 7 beads, there was a gloomy ghostly aura, mixed with a terrifying power, and they crushed towards Yang Muchung and Jin Long. These 7 beads transformed into meteors. They were extremely fast, and with the sound of a roaring hurricane, they crushed them in front of the two of them in an instant. Seeing this terrifying attack, Yang Muchung's expression changed. This is somewhat similar to the 9 transformations of stars he had encountered before. But the other party is just a powerful Tai, and the 9 stars are only transformed from the internal energy. Their power is many times more powerful than the asteroid transformed from these 7 gray beads. Yang Muchung's eyes narrowed slightly. The moment the 7 asteroids hit, the Xinyuan sword in his hand shook rapidly, bringing up a monstrous sword light and crushing towards the 7 asteroids. At the same time, the golden dragon also let out a roar, and quickly danced the dragon halberd in its hand. And then the surging demonic energy transformed into a monstrous golden light. Then, the attacks between the two sides were fiercely bombarded. Boom! 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 Under the huge impact, the joint attack of Yang Muchung and Jin Long was completely shattered by these 7 asteroids. What's more, the powerful impact directly hit the bodies of Yang Muchung and Jin Long, knocking them away and spurting out a large mouthful of blood. The 7 asteroids actually didn't stop in the air at all. And then, they were already crushing quickly and fiercely bombarding Jin Long and Yang Muchung. Holy crap. What kind of beads are these? Jin Long was dumbfounded. And for a moment, he couldn't believe that he and Yang Muchung couldn't even resist the opponent's bombardment. Yang Muchung also had a stern look on his face. He didn't care to wipe away the blood from the corner of his mouth. He grabbed the astonished golden dragon and directly activated the void transit to the extreme, disappearing on the spot. The moment they left, 7 asteroids were already crushing in quickly, exploding the entire space. And those 7 asteroids turned quietly in midair and returned behind Gui-2. What kind of magic weapon is this? Seeing the beads return to their original size after returning to Gui-2, Yang Muchung could not help but narrow his eyes. Before that, he thought that after he killed Yan Chuming, Yang Muchung would be more or less arrogant in his heart. When facing this ghost slaughter, one would somewhat underestimate the enemy. Now after fighting against this ghost butcher, it was as if he was facing a sudden blow, and he completely came back to his senses. There are many powerful people in this starry sky. Thinking of this, Yang Muchung's expression immediately became more natural. Are you able to dodge this blow? Looking at Yang Muchung and Jin Long dodging his attack, Gui-2 had a hint of surprise in his eyes. In his opinion, Yang Muchung and Jin Long could be killed with just one blow. But immediately, Gui-2 sneered. So what if you can dodge this blow? I don't believe that you can dodge this time, and the next time. Report. On the sentry star, a panicked ghost clan stumbled into the sentry post. This star belongs to the inner circle. The ghost clan that can station on this star are naturally not those ordinary sentinels. One of the young-looking ghost tribesmen saw the panicked sentinel rushing into the hall. He frowned and shouted, "What's so alarming? Didn't you see Master Axiana practicing?" Above the main hall, there is a girl in white sitting. She is spotless and looks like a fairy. However, she has a sense of distance that prevents strangers from entering, making people afraid to approach her. If Yang Muchung were here, he would definitely recognize that the other party was Arsenal. When the sentry heard the young ghost's words, he suddenly trembled and showed a hint of fear. Tell me, what's going on? Axiana slowly opened his eyes. I remember that you were responsible for guarding the sentry post on the first level. Do you know what the crime is if you leave the sentry post for no reason? There was a hint of fear on the sentry's face. He naturally knew the punishment for leaving his post without permission. And he quickly said, Lord Exenu, it's not that I left my post without permission, but something happened to the starry sky in front of me. Ghost 2 appears. What? When the sentry mentioned the word ghost slaughter, Axiana's face was shocked. So what if he shows up? The young ghost tribe said slowly and leisurely. Ghost 2 is insidious and cunning. The Empress has been trying to capture him for so long, but he still managed to escape. Even if we rush there now, it's still too late. The sentry quickly shouted. No. Ghost 2 seems to have a new target. He stopped a human warrior named Yang Muchung outside the sentry post. And a 5-clawed golden dragon. Tongue. As soon as he finished speaking, Arsenal stood up from his seat with shock on his face. Chapter 1960 Love. Did you hear it wrong? Did you read it wrong? Is it really Yang Muchung? Is it really a 5-clawed golden dragon? Arsenal stood up directly. Even his voice was full of excitement. Everyone in the hall couldn't help but have a hint of surprise in their eyes, because they had never seen Axianu in such a posture. Yes! The sentry post couldn't help but jump when Arsenal asked this unexpected question. He tried hard to recall it, and after confirming that it was 100% correct, he nodded heavily and said, Lord Exenu, I am sure that it is correct. Our sentry found out that Gui-2 has been chasing them for a long time. With their strength, they are probably no match for Gui-2. Should we take action? Take action? At this time, the young ghost clan sneered and said, Ghost 2 is the guy that the Empress wants to capture personally. His strength has reached eternal perfection, especially his 7-star bone bead, which is even more powerful. Even the Empress has said that once you encounter a ghost slaughter, you must notify the Holy Land as soon as possible and send people to capture him. Those 2 people can only be considered unlucky. Tongue. As soon as he finished speaking, Axiana stood up and turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the fighting position ahead. The moment she rushed out of the sentry post, she took out a bone flute and blew it gently. Suddenly, a link sound wave swept out, and the billowing sound wave spread to the extreme. Roar! Almost at the same time, a shocking dragon roar suddenly came from the sentry post. I saw a huge figure rising rapidly into the sky. I saw that it was actually a huge bone dragon, flapping its wings and carrying the biting cold wind. Like a white lightning, it had already arrived at the feet of Axianu in a roar. Did you hear that? The master is back. Axiana patted the bone dragon's head excitedly, stared straight ahead, and couldn't help but murmured, Master, please don't let anything happen to you. Seeing Axiana rushing out of the hall without even the slightest hesitation, Everyone couldn't help but be stunned. Especially the young ghost tribe, who was chatting casually before, and was full of fear of ghost slaughter, had his eyes widened and his jaw dropped. As if he couldn't believe what he saw. To know. Axiano is the object of admiration of many ghost tribes in the holy land of the ghost tribe. But no matter who pursues her, she always has an iceberg attitude and rejects people thousands of miles away. It was as if nothing could affect her. But now, the other party's panicked posture seemed as if the most beloved thing was about to be destroyed. Suddenly, the young ghost tribe reacted suddenly. He remembered that it seemed that Arsenal suddenly became nervous after hearing the name Yang Machung. Thinking of this, he quickly looked at the ghost tribe aside and said, "Who is this Yang Machung?" "Lord Hingming. Yang Machung was the one who destroyed the branch of the Nangong clan." At this time, there was a ghost clanman beside him, saying cautiously, "It's him." The young ghost named Hingming was suddenly stunned. When Hingming heard this name, he felt it was quite familiar, but he just didn't think of it for a while. After all, he didn't think that this guy who had disappeared for a whole year would actually reappear. And he also came to the holy land of the ghost clan. "Lord Hingming, what should we do next?" The ghost sentry who rushed back to report looked at Axiano, who rushed out, and then at Hingming, and couldn't help but ask aloud, "Idiot! What else can you do? Go back to the holy land and inform the Empress that the ghost slayer has appeared." Hingming heard the sentry's question and slapped the sentry unceremoniously on the face with his backhand, sending him flying straight away. After taking a look at the other people in the hall who were still in shock, Hingming quickly shouted, "What are you people doing standing still? Come out with me! Tongue! Tongue! Tongue!" Immediately, figures followed Hingming quickly, chasing in the direction where Ashian knew left. Everyone present looked a little unhappy. Hingming is one of Axiano's suitors, which has long been known to everyone in the Ghost Clan Holy Land. Although everyone knew the origin of Axiano, no one took Yang Machung seriously. After all, Yang Machung had not appeared for so long. People in the Ghost Clan Holy Land had the same idea as the people outside, thinking that Yang Machung was hiding in a corner of the starry sky and did not dare to show his face. But who would have thought that the other party has actually arrived at the holy land of the Ghost Clan? "Lord Hingming, you don't have to worry. Although Yang Machung and Jin Long are very powerful, Ghost 2 is even stronger. By the time we get there, Ghost 2 may have already killed Yang Machung." "Yes." Hearing his men's words, Hingming couldn't help but his eyes lit up with a proud look. No matter how much Ashian Nu fell in love with Yang Machung, wouldn't Yang Muchung's death be an opportunity for him? "Good. This is an opportunity for me." Hingming couldn't help but show a hint of joy in his eyes. If Yang Machung is killed on the spot, Arsenal will definitely be heartbroken. Then he can take advantage of it and impress Arsenal. Thinking of this, Hingming became more and more excited. "Even if you can escape once, how many times can you escape?" Looking at Yang Machung coldly, a trace of disdain flashed in Gatu's eyes. "It's over." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly sank, and he flicked his right hand again. Boom! 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 Immediately, the 7 gray beads erupted with a burst of terrifying gray light, and then they began to crush towards the location of Yang Machung and Jin Long again. The power and speed of this explosion were even faster than before, and they were already in front of Yang Machung with almost no gap. The terrifying rapid bombardment crushed the surrounding air and exploded like crazy. "Let's see how you hide!" A cold light flashed in Guitu's eyes, and huge sinister energy poured into the gray beads. Suddenly, the gray beads became larger and larger, even more terrifying and huge than the previous asteroid. The 7 beads crushed past, triggering the void and quietly sealing off the surrounding space. "Escape? You underestimate me, Yang Mu, don't you?" Looking at the 7 crushed beads, Yang Machung opened his eyes angrily and formed a seal with his right hand. The next moment, the light in his eyebrows shined brightly, and a green light suddenly shot out. Chapter 1961. Long time no see. "Call!" Green light burst out, and the 5th grade Qinglian platform was already blasting out rapidly. "Big, big, big!" The moment it burst out, Yang Machung clasped his hands together. His tongue was like a lotus flower, and he started drinking violently. Every time he drank, the Qinglian terrace suddenly doubled in size. In an instant, the green lotus platform was transformed into something no less than 7 asteroids. "Humph! These 7 of mine are 10,000 bone pearls. Do you want to compete with them? See how I destroy your magic weapon." Looking at Yang Muchung's moves, Guitu's eyes flashed with disdain. I saw his right hand pointing forward quickly. And immediately, a more intense and powerful evil spirit than before was poured directly into the 7 gray beads. Time. The speed and power of these 7 gray beads suddenly increased by 1 level, and they headed towards Qinglian Terrace to suppress them. The 2 breaths collided fiercely, and bursts of terrifying space explosions suddenly erupted. Then, the 7 beads hit the Qinglian platform one by one. Gui2 sneered in his heart. He was confident that this move could break Yang Muqing's moves and seriously injure the opponent. Notice. Each of his 7 beads was condensed from corpse bones and fused with wrong souls. Although it is called 10,000 bone beads, there are actually not just 10,000 bones, but the number has even reached tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. The hardness of each bead even exceeds that of ordinary asteroids. When they collide, even an asteroid can be smashed into pieces. Not to mention just an ordinary lotus platform. But Gui2 was wrong. What Yang Muchum controlled was not an ordinary Qinglian Terrace. Boom! 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 Just like a terrifying scene erupting like the creation of the universe. I saw the Qinglian platform slamming into the 10,000 bone pearls. The terrifying impact force directly exploded the first 10,000 bone pearl. What? Seeing this scene, Gui2 almost bit off his tongue. However, the next moment, Yang Muqing's eyes widened angrily, and he suddenly made a seal, Kingly Anti, which was slightly stagnant after smashing the first 10,000 bone pearl. Did not pause at all. Instead, it pressed forward fiercely at an even more terrifying speed than before. Boom! 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 The second 10,000 bone pearl explodes. The third one. The fourth one. The fifth one. The sixth one. The 10,000 bone pearl, which was as huge as an asteroid, was instantly smashed into pieces and turned into endless broken bones. It was torn into pieces on the spot by the hurricane that erupted during the collision. Not good! Gui2 looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Letting out a low roar, he quickly formed a seal, and suddenly a billowing evil energy boiled up and condensed in the sky above him. The gray fog was billowing and surging, looking like a ferocious skull from a distance. And this surging evil spirit, after a brief stagnation, poured desperately into the last 10,000 bone pearl like a tide. Zhang! At this moment, Wang Guju suddenly trembled and burst out with a dazzling gray light. Under this terrifying gray light, the 10,000 bone pearls rolled up and directly hit the Qinglian platform that was rushing towards it. Boom! Suddenly, a huge roar suddenly erupted. In the terrifying explosion, there was even a wave of air visible to the naked eye. This monstrous wave of air even blasted all the meteorites within their sight into powder. Feeling this monstrous hurricane, the golden dragon's complexion changed slightly. It quickly raised the dragon's halberd and struck it suddenly, directly splitting the monstrous hurricane that was coming towards it. Then, Jinlong immediately looked forward. In that explosion, an endless aura erupted. In that spiritual light, 2 figures suddenly retreated toward the rear. One of them is naturally Yang Muchung, and the other is Gitu. Seeing this scene, both the golden dragon and the ghost sentinels hiding in the dark opened their eyes wide and couldn't believe it. Yang Muchung was repulsed and even killed by the ghost too, which was not too unexpected for everyone. But now, Yang Muchung was not killed by Gui2's 10,000 bone pearls, but actually drove Gui2 back. This is beyond everyone's expectations. How can this be? Those are Gitu's 10,000 bone pearls. 7 of them were in a row, and 6 of them were directly smashed by him. This kid is too powerful. He can actually fight against Ghost Slaughter. Looking at the 10,000 bone pearls that were directly smashed into pieces in midair, all the ghosts couldn't help but let out a burst of exclamations. Damn it! The retreating ghost too stopped his violent retreat and looked at the opponent with a gloomy expression. Although the last 10,000 bone pearl withstood the impact of the Qinglian platform, this 10,000 bone pearl also exploded with an obvious crack. Obviously, it can no longer be used again. He struck with all his strength, but instead of being able to kill Yang Muchung, he was stopped by the opponent. This made Gui2 look a little ugly. However, even if you block my attack, I'm afraid you won't feel very comfortable. Looking at Yang Muchung with a sneer, Gui2's eyes were full of anger. Being pushed to such an extent by a young boy made him furious. But, when he saw the Qinglian Terrace that also flew back and even became a little transparent in color, Gui2's face suddenly showed a trace of greed. This lotus platform of yours can be considered a good treasure if it can block my 10,000 bone pearls. It's a pity that it's such a waste for you to use this treasure. Now! It belongs to me! Roar! At this moment, a shocking dragon roar resounded quickly and violently. Listening to this familiar dragon roar, both Yang Mucheng and Jin Long couldn't help but were suddenly startled, and quickly looked towards the source of the sound. Seeing this, everyone suddenly showed a look of excitement. If the person coming is not Arsenal, who else could it be? Now, in the holy land of the Ghost Clan, the three people who were separated at the beginning are reunited. If you want to kill my master, you have to ask me if I agree. Axiana held the Xianming war spear and stepped on the war dragon, staring at the ghost slaughter. Arsenal! When Gui Tu saw Xian knew, he was startled for a moment, and his expression suddenly became extremely ugly. I will never forget that it was you, the woman, who led countless ghosts to chase me out of the ghost holy land. I didn't expect that you would dare to appear in front of me now. If that's the case, then I'll kill you too. Looking at Xian Nu who had arrived, Gui Tu's expression turned completely gloomy. He let out a violent roar, and the evil energy billowing all over his body had already exploded to the extreme. Looking at Yang Mucheng, Gui Tu said, If you think that I only have a magic weapon, like the 10,000 bone pearls, you are wrong. Chapter 1962 Soul Calling Flag. Boom! Before he finished speaking, Gui Tu waved his right hand, and a black flag that was as tall as two people suddenly appeared in his hand. There is nothing on the flag, but it appears extremely strange. I saw Gui Tu grabbing the flag with both hands and flipping it up suddenly, causing a sharp and harsh sound. If you listen carefully, you will find that it is not the sound of wind, but the roar of 100 ghosts walking at night. No! The soul-calling flag! Seeing Gitu's actions, Axiana's expression suddenly changed. To know, it was for the purpose of refining this soul-calling flag that Gui Tu was discovered by the Empress, who wanted to take him down and execute him. How could the magic weapon that made the Empress so angry be ordinary? I saw Gui Tu move his hands, and the black web on the soul-calling flag suddenly became twisted, as if it were a wide-open door to H.L. Evil ghosts with ferocious faces were already roaring and killing from the soul-calling flag. He came out and charged towards the three of them fiercely. The ghosts that emerged from the soul-calling flags were actually endless, as if there were billions of them. There are still some ghosts who have not even had time to condense their ghost bodies. Obviously, these are all powerful ghosts refined by ordinary people. Boom! Wails, cries, screams, and roars continued to resound. The moment these fierce ghosts rushed out, they were already like black clouds covering the sky and the sun, rushing towards the three of them. These fierce ghosts made from human beings are extremely ferocious, and will kill all living creatures. It's simply an unforgivable crime. Yang Mucheng snorted coldly. Although he had killed countless people, he had never dealt with ordinary people. Facing this endless evil ghost, Yang Mucheng swung his right hand, and the Xinyuan sword brought out a monstrous sword light. He saw countless evil spirits from heaven and earth pouring in quickly, forming a handle directly around him. Long sword. Then, these evil swords transformed into evil energy quickly, and fiercely bombarded the fierce ghosts that were sweeping over the sky. Roar! The golden dragon was also furious. It directly sacrificed the dragon halberd in its hand, and let out a roar. The dragon's halberd flying into the sky emitted a large dazzling golden light as the billowing demonic energy poured into it. The golden light surged across, and the wandering dragon war halberd turned into a golden mad dragon. With a flick of its tail, it rushed out directly. At the same time that Yang Mucheng and Jin Long took action, Arsenal also took action at the same time. She stomped her foot lightly, and the bone dragon under her feet roared and made an inhaling movement. In the turbulent air current, only pieces of frost and snowflakes were seen, forming rapidly in its big mouth. Pieces of snowflakes rotated at high speed in its mouth, as if it could cut the air into a vacuum. From a distance, it looks like a mini blizzard condensed to the extreme. When the blizzard reached its peak, the bone dragon suddenly opened its mouth and spat out. Immediately, a monstrous cold current roared towards the front. The fierce ghosts charging towards him were frozen on the spot. But under the attacks of Jin Long and Yang Mucheng, these hundreds of millions of fierce ghosts were unable to get close. Humph! This guy's soul-calling flag is nothing more than that. Seeing that Li Gui was blocked from a circle, and could not even get close to him within 10 feet, Jin Long couldn't help but smile proudly, with a hint of disdain on his face. Yang Mucheng also showed a hint of suspicion. This soul-calling banner looks terrifying, but in fact it is not even as powerful as the previous 10,000 bone pearls. Everyone, be careful. The power of this soul-calling flag is not limited to this. Seeing that everyone was slacking off, Arsenal quickly reminded them. Almost as soon as Xiandu finished speaking, he saw Guitu sneer, and he suddenly raised his hands. And for a moment, the huge soul-calling flag seemed to cut open the space in front of him. Roar! In the cut space, a shocking roar erupted, and a terrifying existence exuding a terrifying and sinister aura sprang out directly from the torn space. Although these existences that jumped out were much smaller than the previous fierce ghosts, their strength has been improved by several levels. Ghost 2 is using these ghosts to make ghost goo. Seeing the slightly surprised expressions on Yang Maicheng and Jin Long's faces, Axiana said quickly, "This is a very cruel method of refining magic weapons." It was precisely because she knew that Gitu was secretly refining ghost goo that the Empress became angry and wanted to drive him out of the Holy Land. Before Axiana could finish his explanation, the evil ghosts with ferocious faces were already rushing toward the three of them again, with bursts of roaring sounds. The strength of these evil ghosts has increased many times compared to before, and they can even resist the attacks of three people. Ding! 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 Yang Wuqing's evil sword bombarded the bodies of these evil ghosts. Not only was it unable to smash the bodies of the evil spirits, but it actually erupted with bursts of impact sounds. Every crash is accompanied by turbulent sparks. It was as if the bodies of these evil spirits were forged from fine iron. And the huge war dragon transformed by the golden dragon using the dragon's halberd was not as bold as before, blasting the evil ghosts to pieces. Those evil ghosts that were not blasted to pieces were like ants, constantly climbing up the body of the dragon's halberd and biting it. From a distance, it was actually a dense and squirming mass, which made people's scalp hairy. Numb. Facing Arsenal's blizzard, these evil spirits' counterattacks became more fierce and tough. I saw these evil ghosts facing the oncoming blizzard, directly spewing out waves of terrifying evil ghost energy, actually suppressing this layer of blizzard. And it was like an overwhelming black cloud. The pressure came until Axiana flew into the air, and was able to escape the evil ghost's counterattack. Hee hee. If I capture you and imprison you in my soul-summoning banner, you will definitely be able to refine a more powerful existence by then. His eyes kept scanning back and forth on Yang Maicheng, Jin Long and Axianu. And Guitu laughed coldly. Axianu, you hunted me before, and made me run away like a bereaved dog. Don't worry. I won't kill you so easily. I will tease you hard. I will make you the goddess in the eyes of everyone in the Holy Land of the Ghost Clan. Beg for mercy on my asshole. Listening to Gitu's dirty words, Axiana suddenly became furious. She suddenly grabbed the Xianming battle spear with her right hand and formed a sealed Ju. Just hearing a clang, a monstrous evil spirit was already billowing crazily from her body, and the Xianming war spear also transformed into a huge gun shadow outside her body. As the surging evil energy poured in, the war spear became clearer and clearer. Chapter 1963 Join forces to attack and kill. Boom! As the huge gun shadow formed, the terrifying hurricane roared with rapid turmoil. The terrifying aura killed the little devil on the spot. Then, when the gun shadow was condensed to the extreme, it shot out with a bang. Bang! 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 In an instant, all the evil spirits summoned were killed on the spot by this terrifying gun shadow. Take action! Looking at the angry Axianu, Yang Wuqing's eyes flashed with a chill. With a pinch of his right hand, his fingers quickly gathered in front of him, pulling the evil energy from the heaven and earth to roll in. Compared with the smooth and peaceful spiritual energy, the characteristics of evil energy are more cold. Of course, moves constructed with evil energy are often more sinister and terrifying. Now, Yang Maicheng used this sinister energy to condense a huge soul-destroying seal. Boom! The moment the Juhun Tianin appeared, a terrifying pressure was like a mountain peak, crushing down quickly. As this terrifying coercion appeared, the evil ghosts around him were crushed and exploded. Go! Then, at the moment when the Juhun Heavenly Seal was condensed, Yang Maicheng slowly pushed with his right hand. Time. All he saw was that the Juhun Heavenly Seal was already slowly blasting forward. Look at me! Seeing that Yang Maicheng and Xiandu had already brought out their killing moves, Jin Long couldn't help but start making serious moves. It quickly raised its claws and formed seals in front of it. With the turmoil of the mark, I saw its billowing demonic energy jumping to the extreme. And with the movement of the golden dragon inhaling, pieces of golden lightning quickly appeared in front of its big mouth with exposed fangs. Form. Countless lightnings jumped crazily, but were immediately suppressed by a more powerful demonic energy. When this burst of demonic energy gathered together, the terrifying lightning actually formed a golden electric ball the size of a fist. Then, the golden dragon spit out forcefully, and the golden electric ball flew out. The joint attacks of the three parties instantly caused the ferocious and terrifying evil spirits that filled the void to melt as fast as the spring snow and the scorching sun. And some existences were even shattered like bubbles by the bombardment. Kill! There were bursts of cold drinks. That monstrous attack was already crushing down crazily in the blink of an eye, crushing hard towards Gita's body. Ha ha! You guys also want to kill me? Seeing this terrifying crushing attack, Guitu burst out laughing. I saw that he didn't panic at all, and quickly swung the soul-summoning flag in his hand. As the soul-calling flag danced, time and space seemed to have stopped at this moment, and the soul-summoning flag in his hand suddenly grew in size at this moment. With a roaring sound, directly wrapping his whole body in it. Boom! 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 A series of terrifying explosions came quickly. Even the space where the explosion occurred was completely torn apart at this moment. Has it been killed? Seeing that the space in front of him was even distorted, Jin Long couldn't help but widen his eyes. Look! They're still fighting there! In the distance, the sound of an explosion was heard. Hengming was suddenly heartbroken and quickly looked towards the source of the sound. When he saw Jin Long, Ashian Nu, and Yang Muqing's combined attacks, they actually bombarded Guitu's body and even completely tore apart the starry sky where Guitu was located. Especially when he saw Yang Muqing, who was standing next to Xianu, dressed in a big black robe and extremely chic. There was even more unconcealable jealousy in his eyes. Did he kill Gita? This is too strong! Feeling the power of the explosion ahead, every ghost clan that came over couldn't help but change their expressions drastically. However, at this moment, Yang Muqing frowned slightly, as if he couldn't believe it. The next moment, his expression suddenly changed and he shouted loudly, "No! Get away quickly!" As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately waved his hand, and a monstrous inner energy swept out of his body, transforming into a huge curtain, and directly rolled up the golden dragon and Xianu. This huge internal energy directly took Jin Long and Xianu away, disappearing from the same place, and appeared hundreds of miles away. Almost at the moment when Yang Muqing used void transit, an even more terrifying wave of power came from the place where the explosion occurred. After hearing a burst of laughter, Guitu quickly grabbed the soul-calling flag in his hand and suddenly started to stir. Wow! A terrifying sound suddenly resounded. And then, they saw a dark light surging, and the soul-summoning flags quickly started to shake. The previous attacks from three parties were actually intercepted by Ghost 2 Shengsheng with the soul-summoning flags. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions changed drastically. What? Someone is here again! Looking at Hengming and other ghost tribes who arrived later, Guitu's expression became more and more gloomy. In his opinion, it would be easy to kill Yang Muqing and others, but who would have thought that it would be delayed for so long? Which made him feel that his face was dull. If we continue to delay, those beings in the ancestral land will soon learn about my appearance. If those strong men of the One Yuan realm appear, I may not be able to escape. With a thought in his heart, Guitu's fighting spirit was greatly reduced. Although his fighting spirit has been greatly reduced, this does not mean that he intends to let the opponent go. Get out of my way! With a chill in his eyes, he grabbed the soul-calling flag with both hands and turned it suddenly. Suddenly, a fishy wind was blown away by him. On the spot, the starry sky was already filled with fishy wind and flying sand and rocks. The ghost soldiers who came later felt the wind passing through their bodies like a knife. Some ghosts with low cultivation were completely torn apart in this fishy wind on the spot. What? There was a trace of horror in Hengming's eyes. Facing this fishy wind, he immediately sacrificed a strange-looking animal bone. As the animal bone appeared, a transparent black shadow emerged directly from the animal bone. The huge black shadow actually looked like a big sky demon. When it appeared in front of Hengming like a shield. The other ghost tribes also sacrificed a bone in a learned manner. Certainly, the bones they sacrificed were not as powerful as Hengming's, but they quickly stirred up the figures of monsters, or the figures of some strong men, appeared directly in front of them, blocking the formation for them. The attack of the fishy wind. Looking at the ghosts who came after them, they completely lost the ability to fight, and could only resist with just a casual wave of their soul-calling flag. A disdainful smile suddenly appeared on Gita's face. Xianu, you have been chasing me for so long. I will attack you first today. Then his eyes turned. Guitu's cold eyes were already fixed on Xianu. Chapter 1964 Catch. Boom! Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Gu2 stepped forward. The moment he took this step, his whole body seemed to shrink into an inch, and he quickly rushed in. Almost in an instant, he flew in front of Axiano. At the same time, he grabbed forward with his right hand. Boom! The billowing evil energy surged rapidly, and formed a huge palm directly above Axiano's head. Then, the moment the palm formed, it was already crushing down to the extreme, and it was grabbing hard towards Axiano. Quickly retreat! Looking at the huge palm he had captured, Axiano looked aside, and did not dare to confront it head-on. I saw her yelling softly, and she was already controlling the bone dragon under her feet to avoid it quickly. Roar! Feeling the terrifying gesture of Gu2's fierce grasp, Bone Dragon couldn't help but change his expression. Quickly flapped his wings, and swept backwards quickly. Want to escape? Do you think it's possible? Looking at Axiano's actions, Gu2 couldn't help but sneered. Back then, you followed the Empress, but you hunted me down so hard. Now I will let you experience my power. Eyes widened angrily. Suddenly, the rolling evil energy exploded at this moment. Suddenly and violently, pouring into the big grey palm desperately. Then, this big grey palm became even larger under the rapid pouring, and even completely blocked the starry sky. This terrifying palm quickly grabbed it, and from a distance, it looked like a sealed birdcage. And Axiano and the bone dragon at her feet are the existences sealed in this birdcage. Let go! Seeing Gu2 directly attacking Xiannu, Jin Long suddenly fell into rage. It let out a roar, and quickly waved the dragon's halberd in its hand. Zheng! The rolling demonic energy pours down desperately, pouring into the dragon's halberd quickly. Then, Gu2 suddenly waved. Wow! Suddenly, a turbulent and violent wind swept over. A golden halberd swept across the starry sky and grabbed directly towards the ghost claw. Get away! I'll catch her first, and then I'll kill you! Seeing the golden dragon interfering, Gu2 gave a cold shout, held the soul-calling flag in his right hand, and waved it at the same time. Ouch! A sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling quickly resounded. All he saw was that the monstrous evil spirit rushed out at that moment. In the billowing evil energy, a pitch-black ghost blade formed, and then it swept out in the same way. Clang! The two terrifying forces collided fiercely, and a harsh sound erupted. The great halberd that the golden dragons gathered together was completely shattered on the spot like glass in the terrifying battle. The ghost blade paused for a moment, then headed towards the golden dragon to attack the golden dragon desperately. This scene frightened the golden dragon so much that he did not dare to neglect, and quickly summoned a tortoise SH-L to protect him. The terrifying ghost blade that erupted with a terrifying wailing sound hit the tortoise SH-L hard, and finally exploded completely. Although the tortoise SH-L blocked most of the attacks of the ghost blade, its power still exploded violently, causing the golden dragon to spit out a mouthful of blood and retreat violently. Snort! Almost at the same time as Jin Long took action, Yang Mucheng also took a step forward, directly using the void transit to come to Axiano, and led Axiano to escape from the starry sky. Almost as soon as they escaped, the huge ghost claws suddenly retracted, and the terrifying 5 fingers quickly converged, and even completely grabbed the space and exploded. It seems that it is not that easy to deal with other people without killing you. Narrowing his eyes, Gu2 looked at Yang Mucheng coldly. If that's the case, then I'll kill you first. Wow! As soon as he finished speaking, Gu2 started to wave the soul-calling flag in his hand. At this moment, the billowing evil energy was poured into the soul-calling flag. Then, under the frantic dancing of the soul-calling flag, a ferocious-looking skeleton was poured upside down. Then, at the same time that the skeleton was formed, it flew out and charged towards Yang Mucheng fiercely. If you want to kill me, even the 7 clans can't do it. Just because you are a traitor to the holy land of the ghost tribe? Looking at the ghost 2 making moves, looking at the skull head that was charging madly, as if it was about to swallow the sky and the earth. Yang Mucheng's eyes widened angrily, and he took a step forward. Boom! At this moment, the inner energy suppressed in his body also burst out at the same time. The surging and powerful internal energy directly rolled up Axiano, and sent him to a safe location 100 miles away. Then, Yang Mucheng made a sealed Ju with his right hand, and heard a crisp sword cry. Then he saw the Xinyuan sword spinning rapidly in front of him, and Yang Mucheng's monstrous inner energy also poured into Xinyuan's sword at this moment. As the inner energy poured in, Xinyuan's sword became extremely dazzling. That is he planning to fight with you too? This kid is simply looking for death. You know, this Ghost Slayer is a traitor who slipped under the Empress' nose. How can he fight against him? Seeing that Yang Muchung was actually fighting against the Ghost Butcher, all the Ghost clansmen present were completely shocked. They know the strength of Ghost Slaughter better than anyone else. Now, Gui Tu used all his strength. Under this crazy outburst, everyone changed their minds, and even hated their parents for having 2 legs. But when Yang Muchung faced such a terrifying attack from Gui Tu, he still attacked without giving in. How could this not shock everyone? It's just looking for death. Looking at Yang Muchung, who refused to give in to the Ghost Butcher, and even made direct moves, Hung Ming's eyes flashed with a hint of sneer and ridicule. That's so arrogant! A boy from the middle of eternity dares to compete with me. I will swallow your flesh, blood and bones today. Seeing Yang Muchung making moves without giving in, Gui Tu's eyes suddenly flashed with anger. To know, with his cultivation level, it would be easy to kill someone of this level. But this kid has actually been resisting himself until this point. With great anger in his heart, he violently formed a seal, and a roar erupted from the soul-summoning flag. Under the billowing evil energy, the huge and terrifying skeleton became more ferocious and terrifying. It already opened its big mouth and fiercely engulfed Yang Muchung. At the moment when the terrifying skeleton was swallowed up, Yang Muchung also used the Xinyuan sword at the same time. Zheng! At this moment, the crisp sound of swords resounded through the sky. Chapter 1965 Empress. In the moment when the shocking sound of the sword resounded, everyone saw only an extremely bright sword light, roaring out like a divine axe that created the world. Under the shocked eyes, this terrifying attack between the 2 sides directly bombarded each other. In everyone's eyes, this was supposed to be a shocking blow, but it was actually silent. At the moment of collision, a dazzling spiritual light erupted. Under this spiritual light, everyone couldn't help but close their eyes. It was as if time had stood still at this moment. It seemed like a long time. It seemed like a moment. Only then did the terrifying explosion sound roll in. The overwhelming power exploded completely, and the shocking sound made everyone present have their ears buzzing, making them completely deaf. Boom! Everyone only felt a terrifying huge wave, already carrying earth-shattering power, slapping fiercely towards the surroundings, flying away all the surrounding ghost warriors. Under this terrifying huge wave, the huge skull head exploded on the spot. And then the huge soul-calling flag also appeared at this time, and was violently pushed back together with the Ghost Slaughter. When everyone looked towards Gui Tu was holding a soul-calling flag in his hand, with a look of disbelief on his face, and his figure has become more transparent than before. Obviously, Gui Tu also suffered some injuries in the previous attack. On the other side, Yang Muchung was also hit by this terrifying wave. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and flew upside down for a long distance before stopping. Looking at the gloomy-looking Gui Tu and then at Yang Muchung, everyone was in shock. Everyone present believed that Yang Muchung would most likely be killed directly by Gui Tu's attack. But who would have thought that Yang Muchung actually blocked Gui Tu's attack? Too strong! At this moment, such an idea couldn't help but arise in everyone's mind. Only a man like this can be worthy of Arsenal! Looking at Axianu, some ghost warriors who admired her felt even more ashamed. Compared with Yang Muchung, they are really far apart and cannot be compared at all. Master, are you okay? Seeing Yang Muchung block Gui Tu's terrifying blow, Axiana rushed over nervously and spoke quickly. Boss! The golden dragon didn't even bother to wipe the blood from the corner of its mouth. It turned into a golden light and rushed over quickly. Gui Tu is injured. Maybe we can catch him. The surrounding ghost warriors also came to their senses at this moment and quickly drew their weapons. Looking at Yang Muchung, Jin Long, Ashian Nu, and the ghost clan warriors around him, Gui Tu's expression turned gloomy to the extreme. He originally thought that he could kill Yang Muchung easily. But who would have thought that this boy's potential was beyond ordinary and terrifying? Even at this time, Gui Tu still didn't feel Yang Muchung's limit, as if the other party was an abyss with no bottom. Boom! Just when Gui Tu was about to take action, a shocking aura suddenly burst out from the ghost clan's ancestral land. Boom! This monstrous aura swept over quickly like a rolling wave, with almost no gap at all. He arrived in front of everyone at a terrifying speed. This shocking force was so powerful that it was unimaginable. What is this smell? The moment he felt this aura, Yang Muchung couldn't help but be stunned, because he could tell that the source of this aura was very far away. Even coming from the holy land of the ghost clan, that he could not see with his naked eyes. However, the explosion of this aura was beyond ordinary terror, as if it had already arrived on the battlefield without even the slightest distance. Empress! Feeling this aura, Xian Nu was stunned for a moment, showing a hint of joy. However, on the contrary, Gui too, who felt this aura, suddenly turned gloomy, and it could even be said that it was extremely difficult to see. This aura has exploded and even rushed to the battlefield, which means that the Empress already knows that she has appeared here. Thinking of this, Gui too dared to stay where he was. He gritted his teeth angrily and stared at Yang Mucheng. With a wave of his sleeves, it turned into a ray of light and flew quickly towards the starry sky behind him. This area of starry sky and meteorites is like a wild land. It is extremely large. Once he enters it, even the Empress cannot catch him. Before, just like this, Gui 2 escaped from the Empress' pursuit. The Empress is here! Ghost 2 wants to escape! Don't let this guy get away! Seeing Gitu actually trying to escape, Hengming, who was still struggling to resist the fishy wind, suddenly screamed excitedly. To know, Gitu is the most wanted criminal in the Holy Land of the Ghost Clan. If he can be captured, he will definitely be rewarded by the Empress. Maybe, he can even make Arsenal favor him. Thinking of this, Hengming's whole body was filled with energy. I saw his hands suddenly fit, and he slapped hard. Suddenly, all the sinister energy in his body surged out crazily at this moment, pouring fiercely towards the animal bone in front of him. These bones are the bones of strong men. There is a unique way among the Ghost Clan to refine these animal bones, so that the powerful power of the owner of the bones in the previous life can be revealed in these animal bones. In this billowing evil energy, the animal bone became more and more crystal clear at the same time. At the same time, the terrifying big demon also appeared more and more clearly at the moment of its formation, and then it roared out and bit towards the Ghost Butcher. In addition to Hengming, many ghosts present also used their magic weapons and unleashed their most powerful attacks. Obviously, we must take advantage of the moment when Gitu 2 escapes to completely kill him without giving him the slightest chance. Kill! Destroy the Ghost Slaughter. This guy is the most wanted criminal in the Holy Land. Boom! 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 In an instant, the sun-blocking attack swept out and headed towards the Ghost Slaughter. You losers! You still want to kill me? Feeling the overwhelming attack, a cold light flashed in Gui 2's eyes. He grabbed the soul-calling flag with both hands and waved it quickly. Boom! Suddenly, a huge wave roared into the sky. From a distance, it looked like a black tide, crushing hard and heading towards everyone. Chapter 1966 Kill with One Sword. Gui 2 waved the soul-calling flag lightly, but when it fell into the eyes of everyone, it became extremely fast and violent. At this moment, everyone could feel a terrifying wind wave that covered the sky and the sun, rising directly from the void and arriving in front of everyone in an instant with shocking power. Boom! The beast's bone, which was almost filled with Hengming's whole body's strength, formed the phantom of the great sky demon. It did not even resist the monstrous wind and waves at all, and it exploded completely in an instant. In fact, even the animal bone was completely broken at this moment. Puff! This beast's bone had long been connected to Hengming's soul. Now that the beast's bone was shattered, he also suffered the backlash of the move. He spit out a mouthful of blood on the spot and flew backwards. Even Hengming couldn't resist this terrifying wind, let alone other ghost clans. Boom! 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 At the moment when this terrifying and fishy wind swept through, the attacks of many ghost clans were severely shaken into the void. Saw this scene, the ghost warriors, who originally wanted to take action, were horrified and quickly retreated towards the rear. They only knew how terrifying Gitu was, but they didn't know the other party's true strength. When they saw that Yang Mucheng was able to block the opponent's attack with his cultivation level in the middle of the eternal period, they felt even more contempt and disdain in their hearts. However, it wasn't until he actually faced it that he realized how terrifying the other party was. Snort! Glancing coldly at the warriors, who were retreating in fear, Gui 2's eyes flashed with disdain. He waved his sleeves, and the billowing evil energy quickly enveloped his body. Then he transformed into a piece of escaping light and headed into the distance. Rush away. Everyone's faces couldn't help but look a little ugly. Obviously they knew that if Gitu escaped this time, it would not be that easy to catch him in the future. But who can stop him? Chong! Just when everyone thought that Gitu was about to escape, a crisp sound of swords suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw a black light shooting out of the hole quickly. Shin Yuan's sword! Seeing this sword light, Axiana couldn't help shouting. The one who took action this time was Yang Mucheng. Humph! There are so many people who can't stop Gitu. Why do you want to stop him? Hengming, who was knocked back and his body was almost transparent, saw a trace of ridicule in his eyes when he saw that Yang Mucheng actually took action against Ghost 2 at this moment. Except for him. Almost no one in the Ghost clan present thought that Yang Mucheng could intercept Gui 2. You just want to stop me! Hearing the exciting sound of swords, Gui 2's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. You are wrong. I don't want to stop you. But I want to kill you. Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with cold light. Boom! At this moment, without any hesitation, he poured all the overwhelming inner energy in his body directly into the Shin Yuan sword. At the same time, he raised his right hand and slashed it down suddenly. Call! This sword is like a rapidly falling heavy rain, like a lightning bolt that rushes across the sky. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with horror, and their eyes reflected this terrifying sword. Kill me! Just because you want to do it? Looking at the sword strike, Gui 2 was horrified. He quickly swung the soul-calling flag in his hand, just like before, as if it transformed into a terrifying sky, trying to wrap himself up. However, Yang Mucheng's sword was too fast. In order to kill Gitu, he even poured all his strength into this sword. Poof! Only a terrifying tearing sound was heard suddenly. Immediately afterwards, he saw that the huge soul-calling flag, like a sky curtain, was torn open, like a rag bag directly under the horizontal slash of Shin Yuan's sword. What? Looking at the whizzing sword with a shocked face, Gui 2 was stunned for a moment. Then, the sword struck directly on his head, like a knife cutting through tofu. Straight down. This arrogant ghost slayer was struck to the end by Yang Mucheng's sword. Boom! It wasn't until Gitu was beheaded that the terrifying sound of the sword falling was heard in the void. The Shin Yuan sword quietly turned into a black light in midair and returned to Yang Mucheng's hand. Seeing Gitu being split in half, everyone's eyes almost bulged out. He actually killed Gitu? Just a sword? Hengming almost bit off his tongue. You know, he was still laughing at Yang Mucheng before, overestimating his own abilities and actually trying to stop Ghost Tuesday. But who would have thought that the other party had no intention of stopping Ghost 2, but wanted to kill him? Looking at the severed Gitu, Hengming couldn't even believe his eyes. Ghost 2 was killed? Was he split in half with a sword? Many ghost warriors couldn't recover for a while and looked straight ahead. Master, are you okay? Looking at Gitu, who was beheaded and whose body melted like a bubble, Axiana looked at Yang Mucheng nervously and asked quickly. No problem. Yang Mucheng shook his head. He looked at Gui 2 and saw that there was still a pocket left on his body after his death. With a thought in his heart, he grabbed it with his right hand, and immediately the bag flew over, injecting his spiritual thoughts into it. Yang Mucheng was surprised to find that the space in this pocket was many times larger than he imagined. However, before he could continue to inquire, the owner of the huge aura coming from the holy land of the Ghost Clan quickly stepped out of the void with a burst of cold aura and came directly in front of everyone. Yang Mucheng looked over in surprise. I saw that the other party was wearing a pure white dress, with black hair like a waterfall, and her exquisite facial features had almost no flaws, which could almost be described as perfect. Anyone who sees her presence can't help but want to kiss her. However, the aura on the opponent's body was extremely terrifying, even surpassing that of ordinary 1 yuan strong men. This shocking power is enough to make anyone who wants to offend the other party be poured down from the head like a basin of ice water. And no one dares to be disrespectful at all. You actually killed Ghost 2? The cold girl turned her eyes and looked at Gitu, who was killed in half, and his figure slowly disappeared. She looked towards Yang Mucheng with an incredible expression. Apparently, she never imagined that Yang Mucheng could actually kill Ghost 2. Who are you? Yang Mucheng looked at the girl, who exuded a terrifying aura in surprise, and couldn't help but ask. However, before he could finish his words, he only heard a gushing voice, which was loud and clear. Meet the Empress! Chapter 1967 Yunlong. Is she the Empress? Looking at the people kneeling in worship, Yang Mucheng raised his brows. Although he had already made a guess in his mind, he was still a little shocked when he heard it from everyone. I've met the Empress! After all, when he came to someone else's territory, of course Yang Mucheng couldn't be rude, but instead bowed his hands and bowed. Able to kill Ghost 2! Yang Mucheng, your strength is really surprising. The Empress nodded slightly, with a look of disbelief in her eyes. He looked up and down, looking at Yang Muchung carefully. She knew the strength of Gui-tu very well. Although this guy only has the cultivation level of eternal perfection, he is extremely insidious and cunning, and it is difficult for ordinary One Yuan realm experts to catch him. It is precisely for this reason that after learning about the appearance of ghost slaughter, the Empress prepared to personally take action to kill this traitor. But she didn't expect that Gui-tu would be killed by Yang Muchung. If Qingyan hadn't seen it, she wouldn't have believed it. Empress, do you know me? Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows slightly, and couldn't help but ask. The Empress glanced at Axianu. At this moment, Axianu still had the iceberg look on his face. A look that could repel people from thousands of miles away. A pair of beautiful eyes. And all his thoughts were focused on Yang Muchung. Seeing this scene, the Empress couldn't help but nodded and said with a smile. How could I not know about the famous Yang Muchung? Your name resounds throughout the starry sky. The Empress smiled and told all the rumors about Yang Muchung in the starry sky, which shocked Yang Muchung. He did not expect that what he did in the Nangong lineage would spread so far, especially when facing the praise from such a powerful person in the One Yuan realm. He said humbly, Lady Empress, this is all just luck. If it weren't for the Nangong lineage and the strong men guarding it, I wouldn't be able to do this. Hearing what Yang Muchung said, the Empress couldn't help but nodded. If someone else had turned the Nangong lineage upside down, they would probably show off in a shameful way. But Yang Muchung showed a non-arrogant attitude, which made her instantly fall in love with this junior. Your Lady Empress. This is the token given to me by the Turtle Patriarch. Yang Muchung thought for a while, and took out the token. After all, this time he was taking Axianu away. And Axiana had stayed in the holy land of the Ghost Clan for so long and received many gifts from the other party. Ordinary forces will naturally not let people go easily. Although the Empress looked like this, Yang Muchung didn't know whether the other party was willing to let him go. So he still took out the fangs. So you just came from the ancestral land of the Demon Clan? The Empress raised her brows when she saw the fangs. However, she didn't say much, but nodded slowly and said, This is your first time coming to the Ghost Clan. Holy Land. Just rest here for a few days. Thank you, Empress. Yang Mu became enlightened. Following the Empress, we came to the Holy Land of the Ghost Clan. The so-called Holy Land of the Ghost Clan is a super large galaxy formed by hundreds of huge stars gathered around it. The closer to the periphery, the lower the strength. Only beings with strength are qualified to live in the core of the galaxy. Of course, the closer you go to the inner area, the more intense the evil spirit becomes. For ordinary warriors, entering a territory with such strong and evil energy, they would probably have their blood boiling and their inner energy turbulent. But Yang Muchung followed Axianu for a slow walk as if nothing was wrong. As they walked, Axianu introduced what she had experienced in this Ghost Clan's holy land after leaving Yang Muchung. Yang Muchung couldn't help but nodded secretly. He also knew how much Axianu had suffered during this period of time. Otherwise, how could he have improved his cultivation to the level of the Eternal Realm in such a short period of time? Jin Long kept looking in all directions. To the outside world, the Holy Land of the Ghost Clan has always been a place where strangers are not allowed to enter. Ordinary people are rarely able to come in. Not to mention the Ghost Tribe's more exclusive mentality than the Demon Tribe. But the powerful evil spirit in the Holy Land that keeps many people away. Certainly, Yang Muchung and Jin Long were walking among the Holy Emperors of the Ghost Clan so arrogantly, which naturally attracted the attention of many Ghost Clan. Especially, they are still following Arsenal. After all, among the Ghost Clan, Axianu is the one that many people admire. But it is a pity that Arsenal has always been indifferent to outsiders, always rejecting people thousands of miles away. But now, she actually talks and laughs in front of a human youth, which makes many ghosts surprised and can't believe it. Miss Axianu actually smiled. Yes, I have never seen her look like this before. It seems that she has never seen her smile since she came to the Holy Land of the Ghost Clan. But now, with such a smile, he is actually facing an outsider. Who is that human race? This kid's name is Yang Muchung. He killed ghosts too before. What? When everyone heard this, everyone's eyes widened and they couldn't believe their ears. Some people even pinched themselves hard for fear that they heard wrongly. Ghost 2 is an eternal and perfect existence. The Empress wanted to kill him, and he escaped directly from the Holy Land. This kid can actually kill Ghost 2. Did I hear you correctly? He is only in the middle stage of the eternal period. No matter how powerful he is, he can't kill the Ghost Slayer. As soon as this was said, everyone started discussing it. This is really unbelievable and unbelievable. If it is said that Yang Muqing's cultivation has reached the 1 yuan realm, everyone still believes it when he says this. But the cultivation level between the two parties is so different that it is impossible to do it. How can anyone believe this? Of course it's true, one of the ghost tribesmen said. When Yang Muqing fought against Gui Tu, I saw it clearly. Although Gui Tu's cultivation level was higher than his, he was always able to suppress Gui Tu's day. He even smashed Gui Tu's 10,000 bone pearls. Finally the Empress arrived and Gui Tu wanted to escape. It was he who slashed with his sword and split Gui Tu into 2 halves. Apart from me, many people saw this with their own eyes. Call. After hearing what this ghost said, all the ghosts around couldn't believe it. Because this ghost tribe is a sentry guarding. If he saw it with his own eyes, there would be no mistake. What did you call this kid just now? Suddenly, in the crowd, a young man from the ghost tribe shouted. The sentry frowned slightly, showing a hint of impatience. But when he looked back, he couldn't help but trembled. And the impatient look on his face immediately disappeared. And he said respectfully, Master Yulong, the other party's name is Yang Muqing. Yang Muqing? The ghost youth named Yulong frowned, then snorted coldly and walked forward. Chapter 1968 Sneak Attack. Seeing Yulong walking forward, and seeing where Yang Muqing and Axiana were, everyone in the ghost tribe present showed a look of surprise. What does Lord Yulong want to do? He seems to be going to the place where Yang Muqing and Axiana are. It seems that Yang Muqing is in trouble. Everyone looked forward and couldn't help but show a look of surprise. And soon they came to their senses. In the holy land of the ghost clan, it has long been known to everyone that Yulong is obsessed with arsenal. Now that Axianu is so intimate with other men, how can Yulong swallow this sigh of relief? This kid is only as strong as the eternal middle stage. I don't believe he can kill Ghost too. Someone looked at Yang Muqing for a while, and couldn't help but said coldly, I don't believe it either. Maybe the reason why this boy was able to kill Ghost too was because the Empress arrived. Someone else interrupted from the side. In everyone's opinion, the reason why Yang Muqing was able to kill Gui Tu was because the sudden arrival of the Empress made Gui Tu confused and completely lost his position. So Yang Muqing found the opportunity. At that juncture, no matter who it is, I'm afraid they can easily kill Ghost Slaughter. Hey, this kid is in trouble now. Everyone looked at Yang Muqing with gloating. Although they also want to cause trouble for this kid. Make him embarrassed in front of Arsenal. And show his strength at the same time. But their cultivation level is not high. This Yulong is a strong man at the pinnacle of eternity. Thank you for your hard work. When he heard Arsenal talk about what happened during this period of time. Although there were many things that Arsenal just briefly mentioned in one sentence. Yang Muqing still knew very well the suffering that the other party had suffered. All this is to make the 7 tribes pay the price. Axena smiled faintly. I'll never let that happen again. At first. Because they were not strong enough. She and Jin Long could not even participate in the war between the 7 clans. They were even able to be sent out of the Tuoba ancestral land by Yang Muqing in advance, and watch the shocking battle from a distant galaxy. Now she can't. I have been practicing hard for so long just to catch up with Yang Muqing. Yang Muqing, if you really care about Axianu, you should let her stay in the holy land of the ghost tribe instead of letting her face the 7 tribes with you. Before Yang Muqing could speak, a cold and arrogant voice said. It came from the front. When Yang Muqing heard this, he couldn't help but frown slightly and looked forward. I saw a handsome young man from the ghost tribe slowly coming over with his hands behind his back. The other party was wearing a golden gown and looked like a human. But the only difference was that he had 2 dragon horns growing on his head. While Yang Muqing was sizing him up, the ghost youth continued to say, The strength of the 7 clans is so powerful, and the danger of confronting him is even greater. It's enough for you to be a desperado by yourself. Why do you have to bring Exena with you? Who are you? That you have to take care of our affairs? After seeing this ghost youth appear and accuse Yang Muqing unceremoniously, Jin Long suddenly became furious. After glancing at the golden dragon, the ghost youth snorted and said nothing, as if he didn't take it to heart at all. Feeling the other party's contempt, Jin Long was furious. Dare you look down on me? Get out of here! It stepped forward, its body full of demonic aura rolling around, quickly pouring into its right paw, and then it slapped the opponent fiercely. This ghost youth is none other than Yunlong. When he saw Jin Long's move, the contempt in his eyes became more intense. He snorted coldly and swatted his right hand forward. Just hearing a crackling sound, the opponent blew up the air, and then collided hard with the golden dragon's right claw. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded wildly, and at the same time, A gust of air flowed into the air. Jinlong made a muffled sound and staggered back a few steps. But Yulong stood still, motionless. The result of this competition was a crushing victory. You? Jinlong, who took a few steps back before stopping, saw the contempt flashing in the other person's eyes, and became even more angry. He was about to go forward and fight the opponent, but Yang Muchung on the side held it back. What do you mean? Yang Muchung looked at Yulong. He could naturally tell that this guy came here to cause trouble on purpose. If it were somewhere else, he would have slapped this guy to death. But this was the holy land of the Ghost Clan, and he would cause trouble when he first arrived, and he might involve Axianu. So he had to be patient. My meaning is very clear. If you want to face the 7 tribes and die, you can go alone. There is no need to take Axianu with you. Yulong sneered, after hearing what the other party said. Axianu snorted coldly and said, Yulong, you are too lenient. What do I want? Do I need to get permission through you? Who are you? Why should you teach others how to do things? Jinlong, who was standing by, finally understood what was going on. Apparently, it was this guy named Yunlong who fell in love with Arsenal at first sight and wanted to show it off in front of Arsenal. Unfortunately, he chose the wrong person. Thinking of this, Jinlong showed a trace of ridicule. Yang Muchung also raised his brows and looked at Yunlong coldly. Yunlong's face suddenly looked ugly. Being scolded by Arsenal in front of so many people, his face naturally looked a little ugly. Thinking of this, he still bit the bullet and said, Arxianu, I am doing this for your own good. The 7 tribes are powerful, even in the holy land of our ghost tribe. It is very difficult to fight against him. It is the safest thing for you to stay in the holy land now. If you follow this guy to the end of the world, I am afraid it will not be so easy. Axianu sneered, looked at the extremely excited Yunlong and said, It seems that your control is too lenient. What I want to do has nothing to do with you, and I don't need your command or order in what I do. Do you understand? Kick, kick, kick. When Axianu said this, Yunlong's expression suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. He did not expect that the other party would not appreciate his kindness at all, and was rejected unceremoniously. Jinlong laughed unceremoniously, thinking of the boy's menacing attitude before, and looking at his desolate appearance at the moment. It couldn't help but feel a sense of joy in its heart. Why do you want to steal a woman from my boss? You'd better take a piss and show yourself how virtuous you are? Chapter 1969 Provocation. Jinlong's unceremonious ridicule made Yunlong's expression extremely ugly. Yang Muchung on the side also looked indifferent. Normally, he would scold Jinlong and tell him to stop saying a few words. But now, he is watching with cold eyes. Just like what Arsenal said. This guy is too lenient. You have just arrived at the holy land of the Ghost Clan. I will take you to see other places. Axianu also glanced at Yunlong indifferently, with a hint of ridicule in his eyes, and then pulled Yang Muchung and turned around and left. It seems that even Yunlong and Yang Muchung are not competitive at all. Yes. You know, the reason why Axianu came to the holy land of the Ghost Clan in the first place was for Yang Muchung. Now he leaves for Yang Muchung. Isn't that normal? It seems that Axianu is leaving the holy land of the Ghost Clan. Looking at this scene, everyone couldn't help but secretly shook their heads. After all, among the people of the Ghost Clan, the most powerful competitor in pursuing Axianu is Yunlong. But now, compared to Yang Mu, this Yunlong can't even compare with a toe, which makes everyone feel a little surprised. They all shook their heads and sighed, knowing that they were out of luck. Listening to the conversations of everyone around him, Yulong's face became increasingly ugly. Although he was rejected by Arsenal in public, he had no intention of complaining about Arsenal at all. Instead, he became more and more jealous of Yang Muchung. If it weren't for Yang Muchung, then Axianu would have stayed in the holy land of the Ghost Clan. Thinking of this and looking at Yang Muchung who had turned and left, Yulong shouted sharply, Yang Muchung! Stop! Snapped. These words immediately stopped Yang Muchung from preparing to leave. He turned back slightly and looked sideways. Seeing Yang Muchung stop, Yulong was overjoyed and shouted quickly, Yang Muchung! I want to challenge you! If you win, Axianu will leave with you. If you lose, Axianu will be left in the holy land of the Ghost Clan. Do you dare? Looking at Yang Muchung, a trace of confidence flashed in Yulong's eyes. To know, his cultivation has reached the eternal peak, while Yang Muchung is only in the middle eternal stage. Although Yang Muchung killed Gui Tu, he thought it was because Gui Tu was afraid of the Empress and only wanted to escape. So he gave him such a chance. If he were there, he could easily kill Gui too without giving Yang Mucheng the slightest chance. Absurd! I originally thought what kind of words this Yulong would say. But I didn't expect that the other party would actually say such remarks. I couldn't help but snorted, ignored the other party, and continued to move forward. Yang Mucheng! You coward! Seeing Yang Mucheng turn around and leave, Yulong's face suddenly showed a trace of anger. In his opinion, the reason why Yang Mucheng did not dare to challenge was because the other party was not his opponent at all. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists and let out an angry roar. Drink! This burst of sound resounded throughout the Ghost Clan's ancestral land like thunder. At this moment, everyone was shocked, and the entire stars seemed to be shaken at this moment. Then, amidst this burst of roaring, Yulong transformed into a rushing light, rushed out quickly, and arrived above Yang Mucheng without even the slightest gap. Without making any sense, the palm will strike down. Boss! Be careful! Golden Dragon was the first to react. With a twist of its body, it turned into a golden light and rushed towards Yulong. But Yun Longsheng was attacking secretly, while Jin Long was hastily fighting back. Facing this overwhelming palm movement, Jin Long's body shook, and he immediately lost his balance. He fell directly from midair and was hit hard to the ground. Boom! This terrifying loud sound shook all directions. The whole earth suddenly became turbulent, and the air waves caused all the surrounding ghosts to be thrown away. Seeing this scene, everyone stepped back with horrified expressions, and at the same time looked forward. I saw that Jin Long's entire body had been blasted into the ground, and a huge pit was blasted all around along his body. There were even dense cracks visible around the pit. Holy crap! You guy! You dared to sneak attack! The Golden Dragon was blasted to the ground. He couldn't help but grin in pain and shouted fiercely. Yang Mucheng's face suddenly darkened as he looked at the Golden Dragon that was knocked to the ground. He originally didn't plan to ignore this guy, but the other party actually dared to make a sneak attack. This meant that he had touched his bottom line. With a chill in his eyes, Yang Mucheng looked at Yulong coldly. Do you want to fight? In that case, I will accompany you. Boss, teach this guy a lesson for me. Jin Long shouted excitedly when he saw Yang Mucheng getting angry. Let this guy know how powerful he is. Want to teach me a lesson? Hearing Jin Long speak like this, Yun Long's expression suddenly darkened. He glanced at Yang Mucheng coldly and said in a cold voice, I think I should teach you a lesson. If I win, get out of the holy land of the Ghost Clan and leave Ashian Nu behind. If I lose, I will let you take Arsenal away with you. Listening to Yun Long's voice, Yang Mucheng sneered. Why should Asiana listen to your orders? Don't you dare? Sensing the hint of rejection in Yang Mucheng's words, Yulong immediately narrowed his eyes and sneered. Are you afraid of losing? If you are afraid that you will lose to me, you'd better leave the ghost as soon as possible. The holy land of the clan. Yulong, don't bully others too much. I am who I am, and no matter what, I will leave with my master. Axianu snorted coldly and stepped forward to shout. After hearing Axianu's words, Yulong's expression became more and more gloomy. He didn't expect that Axianu would help Yang Mucheng speak like this. He took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and stared at Yang Mucheng. Boy, do you dare to fight me? Hearing Yulong's words, Yang Mucheng sneered and shook his head. War. Why doesn't he dare to fight? He had dared to fight even the eternal perfect demon Slaughter before. How could he still be unable to defeat a mere Yulong who was at the peak of eternal peak? Slowly raising his head and looking at Yulong, Yang Mucheng said coldly. However, this battle is not to decide who belongs to Xenu. It's just that I simply want to teach you a lesson. What? Hearing Yang Mucheng's words, Yulong's face was so gloomy that he was almost dripping with water. If eyes could kill, then Yang Mucheng would have been killed by him many times. Nodding heavily, Yulong said in a cold voice. You want to teach me a lesson? I want to show you who is teaching whom. Boom. After saying these words, Yulong stepped forward, and the suppressed aura on his body erupted like a volcano. Chapter 1970, Furious. Boom. This shocking force exploded out quickly without any hindrance, rolling and sweeping across it. The impact of the terrifying air wave made the surrounding air crackle and burst. Feeling this shocking power, everyone stepped back with shock. All Yulong exploded. It seems that this time he has completely risked his life for Arsenal. Yes. Who wants the woman he likes to be snatched away by others? It seems that during this battle, He has made up his mind to completely leave Asian Nu in the ancestral land of the Ghost Clan. Feeling Yunlong's burst of power, everyone around him couldn't help but talk about it. However, Jinlong, who also retreated to the side, frowned slightly when listening to the sounds around him, and couldn't help but sneered. Hey, this kid wants to fight my boss? With my boss's strength, I can knock him away with just one slap. Slap him away? Hearing Jinlong's words, many Ghost Clan warriors around burst out laughing. What's more, he was laughing so hard that he couldn't straighten up at all. A ghost warrior stood up, glanced at Jinlong coldly, and said with a sneer, that boy Yang Muchung only has the cultivation level of the middle eternal stage. But Yunlong has reached the eternal peak. Yunlong's strength is beyond the two realms of Yang Muchung. I don't believe that Yang Muchung can beat Yunlong away with one slap. Yes, maybe you were saying the opposite. Yang Muchung will be slapped away by Yunlong. The Ghost Clan warriors around shook their heads and sighed, their eyes full of disdain and ridicule. Apparently, they don't think that only Yang Muchung in the middle of eternity can defeat Yunlong. Jinlong sneered. However, it doesn't want to argue with anything. After all, strength speaks for itself. At that time, after Yang Muchung shows his strength, these people will probably be completely shocked and know that they are totally wrong. Boom! Yunlong, who had fully unleashed his momentum, looked at Yang Muchung proudly. However, when he looked at it, he couldn't help but be stunned. Yang Muchung's face did not show the fear, or shock that he had imagined. His indifferent eyes seemed to be filled with a look of nothing more than that. How dare you look down on me? Let you see how powerful I am. Boom! With an angry shout, Yunlong grabbed his right hand, and the endless evil energy gathered quickly and poured into his palm, directly forming a pair of scaly ghost claws on his 5 fingers. At the same time as the ghost claw was formed, it was already grabbing at Yang Muchung fiercely. At this moment, even the air was torn to pieces by him, and there was even a scream and shocking sound in the void. Everyone looked quickly and saw that wherever Yunlong's claws passed, there were even 5 clear cuts left in the space. This claw even grabbed directly at Yang Muchung's Chi Dantian. Oh my god! Is Yunlong going to destroy him? If you grab this claw, it will completely crush the opponent's Chi Dantian. Looking at the direction of Yunlong's attack, everyone was completely shocked. If Yang Muchung is caught by the opponent, Dantian Chi will be completely beaten to pieces without any hesitation, and he himself will become a useless person. Yunlong's tricks are so vicious. Yunlong! Seeing Yunlong's moves, Axiana's eyes flashed with anger. However, just when she shouted, just when Yunlong's claws were about to fall on Yang Muchung, Yang Muchung's eyes narrowed and he slapped him with his backhand. This slap was almost unreasonable, and was slapped directly and overwhelmingly. What? Yunlong was shocked. Before he could react, the slap had already swept across, and was in front of him in an instant. He wanted to hide, but the slap was so fast that it hit him almost without any delay. Snapped! Everyone only heard a loud slap, and soon they saw that Yunlong, who rushed in front of Yang Muchung, was hit by the slap and flew backwards. He rolled on the ground several times before stopping. Quiet! Looking at Yunlong, who was beaten and flew backwards, and then looking at Yang Muchung, who was standing on the same spot as if he hadn't moved. Everyone was stunned for a while, astonished to the point of death. Did I read that correctly? Yunlong was really beaten away. And was he slapped away by Yang Muchung? Looking at this scene, everyone's eyes widened, and they couldn't believe it. Ha ha! How's it going? At this time, a burst of proud laughter came from the side, and Jinlong smiled sarcastically. I've said it before. This guy's strength is no match for my boss. He just wants to compete with my boss? Kudu. At this moment, everyone around them swallowed their saliva. Jinlong said before that Yang Muchung could knock Yunlong away with just one slap. At that time, everyone thought he was joking, but no one believed it. But now, Yunlong was really slapped away. This is really shocking. How dare you hit me? Yunlong, who was knocked out, covered his face and looked at Yang Muchung in shock, with an incredible look in his eyes. In his opinion, I should have been the one who came out of nowhere to beat Yang Muchung. Let Arsenal know the gap between Yang Muchung and myself, and make Arsenal secretly promise me. But who would have thought that Yang Muchung would slap him away? Not only in front of everyone, but also in front of Axianu. Feeling the faint contempt and ridicule in Axiana's eyes, Yunlong couldn't even feel the burning pain on his face, but an even more unbearable shame. Listening to the discussions around him, Yunlong was filled with anger on the spot. and there was only one thought left in his mind. I am going to kill you! Tongue! Letting out a roar, Yulong rose up and turned into a white wave, rushing directly towards Yang Muchung. Boom! Boom! At this moment, he stretched out both palms and once again rushed toward Yang Muchung's position in a frenzy. In fact, all the evil energy in the world gathered at this moment, forming two huge ghost claws in front of him. When these two ghost claws appeared, they completely covered the whole world. From a distance, they looked more like two white dragon claws with dense scales. They moved towards Yang Muchung with great momentum. The position was crushed like crazy. Court death! This Yulong was extremely ruthless every time he made a move. And finally at this moment, Yang Muchung was completely angered. Chapter 1971 Great Elder? Boom! Seeing Yulong's attack, Yang Muchung stepped forward without any hesitation. At this moment, he no longer suppressed the power in his body, and a monstrous momentum surged out of his body without any hindrance. Boom! This monstrous momentum swept across, even causing a sound of thunder. What? Feeling this aura, everyone present could not help but change their expressions, because they could clearly sense that Yang Muchung's aura was so powerful that it exceeded everyone's expectations, even stronger than Yulong. When this aura reached its peak, Yang Muchung didn't hesitate at all. He directly raised his right hand and swung it forward quickly. Wow! This sudden wave brought up a gray wave of air. Everyone only saw that this wave of air swept out, like a 100-foot angry wave, blasting everything in its path into powder, and even hit Yulong's attack with unabated force. Boom! This wave of air actually smashed the shocking ghost dragon claws to pieces on the spot. Even after being smashed into pieces, it continued to roll forward unabated, and did not stop until it was shattered by Yulong's palm. Everyone looked forward in stunned silence, only to see that Yang Muchung's casual wave of power actually completely tore this area apart. Looking around, it is even more desolate. Kick! 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 Although a palm chopped off the incoming air wave, the aftermath of the air wave still rolled in. Yulong's body trembled after the bombardment, and he involuntarily stepped back. He widened his eyes, looked forward in disbelief, and looked at Yang Muchung in disbelief. His previous palm seemed to have struck the Milky Way pouring down from the sky. The powerful power shocked his blood and made his right arm numb. He even felt as if his arm was about to break. To know, this wave of air first shattered his own attack, and after some of its power was offset, it still had such terrifying power. If he faced this blow directly, wouldn't his entire arm be shattered? Don't blame me for your ruthless moves. I will destroy your Dantian. Yang Muchung glanced at Yulong coldly, although he didn't want to cause trouble in this holy land of ghosts. But it doesn't mean that others can attack him again and again. How can he endure this? And this Yulong wants to destroy his Dantian, so he will treat others in his own way. What? Hearing Yang Muchung's cold words, Yulong felt as if he had been poured directly from head to toe by a bucket of ice water, and his whole body could not help but tremble. After witnessing the previous blow, he was completely aware of the gap between the two sides. If Yang Muchung wanted to destroy him, he would have no room to fight back. Tongue! Looking at Yang Muchung, Yulong turned around and jumped up in an instant, desperately escaping into the distance. At this moment, the monstrous and evil energy swept through the whole body, and the whole person transformed into the appearance of a ghost dragon, and fled towards the distance desperately. Great Elder! Save me! At the same time, Yulong shouted with all his strength. Looking at Yulong who was escaping, Yang Muchung snorted coldly, slowly raised his right hand, and swung it down suddenly. Boom! Immediately, the infinite and evil energy in the void gathered rapidly, forming a huge hand above Yulong's head. What? The palm was formed almost suddenly, and then it was snapped with a bang. At this moment, the terrifying power almost exploded to its extreme. Yulong flew by and felt a huge force whizzing down from above him, slapping hard. It was like a terrifying mountain crushing down directly, hitting Yulong's body hard. Superior. Puff! Under the crushing force of this terrifying force, Yulong suddenly lost his balance. In the shocked eyes of everyone, he fell directly from the sky like a fly that was swatted away, and even the whole earth was smashed and trembled suddenly. Ha ha! Boss! Destroy him! Looking at Yulong who was directly knocked down from midair, Jilong clapped his hands and shouted proudly. Boom! Yulong was like a meteorite, hitting the ground hard. When this terrifying power came over him, his originally condensed body became blurred at this moment. He looked at the sky with shock and disbelief. The gap is too big. If he had known that Yang Muqing's cultivation was so terrifying, even if he was given 2 more courages, he would not have dared to provoke him. However, at this time, even regrets are too late. Die to me! Looking at Yulong coldly, Yang Muqing's expression was indifferent. Without any fluctuation, the giant palm that was swung out, without any pause at this moment, crushed it down with a monstrous gesture, and slapped Yulong desperately at all costs. Everyone's expressions changed when they saw this move. To know, if this palm is slapped, I am afraid that not only Yulong's cultivation will be destroyed on the spot, but also he will be unceremoniously shot into pieces on the spot. Yang Muqing, please show mercy to others. You have already defeated him. Why do you need to kill him so quickly? At this moment, a cold voice sounded quietly, and a billowing evil energy was seen in the void. It quickly formed a huge claw, and then slapped hard. Boom! The 2 terrifying claws struck together fiercely, and a loud and shocking sound suddenly erupted. Boom! 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 The airwaves spread and swept in all directions. The huge palm that was about to hit Yulong was directly smashed to pieces by the sudden claws, and a shocking wave of air was set off on the spot. The people around him were violently thrown away by this terrifying wave of air. Feeling the terrifying power of the explosion, everyone around them retreated back with frightened expressions. This? Yang Muqing narrowed his eyes. He remembered that when he was about to kill Yulong, the other party had shouted, "Great Elder! Save me!" Could it be that the guy who took action this time was the Great Elder mentioned by Yun Tian? Yang Muqing immediately looked forward. I saw a skeleton in black robes, standing there quietly, his face covered by a huge cloak. Although the other party did not show any aura on his body, he gave Yang Muqing the feeling that he was no more powerful than the previous empress. Chapter 1972 Ghost Bag. Yang Muqing, please give me some face, and let this be the end of today's matter. The great skeleton elder stood there quietly. He was like a sleeping volcano, giving people an astonishing and terrifying posture when he didn't move. Yang Muqing looked at each other. After concentrating for a moment, he nodded heavily and said, "Senior, this is serious. Since you have spoken, I will naturally give you this face." Finished, Yang Muqing then took Axianu and Jin Long turned and left. Yulong stood there, looking shocked. It wasn't until a moment later that he came back to his senses and shouted in horror, "Great Elder, have you seen it? This kid Yang Muqing actually wants to kill me. He is actually in the ancestral land of the Ghost Clan and wants to commit murder. Hurry up and teach him a lesson." Yulong, who was shouting, felt the other party's gaze and quietly closed his mouth. The great skeleton elder snorted coldly, looked at Yulong and said, "You are so ungrateful that you actually want to fight Yang Muqing. If I had been a step late, you would have been slapped to death by him." Yulong felt unhappy and snorted coldly. "His strength is not too great. If he is really so powerful, how could he be chased by the 7 tribes and run away like a bereaved dog?" Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the great skeleton elder closed his eyes, and suddenly a violent energy swept out without any reservation, crushing Yulong heavily. This terrifying force crushed him so much that his body trembled, and he knelt heavily on the ground with a loud bang. His knees even made 2 terrifying depressions in the ground. "Idiot!" There was a look of hatred in the eyes of the great elder, and he said angrily, "Before coming to the Ghost Clan Holy Land, they just killed Yin Chuming of the Yin family. In addition to Yin Chuming, there are 8 elders and all the younger generation of the Yin family. Can you do this?" Hisses. Listening to the great elder's words, Yulong's eyes were filled with shock and shock. He naturally knew what the other person said before. If I have to make an analogy, the Yin family is like a river, and what Yang Muqing did was like cutting off the river with a knife. Then the Yin family is now turned upside down, isn't it? Yulong couldn't help but said, "Of course." The great elder nodded heavily. After saying that, he glanced at Yulong with hatred and said coldly, "You are a piece of trash. If you don't practice well, you will fight all day long just to be jealous. It's so embarrassing. From now on, you will be grounded by me. You will not be allowed to leave the other courtyard. You can only leave when you reach the 1 Yuan realm." "Yes." Yulong let out a long sigh. The great elder is true to his word, and I am afraid that he will live like an ascetic in the future. Saying goodbye, Yulong turned and left. Yang Muqing didn't know what happened behind him. He now followed Axiana to her mansion. After all, as a member of the Ghost Clan, Axiana's status in the Holy Land is not too low. By the way, I wonder what's in Gatu's pocket. Yang Muqing's heart moved. Previously, he was about to explore the contents of this bag, but he had to stop because of the sudden appearance of the Empress. Now here, it is quite quiet, and no one will disturb anything. Thinking of this, Yang Muqing took out his pocket. It is indeed a magic weapon used by Ghost Slaughter. When Yang Muqing looked at it carefully this time, he realized that the shape of this bag was similar to that of a ferocious evil ghost, and the devil's mouth is the entrance to that pocket. Master, you actually got this ghost bag back? When Arsenal saw this bag, he was stunned and couldn't help shouting excitedly. What is a ghost bag? How is this thing different? Jin Long couldn't help but asked aloud. Axiana glanced at Yang Muqing, who was also puzzled, and then said, What you don't know is that the ghost tribe does not have the craftsmanship of the human race to make space magic weapons. However, there is a kind of hungry ghost among our ghost clan. This kind of hungry ghost is like a glutton, eating without vomiting, even eating dirt, as if it is never full. Jin Long couldn't help shouting. Is there such a thing? To know. The reason why Tao Hai can swallow the sky and the earth is because its belly is big enough. What are these hungry ghosts capable of? Just listen to Axiana continue. The bellies of these hungry ghosts are connected to a space. This space may be large or small, like a pocket. Therefore, the ghost tribe has developed the technique of refining these hungry ghosts into ghost bags. And this ghost bag in your hand belongs to Ghost Tuesday. You know, Ghost 2 was originally in the Holy Land of the Ghost Clan. But he was the elder who guarded the treasure house. He must have swallowed a lot of good things. The elder guarding the treasure house? Hearing what Axiana said, the golden dragon suddenly became excited. It quickly looked at Yang Muqing and shouted loudly. Boss, please quickly open the ghost bag and take a look. That old guy has been chasing us all the way in the starry sky for so long. Now that he has lost his wife and lost his troops, this ghost bag has also fallen into our hands. There must be a lot of good things in it. Yang Muqing nodded and then injected his spiritual thoughts into it. After being prepared this time, Yang Muqing realized that the space in the ghost bag was extremely huge. And as Jin Long said, it really contained a lot of good things. On second thought, that's right. After all, this Ghost Slaughter was an eternal and perfect man, and he once guarded the treasure house. How could he not have enriched himself? Thinking of this, he quickly opened the ghost bag, only to hear a swishing sound. Countless things were poured out of the ghost bag like an avalanche, and in the blink of an eye they were in front of everyone. A mountain of accumulated treasures was formed. Damn, so many treasures. Looking at these treasures in front of him, Jin Long opened his mouth wide and couldn't believe it. Even Arsenal was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth from ear to ear. Even Yang Muqing couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said, It seems that this ghost slaughterer has really done a lot of things to enrich himself. However, now that he has been killed, the contents of this ghost bag naturally belong to us. You can choose for yourself. If you like it, just take it. Yang Muqing was generous. These treasures are not all items that can only be used by the ghost tribe. Some of them are normal heavenly and earthly treasures. Apparently it should have been snatched away by Ghost 2 outside the Holy Land. I wonder if I can use any of these things. Buzz. Just when Yang Muqing was secretly thinking about it, his eyebrows jumped quietly, and a thought quickly emerged. Feeling this thought, Yang Muqing couldn't help but feel happy. Chapter 1973 Ghostwood. The source of this thought was naturally King Liantai. The last time, after King Liantai was promoted to the 5th level, there hasn't been much movement. Firstly, it was because he did not encounter anything that was enough for King Liantai to devour. And secondly, it was also because he did not have enough time. Now that they have met again here, Yang Muqing naturally wants to take a closer look to see what kind of existence makes King Liantai so excited. Call! With a wave of his right hand, an entity quickly flew out of the pile of treasures in front of him and landed directly in Yang Muqing's hands. This is a piece of gray wood with a sinister aura in it. When you hold it in your hand, it feels like you are holding a piece of ice. This is ghost wood. Axiana glanced at it and couldn't help but said, looking at Yang Muqing's confused expression. Axiana slowly explained, Certainly, after death, ghosts will form. Some monsters can do it even after death. This core of the tree demon is obviously the former tree demon who died. But his wisdom did not disappear, and he gathered again. This is how the ghostwood was formed. After transforming into a ghost tree, the tree demon had no choice but to practice again in his ghost body. The piece of wood in Yang Muqing's hand is the core of the ghostwood. I didn't expect that King Liantai also has a demand for ghostwood. Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. But, as long as the level is not too low, letting King Liantai absorb it will naturally not be a problem. Thinking of this, Yang Mucheng continued to focus on the pile of treasures in front of him. Most of the things here are heavenly and earthly treasures, with only a few weapons and magic weapons. Perhaps because Getuk can refine magic weapons himself. There are not many such things in the ghost bag. Yang Mucheng searched for a moment and found a few more ghost trees among the treasure pile. Obviously, these ghost trees should be taken from a ghost tree. Apart from that, there was nothing else that excited Yang Mucheng's heart. I thought I could find 1 or 2 things with water or fire attributes that would allow me to cultivate the 5 elements spirit body to the great perfection. However, these ghost trees should be enough for me to upgrade the Green Lotus platform to the peak of the 5th level. After waving his hand and handing over all the remaining things to Axianu and Jin Long, Yang Mucheng began to practice. Boom! He made a sealed Ju with his right hand, and the pieces of ghostwood placed in front of him suddenly trembled, and instantly transformed into a large area of rich wood energy. At this moment, the Qinglian Terrace began to turmoil at a rapid speed, turning into a palm-sized Qinglian Terrace, like an endless black hole, constantly absorbing the emerging energy. As it absorbed this energy, the 5th leaf of Qinglian Terrace also stretched at this moment, swaying and growing. The power contained in these pieces of ghostwood can simply be said to be beyond Yang Mucheng's imagination. I just saw that the 5th leaf, which was originally very small, was rapidly unfolding at an extreme speed at this moment. I didn't expect the power contained in these ghost trees to be so huge. It's a pity that there are too few. It can only make the 5th leaf grow to half. If you want to grow to the peak of the 5th grade, it is still far away. A lot of. Thinking of this, Yang Mucheng quickly turned his eyes towards Axianu, as if he had guessed what Yang Mucheng was thinking. Axianu said quickly, "The ghost tree does not belong to the ghost clan. In the holy land of the ghost clan, there is a large area of stars that was once full of tree demons. Later, due to the evil spirit, these tree demons were transformed into ghost tree demons." Yang Mucheng's heart was moved and he quickly asked, "Can those ghost tree demons be killed?" Axianu nodded and said, "Okay, because there are too many ghost tree demons, and sometimes they will devour some passing ghosts. So some ghosts will even go there to practice." Hearing what Axianu said, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but feel happy. That is to say, these ghost tree demons that can advance King Liantai are completely useless to these ghosts, and he can get whatever he wants. "Where are those stars?" Yang Mucheng asked quickly. Although he cannot upgrade the 5 elements spirit body, he can upgrade the Qinglian platform to the peak of the 5th level, or even to the 6th level. This is also a huge improvement in his strength. "It's in that area!" Arsenal pointed towards the sky above his head. The sky was very clear, except for a few gray or even black stars floating there. Fortunately, it was daytime, so they could be seen clearly, although the stars among the Ghost Clan all look similar, and there is not even much difference between them. The stars that Axianu points to give people a very gloomy, even lifeless feeling. "Boss, do you want to go to that star?" Hearing the conversation between Axianu and Yang Mucheng, Ji Long on the side laughed and put away all the treasures that the two of them didn't want. He immediately patted his chest and said, "I'll go with you." "That's fine." Yang Mucheng wanted to refuse, but after a moment of concentration, he nodded. "I took a look at the ghost tree demon among these stars, and it doesn't look like a kind person. It might be a little tricky for me alone. It would be best if you come with me." "Master, I'll go with you too." Hearing that Jin Long and Yang Mucheng were playing together, Axianu also stood up quickly. "I am relatively familiar with these stars. Only if I lead the way can you enter those stars." "Okay, let's go together then." Yang Mucheng nodded. "Since we are going to experience it, let's all go together." After all, Yang Mucheng felt that he was on the verge of the middle stage of eternity, and was only one step away from being able to advance to the late stage of eternity. Even if something happens on those stars, we can stop it for them when the time comes. Present, the 3 of them simply packed up and started to set off. As it flies by, the stars naturally get closer and closer. Before he got close, Yang Mucheng could feel that there was no evil spirit at all on the stars. At the same time, the cold and terrifying atmosphere swept over at the same time. "What's going on?" Yang Mucheng raised his eyes. Original. He thought that the evil energy on these stars should be very surging. But now when he was close to these stars, he did not feel the slightest evil energy. "Master, You don't know something. These ghost tree demons have a very strong need for evil energy. They have absorbed all the evil energy on this star. Chapter 1970 for the man-eating star. After hearing Axianu's words, Yang Wuqing's expression moved slightly, and he continued to look forward. I saw that every star in that area was like this. It exudes a lifeless feeling, which makes people feel uncontrollably creepy. Certainly, these ghost tree demons not only absorb the evil energy in this star, but also forcibly plunder the evil energy in the surrounding stars. Standing outside the star, Yang Wuqing could clearly see that the rich evil spirit was like a tide, rolling and flowing towards the stars. In addition to absorbing these evil spirits, these ghost trees will occasionally forcibly hunt and kill some passing strong men. It is precisely for this reason that the Empress acquiesces to us hunting these ghost tree demons. Axianu spoke out. When Yang Wuqing heard this, he couldn't help but raise his brows. You know, most tree demons are very peaceful. As long as they are not violated, they will never attack. But these ghost tree demons actually take the initiative to hunt, which is a bit surprising. It seems that these ghost tree demons have also transformed because of these evil spirits. In this case, let's go and take a look. Time! 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 Immediately, the three of them quickly rose up and headed towards the stars ahead. In a moment, everyone had fallen down. Although the entire star is covered with trees, the eerie feeling still makes people scalp numb. Every tree here has a weird twisted posture. From a distance, it looks like a ferocious evil ghost. This place is so evil. Jin Long narrowed his eyes. Holy shit. The golden dragon, who was looking around, was suddenly startled and couldn't help shouting. On this evil star, looking around, there is a dense mass of skeletons. These skeletons have been buried deep in the earth, and some are only exposed at the edges. Jin Long took out a section of the skeleton, and with just a slight squeeze, the bone turned into powder. It is also impossible to tell what level of powerhouse the skeleton's predecessor was. It seems that this star has eaten a lot of people. Jin Long's eyelids couldn't help but jump. It looked around, frowning slightly. Axianu, why didn't I see those ghost tree demons? The ghost tree demon usually doesn't reveal its aura, unless it only shows up on its own. Hearing Jin Long's reply, Axianu said lightly, You are right. These stars are called eating stars in the holy land of the Ghost Clan. People's Star. Let's go to the front and have a look. Yang Wuqing, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. The golden dragon grinned and nodded, took out the dragon's halberd, and scanned all directions with vigilant eyes. Axianu also took out the Xianming battle spear. To know, under the sweep of the evil spirit, not all tree demons can transform into ghost tree demons. Some trees were completely submerged by the evil spirit and turned into mummy-like existences. Some other tree demons were transformed into ghost tree demons. But the two look almost identical in appearance, making it difficult to tell them apart. As for the breath, it is even harder to detect. These ghost tree demons are asleep most of the time. And when they are sleeping, there is no breath. Uh-huh. 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 At this moment, a rustling sound suddenly sounded, like the sound of a snake slithering through the grass. Before anyone could realize what was going on, they heard the golden dragon monster scream. What's this? I saw only a section of gray, something like a dry and dead tree vine. As fast as a spiritual snake. With a burst of rapidity, it was already roaring, and directly wrapped around the golden dragon's right leg. This dead tree root was so powerful that it was unimaginable, and it lifted the golden dragon upside down like a chicken. Dare you plot against me? After all, he is a strong man in the eternal realm. The golden dragon will not make the mistake of panicking after being attacked by a sneak attack. A cold light flashed in its eyes. It gritted its teeth and swung the halberd to kill the wandering dragon in its hand. But those vines seemed to know what the golden dragon was thinking. The moment he took action, more vines were already wrapping around him like maggots on the tarsal bones. Each vine carried unimaginable power, and even tightly entangled the golden dragon's arm. And in a short moment, it had been wrapped into a black big meat cocoon. Snort! Seeing these vines sweeping in one by one and shrinking rapidly at the same time, as if a demon had strangled the golden dragon, Yang Wuqing snorted coldly, raised his right hand and slashed. Zheng! Waves of breaking sounds continued to sound, and Yang Wuqing's chop was like cutting tofu with a knife, directly cutting open the vines. These broken vines trembled violently, like poisonous snakes that had been cut off. There was a scream of pain in the distance. The vines let go, and the golden dragon broke free from it in panic. But then, there was even a roaring sound in the distance. Under this roaring sound, more and more vines were seen sweeping in like a swarm of snakes. And in an instant, Yang Mucheng was completely wrapped in all directions. Axiana didn't speak. Her pupils closed, and a powerful evil spirit burst out from her body. Zitsidi. With the outbreak of this sinister energy, those vines seemed to have encountered something extremely exciting, and they immediately attacked Axiana desperately. At this moment, the monstrous vines were overwhelming. Just when these vines were about to touch Axiana's body, Axiana's eyes suddenly burst into light. And for a moment, the sinister aura erupted from her body suddenly swayed. It quickly condensed into a monstrous chill. Click! 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 Time. The vines that were attacked by the cold were already frozen before they even got close to Axiana, accompanied by the dense sound of freezing. All that could be seen was that the vines were frozen into popsicles. Snort! At the same time, Axiana closed his eyes and stepped heavily on the ground with the sole of his foot. Time. A ripple visible to the naked eye spread out rapidly. And the next moment, as if a strong wind was passing by, the vines were torn apart in an instant, turning into countless ice powder and falling to the ground. Ouch! At the same time, there was a piercing wailing sound in the distance. It was obviously the ghost tree demon hiding in the dark and making a sneak attack. It was completely severely injured by Axiana's move. If you dare to attack me secretly, see how I kill you! Hearing the roar, the golden dragon snorted coldly, raised the dragon's halberd and slashed towards the distance. Chapter 1975 Ghost Tree King. This little ghost tree demon is no match for Axiana, let alone when the three of them joined forces. There was only a burst of explosions, and the ghost tree demon was chopped from head to tail by the golden dragon. When the ghost tree demon exploded, everyone found that it was just a sapling. Seeing the ghost tree demon, the golden dragon couldn't help but be surprised. You know, the higher the cultivation level of a normal tree demon, the bigger it will naturally be. But in this man-eating star, it's exactly the opposite. These ghost tree demons give people the feeling of poisonous snakes, always hiding in the dark and trying to eat people. Everyone, be careful! He casually put away the core of the ghost tree demon, and Yang Mucheng said calmly, the enemy is in the dark, and we are in the clear. They may hide in the dark and attack us at any time. We must remain very alert. Axiana nodded heavily. She had lived in the holy land of the Ghost Clan for so long, so she naturally knew how terrifying these ghost tree demons were. You know, even some warriors from the ghost tribe dare not set foot on this star easily. You can imagine how troublesome the ghost tree demons on these stars are. Jin Long swallowed his saliva and clenched the Yulong war halberd tightly with both hands. If it hadn't followed Yang Mucheng, it would have been made into rice dumplings by the ghost tree demon. Although the ghost tree demon couldn't kill him yet, it was enough to make it struggle for a while. At that moment, everyone was on high alert and rushed towards the center of the stars. As everyone goes deeper, they naturally encounter more and more ghost tree demons. However, after experiencing the first sneak attack by the ghost tree demon, everyone has more or less experience, and naturally they are no longer as at a loss as before when facing the ghost tree demon. Not to mention, Yang Mucheng is here. In just 3 days, the three of them had killed more than 100 ghost tree demons. Such a high-intensity battle brought Axiana directly to the late eternal stage, and even the golden dragon was on the verge of breaking through. As for Yang Mucheng, he is still in the middle of eternity, although he has the ancient heaven swallowing technique, which can absorb all kinds of energy and convert it for his own use. This is only relative. The resentment contained in these evil spirits is so strong that only the ghost body can freely absorb it. Even if he absorbs too much, his meridians and bones will feel a little unbearable. However, the experience of the past few days, coupled with the acquisition of ghost wood, has allowed Qinglian Terrace to grow to the peak of the 5th level. The powerful power in Qinglian Tao is also continuously fed back into Yang Mucheng's body, which also makes Yang Mucheng's cultivation level infinite in the late eternal age. Soon, most of the ghost tree demons on this man-eating planet were cleaned up by the three of them. What was left were the low-level ghost tree demons, which were not too big for the three of them. Roll. Simply, they would go directly to the largest man-eating star. Before they even got close to the man-eating star, everyone saw an astonishing scene. I saw a towering tree that seemed to have grown above the clouds, and its dense crown had reached hundreds of miles. Every leaf in the dense tree crown is pitch black, swaying slightly with the wind, like turbulent ripples on the Black Sea, giving people a deep and terrifying feeling. Buzz! Seeing this ghost tree demon, King Liantai suddenly felt excited, and messages were continuously conveyed to Yang Muqing's mind. It seems that this ghost tree demon is the ghost tree king on this man-eating planet. Yang Muqing narrowed his eyes and said slowly. Everyone looked a little nervous when they looked at the huge ghost king tree. Arsenal also looked solemn. According to her, this ghost king tree was originally a huge tree demon, and it was also the first one to transform into a ghost tree demon. Among the stars, it is undoubtedly the most powerful. Of course, even without Axiana's explanation, Yang Muqing and Jin Long could still feel an astonishing feeling of heart palpitations from this ghost tree king. As the three of them approached, the gentle breeze suddenly seemed to have stopped. Before that, there were still black ripples, and the canopy sea surface that looked like a black sea also stopped quietly. Everyone's expressions changed slightly when they felt the scene. Apparently, this ghost tree king has already sensed that everyone is approaching him. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. However, before they could react, the silent ghost king tree started to stir slightly. This weird feeling gives people the impression that the ghost king tree is gradually waking up. Boom! At the same time, a shocking aura surged out of the ghost king tree's body. Wow! Suddenly, the silent ghost king tree shook its body rapidly and made a sound that resounded across the starry sky. As a black aura surged from the ghost king tree, the ghost king tree slowly bent down under the shocked gazes of the three people. Looking at the scene, everyone was a little confused. Boom! At this time, the ghost king tree flicked violently, and in an instant, the millions of leaves were like a dense black rain, overwhelmingly moving towards the location of everyone, attracting them crazily. Hisses. Seeing the attack of the ghost king tree, everyone couldn't help but gasp. This is really amazing if you don't move. All I could see were the oval-shaped black leaves, sweeping over like drops of rain. Almost in an instant, the entire starry sky was covered. Humph! I still want to sneak attack on your young master, but it's not that easy. The golden dragon had been wary of the ghost king tree for a long time. When he felt the opponent's attack, he snorted coldly. He picked up the dragon's halberd in his hand and suddenly swung it forward fiercely. Buzz! A burst of golden light swept across the world. I saw a golden blade spread out rapidly, roaring fiercely towards the dense black leaves. These black leaves were torn apart by the golden light on the spot, turned into endless powder, and scattered one after another. Axianu also took a step forward at the same time, releasing his own cultivation. The shocking cold air was also like a tide, rushing forward desperately. The overwhelming black leaves, before they even got close to her, were swept by the extremely cold air and froze into pieces of ice in no particular order. At the same time, it turned into pieces of bright ice powder. Yang Muqing stood in the center of the two people, his eyes slightly narrowed, staring at the giant ghost tree demon, as if he was guarding against something. The moment Axianu and Jin Long took action to resist these black leaves, the huge and terrifying ghost tree demon finally broke out. Chapter 1976 Fierce Battle. Boom! A loud roar like thunder suddenly sounded. Yang Muqing clearly saw that the earth above the stars was swept and turbulent at this moment, as if earth-shaking. At this moment, the huge tree roots of the ghost tree king were like big dragons, rolling and rolling in the soil. Boom! 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 In an instant, these three thick tree roots were like three huge snakes, sweeping through the terrifying breaking wind. In an instant, they were already rushing towards the three of them, charging fiercely towards the three of them. Boom! There was only a burst of explosions, and the golden light that the golden dragon slashed out was instantly broken by the terrifying tree roots. And Arsenalu's extremely cold and frozen breath seemed to have no influence on this tree root. The roaring tree root brought with it a monstrous hurricane and a terrifying afterimage, like lightning, coming without any interruption, arriving in front of the three people. Not good! Feeling this terrifying attack, both Jin Long and Axiana couldn't help but change their expressions. They had just launched their attack. Their old strength was exhausted, and new strength had not yet emerged. How could they withstand such an attack? However, at this moment, Yang Muqing took a step forward. In an instant, a monstrous force swept directly across. He quickly pointed forward with his right hand, and heard a crisp sound of swords resounding loudly, as billions of long swords formed directly in front of him. Then, as Yang Muqing waved his right hand, like an orderly army, it quickly divided into three groups and gathered into a three-headed sword storm. Roar! Almost as soon as the sword blade stormed the stars, it was already rushing forward fiercely. The shocking storm of blades opened its mouth and roared out, directly biting the 3 tree roots that came over. At the same time, the shocking power brought by the sweeping sword blade even tore the tree roots apart. It broke into a vacuum. Destroy it! Yang Muqing's eyes widened angrily, and his right hand violently crushed forward. Time. The 3-headed sword storm did not stop at all after tearing apart the tree roots. Instead, it quickly and violently crushed the Ghost Tree King in an even more shocking manner. Ouch! Realizing that the roots of his tree had been cut off on the spot, the Ghost Tree King suddenly let out an angry howl, and only heard an earth-shattering sound. And then everyone saw an incredible scene. I saw. The Ghost Tree King trembled extremely at this moment, and each root was as thick as a mountain range, as if it were a huge tree root that could even be suppressed by a river, and was pulled out directly from the soil. Thousands of rhizomes are raised together, and from a distance, they look like a huge ocean wave. This terrifying wave surged to the extreme, and then slammed hard on the ground. Boom! A loud and shocking sound resounded quickly, and then we saw that terrifying crushing force that made the entire man-eating planet tremble suddenly, as if it was being shaken alive by this terrifying blow. It looked like it was slapped in half. But under this monstrous bombardment, a wave of air visible to the naked eye also rose up, spread directly from the stars, and then surged forward, striking hard. Then, this monstrous wave of air struck the 3-headed sword storm in front of everyone's shocked eyes. Bang! 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 This terrifying explosion suddenly swept across. Even the terrible wind pressure generated by the explosion violently flew away the surrounding stars. Yang Muqing, Jin Long, and Axiana were also hit hard by this monstrous hurricane. They immediately lost their balance and flew backwards. Finally stopped. Everyone quickly looked forward and saw that the Ghost Tree King also trembled, and countless leaves fell from the crown of the tree. Obviously, the previous blow was not very comfortable for the Ghost Tree King. Too strong. Recalling the scene of the previous battle, everyone's eyes couldn't help but flash with shock. Boss, how should we deal with this guy? Jin Long tightened his grip on the wandering dragon halberd and asked through gritted teeth. If Yang Muqing hadn't taken action before, I'm afraid he would have fallen into the opponent's trap and been directly captured by the Ghost Tree King. At this time, he might have become the opponent's nourishment, leaving only a pile of withered bones. Axianu also looked at Yang Muqing, waiting for Yang Muqing's order. I'll be the main attacker. You two will cover. Yang Muqing calmed down and said. Boom! However, the Ghost Tree King did not give them a chance to rest. Almost as soon as Yang Muqing finished speaking, the Ghost Tree King stirred up his monstrous tree roots again. Wow! This scene was like a tidal wave. Another turbulent wave visible to the naked eye, rolling up quickly and slamming towards the location of the 3 people. Tongue! 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 The terrifying air wave that did not hit the 3 people directly exploded the whole space. Dense cracks spread out along the place where the air waves hit. Even a star that was closer was torn apart by this terrifying air wave, and was instantly crushed into powder by the subsequent air wave. Do it. Seeing the shocking scene, Yang Muqing couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and shouted quickly. Phew! Axiana quickly took out the bone flute, and a melodious sound resounded. Then he heard a shocking dragon roar. A gray light burst out, and the bone dragon quickly emerged from the bone flute, and at the same time, he opened his big mouth and suddenly vomited forward. Hula. The white light almost flooded the entire starry sky at this moment. The extremely cold breath, like a tide, swept towards the location of the Ghost Tree King overwhelmingly. Click, 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 click. Waves of freezing sounds came one after another. Everywhere you looked, the places where the cold current surged were completely frozen. Even a man-eating planet not far away was frozen into a huge ice ball. This cold current surged forward and swept towards the Ghost Tree King desperately. Crackling. In an instant, then I saw that the endless black leaves on the huge canopy of the Ghost Tree King that were hundreds of miles away were frozen into a crystal clear piece. From a distance, they looked really beautiful. At this time, Jin Long on the side also took action. Roar. He let out a low roar, and the demonic energy suppressed in his body exploded and swept out on the spot like a flash flood that had accumulated for 3 days and 3 nights. Chapter 1977 The Powerful Ghost Tree King. The aura of the Golden Dragon continued to rise, reaching a sky-high peak. The turbulent power swept across rapidly, causing terrifying ripples to surge across the starry sky. When Jinlong's aura reached its peak, He also took action quickly. Roar! 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 Waves of shocking roars resounded rapidly. I saw that the billowing demonic energy quickly transformed into terrifying dragons. The moment it formed, it was already overwhelming and bombarding towards the location of the Ghost Tree King. The terrifying existences seemed to transform into real sea dragons at this moment. And the huge scales all showed the necessary fiber patterns at this moment. From a distance, it looks like a monstrous rain of arrows transformed into a demonic energy. Whistling rapidly, they were separated by a starry sky. But to Jinlong, it was just a matter of seconds. With almost no gap, the monstrous dragon was seen sweeping out with an overwhelming attitude. And in an instant, it bombarded the huge trunk of the Ghost Tree King. Boom! 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 In an instant, bursts of shocking and terrifying explosions resounded desperately, shaking the entire void. Looking towards the man-eating star, everything seemed to be completely obscured by the golden light produced during the explosion, as if the star had transformed into an extremely dazzling sun in everyone's eyes. Zheng! Just as Jinlong and Axiana took action, Yang Mucheng also took action at the same time. He took a step forward, and suddenly a monstrous power surged to the extreme. Along with a crisp sound of sword sounds, it was immediately seen that Shen Yuan's sword became extremely dazzling as the rolling internal energy poured into it. Even, the entire Shen Yuan sword erupted with bright light, just like the shocking blazing sun. When this dazzling light reached its peak, Yang Mucheng pointed his right hand forward. Boom! Suddenly, Shen Yuan's sword exploded. The speed of this terrifying bombardment even tore the void apart, and a turbulent cloud ring clearly spread out and rolled away. Zheng! Shen Yuan's sword flew out, tearing apart the space. Like a shocking lightning strike from the eternal universe, it arrived in front of the Ghost King tree without even the slightest gap. Ouch! As if feeling this terrifying combo, even the Ghost King tree completely shuddered at this moment. The huge body shook suddenly at this moment, and a roar erupted from the mouth-like organ on the tree trunk. This shocking roar transformed into a monstrous sound wave in an instant, spreading in all directions. Crackling, this monstrous sound wave possesses unimaginable power, and the surging ripples hit everyone's attacks hard in an instant. Boom! The incoming cold current was completely torn apart almost instantly. Even the piece of frost covering Ghost Tree King's body was shattered at this moment, and this wave of sound wave ripples spread to all directions. The demonic dragons were directly hit by this wave of ripples, and completely exploded on the spot. Even as the ripples spread, he was pushed out directly. It was as if the Ghost Tree King had created a vacuum around it, and everyone's endless attacks were directly blocked by an invisible barrier. Kill me! Looking at the rapidly spreading ripples, the golden light in Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed, and he had already taken a step forward, and the surging and powerful inner energy was poured into Shen Yuan's sword again. Zheng! The Shen Yuan sword whizzed out, sweeping out at its peak, and in an instant, it was in front of the Ghost Tree King. The sound wave ripples that had blocked the attack that isolated Axianu and Jinlong were actually torn apart by Yang Mucheng's sword. From a distance, it looked like a surging tide that separated rapidly following Yang Mucheng's sword. As if feeling the terror of this sword, the Ghost Tree King showed a hint of trembling and quickly shook his body. One by one, huge dragon-like roots emerged directly from the soil. Then, this terrifying root quickly roared out in the next moment and flew towards the Shen Yuan sword. Each of these tree roots is extremely majestic and terrifying, and even describing it as a mountain range is not an exaggeration. Although it is a tree root, it has a metallic color, which is very shocking. I just saw that Shen Yuan's sword move forward without hesitation, directly crushing the roots that covered the sky one by one. However, the Ghost Tree King's movements did not show any restraint. Instead, he continued to cover the tree roots quickly towards the front. Gradually, the sword energy surging on Shen Yuan's sword was actually wrapped up layer by these tree roots, directly restraining Shen Yuan's sword like a scabbard. What? Seeing this scene, even Yang Mucheng couldn't help but be shocked. He formed a seal Ju with his right hand and directly poured the overwhelming power into Shen Yuan's sword. Laugh! The Shen Yuan sword, which was crushed by the tree roots, once again burst out with a surge of sword energy. Wherever the sword energy reached, the huge tree roots were directly cut off by the sword energy on the spot, and even torn into pieces. But the Ghost Tree King was extremely ferocious. Even though the roots of the tree were cut off, he kept extending the roots and wrapping them layer by layer. In front of Yang Mucheng, he wrapped the Shen Yuan sword into a rice dumpling. What? When Yang Mucheng was about to pour in his inner energy again, he discovered that the Ghost Tree King had cut off the connection between him and Shen Yuanjian. What a bastard! Feeling this scene, how could Yang Mucheng endure it? He was about to take action, but the Ghost King tree erupted again. More tree roots than before swept out directly, like dragons roaring fiercely, like a divine dragon wagging its tail, directly sealing off this space. He even forced Yang Mucheng back, who wanted to take back the Shen Yuan sword. And those tree roots? Under the shocked eyes of Yang Mucheng, Xian Nu and Jin Long tightly wrapped up the Shen Yuan sword, as if it were sealed, and directly suppressed it in the center of the stars. Holy shit! Seeing this scene, Jin Long was stunned and couldn't believe his eyes. Isn't this Ghost Tree King too powerful? Arsenal was also speechless. Chapter 1978 was repulsed. Too strong. The strength of this Ghost Tree King simply exceeded the imagination of the three of them. You know, no matter what kind of Ghost Tree demon you face, it only takes two people to work together to solve it. But now facing this Ghost Tree demon, even if the three of them joined forces, they could not defeat it. Even Yang Mucheng's own Shen Yuan sword was snatched away by the Ghost Tree King. I have to say that this Ghost Tree King is so powerful that it is almost unbelievable. Boss, your Shen Yuan sword! Looking at the calm ground again, Jin Long couldn't help but said. The huge rhizome wrapped the Shen Yuan sword like a cocoon and buried it directly into the ground. Looking at the position, it was even under the Ghost Tree King. With such a posture, it is obvious that only by killing the Ghost Tree King can the Shen Yuan sword be used. No, Shen Yuanjian has completely lost contact. Yang Mucheng shook his head, showing a wry smile and said, This Ghost Tree King has completely severed the connection between me and Shen Yuanjian. I simply can't do it now. Can't contact Shen Yuanjian. What should we do? Axiana cried out. Being able to snatch away the Shen Yuan sword in front of Yang Mucheng also cut off the connection between the two parties. The strength of this Ghost Tree demon was already beyond the imagination of the three of them. You guys stand here and I'll try it. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes and looked forward. Boom! At this moment, he took one step forward, and his whole person suddenly disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already in front of the Ghost Tree King. Seeing this scene, Xian Nu and Jin Long could not help but raise their hearts to their throats. In front of the Ghost Tree King, Yang Mucheng looked like a tiny ant, not even as big as a leaf of the Ghost Tree King. But now, Yang Mucheng wants to use this ant body to take back his own Shen Yuan sword from the Ghost Tree King. Boom! The moment he appeared in front of the Ghost Tree King, Yang Mucheng quickly raised his hands. In an instant, the infinite evil energy surged out in a monstrous manner, forming a huge soul-destroying seal in front of him. With the formation of Zhuhan Tianyin, a terrifying coercion blasted away in all directions, making the surrounding space crackle and explode. Of course, not to mention the huge roots of the Ghost Tree King. I just saw that the tree roots that were smashed by the blast quickly recovered in a manner visible to the naked eye. Roar! Feeling the strange changes on the roots, the Ghost Tree King lowered his eyes and immediately spotted Yang Mucheng appearing at his feet. Frightened and angry, it suddenly let out an angry roar. The huge tree roots were desperately pulled out from the ground, and then they covered him fiercely like a tide, as if they were going to grab Yang Mucheng's entire body and bury him together in the earth. Boss, be careful. Seeing the terrifying tree roots sweeping in from the sky, Yang Mucheng closed his eyes and quickly used the Soul Ju Soul Seal in his hand, directly blasting towards the roots that were coming from the sky. Boom! 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 Suddenly, the roaring sound of the explosion resounded loudly. I just saw that wherever the soul-destroying seal passed by, it went forward, and everything that existed was exploded. But there are so many of these tree roots. They are coming in a steady stream, and they can't be blasted away no matter what. Not only was the bombardment inexhaustible, but it was also like a tide, rising up one after another at the same time. In an instant, it had reached a shocking extreme, surging hundreds of feet into the void, and then surged with overwhelming power, crushed down quickly and violently. Get away. Seeing that the Ghost Tree King actually wanted to leave him here, Yang Mucheng's eyes suddenly flashed with coldness. He grabbed the soul-destroying seal in his hand and struck forward fiercely, crackling. Immediately, the turbulent air waves caused by the attacks from both sides were crushed together, and the terrifying squeeze tore the space apart. Then, the Zhuhan Heavenly Seal hit the tree root very well. Boom! 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 The shocking explosion resounded rapidly, and the sweeping air waves rushed in all directions desperately. These terrifying tree roots quietly crushed Yang Muqing's soul-destroying seal to pieces. At the same time, the terrifying power generated by the explosion also hit Yang Muqing's body hard, directly pushing Yang Muqiang away. The Ghost Tree King's tree trunk trembled, then recovered again, and then crazily crushed it with a more ferocious attitude. Facing the monstrous attack from the Ghost Tree King, Yang Muqiang frowned slightly, and could only choose to retreat. What? Seeing this scene, Jinlong and Axiana couldn't help but look at each other. In the previous battle, Yang Muqiang used almost all his skills to snatch his Xinyuan sword back from the Ghost Tree King. But he failed and could only be bombarded and fell back. Call! With a turn of his body, Yang Muqiang suddenly disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he had already left the man-eating star, and the bombardment of the Ghost Tree Demon came over almost at the same time, crackling and crushing the entire space. Wow! Although Yang Muqiang was forced back alive, it seemed that the previous blow was not able to kill Yang Muqiang. The Ghost Tree King suddenly shook his trunk angrily. Call out! Call out! Call out! Immediately afterwards, there was a sudden sound of terrifying hurricane sounds. And then everyone saw the terrifying tree roots sweeping towards Yang Muqing's location. Tang! Yang Muqiang turned around, used Void Transcend again, and disappeared directly on the spot. However, this Ghost Tree King seemed to have a very deep understanding of space. He suddenly turned the tree root and whipped it directly towards another space. Snapped! Yang Muqiang, who walked out of the void, saw the terrifying tree roots that were overwhelming him at the first sight, and a hint of horror suddenly flashed in his eyes. Tang! Turning around again, Yang Muqiang took a step back. Suddenly, with a rumbling figure, he quickly retreated towards the rear. Although Yang Muqiang was already very fast, he was still hit hard by the Ghost Tree King. Boom! A dull loud sound resounded in the starry sky. Yang Muqing's whole body was like a sharp arrow being shot out. He immediately lost his balance and hit the space with a series of terrifying loud sounds. Even after the space calmed down, a turbulent cloud ring was left behind. Chapter 1979 Taunting. What happened? Why is there such a violent explosion? Oh my god! What happened there? Hearing the shocking sound, everyone looked towards the source of the sound. To know, this galaxy was originally the place where ghost warriors trained. Such a terrifying battle has already attracted many warriors to watch the battle. Others, after hearing the terrifying explosion, hurriedly got out of their training positions and looked over. When they saw the shocking scene, they couldn't help but be stunned and couldn't believe it. Oh my god! Did I see it wrong? He actually wants to defend the Ghost Tree King? Seeing Yang Muqiang being blasted away by the Ghost Tree King, the ghost warriors were stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help but scream. Immediately afterwards, there were bursts of unbearable sarcasm. Humph! You want to fight against the Ghost Tree King? He doesn't even urinate to show himself. What kind of virtue is he? Do you think that after defeating Yulong, you can be tyrannical and unscrupulous in the Ghost Clan's holy land? Everyone looked at this scene with ridicule on their faces. To know, the appearance of Yang Muqiang directly made the goddess Axianu in their hearts belong to them. This naturally caused dissatisfaction among many ghost warriors. It's just that Yang Muqing's display of strength made them afraid, and they didn't dare to challenge him like Yulong, so they could only secretly hate him. Therefore, when they saw Yang Muqiang defeated by the Ghost Tree King, many ghost warriors showed mocking looks. Yes, stealing a chicken will cost you a handful of rice. He wanted to kill the Ghost Tree King, but instead of succeeding, he lost his weapon. Some people recalled the scene where the Ghost Tree King took away the Xinyuan sword from Yang Muqiang, and couldn't help laughing. This kid's courage is really astonishing. The Ghost Tree King took away his Xinyuan sword, and he was not willing to give in. He even dared to rush directly in front of the Ghost Tree King and try to take it back. If he had been faster, he would have been able to take it back. If you go slower, I might be completely suppressed by the Ghost Tree King. Some people sneered secretly, and complained about why the Ghost Tree King didn't break out earlier and suppress Yang Muqiang directly. This Yang Muqiang is too scary. However, as the saying goes, insiders look at the door and outsiders look at the excitement. The Ghost Clan warriors who actually witnessed the entire occupation couldn't help but gasp. Their eyes filled with unbelievable shock. The cultivation realm of this Ghost Tree King is not considered top-notch. There are many beings in the Ghost Clan Holy Land who can kill it, but those are the beings of the older generation, and their strength has reached the 1 yuan realm. But what about Yang Mucheng? He was only in the middle stage of the Eternal Period. But in his previous performances, he had crushed the Ghost Tree King several times. This terrifying explosive power is simply beyond everyone's imagination. Owner! Seeing Yang Mucheng retreating after being bombarded, Axiana quickly shouted nervously. However, Yang Mucheng shook his head and said it was okay. Don't worry. I am a 5-element spirit. It is not that easy for the Ghost Tree King to kill me. Jin Long looked at Yang Mucheng, who was pushed back, looked at the Ghost Tree King, and immediately shouted, "Is grandma's!" After scolding, Jin Long was ready to carry the wandering dragon halberd and prepare to kill him. But before it could make any move, Yang Mucheng quickly grabbed the golden dragon. Under the latter's confused look, Yang Mucheng shook his head and said, "With our current strength, we are still far behind in dealing with this Ghost Tree King. Even if the three of us join forces, we probably won't be able to kill this Ghost Tree King. Boss, what should we do? Your Shen Yuan sword is still in the hands of the Ghost Tree King, and it was suppressed by him." When Jin Long heard this, he couldn't help shouting. Axiana frowned slightly, and after concentrating for a moment, he said, "Master, how about I ask the Empress to take action? With the Empress' strength, she can easily deal with this Ghost Tree King." When Jin Long heard this, he was also very happy and shouted, "That's right. Let's ask the Empress to take action." Unexpectedly, Yang Mucheng shook his head and said, "I can handle my own affairs even without borrowing help from others. If we practice for 3 more days, we will definitely be able to kill this Ghost Tree King by then." Jin Long and Axiana looked at each other and nodded involuntarily. After all, they all followed Yang Mu's lead. Since the other party already had an idea, they would naturally not object. At that moment, the three of them turned into a ray of light and flew towards another man-eating star. Seeing this scene, the ghost warriors watching the battle couldn't help but show a look of disdain. "Ha ha! Wasn't this kid quite arrogant back then? That's right. Why are you so timid now? Hee hee. His weapons were suppressed by the Ghost Tree King, and he must be moving reinforcements now." Seeing Yang Mucheng, Axianu, and Jin Long turning around and leaving, many people suddenly showed a mocking look. But soon they were stunned, because the direction Yang Mucheng and others were going was not the ancestral land of the Ghost Clan, but another man-eating star. This strange behavior immediately confused many people. What on earth is it? Shouldn't they be moving reinforcements at this time? Why did they go to another man-eating planet? What do they want to do? Seeing this strange scene, everyone couldn't help but show a look of confusion. There were even some ghost warriors who secretly followed the three of them to the man-eating star. As a result, they discovered that they just stayed on that star and started practicing as if nothing had happened. How is this going? Looking at their postures, it doesn't look like they are giving up. Could it be that they plan to wait until after a few more days of training to improve their strength before dealing with this Ghost Tree King? Everyone is a little confused. That's right. They are planning to practice for another 3 days, and then deal with the Ghost Tree King. At this time, a ghost from the Eternal Realm nodded. When Yang Mucheng spoke before, he did not hide it. So as long as you pay attention, you will definitely be able to hear what the other party said before. This Ghost Clan warrior repeated Yang Mucheng's previous words exactly as they were. Time. The ghosts who were watching were stunned at first. And then, they seemed to have heard some unbelievable joke. They couldn't help it anymore, and started laughing. Are you kidding me? After 3 days of experience, you want to deal with this Ghost Tree King again? Isn't this Yang Mucheng too whimsical? No matter how powerful he is, there is no way he will grow in these 3 days. Almost everyone in the Ghost Clan imagines this way. Chapter 1980 Expectation. Did you hear what they said? In the ancestral land of the Ghost Clan, the Empress watched this scene quietly. Although they were far apart, what happened on the man-eating planet was naturally easily witnessed by a being of her level. She could even hear what Yang Mucheng said. Naturally, standing next to the Empress was the great skeleton elder. I heard it, but... At this moment, the skeleton elder felt a little uneasy and kept looking at him. Empress, people from the Yin family are about to come to our door. Hearing the words of the skeleton elder, a hint of chill flashed in the Empress's eyes. But this chill quickly disappeared. She smiled faintly, shook her head as if nothing had happened, and continued to ask, Then do you think Yang Mucheng can really defeat this Ghost Tree King in 3 days? The skeleton elder showed a wry smile. To know, the Yin family's army still has a few days to go before it reaches the holy land of the Ghost Clan. But now, the Empress does not care at all. Instead, She has been concerned about whether Yang Machung can kill the Ghost Tree King in 3 days. This actually surprised the skeleton elder. But he didn't dare to object, although the woman in front of him looked weak. In fact, she was a terrifying existence that opened up the entire Ghost Clan's holy land. If you offend her, the consequences will be disastrous. Thinking of this, the great skeleton elder thought about it seriously, and then said, "To be honest, Yang Muching's strength is indeed quite terrifying. Even in some of the older generation of Ghost Clan strongmen may not be able to match the Ghost Tree King. Even if they meet him, I have to stay away." But Yang Machung was able to regain the situation for himself under the bombardment of the Ghost Tree King, and even dared to rush in front of the Ghost Tree King and take action. But it is a pity that the strength of the two sides is too different. Even his Xin Yuan sword was completely taken away by the Ghost Tree King. So we can see the clues and differences between them. If Yang Machung wants to defeat this Ghost Tree King, he will need at least Eternal Peak, or even Eternal Perfection cultivation. And Yang Muching's strength has only reached the middle stage of the Eternal stage now. It is difficult to reach the late stage of the Eternal stage in 3 days, let alone reaching the peak of the Eternal stage, or even reaching the perfect realm of cultivation. After concentrating for a moment, the great skeleton elder shook his head and said, "So, after 3 days, I'm afraid Yang Machung has no chance of winning against this Ghost Tree King." "Oh." Hearing the resolute judgment of Elder Skeleton, the Empress couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. But she showed a hint of a smile, nodded, and then said, "Of course you're right. According to the true truth, Yang Machung cannot defeat this Ghost Tree King at all. But in my heart, I have some expectations for him. Then let's wait another 3 days and see." After saying this, the Empress seemed to remember something, turned to the side, looked at the skeleton elder and asked, "You said before that people from the Yin family have already called?" "Yes." The great skeleton elder couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The other party was finally willing to take the initiative to talk about this matter. After nodding, the great skeleton elder said, "Although the Yin family did not send out their entire army, the ones who came this time were all One Yuan realm experts. It is estimated that they will arrive at the Holy Land of the Ghost Clan in 3 to 4 days. In addition, the other 7 clans, the Tuoba clan and the Negong clan, also sent some people, although there are not many in number. They are all very important One Yuan realm powerhouses in each family." When the great skeleton elder said this, there was obviously a hint of extremely troublesome feeling in his tone. Apparently, this kind of formation of the 7 major families is simply impossible to resist with the strength of the Ghost Clan Holy Land. However, when the skeleton elder changed his voice, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and said, "Fortunately, the ancestral land of the Demon Clan and some other places have become more active, which makes the 7 clans a little cautious. At least, the Yin family does not dare to challenge our holy land too openly." The Empress nodded. Nowadays, the entire starry sky has maintained a very delicate balance. The human race forces headed by the 7 races, and the 10,000 race forces headed by the ghost race and demon race. Although there are disputes and frictions between the two sides, no one dares to initiate a war. You know, once a war is provoked, the starry sky will not be peaceful in the future. Besides, among the human forces, although the 7 clans are the leader, not all forces follow the ambitions of the 7 clans. The Yin family has sent a message. They want us to deal Yangmu out. After the skeleton elder finished speaking, he looked at the Empress. The Empress pondered for a moment and did not speak. Instead, she looked at the skeleton elder and said calmly, "What do you think we should do? Hand over Yang Machung. After all, we are under the Yin family's nose. If we go against the Yin family, there will be a lot of trouble in the future. So, it is better to show weakness and hand over Yang Mu." The great skeleton elder paused for a moment before speaking. After finishing speaking, he looked at the Empress cautiously. "Ha ha. Hand it over? Why?" Unexpectedly, as soon as the skeleton elder finished speaking, the Empress could not help but sneer. She shook her head slowly, her eyes full of ridicule. "When I first opened up the Holy Land, the Yin family had a lot of trouble with me. At that time, I was not afraid of them. Now, the Holy Land has been opened up, and I have thousands of ghost warriors. Even if it is not as good as the Yin family, it will not be much worse. So, why did we, the Holy Land of the Ghost Clan, obey the Yin family's order and hand over Yang Machung? The great skeleton elder let out a long sigh. He had already expected that the Empress would say such things. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Then he said cautiously, "However, now the 7 tribes have made their attitude clear. They will never give up until they see Yang Macheng. If we don't have friendship, the 7 tribes will not be able to explain it." After all, this time, the Holy Land of the Ghost Clan faced not just one Yin family, but 7 clans. The huge strength of the 7 clans also gave the Empress a headache. After concentrating for a moment, the Empress finally spoke. "It's very simple. When the time comes, just say that Yang Macheng has left my Holy Land, and our Ghost Clan's Holy Land leads to all directions. Just let Yang Macheng leave secretly. I don't believe that the 7 tribes can catch Yang Macheng under our noses." After saying that, the Empress smiled lightly, cast her eyes towards the man-eating star, and said, "Next, let's look forward to 3 days later. I'm very curious whether Yang Macheng can kill this Ghost Tree King." Chapter 1981. 3 days later. Under everyone's expectant gaze, 3 days later came soon. During these 3 days, even some thoughtful ghost warriors secretly followed Yang Macheng and others, wanting to see what they were planning to do in these few days. But the result is naturally a bit puzzling. During these 3 days, Yang Macheng, Jinlong, and Axiana continued to hunt some powerful ghost tree demons as if nothing had happened. They have visited dozens of man-eating stars, and the number of ghost tree demons killed by them is also increasing. What? When outsiders learned about the movements of the 3 people, everyone was in disbelief. To know, in everyone's opinion, it is almost impossible for Yang Macheng, Jinlong, and Axiana to destroy the Ghost Tree King in the past few days. If you want to win, you can only use some extreme methods or some extreme techniques. So in everyone's opinion, Yang Macheng must be preparing for such a thing in the past few days. But who knew that he actually started practicing step by step? If he uses some extreme means, there may be a glimmer of hope that he can defeat the Ghost Tree King. But now it seems that there is no hope at all. Some people sighed and shook their heads. Yes, 3 days is too short. It is too difficult to defeat the Ghost Tree King. Almost everyone imagines it that way. Even those ghost warriors who followed Yang Macheng and wanted to find out what he had done in recent days also left quickly, because they had completely given up hope that Yang Macheng could defeat the Ghost Tree King. But in the next few days, Yang Macheng not only showed no sign of pause, but also hunted down the Ghost Tree Demon at an increasingly faster speed. On the second day, the Golden Dragon also reached the late stage of eternity. The more Ghost Tree Demons are killed, the more Ghost Tree cores will be obtained, and the Qinglian Terrace will naturally be improved more and more. Of course, the power fed back from Qinglian Taichung also brought Yang Macheng to the edge of breakthrough on the 3rd day. At the moment, Yang Macheng directly chose to retreat and break through, because he knew that if he wanted to kill the Ghost Tree King, he would have some hope only if he reached the late eternal stage. There has been no movement for so long. Could it be that the breakthrough failed? On one of the man-eating stars, a golden dragon anxiously wandered back and forth. His eyes kept scanning Yang Mucheng's body. Logically speaking, Yang Mucheng's cultivation has reached the point where it is a matter of course. It is the kind of level where one foot has already entered the late stage of eternity. As long as he steps in, he can completely enter it. However, Yang Macheng has been sitting here practicing for too long, and there has been no movement until now. This naturally makes Jinlong a little anxious. Don't be anxious. Breaking through is not that easy. You are from the Demon Clan, and I am from the Ghost Clan. They have different physiques and different cultivation progress. The Master has been practicing for a shorter period of time than us. How can he be able to do so in such a short period of time? Reaching this level of cultivation within a short period of time is already terrifying. Maybe this breakthrough will take longer than us. Axiana paused for a moment before speaking. Jinlong frowned and couldn't help but sigh when he heard what the other party said. To be honest, it itself has great doubts about whether it can kill the Ghost Tree King in 3 days. If it hadn't followed Yang Macheng, it wouldn't have put all its expectations on him. Few, however, at this moment, a gentle breeze seemed to blow quietly, and there seemed to be a strange force passing through the field. This is? Jinlong couldn't help but be stunned. Before it could react, the wind was getting stronger and stronger. Yang Macheng, who was sitting there calmly, gave people a terrifying feeling like a black hole. At the same time as the wind picked up, the endless evil energy in the sky gathered into a dense fog visible to the naked eye, rolling in crazily with a swift and violent attitude. At the same time, They seemed to transform into two huge horned dragons. Following Yang Muqing's breathing, it rushed directly into his nasal cavity. We're about to break through. Feeling this shocking vision, Axena jumped up excitedly. This sign of breakthrough not only covers this area, but also covers the entire star. If you are outside the stars, you will definitely be able to see this sudden wind quietly covering the entire stars. In the air, in the soil, in the sea, the remaining evil energy was swept by this wind and gathered into a whirlwind, constantly rushing towards Yang Muqing's location. Even the sinister aura breathed out by Axian Nu and the demonic aura breathed out by Golden Dragon were forcibly extracted under the sweep of this hurricane. Zitsidi, feeling that the evil spirit of the entire star was snatched away at this moment, the ghost tree demons on the man-eating star suddenly became furious and shook their bodies crazily. Boom! Boom! The calm ground rolled at this moment, and the surging soil looked like a big dragon twisting its body in the soil from a distance. Obviously, these are the roots of those ghost tree demons. They want to kill Yang Muqing and take back the evil spirit on this star. Not good! This scene appeared too suddenly. When Jin Long was shocked, the endless tree roots had already emerged in an extreme way, overwhelming and attacking Yang Muqing fiercely. At this time, Axianu and Jin Long wanted to take action, but it was already too late. They could only watch helplessly as these roots tried to completely devour and cover Yang Muqing. Boom! However, at the moment when these roots were about to sweep over and cover Yang Muqing, who was trying his best to break through, suddenly trembled, and the aura on his body actually took on a terrifying attitude, rising regardless of the rising tide. Buzz! At this moment, an invisible ripple spread out with Yang Muqing's body as the center. Only a crackling sound was heard, and then the tree roots that had not hit Yang Muqing seemed to be covered by a monstrous wave. In an instant, they were completely torn apart and turned into pieces. Make endless powder. Laugh! At the same time, Yang Muqing also opened his eyes at this moment. A golden light flashed quietly in his pupils, and there was a cracking sound that bombarded the void. Boss? Feeling this rising momentum, Jin Long couldn't help shouting excitedly. Yang Muqing smiled faintly, nodded and said, That's right. I've made a breakthrough. Chapter 1982 Fighting the Ghost Tree King Again. Breakthrough. Hearing Yang Muqing's words, Jin Long and Axiana couldn't help but flash a hint of joy on their faces. This means that they can deal with the Ghost Tree King again next, and they can also test the results of these 3 days of hard work. Yang Muqing made a breakthrough. The story that Yang Muqing reached the late eternal stage spread like wildfire, and soon spread throughout the Ghost Clan Holy Land. However, the Ghost Warriors who heard the news were only slightly surprised, and then had no other reaction. After all, for everyone, it was only a matter of time before Yang Muqing's cultivation reached the late eternal stage. After these 3 days of crazy training, it was not a big surprise that he would achieve a breakthrough naturally. However, some people are secretly disdainful. So what if he breaks through? He is only in the late eternal period. How can he deal with the Ghost Tree King? You know, the Ghost Tree King is eternal perfection. Its strength is much stronger than the original Ghost Slaughter. Times! Mention Ghost Slaughter. Many Ghost Warriors also secretly shook their heads. There is no doubt about the strength of this strong man from the Ghost Clan. If the Empress hadn't arrived at the end and completely panicked him, Yang Muqing wouldn't have been given the chance to kill him. Although this Ghost King tree also has the eternal and perfect cultivation level, its strength is much stronger than the Ghost Slaughter of the same level. Even Yang Muqing, who has broken through the eternal late stage, may not be able to deal with it. But, even so, when the 3rd day came, there were still many warriors waiting outside the man-eating star. They wanted to see how Yang Muqing dealt with this Ghost Tree King. Of course, the Empress, who had been looking forward to Yang Muqing extremely, also stood in the Holy Land of the Ghost Clan and watched from a distance. The Great Skeleton Elder was also beside the Empress. Coming! Not long after, a low voice sounded. I saw Yang Muqing, Axian Nu, and Jin Long flying slowly towards them. When everyone saw that Axiana was so affectionate with Yang Muqing, a trace of displeasure and jealousy flashed in their hearts. Humph! So what if he has reached the late eternal stage? In the previous battle, he was still beaten by the Ghost Tree King. Although he has broken through, he has no weapons. What chance does he have of winning? A former suitor of Arsenal snorted disdainfully. Yes, even with the help of Axenu and Golden Dragon, they will still be unable to defeat this Ghost Tree King. In my opinion, The final result will probably be driven away by this Ghost Tree King. A ghost warrior nodded in agreement. Maybe after they lose this time, they will realize their own strength and cry and ask the Empress for help. Someone sneered. Anyway, few of the ghost warriors present were optimistic about their existence. Under the looks of ridicule, contempt, and disdain, Yang Muchung, Jin Long, and Axiana slowly arrived in front of the man-eating star where the Ghost Tree King was. Looking at the huge Ghost Tree King from a distance, the three people's eyes couldn't help but become a little solemn at this moment. Wow! At this moment, as if feeling a familiar aura, the Ghost Tree King woke up directly from his deep sleep. At the same time, he quickly shook his huge tree trunk and made a taunting move. I was actually mocked by a tree. Seeing this scene, Yang Muchung couldn't help but smile bitterly. Jin Long and Axiana couldn't help but look at each other, showing helpless expressions. Apparently, this Ghost Tree Demon has recognized that he is the three people who were driven away before. One of them, Yang Muchung, even had the weapons in his hands taken away. And now he dared to appear again. The Ghost Tree Demon naturally mocked him unceremoniously. Zheng! The moment the Ghost Tree King issued the provocation, Yang Muchung's eyes froze, and he took a step forward, pointing like a sword. Suddenly, at this moment, there was a crisp sound of swords resounding in the world. And then, they saw a sword light that was so bright that it was almost impossible to describe in words, slashing down quickly with a shocking gesture. Then it came down hard. Feeling the shocking sword blow, everyone present couldn't help but change their expressions, and all of them lost their color. Everyone could only see the swift and fierce sword slashing down hard, hitting the Ghost Tree King with almost no gap at all. Boom! Feeling this swift and violent sword, the Ghost Tree King also showed a look of shock. Obviously, he did not expect that in just 3 days, the opponent he had driven away before had actually grown to such a terrifying level. I was caught off guard for a moment. But after all, he has existed in the holy land of the Ghost Clan for such a long time, and has faced countless challenges from the Ghost Clan warriors. The Ghost Tree King has dealt with countless powerful beings, so he naturally has a transcendent reaction ability. Wow! Only a strong wind was heard, and it suddenly became turbulent. It seemed as if a hurricane was sweeping across the field, and strange power quickly passed through the field. Countless black leaves seemed to be stirred up by a tornado, and they quickly transformed into a huge black leaf shield. This huge leaf shield was so terrifying that it appeared almost instantly, covering the entire star. Seeing this scene, the ghost warriors present couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. What a terrifying Ghost Tree King! I didn't expect that the entire protective shield could be summoned so quickly. In almost an instant, the entire star was completely blocked. It was really terrifying. Looking at the endless black leaves, which instantly enveloped the entire star, the ghost warriors who saw the scene couldn't help but be shocked. The strength of this Ghost Tree King is simply beyond everyone's imagination. I wonder if Yang Muchung's sword will work. Seeing the action of the Ghost Tree King and seeing the black leaves covering the entire star, everyone couldn't help but speculate and cast their gaze forward again. They wanted to see the results of Yang Muchung's training in the past few days, to see how far he had practiced in the past few days, and how he dared to face the Ghost Tree King directly, and even defeat it. Many Ghost Clan warriors even showed a hint of disdain. In their opinion, Yang Muchung's direct sword attack could not break the Ghost Tree King's defense at all. In their opinion, Yang Muchung would soon be as direct as before, being driven away in embarrassment. But soon, they were completely shocked by the next scene. Everyone's eyes widened, and they looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Chapter 1983 Outbreak. Zheng! The crisp sound of the sword resounded throughout the sky almost at that moment. The sword light was so bright that it was almost impossible to describe it in words. Like a shocking lightning, it suddenly tore the huge shield apart, and at the same time, it crashed down with unabated force. It hit the Ghost Tree King's body hard. Boom! A dull sound resounded loudly. This sword light slashed hard on the tree trunk, leaving a half-moon-shaped sword mark. Everyone looked at this scene, and their eyes widened in disbelief. This Yang Muchung actually had the upper hand from the beginning? Could he really defeat the Ghost Tree King? Looking at the torn leaf shield and the sword marks on the tree trunks, the ghost warriors present could not help but have such a thought in their minds. Some mocking and disdainful laughter also quietly stopped at the same time. It was as if even the Ghost Tree King himself couldn't believe it. He was completely shocked. Ouch! After a moment, as if he had recovered from being bombarded by Yang Muchung, The Ghost Tree King suddenly let out a shocking roar. Wow! A terrifying evil spirit burst out directly from the body of the Ghost Tree King. At this moment, the monstrous evil energy surged out like a tide. And at this moment, it completely swept the entire starry sky. Apparently, in the eyes of Ghost Tree King, this kid who was crushed and killed by him and ran away in embarrassment actually dared to appear in front of him and even hurt himself. This is a great shame for it. Boom! 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 The terrifying loud noises continued to resound. The evil energy tore apart the space in the starry sky. Seeing this shocking scene and feeling the terrifying aura, all the ghost warriors watching the battle couldn't help but have their expressions change drastically, and quickly retreated towards the rear. The Ghost Tree King has completely exploded. This is really terrifying. The glimmer of hope that had finally been raised in Yang Macheng was shaken again when the Ghost Tree King completely exploded. Wow! Under this shocking breath, I saw that the endless leaves were turbulent in an instant. Under the shocked eyes of countless people, a huge palm was formed, and then it fiercely moved towards the three. The person's location was grabbed like crazy. Snort! Axiana closed his eyes, swung the Xianning War Spear in his hand, and blasted forward with extreme force. Zheng! The Xianning War Spear blasted out, carrying a monstrous chill, surged forward rapidly, and rushed forward crazily. Then he saw that the huge palm was completely frozen into ice in an instant. Crush it for me! Golden Dragon also took action at the same time. The billowing demonic energy poured into the dragon's halberd. A golden light that covered the sky and the sun swept out quickly like lightning, slashed horizontally, and directly hit the frozen ice palm. In an instant, the huge ice palm was shattered into ice slag. Ha ha! We haven't been idle these 3 days! After seeing his attack achieve such an effect, Jean Long couldn't help laughing proudly. On the contrary, the Ghost Tree King, who in everyone's opinion should have been extremely angry, actually fell silent at this moment. Huh? Feeling the strange scene of Ghost Tree King, everyone couldn't help but feel a little strange. What on earth is it? Did the Ghost Tree King give up? Why did it not only stop attacking, but also restrain its aura? Owner! Axiana closed his eyes and cast doubtful eyes towards Yang Macheng. Fall back! However, Yang Macheng suddenly shouted at the next moment. Tongue! 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 With almost no hesitation, Golden Dragon and Axiana quickly shot towards the rear. The moment they retreated, they saw the silent ghost tree demons suddenly erupting the next moment. One by one, tree roots like wild dragons were violently pulled out from the soil at this moment. And then, they quickly swept towards the location of the three people. These tree roots are extremely terrifying, each one reaching millions of feet, and even covering the entire starry sky. Bang! 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 This space seemed to be bursting open, and even along the roots, you could clearly see the broken lines. So close! Looking at the torn space, everyone present could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. You know, if you are drawn by the opponent, you may die or be disabled. Roar! After watching the opponent dodge his attack, the Ghost Tree King did not give up at all and swayed his body again. I heard a loud sound like a sweeping wave, and then I saw billions of leaves exploding in unison. Every leaf was filled with surging evil energy, like sharp arrows shooting into the void. With an astonishing gesture, they struck in front of the three of them in an instant. Out! Yang Macheng gave a low shout and quickly offered sacrifices to the Qinglian platform. After being nourished by countless ghost trees, King Liantai has grown to the peak of the 5th level. The 5th leaf has grown just like the others, and its power has become stronger than the previous 3 days. The moment it appeared, a burst of verdant green light surged up, and this piece of green light swept out directly. 1 mile, 10 miles, hundreds of miles, thousands of miles. This monstrous green light swept across the heaven and earth, and continued to spread out in all directions in an astonishing manner. Those streaks of green light were particularly strong, and the black leaves rushed in, just like an egg hitting a stone, completely bursting open. For a time, although there were hundreds of millions of black leaves, they were unable to approach Yang Macheng. Roar! Continuous attacks were resolved by Yang Macheng, and the Ghost Tree King suddenly fell into rage. The tree roots that had grown to the limit grew desperately due to the infusion of evil energy. Every rushing tree root looks like a ferocious dragon from a distance. And when the Ghost Tree King swayed, the tree roots were trembling wildly, looking more like a terrifying scene of dragons going out to sea. Boom! 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 This scene of shouting and devouring everyone was shocked and frightened. Can you block it? At this moment, everyone's eyes couldn't help but look towards Yang Maicheng. The power of this ghost tree demon is really terrifying. Too much! This golden dragon and arsenal also kept attacking. All kinds of tricks were overwhelming towards the location of the ghost tree demon, and they flew away like crazy. But the ferocious outburst of the ghost tree demon actually suppressed all their attacks. Retreat! Back again! Faced with the violent outburst of the ghost tree demon, the three of them were forced to retreat. Well, seeing this scene, the ghost warriors present couldn't help but shook their heads and sighed secretly. Chapter 1984 Shock. Too strong. The strength of this ghost tree king simply exceeded everyone's imagination. Just by relying on this moment and a half of fighting between the two sides, many ghost warriors knew how powerful the ghost tree demon was. Generally, if a warrior in the late eternal period were in Yang Muqing's position, he would probably be captured by the ghost tree king in one round, or even completely torn into pieces. Boom! 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 The tree roots were swiping madly and hurriedly, like a roaring dragon, and they were already fighting in an instant. The center of the group of dragons' attack was clearly where Yang Maicheng, Jin Long, and Axianu were. Looks like they're about to end. Looking at this scene, the skeleton elder couldn't help but shake his head, having already made a conclusion and judgment in secret. This ghost tree king is too powerful. However, Yang Muqing's strength is surprising. I didn't expect that he would possess such terrifying power just after being promoted to the late eternal stage. If his cultivation reaches the eternal peak, he might be able to kill the ghost tree king. It's a pity that he's here too early. The nearby powerful ghost clan couldn't help but nodded. This skeleton elder is the #1 general under the Empress. Even if he says this, it is tantamount to finalizing the situation. Whoever is speaking can't change this situation. However, what everyone didn't expect was that just when the skeleton elder finished speaking, the Empress couldn't help but raise her eyebrows and said, Is it? I just feel that the battle between Yang Maicheng and the ghost tree king has just begun. Snapped. The Empress's words immediately caused some of the powerful ghost clan men who were about to leave to freeze in place. You know, in their opinion, Yang Maicheng has no means to deal with this ghost tree king. But now the Empress's words confirmed Yang Muqing's strength. Is it possible that there will really be a comeback? Thinking in their hearts, these powerful ghost tribes couldn't help but be patient and stayed where they were and continued to watch. Boom! A terrifying loud sound resounded loudly. Countless dragon-like roots swooped in quickly, sealing off the void. At this moment, in everyone's eyes, Yang Maicheng was unable to avoid and retreat. However, what everyone didn't expect was that Yang Maicheng had no intention of retreating. On the contrary, at the same time as the endless roots swept towards him, he took one step forward. Boom! After taking this step, the whole world suddenly erupted with a vast sound of thunder. The turbulent inner energy was like a tide at this moment, pouring crazily from Yang Muqing's body, and at the same time, it quickly poured into Qinglian Terrace. Amidst this terrifying internal energy, Qinglian Terrace did not have the turmoil of green light as everyone imagined. On the contrary, at the same time, the dazzling green light quickly converged at an extreme speed. At this moment, the Qinglian Terrace looked from a distance like it is carved from a piece of rough jade, crystal clear and verdant. Like a piece of jade, far like a magic weapon. It seems to break when touched. Boom! When the power of the green lotus platform was gathered to the extreme, Yang Muqing's eyes opened angrily, and there seemed to be a glimmer of light in his eyes. Then, the green lotus platform surged forward fiercely. Bang! Bang! Only a burst of crushing sound was heard. Immediately afterwards, he saw that wherever the green lotus platform passed, the ferocious roots of a dragon were shattered into pieces by the green lotus platform at this moment. What? I actually resisted. Isn't this incredible? Originally, it seemed to everyone that Yang Maicheng would be defeated by this blow. But no one expected that the opponent was actually facing the moves of the Ghost Tree King. Instead of resisting at all, he completely defeated the opponent's moves head-on. Stopped. Boom. Everyone looked at this scene with shock in their hearts. Could it be that this one blow can kill the Ghost Tree King? Everyone's eyes widened, and they looked forward with shock on their faces. This sudden scene was simply beyond everyone's imagination. They wanted to see if Yang Maicheng could really complete a shocking reversal and defeat the Ghost Tree King. Certainly, the strength of this Ghost Tree King is not as simple as everyone imagined. It can stay on this star for such a long time, so it naturally has its own methods. Facing the bombardment of Qinglian Terrace, The Ghost Tree King also quickly restrained the evil spirit in his body like Yang Maicheng, and poured the overwhelming evil energy into several of the trees among the roots. Then, these tree roots full of sinister energy fiercely whipped towards Qinglian Terrace. Bang! 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 Waves of terrifying sounds resounded loudly, and with every fierce confrontation, a dazzling aura erupted in the void. Under the surge of spiritual light, strong winds swept in all directions. The ghost warriors watching the battle were forced back again and again. Jinlong and Axianu were also looking at the battlefield with shock on their faces. At this point, they are completely helpless. The power that the Ghost Tree King and Yang Maicheng unleashed during their duel had exceeded their imagination. The shocking power of the explosion would cause them to be injured even if they were caught in it. I hope I can defeat this Ghost Tree King. Axena clenched his fists and looked forward nervously. Boom! 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 The fierce confrontation between the two sides continued to bombard each other, and the shocking power swept through the surrounding starry sky. In this fierce confrontation, Yang Maicheng had the upper hand in the end. Under the whip-like whipping of the roots, the Green Lotus Terrace dimmed every time it was bombarded, until finally, the Ghost Tree King's crazy whipping of hundreds of roots directly destroyed the Green Lotus Terrace. The light was dispersed, even when the Qinglian Terrace staggered back to Yang Maicheng. It was bleak. Go back! Yang Maicheng frowned slightly and picked up a seal. Immediately, the Green Lotus platform turned into a green light and returned to the dragon-patterned space. Quiet! Seeing Yang Maicheng put away the Qinglian Terrace, there was no taunting sound in the surroundings. Instead, there was a dead silence. Everyone was dumbfounded, looking at Yang Maicheng in disbelief, and looking at the battlefield in disbelief. Even at this moment, the Ghost Tree King, who was supposed to be excited to fight Yang Maicheng back, was unusually quiet, as if he was also in shock. Chapter 1985 Recapture the Xinyuan Sword. Is this true? Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in stunned silence. It wasn't until a moment later that he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. If the strength of the Ghost Tree King can be described as terrifying, then Yang Maicheng's strength can also be called terrifying. With his cultivation in the late Eternal Period, he was able to crush the Ghost Tree King alive. Jinlong and Axianu only helped him at the beginning, but in the end, they couldn't even help him. The whole process was entirely the result of Yang Maicheng's single-handed effort to suppress the Qinglian Terrace. And before, everyone could see that in the face of Yang Maicheng's attack, even the Ghost Tree King was forced to use all his strength to fight. Otherwise, it would be killed on the spot. Facing King Liantai's attack, the Ghost Tree King also used all his strength. Ha ha! Yang Maicheng is at his wit's end. It wasn't until a moment later that a ghost warrior forced a smile. But after he laughed out loud, he realized that his throat was on fire, while his companions around him had already been completely stunned by the scene in front of him. You know, in this starry sky, no matter what race they are, they only worship the strong. The scene where Yang Maicheng and the Ghost Tree King were fighting against each other shocked all the Ghost Clan present. If you want to ridicule Yang Maicheng, you must first consider whether you have the strength. This, on the star ancestral ground. The skeleton elder also stared at this scene in stunned silence. Originally, he thought that Yang Maicheng would be defeated by the Ghost Tree King, but he never expected that Yang Maicheng would use absolute means to win back the game and even defeat the Ghost Tree King. Ha ha! It really lived up to my expectations. Seeing this scene, the Empress smiled and nodded, as if everything was under her control. But, after condensing for a moment, she couldn't help but frown and said, Now! Yang Maicheng has no other means. Next, how should he deal with this Ghost Tree King? Thinking of this, the Empress looked forward curiously. According to common sense, Yang Maicheng should have no other means. But the fire in his eyes did not weaken at all, but became more intense. Of course, in addition to the Empress, other ghost warriors also discovered this. Both Yang Maicheng and Ghost Tree King have unleashed all their methods. But for the Ghost Tree King, the centipede insect is dead, but not stiff. If you don't kill it, it can still recover in a very short time. So it is impossible to do it through simple consumption of. At this moment, Yang Maicheng should have no means. And he does not have the ability to completely kill the Ghost Tree King. He is proud enough to be able to push the Ghost Tree King to this level. Yes, only such a talented person can be worthy of Axianu. It's a pity that he couldn't kill the Ghost Tree King this time. But next time, he may be able to completely kill the Ghost Tree King. Looking at this scene, everyone shook their heads secretly. However, The previous ridicule and disdain was gone in his words, and they were full of shock and fear. Boom! At this moment, the stunned Ghost Tree King immediately came to his senses. Its body showed a somewhat dim and sinister aura, exploding quickly and violently in a monstrous manner. Look! That is, the Ghost Tree King has completely exploded. At this time, there were bursts of exclamations. Boom! The moment everyone's voices resounded, everyone present saw an incredible scene. The terrifying Ghost Tree King was seen shaking his thick tree roots rapidly at this moment. Bang! 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 Immediately afterwards, these thick tree roots penetrated deeply into the ground. Looking from a distance, there was a terrifying bulge and surge above the tree roots. Following the movements of the Ghost Tree King, the soil, lakes, and air on this man-eating planet, the few remaining evil spirits were, at this moment, quickly absorbed by the roots of the tree in an astonishing manner, and then poured into the body of the Ghost Tree King. What? Seeing this scene, the warriors watching the battle were completely shocked. I only saw that while absorbing these evil spirits, the originally extremely large crown of the Ghost Tree King was growing rapidly, with the supplement of continuous power, at a terrifying speed that no one could have imagined. Stand up. Snort! At this moment, Yang Muchung snorted fiercely. He quickly made a seal with his right hand. Shung! A shocking sound of swords resounded suddenly. That is? The sound of swords? What on earth is going on? Where did the sword come from? Wasn't Yang Muching's sword taken away by the Ghost Tree King? This quietly resounding sound of swords suddenly made everyone present stunned. Just when everyone was looking for the location where the sound of the sword was coming from, a cry suddenly rang out. Then he saw it. The sound of the sword came from within the man-eating star, and it came from under the Ghost Tree King. Could it be Shen Yuanjian? At this moment, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. Just when everyone was speculating, the slight sound of swords suddenly erupted at this moment. Then, a surge of sword energy soared into the sky and swept into the void. This terrifying sword energy directly enveloped the large area where the Ghost Tree King was. Wherever the sword energy passes, immediately afterwards, he saw that the roots of the Ghost Tree King that penetrated deeply into the ground were cut off directly by Yang Muching's sword energy. Here comes the sword! Yang Muchung, who was in midair, spoke slowly. The astonishing sound echoed through the empty space, and the Shen Yuan sword turned into a sword light. With a bright sword light, it returned to Yang Muching's hand at an extreme speed, with Shen Yuan's sword in hand. At this moment, everyone present felt that Yang Muching's whole aura had suddenly changed, becoming sharp and arrogant. If Yang Muchung is a peerless sword, then his sword was still hidden in the scabbard before. But now the sword is out of the scabbard. Boom! Boom! The tree roots were cut off, and even infinite tree roots erupted to entangle and prevent the Shen Yuan sword from being castrated. Looking at Yang Muchung, who had taken back the Shen Yuan sword, he felt the burst of energy from Yang Muching's body. The turbulent momentum completely exploded. Chapter 1986 Confrontation. Boom! Yang Muching's momentum at this moment was too huge. This is like a landslide. Once it collapses, the momentum will be unimaginable. Original. The Ghost Tree King was also like this. But Yang Muchung cut off its roots with a sword, stopping its terrifying momentum that swept the sky. But now Yang Muching's aura is expanding crazily at this moment, in a manner that a rising tide lifts all boats. After feeling Yang Muching's terrifying aura, the Ghost Tree King suddenly let out an angry howl. It understands. If Yang Muching's terrifying aura is not stopped, he may be suppressed and have no chance to take action. Boom! 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 Under the surging force of the surging sky, a huge ghost tree measuring millions of feet was formed directly above the Ghost Tree King. Then, this aroused space swept over quickly, surging into the entire void. The rolling evil energy poured into the ghost tree's momentum. And at this moment, a rotating black tornado was directly formed. Boom! This high-speed rotating tornado has almost reached its extreme at this moment. The high-speed cutting airflow even cuts the surrounding air into a vacuum. Then, when the high-speed rotating tornado reached its peak, it quickly and violently struck towards Yang Muching's location. Oh my god! Looking at this scene, everyone couldn't help but take a breath of air. No one expected that this Ghost Tree King could have such terrifying power. A tornado that explodes like this has the power to destroy the heaven and earth, and can even completely tear the starry sky into pieces. Feeling the terrifying wind and the terrifying power, the ghost warriors, who were watching the battle quickly retreated towards the rear. This is an absolute blow from the Ghost Tree King. Being hit by such an attack. I am afraid that anyone below the Eternal Realm will be completely torn into pieces once they are involved. Call. This crazy tornado came with an extreme roar. And the strong pressure it brought caused everyone watching the battle to retreat back. Boom. At the same time, the terrifying wind pressure was even more crushing and bombarded Yang Muqing's body. At this moment, Yang Muqing seemed to have roots under his feet, rooted to the spot. No matter how the terrifying wind blew, he remained unmoved. This strong wind also blew up his long hair, revealing his resolute face. As if, at this moment, he was not panicked by the Ghost Tree King's attack. Boom! When the tornado that destroyed the world had already struck in front of him, as if it would engulf him completely in the next moment. Yang Muqing's momentum reached its peak. At this moment, he took a step forward. The monstrous aura that had been accumulated to the extreme was like a flash flood that had been accumulated for 3 days and 3 nights. It poured out desperately on the spot. Boom! Then, Yang Muqing's whole body was shot out directly, and a sword was blasted forward. Zhang! The moment the clear sword cry resounded, it seemed to spread throughout the starry sky. Immediately afterwards, under the sound of the sword, the infinite and astonishing sword light also exploded at the same time. Then, the tornado that could destroy the world directly collided with the monstrous sword energy brought by Yang Muqing's sword. Boom! At this moment, the entire world erupted into a terrifying aura that was almost invisible to the naked eye. Under this monstrous spiritual light, countless chaotic winds and countless sword energy suddenly lost control, fiercely bombarding in all directions. I only heard waves of terrifying explosions. And then I saw that the exploding void was completely torn apart on the spot. Boom! 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 The Ghost Clan warriors who had been forced to retreat back by this burst of shocking explosions had their expressions changed drastically. And they retreated back again and again. They looked forward with only fear and shock in their eyes. Yang Muqing's explosive power was beyond everyone's imagination. However, while retreating, everyone widened their eyes at this moment and kept looking forward. They wanted to see whether Yang Muqing could defeat the 2 defenders of the Ghost Tree Demon. Other side? But the infinite aura that exploded swept across the entire starry sky at this moment. From a distance, it looked like an exploding sun. It was so dazzling that it was impossible to see what happened at the center of the explosion. What's the matter? That is? The great skeleton elder kept looking ahead. And suddenly he seemed to have seen something incredible. And suddenly exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, even the Empress's eyes widened, as if she had seen something incredible. Boom! After that burst of monstrous spiritual light, it quickly dissipated like a tide. After it dissipated, everyone saw an incredible scene. In the previous confrontation, the monstrous sword light erupted by Yang Muqing actually exploded the tornado transformed by the Ghost Tree Demon. And the monstrous air wave generated by the explosion swept out quickly and violently in an astonishing manner, and hit the Ghost Tree King hard on the spot. Boom! A dull loud sound resounded loudly. Being hit by this shocking force, the entire Ghost Tree King trembled violently, and the huge tree trunk burst open on the spot, showing a huge crack. This crack, with the sound of click, click, continued to spread towards the Ghost Tree King's body. While withstanding this wave of terrifying bombardment, the tree crown of the Ghost Tree King, which was hundreds of miles away and covered most of the stars like a huge cloud cover, also trembled violently, and billions of leaves swayed. This moment was so desolate that it fell down. This shocking scene even made the ghost warriors around who had returned to their normal gaze suddenly widen their eyes, and couldn't believe what they saw. Even this scene is beyond everyone's imagination and cannot be described in words. At the other end, Yang Muqing, who was also hit by the explosive air wave, shuddered suddenly and shot directly towards the back. But soon he stopped in the starry sky. He raised his head again and looked at the Ghost Tree King in front of him. At this moment, the Ghost Tree King is not as lush as before. All the leaves are falling down in a rustling manner. Looking from a distance, there is an indescribable feeling of desolation. Chapter 1987 Killing. This, everyone couldn't help but gasp when they looked at the Ghost Tree King, who had all his leaves falling down after being blasted, and who had countless cracks all over his body. Zhang! However, before everyone could come to their senses, they saw that Yang Muqing, who had been retreating violently towards the rear, had already quickly raised the Xinyuan sword in his hand the moment he stopped, slashed downwards desperately. It was a terrifying edge that was almost indescribable in words. It was as if at this moment, Everything in the world was rapidly merged into a line. And then it fell down desperately. Squeak! The Ghost Tree King, who felt Yang Muqing's shocking sword, immediately swayed his body in panic, desperately using the last bit of power in his body. Wow! Countless tree roots gathered quickly and formed a huge protective shield in front of it, trying to block this terrifying sword. But the edge of Yang Muqing's sword was so powerful. Under the sweeping sword of Ghost Tree King, the defense he had constructed had not yet gathered together, but it was swiftly slashed down by Yang Muqing's sword. Squeak! A loud, crushing sound suddenly resounded. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, an arrogant and monstrous sword light swiftly slashed down from the crown of the Ghost Tree King. Crack! This sword couldn't even conceal its edge, and it fell down quickly and fiercely. Not only did it split the Ghost Tree King in half on the spot, it even cut the man-eating star under the Ghost Tree King into pieces. Two halves. In the shocked eyes of countless people, the huge stars quietly separated. Ouch! And at the same time, as the Ghost Tree King was split in half, you could see that the evil energy swallowed by it quietly dispersed in space and time at this moment. Returning to the starry sky, Yang Muqing slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air and dispersed the exposed sword light. Boss! You are so awesome! Looking at the chopped tree demon and the chopped stars, the golden dragon couldn't help but cheered. Master! This is the core of the Ghost Tree King! Asianu, on the other hand, took the core of the Tree Demon King. Finally got it! Taking the core from Axiana's hand, Yang Muqing couldn't help but feel a hint of excitement in his eyes. Feeling the cold touch, killing the Ghost Tree King was nothing to him. But the most important thing is that he got the core of the Ghost Tree King. My King Liantai has reached the peak of the 5th level, and now I am just one step short of advancement. Now that there is this piece of ghost wood, King Liantai will definitely be able to reach the 6th level in one fell swoop. If I reach the 6th level, my combat effectiveness will increase by another level, Yang Muqing thought secretly. At his level of cultivation, it is already very difficult to increase his strength like before, and it will also take a lot of time. But for these magic weapons, as long as you have enough resources, you can continuously promote them and increase their strength as quickly as possible. Did you see it? In the Holy Land of the Ghost Clan, the Empress withdrew her gaze and looked calmly at the skeleton elder beside her. Saw! The skeleton elder nodded heavily. The strength and potential of Yang Muqing are really terrifying. In his current situation, as long as he is given enough time, he will definitely be able to grow to the point where even the 7 clans will be defeated. With such a future peerless powerhouse, we naturally have to try to please him at all costs, just to bear the wrath of the 7 tribes. I think it is still a very good deal. The Empress nodded with a smile. Yang Muqing has killed the Ghost Tree King. It's time for us to show up. Yes. The skeleton elder nodded. And the other sighed. Yang Muqing had just put away the ghostwood in his hand when he felt a strong aura coming from there. Empress! Senior Skeleton! The space rotated, and 2 figures appeared in front of them. Yang Muqing raised his brows and cupped his hands towards them. In the past few days, he had been staying in the Holy Land of the Ghost Clan, and the senior leaders of the Ghost Clan had not appeared. Now, Yang Muqing's inexplicable appearance naturally made Yang Muqing a little surprised. His eyes twitched. Of course, if the other party came for Guemu, it would be impossible. Things that go into his pocket are not so easy to take out again. As if aware of Yang Muqing's thoughts, the Empress laughed, shook her head and said, Yang Muqing, since you have the ability to kill the Ghost Tree Demon, his ghost which should naturally belong to you. We will not do that kind of thing. When Yang Muqing heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. That's true when you think about it. After all, the Ghost Tree King has always been in the Holy Land of the Ghost Clan. Although the Ghost Tree King is very difficult to deal with, it is only for ordinary ghosts. For those powerful ghosts in the One Yuan realm, there are still possible to deal with. Especially this Empress. If she wanted to take action, she would have already completely killed the Ghost Tree Demon. How could she wait for him to take action? My lady, why did you come to see me? Yang Muqing smiled awkwardly before speaking out. Of course I know your reason for coming. You are here for Ashian Nu, the Empress said with a smile. Since you disappeared from the 7 tribes, Axianu has been practicing hard to achieve the cultivation and strength he has today. Hearing the Empress mentioning herself, Axiana couldn't help but blush and said nothing. Yang Muqing also nodded. After he entered the Holy Land of the Ghost Clan, although he did not directly tell his purpose of coming, for those in the upper echelon, They only needed to use their brains to guess his purpose of coming.
Since the Empress is willing to let him go, I couldn't be more grateful.
Yang Muchung breathed a sigh of relief. After all, during this period of time, Axiana stayed in the Holy Land of the Ghost Clan, but used a lot of the Ghost Clan's resources. Nowadays, he just wants to leave with a slap on the butt. The average person with such a narrow-minded strength will not let him go so easily. Even if you want to leave, you must at least make up for all the resources you have consumed. But Yang Muchung also guessed something from the Empress's words. He had been staying in the Holy Land of the Ghost Clan for several days. Why did he wait until this time instead of telling him sooner or later? This naturally made Yang Muchung a little confused.
You must be thinking, why didn't I let him go earlier or later? But why did I wait until this time?
The smile on the Empress's face gradually disappeared, replaced by an extremely serious expression.
That's because the warriors of the Yin family have arrived outside the Holy Land of the Ghost Clan.
Chapter 1988 Leaving. The Yin family has arrived outside the Holy Land of the Ghost Clan? Upon hearing the news, Yang Muchung was stunned. Even Jinlong and Axiana looked at each other for a while, with a hint of horror in their eyes.
People from the Ghost Tribe, come out quickly!
At this time, a thunderstorm-like roar suddenly resounded, and in an instant it penetrated hundreds of thousands of miles, even covering the entire galaxy. Suddenly, the originally sleeping Holy Land of the Ghost Clan seemed to be suddenly awakened at this moment. Figures shot out quickly, all looking towards the place where the message came from far away.
Your Majesty the Empress! They have arrived!
The great skeleton elder frowned slightly and whispered. A strange look flashed in the Empress's eyes, and she snorted coldly.
These guys are coming much faster than I thought.
Jinlong listened to the conversation between the two, narrowed his eyes, and quietly tightened his grip on the dragon warrior halberd. After all, they are in the Holy Land of the Ghost Clan. This is other people's territory. If you don't take precautions, it is impossible. If the other party captures them and sends them to the Yin family, then they will have no resistance at all. However, Yang Muchung held Jinlong's wrist and slowly shook his head. Under Jinlong's doubtful gaze, Axianu asked aloud,
Your Majesty the Empress, do you, the Ghost Clan Holy Land, plan to hand us over to the Yin family next? If I hand you over to the Yin family, will I still let you practice in the Holy Land these days?
The Empress looked at everyone with a smile.
If only the Yin family came to my Holy Land, I could ignore it. But now, all 7 tribes have heard about your appearance, and they have all rushed here.
Yang Muchung frowned slightly. Naturally, he had already expected this situation. After all, if he killed Yin Chuming, he would also massacre the entire younger generation of the Yin family. Once this news gets out, the Yin family will never give up, and will definitely come after them. But he didn't expect that the same was true for several other major families. Their sense of smell was even more sensitive than that of sharks, and they had even sent people to rush over. Just listen to the Empress continue.
With the power of my Holy Land, it is impossible to fight against the 7 tribes. So it is not safe for you to stay here. I advise you to leave the Holy Land now. My Holy Land extends in all directions. Once you leave, you will immediately merge into the starry sky. Even Yin, no matter how powerful the family is, no matter how hard the 7 clans block the starry sky, they can't stop you 3.
Boom, boom, boom. A series of terrifying explosions suddenly resounded, and a shocking wave of air swept in from the far side desperately. Even this violent hurricane has already hit everyone. Feeling the blowing hurricane, everyone present couldn't help but look shocked. Even though we are so far away, this violent hurricane can still hit everyone. It is conceivable how fierce the battle in the outside world is.
Humph. I am responsible for all the work. Don't the Yin family want to arrest me?
Yang Muchung snorted coldly, a chill flashing in his eyes. Glancing at Yang Muchung, the Empress said calmly,
This time, all the people from the Yin family are 1 Yuan realm warriors. They are here just for you. If you go out now, wouldn't you just fall into their plan? I can still stop it for you. After a while, let Elder Skeleton take you away from behind.
Seeing Yang Muchung's reluctance, the Empress continued,
As the saying goes, if you keep the green hills, you won't have to worry about having no firewood. If you are caught by the Yin family now,
do you think you still have a way to survive? Can you still avenge the revenge on you?
Hearing the Empress' words, Yang Muchung frowned slightly. Although he was extremely reluctant, he nodded after thinking about it. The great skeleton elder also nodded approvingly. When decisive, this kind of personality can lead to great things. Thinking of this, He quickly said,
"Three of you, please follow me from here. The Yin family has blocked the area in front of the Holy Land, and we can only leave from the back. Walk."
Listening to the constant sounds of fighting and roaring from the front, Yang Mucheng took a deep breath and didn't look back. Present, the three of them followed the skeleton elder and walked directly towards the depths of the Holy Land. The entire Ghost Clan's Holy Land is the center, surrounded by a large piece of meteorite. This suspended meteorite may appear to be an obstacle to outsiders, but for the Ghost Clan, it is actually a natural protective shield. The Ghost Tribe also used these meteorites to set up complex formations. Once someone attacks, the formations will be activated. Even if the 7 clans come, the Holy Land can rely on these protective shields to sustain itself for a while until reinforcements arrive. Of course, there is a way to leave. Following the Elder Skeleton, we came to the edge of the formation. I saw the other party clasping his hands together and making a strange seal. Suddenly, the meteorite star formation lying in front of everyone quietly spread out like a tide, revealing a straight passage.
"Get out of here. Don't look back. Keep moving forward. Sooner or later, the Yin family will realize that we are stalling for time. When they notice, they will be in trouble. You should use this time to leave as soon as possible,"
the skeleton elder warned. The three of them did not dare to neglect, and they all knew that this period of time was precious to them. They immediately turned into escaping light and rushed out quickly, rushing forward. But to be honest, knowing the passage of this formation, the three people left not too slowly, and soon left the star formation.
These guys from the Yin family are like flies. They have already chased after them after smelling the smell.
Jin Long was secretly unhappy.
They are powerful, so naturally we cannot fight head-on with them. When we have the capital to compete with these guys in the future, we will recover all these debts from them one by one.
Yang Mucheng exhaled a breath of turbid air and said in a cold voice. Just as he was talking, Yang Mucheng was startled and saw Axiana suddenly stop.
"What's going on?"
he asked.
"The Empress and the Skeleton Elder are already in front."
Axiana narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. When Yang Mucheng heard this, he couldn't help being stunned and quickly looked in the direction of Axianu.
"Where is it? Where is it?"
Jin Long also looked forward eagerly. Being separated by more than half of the starry sky, it was naturally impossible to see clearly with the naked eye, so he had no choice but to sweep his spiritual thoughts over. At this glance, he really saw the other person. I saw the Empress and the Skeleton Elder who had returned, already walking forward in a serious manner, and in front of them was the strong man of the Yin family's One Yuan realm. The two sides were separated by a river-like formation of meteorites, but the tense atmosphere was difficult to conceal and even spread to the space where Yang Mucheng was. Chapter 1989. The Yin family takes action.
"Empress! Great Elder!"
Seeing these two characters appearing, Axiana cried out, but immediately, she shut her mouth, because the other party was also a strong man in the One Yuan realm, and she didn't know how the Empress should deal with these strong men from the Yin family. Yang Mucheng also stopped and looked forward. Naturally, he also wanted to see what kind of strength the being who opened up the entire Holy Land of the Ghost Clan possessed.
"Jian Yao."
Seeing the Empress and the Skeleton Elder appearing, the warriors of the Yin family shouted loudly.
"Presumptuous."
When the Yin family warrior spoke, the Skeleton Elder's face turned cold, and he shouted in a cold voice. "Is it something you can call the Queen's name?"
Said. He even waved his right hand, and suddenly a vast gust of wind swept out. The Yin family warrior was caught off guard, and was directly swept away by the strong wind. He felt as if he had been hit in the face. He made a muffled sound and staggered back towards the rear.
"You? Bold."
The warriors of the Yin family are not easy to mess with. You know, as one of the 7 tribes, they are also strong in the One Yuan realm. You are used to being domineering and domineering. How can you tolerate others being so rude? In a moment, everyone will burst into violence. The warriors of the Ghost Clan are naturally not to be outdone. After all, the Ghost Clan's Holy Land is their territory. They have been at war with the Yin family for such a long time, and they have long been at odds with the Yin family. There is no telling how many blood of the Yin family's children have been stained on their hands. In a short time, this situation is about to break out.
It turns out that the Empress' name is Jian Yao.
Looking at this scene, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows secretly.
No rudeness.
At this time, among the Yin family, an old man with a gray beard stood up and scolded the tribesman who had spoken before. And then he cupped his hands to the Empress and said,
"Your Majesty the Empress, it was our fault in disciplining you. And I hope you will forgive me.
The Empress was naturally rude and snorted coldly.
This is the territory of our ghost clan. Why do you Yin family people come to our place so well? If there is nothing wrong, just get out of here.
The old man chuckled and said,
Your Majesty the Empress, it's natural for us to withdraw our troops, but the premise is that you have to hand over the people first. Who is it?
The Empress pretended to be stupid.
Of course it's Yang Macheng.
A chill flashed in the old man's eyes, and he sneered.
Your Majesty,
the Empress, don't pretend to be stupid.
Many people have seen that Yang Macheng entered your ghost clan's holy land. This boy was originally a wanted criminal of our 7 clans, but he has never been caught. But this cowardly boy actually killed the young patriarch of our Yin family, and also gave birth to our young descendants. Killed them all.
Call. Hearing what the other party said, everyone couldn't help but take a breath of air. You must know that this gray-bearded old man is Yin Bei-wang, the eldest elder of the Yin family. His status in the Yin family is almost one person below 10,000 people, similar to the skeleton elder. But one is the eldest elder of the Yin family, and the other is the elder of the Holy Land. Although they have the same status, their status in the starry sky is completely different. They had heard before that Yang Macheng had wiped out the younger generation of the Yin family, and even Yan Chuming. But after all, this matter was just a rumor, and no one had ever seen it with their own eyes. But now that they heard Yin Bei-wang admit it in person, everyone couldn't help but be secretly shocked. It was obvious that this matter was true. It's no wonder that so many strong men in the One Yuan realm of the Yin family would directly go out and come directly to the Holy Land of the Ghost Clan to arrest people. The Empress smiled lightly and said,
Yang Macheng is not in our Ghost Clan's Holy Land. You said it's not here, so let's go in and search.
As soon as he finished speaking, a Yin family warrior shouted,
That's right. Since Yang Macheng is not here, let us go search.
There were bursts of shouts. Seeing this situation, Yang Macheng, Jin Long, and Axiana couldn't help but feel secretly frightened. Fortunately, the Empress noticed it early and asked them to leave here. Otherwise, the Holy Land of the Ghost Clan might also be in trouble. Amidst the shouts, the Empress's face became colder and colder.
Humph. The Holy Land of the Ghost Clan is not your Yin family. How can it be a place that you can search if you want? Get out of our way quickly.
Yin Bei-wang also looked cold. The Yin family suffered such a big loss at the hands of Yang Macheng, and now they want to hide in the Ghost Clan's Holy Land and not show up. How is this possible? These people came with great momentum. What's more, some of them had already made up their minds before coming to the Holy Land. If the Holy Land doesn't hand over the people, they will raze the entire Holy Land to the ground. But after arriving at the Holy Land, they were first blocked by the formation, and then ridiculed by the Empress. How could they swallow their breath? Especially the great elder Yin Bei-wang. Many of the Yin family members, who were killed by Yang Macheng, came from his branch. There are even a few of his grandchildren. And he came here just for revenge, now that he saw that Yang Macheng was probably hiding in the Holy Land. But he could not enter. This made him even more angry.
Since you won't search us, don't blame us for being rude.
Yin Bei-wang snorted coldly and suddenly took action. I saw him shaking his hands into a fist and hitting directly forward.
Boom!
In the void, a huge fist seal appeared quickly, and a crackling sound was heard. This fist seal blasted out like a hidden dragon coming out of the abyss, splitting the air and blasting out traces of vacuum. The meteorites and stars used to set up the formation exploded on the spot under this punch and turned into pieces of broken powder. And this punch continued unabated and hit the Empress directly.
Presumptuous!
Seeing Yin Bei-wang attack the Empress directly, the great skeleton elder immediately shouted coldly. He took a step forward and quickly formed a seal with both hands. The rolling evil energy turned into a huge wave and swept away one after another. Go and hit Yin Bei-wang's shocking punch directly.
Boom!
Immediately, there was another sound that echoed through the sky, and the attacks between the two sides were completely destroyed in the loud noise. Even the shocking sound produced during the explosion turned into sound waves and rolled in, reaching Yang Macheng's location.
The fight started.
Yang Macheng, Jin Long, and Axianu, who were about to leave, suddenly stopped. At this moment, they all looked forward involuntarily, and their faces couldn't help but become worried, because they know that with the Yin family's character, things may not end so easily next. Chapter 1990 Battle.
Don't want!
Seeing Yang Macheng trying to step forward, Axianu immediately caught him with quick eyesight and quick hands. If Yang Macheng rushed forward at this time, I'm afraid everything the Empress had done would be in vain. Looking at the exploding battlefield and feeling the monstrous hurricane generated by the explosion, Yang Muchung stood on the spot, gritted his teeth with hatred, and could only stand there honestly. When the explosion stopped, everyone's eyes immediately looked forward. Seeing this, they couldn't help but feel horrified. I saw that the huge meteorite area, like a constellation, was directly bombarded to the ground by the aftermath of the battle between the two.
Too strong. This is the strength of a strong man in the One Yuan realm.
Jin Long clenched his teeth and stared straight ahead. The strong men in the One Yuan realm belong to the highest realm in this starry sky. It can be said that the Yin family has now sent the most powerful group of people in this starry sky. Yang Muchung also nodded, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart. He looked forward. As for Axianu, he always held on to Yang Muchung's clothes tightly, fearing that he would be too impulsive and rush out directly, disrupting the entire battlefield.
Humph! Great Skeleton Elder!
Seeing that his attack was blocked, Yin Beiwang snorted coldly.
You want to stop me? Yin Beiwang, are you too arrogant? This is the holy land of the Ghost Clan, not your Yin family. It's not that easy if you want to run wild here. If you want to fight, I will fight with you.
The great Skeleton Elder gave a cold shout. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly clasped his palms together and slapped them together fiercely. A terrifying evil spirit rolled out of his body like a tide, and there was a loud crackling sound, as if there were several eyes of the wind in the black cloak. At this time, his body, which had always been hidden under the cloak, was completely revealed. Unlike other skeletons, the bones of this great elder are reddish red, and are turbulent with the power of flames. Looking from a distance, it gives people a sense of indestructibility and power.
This is...
Seeing this scene, Jin Long couldn't help but raise his eyebrows.
The Great Elder is a ghost clan born from the bones of the Dragon Clan.
As if seeing the confusion of the Golden Dragon, Xiannu reminded him.
His strength is much stronger than that of the One Yuan realm experts of the same level. It is precisely because of this that he will become the Great Elder of the Ghost Clan Holy Land.
And in the battlefield, Yin Beiwang, who also felt the terrifying aura of the Skeleton Elder, sneered.
I have long heard that you, the Great Elder of the Ghost Clan, have an extraordinary status, but I have never really fought against you. In this case, I have to let everyone see whether it is you, the Great Elder, who is more powerful, or me, the Great Elder of the Yin family. The Elder is stronger.
Boom! Anger arose in his heart, and Yin Beiwang did not intend to restrain himself. Instead, he shouted loudly and took a step forward. Immediately, a shocking power swept out quickly. This shocking internal energy surged, and even at this moment, all the irrelevant people around him were violently thrown away. Seeing that Yin Beiwang was serious about taking action, the Empress frowned slightly and wanted to take action, but she paused for a moment and stopped. She also wanted to see how far the strength of the Yin family's elder was compared to the Ghost Clan's elder. Boom! The two churning auras swept across desperately. From a distance, they looked like two terrifying flames burning into the sky. Every time they churned and squeezed, they bombarded the surrounding space with crackling sounds. The surrounding meteorites, meteors, and asteroids were directly squeezed by these two terrifying forces, bursting into pieces, and turned into powder on the spot.
The Great Elder of the Ghost Clan is also very powerful,
Jin Long cried out. Yang Muchung nodded and said,
How can he become the Great Elder of the Ghost Clan without some skills? However, his aura is obviously slightly weaker than the others. I don't know how he will deal with Yin Beiwang next.
Yang Muchung's words immediately made everyone look slightly sideways, and all looked forward. Boom! Soon, the aura of the Great Elder of the Ghost Clan had reached its extreme level. With a wave of his right hand, the calm space in front of him suddenly began to violently turmoil into pieces of rotating cyclones. Each cyclone is like a small black hole. As the airflow roars, skeleton war guns emitting flames are rapidly formed. The jumping flames almost formed an earth-shattering mass at that moment. Even though this move was aimed at Yin Beiwang, Yang Muchung in the distance could still feel the terrifying power contained in this blow.
Upbraid!
A trembling sound, like a thunderous explosion, suddenly erupted. Immediately afterwards, he saw the countless skeleton war spears, like streaks of red lightning, rushing directly from the horizon. The speed of each bone gun reached an astonishing extreme, and it roared with a terrifying scream, with an attitude of penetrating the space. It came with an extreme roar, and then rushed in front of Yin Beiwang.
Snort!
Facing this blow alone, Yin Beiwang showed no trace of panic on his face, but instead showed a sneer of disdain. He clenched his fists, and the monstrous inner energy gathered in the Holy Spirit burst out at the next moment, whizzing away like a tidal wave. Boom! 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 The internal energy is turbulent, like a raging flood. As it rolls away, you can clearly see the ripples of the turmoil. Wherever the ripples passed, those dead bones and war spears that were blasted away were shattered into nothingness on the spot.
It really disappoints me. It turns out that your strength is not as strong as I imagined.
Yin Beiwang blocked the opponent's attack easily. A trace of disdain flashed in Yin Beiwang's eyes, and he snorted coldly.
If this is all your strength, then our Yin family will fight all the way in and rush directly into your ghost clan's holy land. Just you?
The great skeleton elder sneered and grabbed forward with his right hand. Wow! Only a whirling wind was heard, surging rapidly. In an instant, those shattered bones and guns were already carrying a huge amount of broken bones, and they started to spin rapidly under the terrifying wind. The pieces of broken bones were imbued with infinite power under the hurricane. The high-speed rotation was even enough to cut terrifying cracks in the space. Chapter 1991 Complete Outbreak. The appearance of this tornado was too sudden. It formed rapidly almost in an instant, and it was still around Yin Beiwang.
If you want to act arrogantly in the Holy Land, you have to consider your own strength.
The great skeleton elder snorted coldly and clenched his right hand quickly. Boom! Suddenly, the huge evil energy seemed to be poured into the hurricane crazily under this terrifying grip. In everyone's shocked eyes, the center of the hurricane was like a terrifying black hole, constantly devouring everything around it, and completely killing the being swallowed inside.
Can you kill him?
Looking at this scene, Axiana couldn't help but murmured. Yang Muchen shook his head and said,
Disaster? They are both powerful men, and the great elder's strength is even worse than that of Yin Beiwang. It is not that easy to win in a battle or even kill the opponent.
Zheng! As soon as he finished speaking, a crisp sound of swords resounded, and a bright golden light burst out from the tornado. This sword slashed down quickly and fiercely, carrying a burst of earth-shattering power. In an instant, the tornado that could crush everything was split into two halves on the spot and completely dissipated. At the same time, this dazzling sword light was even more like a golden crow spreading its wings. The blazing sun was in the sky. It was so dazzling that it could not be described in words. It slashed out with an overwhelming momentum, and went directly towards the elder skeleton to kill him fiercely. Bah! This knife struck straight down, shattering the space into pieces and bringing out a dazzling light. There was no gap at all, and he quickly arrived in front of the skeleton elder. Obviously, the skeleton elder also knew that his attack could only trap the opponent for a while at most, but could not kill him. So when Yin Beiwang took action, the skeleton elder had already responded. He suddenly clasped his hands together and clapped them hard. Suddenly, a blue flame surged rapidly in his palms. Under the flames, he pulled both palms outward at the same time. I saw the green flames gathering together to form a blue bone war spear. When the great skeleton elder got it, he already thrust it forward, brought up a monstrous gun shadow, and shot towards the hole in front.
Boom!
The sword light and the gun shadow struck each other fiercely in an instant, and a monstrous sound of metal and stone clash suddenly erupted. Even during the explosion, everyone's vision towards the battlefield became distorted and blurred at this moment.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Waves of terrifying crashing sounds resounded loudly. The two of them had transformed into balls of escaping light, and they were attacking each other crazily. Every time they defended each other, the shocking sound that erupted resounded through the void, making the space turbulent and distorted. The warriors watching the battle all around retreated again and again. Everyone looked at the battlefield in stunned silence. When the two people were fighting, their figures were even more twisted into a ball. From a distance, they even formed two huge whirlwinds. Everyone around them knew that once they were involved in this whirlwind, even those with great strength in the Yuan realm would be killed in an instant.
Is this the strength of a strong man in the One Yuan realm? Whether it is the skeleton elder or Yin Beiwang, their strength can be regarded as the absolute top existence in this starry sky. If these two people fight, will the entire Ghost Clan Holy Land explode?
Looking at the scene in front of them, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Boom! There was another crazy confrontation, and both sides, who were bombarded fiercely, retreated towards the rear. Everyone quickly looked forward. I saw that the black robe of the great skeleton elder was in tatters, revealing the jade-like red skeleton all over his body. As for Yin Beiwang, He only breathed a little, and his face looked rosy. Obviously, in the previous confrontation, Yin Beiwang occupied the top spot.
I don't believe it. I can't deal with you.
Stopping his explosive body, the skeleton elder stared straight ahead, a dark and cold light flashing in his eyes.
Boom!
He suddenly clapped his hands and grabbed forward. Boom! A terrifying loud sound suddenly resounded. And then, he saw a huge hand mark quickly appearing in the void. There was only a burst of terrifying and shocking sound. And the rolling evil energy rushed into it desperately and violently. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, a huge white bone claw formed. And then it violently crushed forward.
Boom!
This huge white bone claw almost covered the starry sky, as if the terrifying minions from the ancient gods and demons came from the eternal universe, and grabbed it with a kind of power that lifted the sky. Wherever the sharp claws passed, the space was torn apart, and the empty space suddenly erupted with a terrifying sound, revealing the black hole of Hingyu behind it. Seeing the sharp claws falling from the sky, the warriors of the Yin family could not help but change their expression slightly, and quickly retreated towards the rear. If caught by this claw, even a strong man in the One Yuan realm would probably die or be disabled.
Boom!
The loud shaking sound resounded rapidly. Yin Beiwang spread out his hands and quickly flew backwards, like a seagull gliding across the water, with a graceful attitude. Yin Beiwang's white bone claw was not grasped, but it was tightly grasped in a space, only to hear waves of terrifying explosions resounding loudly.
Let's see where you run away!
Looking at the explosive Yin Beiwang, the skeleton elder snorted coldly. I saw him quickly grabbing forward with his right hand, and heard a burst of turbulent, crackling sounds, and the endless evil energy around the sky rolled in quickly and fiercely with a horrifying attitude. The desperate surge once again formed a huge palm in the eyes of everyone. Boom! Yin Beiwang, who had almost just retreated suddenly, had not had time to stop when the second huge bone claw was already crushing down overwhelmingly. The 5 fingers as sharp as hooks sliced open this space, and in a gesture that swept the world, they crazily grabbed Yin Beiwang. The eldest elder of the Yin family seems to have mastered a certain powerful movement technique. Although it is not as mysterious as the void transit, he can still shuttle through space and avoid the fierce claws of the bone-splitting claws again and again. Boom! 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 Time and time again. The attacks were all in vain, which made the great skeleton elder even more furious. Seeing Yin Beiwang, who kept disappearing and reappearing in front of him, the great skeleton elder finally exploded. Chapter 1992 Bone Needle. Boom! 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 The shocking explosion sounded like crazy. An unimaginably terrifying aura swept out of Yang Muqing's body like a volcanic eruption, sweeping in all directions with an unimaginable shock. The monstrous and evil energy boiled and rolled, even forcing the Empress standing not far away from him to take a few steps back. It is conceivable how terrifying the great skeleton elder's strength exploded at this moment. I saw his hands and 10 fingers quickly gathering together in seals in front of him. Every time the seals were activated, a huge vortex was created in the void with rapid turmoil, just like the whirlpool that summoned the Bone War Spear before. The rolling evil energy continued to surge towards the whirlpool. But this time, what was formed was no longer the withered bone gun like before, but the huge bone claws. Boom! 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 Every time an explosion resounded, there was a shocking loud sound. And at the same time, a huge white bone hand appeared in the void. At this moment, everyone even felt that their eardrums were about to burst. Amidst the continuous roars, the terrifying bone claws completely sealed the entire void at this moment. Then, they all moved towards Yin Beiwang to catch him.
Call!
Everyone who saw this scene took a breath of air. Apparently, the great skeleton elder had murderous intentions. He wanted to completely kill Yin Beiwang with this blow. The Yin family's disciples couldn't help but have a cold light flash in their eyes. They only heard a sound of clang, clang, and clang. And then, they saw the Yin family warriors quickly pulling out the weapons in their hands.
Ha! Good time!
However, compared to the shock of the Yin family's children, Yin Beiwang burst out laughing. This time, Yin Beiwang did not continue to run away, but slowly grabbed a short knife from his sleeve. This short sword is only about an arm's length, compared with other warriors' horse-cutting swords and wild goose-wing swords, which are often half a man's height. It is too small. This moment, Yin Beiwang's movements seemed to have been slowed down hundreds of times, and every detail of when he grabbed the knife could be seen clearly. Some people could even see Yin Beiwang's solemnity from his movements. However, such a strange gesture made all the warriors present feel shocked.
Hidden sword technique.
The Empress narrowed her eyes. Zheng. If Yin Beiwang's previous use of the knife was an extremely slow process, then the next move he took out with the knife was a transition from extremely slow to extremely fast. This kind of transformation is even hard for people to react to. It's as if the green dragon hidden in the abyss is sleeping all the time, and only explodes to the extreme the moment it goes out to sea. Today, Yin Beiwang's hidden sword technique is like this. This is the word hidden. Like a poisonous snake peeking out. Once it attacks, it will be overwhelming. Boom! A sword light that was so bright that it was almost impossible to describe in words was directly chopped out by the opponent. This swift and violent sword was already extremely ferocious.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Each huge bone claw that was enough to shatter the starry sky was exploded by the sword light at this moment. Even when the sword fell, huge cracks appeared in the space. At the position of the sword light, a star not far behind the skeleton elder was already split in half by the hurricane brought by the sword. Of course, not to mention these huge bone claws. Boom!
What?
His pupils closed, and he felt the shocking power of this slash. The eyes of the great skeleton elder were filled with shock. He quickly switched from offense to defense and waved his hands suddenly in front of him. Wow! A whistling sound began to turbulence rapidly. And then he saw the infinite wind roaring with extreme force. And the terrifying giant white bone claws continued to gather in front of him. But under that inexplicable knife, it was split into two halves on the spot.
You want to stop my hidden sword technique?
Seeing the movements of the skeleton elder, Yin Beiwang suddenly sneered. Zheng! 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 Waves of crisp sounds resounded loudly. Only seeing this moment, Yin Beiwang struck out 6 more swiftly and violently. The power of each sword was more terrifying and swift than before. He was the last to arrive. And in an instant, he was in front of the great elder skeleton, looking at his crushed white bone claws. The skeleton elder's expression finally became serious. He pondered for a moment, as if he had made up his mind, and suddenly opened his mouth and vomited.
Ha!
Immediately, a gray lightning bolt was directly spat out by the skeleton elder.
Lightning?
Seeing this gray light, the golden dragon cried out.
It's not lightning. It's bone needles.
Yang Mucheng immediately shook his head. The gray light spat out by the elder skeleton was a bone needle as thick as a finger. The bone needle was made of an unknown material, and the power contained in it was actually much more powerful than the bones of the elder skeleton itself. Looking at this gray bone needle, everyone's eyes flashed with horror. Boom! Everyone only heard a terrifying loud sound, and then saw the bone needle rushing out like a bolt of lightning, hitting Yin Beiwang's sword.
Boom!
A terrifying loud sound resounded quickly and violently. In the eyes of everyone, it was almost indestructible, and the terrifying sword light that swept everything was actually shattered by these small bone needles. Certainly, at the same time as the sword light was shattered, the light on the bone needle also dimmed a bit. Boom! 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 The second sword light. The third sword light. After the 7th sword light was shattered, the light on the bone needle was already weak and invisible. Yin Beiwang narrowed his eyes and struck out again. This knife directly split the bone needle, and the bone needle, which had completely lost its power, drew a semicircular trajectory in midair and returned to the mouth of the elder skeleton. However, this time, the skeleton elder's momentum was extremely weak. Seeing this scene, Jin Long couldn't help but condense in a low voice. Although the skeleton elder resisted Yin Beiwang's hidden sword technique, he also suffered heavy losses. That strange bone needle is probably his magic weapon. Yin Beiwang's expression also changed slightly. When he split the bone needle with the last knife, he clearly felt the power contained in the bone needle. This power shocked his arms and made him numb. However, feeling that the opponent's aura was constantly lowering like a popped balloon, Yin Beiwang couldn't help but smile proudly. Chapter 1993 The Empress Takes Action.
It seems that your strength is not as good as mine.
Feeling the descending momentum of the great skeleton elder, Yin Beiwang showed an excited smile.
So, go to H.L.
Zheng. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and struck out with a sharp knife. The ferocious momentum of this sword was many times more powerful than before. The terrifying power surged out in a shocking manner. The bloody sword light was like lightning falling from the void, and it hit the sky above the skeleton elder with almost no gap. Looking at this sword, even the great skeleton elder couldn't help showing a hint of horror. Powerful. It's really too strong. And at the same time, The warriors of the Yin family couldn't help but cheer.
Kill this skeleton! Let them stop us! Destroy them! Let's see how strong he is, then he will raise the entire Ghost Clan's holy land to the ground.
Seeing this scene, all the Yin family warriors could not help but cheer. Some warriors couldn't help but gear up. He even wanted to wait for the moment when the skeleton elder was beheaded, and then connected with his companions to fight in together.
What?
Seeing this sword, even Yang Mucheng couldn't help being shocked. But even if he wanted to take action, it was too late. The distance between the two sides was too far. Even he could only use his spiritual sense to observe what was happening in the void.
Great Elder!
Axena couldn't help shouting. Just when everyone was worried about the Great Elder skeleton. When the Yin family warriors were all gearing up. And just when the fierce sword was about to hit the Great Elder's head, they saw a beautiful figure quietly float by. This beautiful figure is the Empress.
You dare to take action? I'll kill you too!
Seeing the Empress floating over, Yin Beiwang's eyes flashed with a cold light. His right hand holding the golden sword trembled. And then he saw the terrifying light of the sword. At this moment, as bright as the sun.
Snort!
However, at this moment, the Empress shouted coldly, slowly stretched out her crystal clear finger, and then slowly moved forward.
Clang!
A quiet sound resounded. Immediately afterwards, they saw that in the eyes of everyone, this sword was almost unstoppable. But in an instant, it was easily blocked by the Empress. This shocking blade, under the Empress's crystal clear palm, quietly turned into nothing, completely dissipating like a bubble.
What?
Looking at the strange disappearing sword light, looking at the Empress standing there in white, resisting the shocking blow with just her palms, everyone couldn't help but take a breath of air and exclaimed in surprise.
How can this be?
Seeing this scene, Yin Beiwang's body trembled. He couldn't help but step back a few steps and looked at the other party in disbelief. At this moment, he felt as if he had been poured directly from head to toe by a bucket of ice water. Everyone present also had shocked faces. Until then, only then did they understand that this woman was able to carve out a holy land belonging to the Ghost Clan under the pressure of the 7 clans. How terrifying this power was. She is not as weak as outsiders imagine, but is unimaginably powerful. Too strong. Everyone was shocked. And the eyes they looked at the Empress had changed from the arrogant and domineering look before to full of fear at this moment.
Want to destroy my Ghost Clan's holy land? Just you guys?
Looking at Yin Beiwang coldly, and at the Yin family warriors present, the Empress snorted coldly, and said in a cold voice,
Believe it or not, I will let you people never come back and be completely buried here.
Boom! After hearing the Empress's words, everyone in the Yin family felt as if they were struck by lightning at this moment. No one would doubt what the being in front of him said. The strength of the other party was unimaginable, and he was definitely not able to compete with it. Until then. Only then did the warriors of the Yin family realize that the woman in front of them was the most powerful being among the Ghost Clan. Her strength is even as strong as the ancestors of the Yin family. In order to open up this ancestral land of the Ghost Clan, countless strong men in the Yin family were killed in her hands.
Your Majesty the Empress, it will be useless even if you kill us. You have to understand one thing. If you want to catch Yang Mucheng, not only our Yin family, but other families among the 7 families are also coming here. Even if you are not afraid of our Yin family, do you really want to start a war with 7 of our clans over Yang Mucheng? Even if you are willing, will the rest of the Ghost Clan be willing?
Yin Beiwang looked at the Empress, condensed for a moment, and then said bravely, That's right. After so many years of development, the holy land of the Ghost Clan has become as good as any of the 7 clans. Even if they want to start a war with the Ghost Clan, any family among the 7 clans must carefully consider their own strength. If Yang Mucheng is really just what the Yin family wants, and the other party is so protective, the Yin family really has no means. But Yang Mucheng is what the 7 tribes want, and the holy land of the Ghost Clan has to consider itself when protecting Yang Mucheng. You have to ask yourself, is it worth it to break the balance in the starry sky for Yang Mucheng?
You dare to threaten me?
As soon as she finished speaking, the Empress snorted coldly. Suddenly, a terrifying aura swept across quickly. This coercion rolled down unceremoniously, and suddenly hit Yin Beiwang hard.
Woo!
Yin Beiwang made a dull sound, and couldn't help but take a few steps back. The moment he was crushed by this momentum, he felt as if all the bones in his body were falling apart, as if they were about to break. The other warriors of the Yin family, feeling this shocking pressure, were so frightened that they couldn't help but tremble, and they involuntarily retreated quickly towards the rear. I was afraid that if I took a step back, I would be blown to pieces by this overwhelming momentum.
Zheng! Zheng! Zheng!
Almost as soon as the Empress finished speaking, the ghost warriors present quickly drew their weapons. It seems that as long as the Empress gives an order, they will rush directly and kill these warriors of the Yin family completely.
Empress, you have to think carefully. If you do this, are you really going to start a war with our Yin family or the 7 tribes?
Seeing the ghost warrior's posture, Yin Beiwang dared to have the same arrogant attitude as before. He was so frightened that he took a few steps back and hurriedly said. But the Empress stood there, looking at Yin Beiwang quietly. Until a moment later, she suddenly laughed. This smile left everyone scratching their heads, wondering what was going on. Chapter 1994 Chase.
Kudu!
He was still in a tense posture before, but now he suddenly laughed. No one in the Yin family knew what happened. Although the Empress's smile can be said to be alluring to a country, but in the eyes of the Yin family warriors, it was extremely terrifying. This is because of the terrifying aura on the other party's body, and also because of the other party's terrifying identity. As long as the other party says a word, the ghost warriors will rush out without hesitation and kill them. So, at this time, no one knew why the Empress suddenly laughed. Just when everyone was confused and nervous, the Empress said calmly,
Yin Beiwang, you are right. It is naturally impossible for our holy land of the ghost tribe to start a war over Yangmacheng. But Yangmacheng is really not in our holy land of the ghost tribe. If you don't believe it, you can go in and search.
What? After hearing the Empress's words, everyone was stunned and their eyes widened in disbelief. You must know that the other party was still shouting and killing before. If you dare to step into the holy land of the ghost clan, you will be completely killed. But now, in the blink of an eye, this is his attitude.
As the Empress of the ghost tribe, I naturally keep my word, and I will not do such sinister things as sneak attacks. You can safely enter the holy land to search. If you find Yangmacheng, you can naturally take him away. But if you can't find it, don't blame me for being rude to your Yin family.
The Empress smiled lightly. However, everyone could guess the coldness hidden under her smile.
Look for it. Yangmacheng is in the holy land of the ghost clan. Great Elder, don't be afraid of her. Let's go in and search. If we find Yangmacheng in the holy land of the ghost clan, we will never give up.
After hearing what the Empress said, the Yin family warriors present also started to drink loudly. Seeing that Yin Beiwang remained silent, some warriors even took the initiative to ask for a fight.
Your Majesty, I understand.
After concentrating for a moment, Yin Beiwang slowly exhaled, glanced at the Empress, cupped his hands and said,
We are sorry for disturbing you. As for entering the Holy Land to search, there is no need for it. Since you said that Yangmacheng is not in the Holy Land, let's search elsewhere. Let's go!
After saying that, Yin Beiwang waved his hand and said loudly, What? His words immediately stunned the Yin family warriors, who were about to rush into the Ghost Clan's Holy Land, and their eyes widened in disbelief. They didn't expect that the Great Elder would give up searching the Ghost Clan's Holy Land. Although all the warriors were dissatisfied, they still suppressed the doubts in their hearts and followed the Great Elder to fly out.
Great Elder, the Ghost Empress has clearly opened the Holy Land for us to search. Why do you give up?
Finally, someone couldn't bear it anymore and caught up with Yin Beiwang and asked. Yes. Hearing these words, all the warriors present stopped and couldn't help but cast doubtful eyes towards Yin Beiwang.
Could it be that the Great Elder is afraid of the Empress?
For a moment, some people couldn't help but think like this.
Idiot!
However, just when everyone was confused, the Great Elder turned his eyes, looked fiercely at the warrior, and started to curse loudly.
What do you know? That woman worked hard to block the entrance and prevent us from entering the Ghost Clan's Holy Land to search. But a moment later, she suddenly repented and agreed to let us go in and search. What does this mean?
Yin Beiwang glanced at everyone and snorted coldly.
A bunch of idiots! The reason why that woman dared to let us in is because Yangmacheng is no longer in the Holy Land of the Ghost Clan.
What? Hearing what Yin Beiwang said, everyone present couldn't help but change their expressions. Everyone. Look at me and I look at you. Naturally, we have remembered the previous scene, and even the idiots have reacted. Why weren't you allowed in before? And now they are allowed in?
Damn it! We were actually tricked by this woman. No. When has our Yin family ever been played like this? Fight back to the Holy Land and completely raze the Ghost Clan's Holy Land to the ground.
After reacting, everyone in the Yin family immediately became excited and wanted to rush directly into the Ghost Clan's Holy Land and completely razed the Ghost Clan's holy land to the ground.
Humph! A bunch of idiots!
Looking at these companions, Yin Beiwang snorted coldly.
Could it be that? Great Elder, you already have a countermeasure?
At this time, someone saw Yin Beiwang standing there, motionless, and couldn't help but asked cautiously. At this time, everyone turned their eyes towards Yin Beiwang. Yin Beiwang sneered, nodded and said,
Since that woman is willing to let us in, it means that Yang Macheng has left. She didn't let go before, but now she lets us go in and search. It is obvious that Yang Macheng has left the Ghost Clan Holy Land. The Ghost Clan's Holy Land extends in all directions. He must have escaped from other directions. Pass my order to pass on the news of Yang Muqing's departure from the Holy Land of the Ghost Clan to other families, and ask them to seal off the area where Yang Macheng escaped from other directions.
Someone quickly asked.
Great Elder, how are we doing now? Naturally chase after me.
Yin Beiwang snorted coldly.
We have pursuers in front of us and interceptors behind us. This time, we will treat Yang Macheng as a turtle caught in an urn and kill him completely. Good.
When everyone heard what Yin Beiwang said, they all shouted in unison. The news of Yang Muqing's departure from the Ghost Clan's Holy Land soon spread like wildfire. After all, this time, the 7 clans made so much noise that it even overwhelmed the Ghost Clan in front of the Holy Land. Naturally, many people were frightened. But it was precisely for this reason that many people in the starry sky turned their attention. After all, such a big thing couldn't be wrapped up in paper. Soon many people knew what was going on here. And they also knew that Yang Macheng had left the Holy Land of the Ghost Clan. The 7 clans want to capture Yang Macheng. And of course some families and forces that have not made a statement are also eyeing Yang Macheng. They regard Yang Muqingdu as a mobile treasure house. Some want to capture Yang Macheng and take the Shenzong inheritance in him as their own. Some of them don't have the strength to oppose Yang Macheng, so they can only send out spies to find Yang Muqing's whereabouts, hoping to take the opportunity to establish a relationship with the 7 clans. Certainly, Yang Macheng is not an idiot, so be careful with the Wanyan ship. After leaving the Holy Land of the Ghost Clan, Yang Macheng had already changed his appearance and became a traveling young master, and Ashian Nu appeared as his maid. As for Jin Long, he simply shrunk his body and hid in Yang Muqing's sleeve to sleep. No one expected that Yang Macheng, who was being watched by everyone, would appear in such a swagger. Chapter 1995 The Birth of a Strange Treasure.
Sir, please drink.
Axiana held the wine pot and poured wine for Yang Macheng. Although she was covered with a veil, her beautiful voice and her indescribably beautiful figure were enough to make the drinkers around her look sideways. Entering the tavern so openly, even Arsenal couldn't help but worry about each other secretly at first. But she soon realized that her worries were unnecessary, because except for the moment when they entered the door, the appearance of the 2 people attracted a lot of attention, and they quickly returned to normal.
Sit down too.
Glancing at the tense Axianu, Yang Macheng said calmly,
Don't be so nervous. We have all changed our appearance now. Unless our cultivation is much higher than ours, we won't be able to see through our disguise at all.
Axiana nodded slightly, and then sat down. After all, the cultivation of both of them has reached the late eternal stage. If you want to see through their disguise, you must at least reach the eternal peak, or even the eternal perfection. And the existence of this cultivation realm is the master of the same sect. How can he show up casually? It would not be such a coincidence that we met in this tavern. And, even if they meet, the other party may not notice them. After all, no one could have imagined that Yang Macheng and Axiana would appear here so openly and under their noses.
Are these people here to hunt us down?
Axiana asked in a low voice.
It's not like...
Yang Macheng glanced at everyone, and after a moment of concentration, he shook his head. After leaving the Ghost Clan Holy Land, the 3 of them swaggered through the encirclement of the 7 tribes in this fair and above-board way. Now they appear in remote areas outside the Holy Land of the Ghost Clan, dozens of galaxies away. In the eyes of outsiders, Yang Macheng must still be fleeing in panic amid the encirclement of the 7 clans. He probably never expected that they were already here. As for people like Yang Macheng, who showed up strutting around with his maid, it was certainly eye-catching. But such playboys were not uncommon in the starry sky. At least in this tavern. There are several.
Perhaps you are looking for some exotic treasure?
Yang Macheng drank lightly, and glanced at everyone in the venue without leaving any trace. Although these people's conversations did not specify information, they were also related to looking for something. And what is it that can attract so many people's attention? After thinking about it, Yang Machung could think of nothing else except exotic treasures.
Brother, do you mind if my sister and I take a seat here? The tavern is already full, and you are the only one with free space.
At this moment, a young man wearing a children's robe and holding a folding fan walked up to the two of them, cupped his hands towards Yang Machung and Axianu, and said with a smile, standing behind the man with the folding fan, there was a girl in green clothes whose cultivation had reached nirvana. There was a hint of arrogance between her eyebrows that was difficult to conceal. A trace of hostility flashed in Axiana's eyes. But he calmed down after discovering that the man with the folding fan was only at the heavenly saint level.
In that case, let's sit together.
Yang Machung did not refuse anyone who came, and nodded with a smile. The man with the folding fan cupped his hands and thanked him before sitting down. When he glanced at Axianu, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The girl in green frowned slightly, obviously disgusted with sharing a table with others. But there were no seats at the moment, so she had no choice but to sit together.
Brother, are you here to look for rare treasures too?
The man with the folding fan glanced at Yang Machung and asked talkatively.
I'm not here to hunt for treasure. I'm just traveling. I just passed by here today.
Yang Machung said half-truthfully.
But more and more people are gathering here. It must be some rare treasure. So I also plan to go there.
Stay here for a few more days and take a good look. Brother, you are the only one who talks nonsense. Now we have another competitor.
The woman in Singi heard Yang Muching's words and could no longer hold back her suppressed anger. This scolding made the man with the folding fan a little embarrassed. He quickly raised his hand and apologized to Yang Machung.
My sister-in-law is spoiled in the family, and I hope you don't mind.
Yang Machung nodded casually. Naturally, he wouldn't care anything about such an unruly woman. However, this boy with a folding fan made him look slightly sideways. Although the opponent's strength is not very strong, people can't help but admire his chic and confident attitude. After talking, Yang Machung learned that the brother and sister had also heard that there were exotic treasures appearing here, and wanted to try their luck to see if they could get a few rare treasures to increase the family's strength. The boy with the folding fan is called by Yang, and the girl in blue is called by Jie.
With all due respect, there are quite a few strong men who have come here. Since your family is very close to here, why don't you let the ancestors of your family come here?
Yang Mu became enlightened.
Humph. My ancestor is always busy. How can such a rare treasure disturb his master?
Bai Jie snorted coldly.
How rude.
Axena couldn't help but shook his head secretly.
Why are you shaking your head? What qualifications does a servant have to sit with us?
Seeing Axiana shaking his head, Bai Jie scolded him unceremoniously. Although Yang Machung was generous, he was slightly frowned by Bai Jie's repeated provocations. However, at this moment, a shocking turmoil spread rapidly, seeming to sweep across the entire star at this moment. Crack! A violent sound resounded loudly. From a distance, it sounded like some kind of existence was being torn apart. However, that shocking sound, even though it was far away, seemed to be ringing in my ears.
That is? What's tearing this up?
Just when everyone was shocked by the loud noise, a silver light soared into the sky and illuminated the entire starry sky. The moment they saw this silver light,
everyone couldn't help but be stunned and rushed out quickly. I saw a silver light that was too bright to be described in words, shining desperately, sweeping the entire star to its extreme.
Owner?
Arsenal exclaimed in a low voice.
I feel it too.
Yang Machung nodded lightly. Original. He does not plan to stay in this star for too long. After all, for him currently, improving his strength is the most important thing. But that turbulent silver light was filled with infinite water power.
If I could absorb the existence that exploded in the silver light, my white tiger body might be able to reach the great perfection.
Yang Machung secretly narrowed his eyes. Chapter 1996 The Bai Brothers and Sisters.
Look! That silver light! What kind of existence is that? I can feel that the power in it is very powerful. If I can get that treasure, the increase in strength will be huge.
After feeling the silver light, both the warriors in the tavern and outside were completely excited. After a brief hesitation, silhouettes suddenly rushed forward one after another. Even Bai Yang and Bai Jie, who were sitting at the same table as Yang Machung, turned into an escaping light and quickly flew towards the location where the silver light broke out.
Owner?
Looking at the rapidly rushing figures, Axianu whispered,
Don't be in a hurry. Let's go slowly.
Yang Machung smiled faintly and sat down. Be different from others. His cultivation level has reached the late eternal stage, and his spiritual thoughts are extremely huge. As early as the moment when the silver light erupted, he had already swept out his spiritual thoughts and searched for the rare treasure. But it's a pity. This rare treasure has not yet been fully revealed. Now even if we rush there, it will be a useless effort.
Yes.
Arsenal nodded. She naturally followed Yang Mucheng's lead. Even if Yang Mucheng gave up this rare treasure, she would not frown. What's more, Yang Mucheng is just moving a little slower now. And among them, there must be his own ideas.
That Bai Jie is so rude.
However, thinking of the girl from the Bai family before, Axiana couldn't help but frown.
In front of us, she is not even a junior, but she dares to talk to us like this. If you weren't here, Master, I would have slapped her to death.
Yang Mucheng chuckled, shook his head and said,
It's just an ant. Her character will definitely bring disaster to her family. By then, it will have nothing to do with us.
Boom! At this moment, another loud sound resounded, and from a distance it felt like a landslide. The two of them were so shocked that their feet went numb. Feeling this terrifying power, Axiana's eyes flashed with horror, and he couldn't help but ask,
Master, what kind of rare treasure is born this time? An underground palace.
Yang Mucheng said lightly.
This underground palace was buried underground. I don't know what happened, but it was suddenly exposed and saw the light of day again. There is also a protective shield outside the underground palace, blocking my spiritual thoughts. But the silver light from before should be some kind of rare treasure that contains the power of water.
Arsenal nodded. At that moment, the two of them seemed to be rushing towards the underground palace slowly, but really quickly. Every step the two of them took covered hundreds of miles, and even some warriors couldn't fly as fast as them. Yang Mucheng clasped his hands behind his back, quietly concentrating. His Qinglong body, Qilin body, and Xuanwu body have all reached the great perfection, and the only ones left are the White Tiger body and the Suzaku body. As the saying goes, fire and water are merciless, and these two are the hardest to find in the starry sky. Now that he can feel such a powerful treasure of water power in this underground palace, Yang Mucheng will naturally not give it away.
If I can get that item, my White Tiger body can at least reach its peak even if it cannot reach the great perfection.
Soon, the two of them had already arrived at the location where the silver light erupted. Ashian Nu showed a hint of surprise. Immediately, she understood why the world was shaking when this rare treasure was born. Turn out to be, the entire underground palace is buried underground. For some unknown reason, this underground palace actually broke free from the constraints of the ground, as if it was about to emerge from the earth. However, this underground palace is too big. Even this posture is not shown. Above the underground palace, a huge crack that was several miles long was revealed. Obviously, the tearing sound that everyone heard before was the sound of the earth splitting. And now, both sides of the rift were crowded with people. Moreover, these warriors who appear on both sides of the rift also have some very subtle patterns. The stronger the person, the gap in his position will be very huge. People with lower strength can only stand at the back. Of course, there were also some latecomers who wanted to occupy the front position. So a fight naturally broke out between the two sides. The winner occupies the position with the huge crack, while the loser can only retreat helplessly.
Owner?
Arsenal glanced over. Nowadays, only 1 or 2 Tai Realm warriors occupy the largest position in the rift.
Do you want me to drive these people away?
With the strength of Axianu, let alone driving these people away, even killing these existences would not be a problem.
Need not.
Yang Mucheng shook his head.
These guys are not very powerful, but they have families behind them. This rare treasure has not yet been fully born. So even if we grab the position, it will be useless. And grabbing the position at this time will actually attract more attention. No.
Arsenal nodded and stopped talking. Really? Not long after Yang Mucheng finished speaking, someone was eyeing those warriors in the Tai realm and wanted to get them out of the way. Naturally, several Tai realm warriors were unwilling to give up their positions. The two sides immediately fought, and then those Tai realm warriors kept their positions. Seeing this scene, Axiana raised his eyebrows secretly. Obviously, she was not aware of this situation, but Yang Mucheng was. With their strength, they can indeed occupy the largest position in the crack now. But the warriors who are coming continuously will harass them like flies.
After the exotic treasure is completely born, we will enter the underground palace. I'm afraid it's not that simple in this underground palace.
Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes and looked deep into the ground for a moment. then slowly spoke. He can see. The entire underground palace is not simply buried inside the star, but appears in a core posture, as if someone deliberately disguised this underground palace. Moreover, the barrier outside the underground palace cannot be penetrated even by his spiritual thoughts. Anyway, the people of the 7 clans never thought that Yang Muchung would appear here. So Yang Muchung could stay here with peace of mind and wait for the underground palace to be born. Gradually, more and more people appeared, and the 2 Thai warriors who previously occupied the largest position in the crack were also driven to the center of the crack. Moreover, as the number of strong people increases, their positions continue to move downwards. Not long after, brother and sister Bai Yang and Bai Jia also arrived. When the brother and sister saw Yang Muchung and Axianu, who had arrived earlier than themselves, a look of disbelief and surprise suddenly flashed in their eyes. Chapter 1997 Crack. So fast? There was a hint of disbelief in the eyes of the brother and sister. Apparently, they did not expect that Yang Muchung and Axiana could arrive so quickly. Bai Yang cupped his hands in front of Yang Muchung, and was about to step forward to speak, but was pulled back by Bai Jia on the side. The latter shook his head, and put on a firm attitude. Bai Yang sighed helplessly, and then had no intention of going forward and continuing to speak.
What do they want?
Looking at Bai Yang and Bai Jia, after looking around for a moment, they actually pushed aside and took out a box. When the box was opened, it was a strange roulette wheel. Bai Yang took out a pen and paper and started writing quickly. After he finished writing a line of words, he flicked his finger, and the paper immediately flew into the roulette wheel and turned into ashes.
It should be some kind of communication tool.
Yang Muchung condensed for a moment before speaking.
With such novel means, the family behind these 2 people is probably not a small family.
Axiana nodded lightly, but did not speak. Even the 7 clan, they don't take it seriously, let alone such an unknown family.
Tongue!
As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura rushed from the distant sky quickly. I saw a crimson light flying over in an astonishing manner and landing in front of the underground palace. After the crimson light dissipated, a thin old man appeared.
Ha ha! I finally found this underground palace. I didn't expect that after so many years, he would finally be born.
The old man laughed loudly and carefully looked at the underground palace under the crack. He was stunned for a moment, and then burst into wild laughter. This old man looked like a skeleton, like a mummy, but he was full of energy, and his voice was as loud as a bell. Some Thai realm warriors were shocked and deafened by the terrifying laughter, and they covered their ears and kept retreating.
Get away!
After the old man fell, he walked straight towards the position with the largest crack. He glanced at the warrior occupying the top spot and snorted coldly, then raised his hand and waved it swiftly. Wow! A red wave of air stirred up a shocking roar. From a distance, it looked like a crimson sea wave. It rolled to the extreme in an instant and rushed towards the warrior in the blink of an eye.
Boom!
Who would have thought that between the words of this old man, there was almost no time for people to react before he suddenly took action to kill people. The few warriors standing at the top didn't even have time to react before they were hit by this terrifying crimson wave and slammed down hard. There was only a burst of explosion sound, and those Thai realm warriors were blasted into powder on the spot. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. To know, although they had fought hard before when they were fighting for position, no one was as fierce as this old man. Both parties maintained restraint and did not kill anyone. But now that the other party appears, he kills several people. How can people not be shocked by such iron-blooded methods? After taking action, the old man sneered, then strode forward and stood on the crack. Wow! Immediately, with his body as the center, the warriors around him all retreated back with frightened faces. Suddenly, a vacuum zone formed around him.
This old man's strength is not bad,
Axenu whispered.
There are also those who have cultivated in the eternal realm. It seems that this underground palace is really extraordinary, and it can actually attract the strong men of the eternal realm. However, according to his words, I'm afraid there are still many people staring at this underground palace.
Yang Muchung also nodded immediately.
Maybe more people will come after a while.
As soon as Yang Muchung finished speaking, the warriors around him suddenly came to their senses, and they immediately began to issue various messages to their own family, like the Bai family brothers and sisters.
Who is this old man, and why is he so vicious?
Bai Jia looked at the old man and turned pale with fear.
You don't even know me?
After driving everyone away, the old man was looking at the underground palace when he suddenly raised his head and grinned at Bai Jia.
It seems, Old man, I have been in seclusion for so long that even juniors like you don't know I exist.
Bai Jia's teeth chattered in fear. She didn't expect that the other party would hear her words in such a low voice. And she immediately hid behind Bai Yang. Bai Yang also had a trace of fear in his eyes. But at this moment, he could only bite the bullet and step forward.
Who doesn't know Lu Wanfeng? The ancestor of the Lu family? My sister Bai Jia is ignorant and has never heard of your name. But I often hear my ancestor mention you.
The old man, whom Bai Yang called Lu Wanfeng, was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. He couldn't help but nodded, looked at Bai Yang appreciatively and said,
It turns out you are a boy from the Bai family. You have a very sweet mouth. No wonder old monster Bai always praises you in front of me. When will old monster Bai come? Junior has already informed the ancestor. He will be here shortly.
Bai Yang bowed his hands and said respectfully. Lu Wanfeng nodded and said,
In that case, just stand by my side. There are many religions and sects here, and I don't know who can open the underground palace. Once it is opened, everyone will rush to get in. With your little cultivation, for standing here, he would have been killed a long time ago. Thank you, Senior.
Bai Yang was overjoyed. You know, he deliberately stood far away before, just for fear that the underground palace would suddenly open. As Lu Wanfeng said, his strength is not high. Once the underground palace is opened, he is not even qualified to intervene and will be destroyed directly. Now that Lu Wanfeng said this, it was equivalent to giving him a way to protect himself. Bai Jia also became proud. There are two things she is most proud of in her life. One is her family background, and the other is her brother. The two of them quickly stepped forward and stood behind Lu Wanfeng. At this time, everyone looked over with envy. You know, people here, whether they want to occupy the cracks, have to fight tooth and nail to get a position. But these two people can occupy such a good position just by talking. But everyone also understands that even if they are envious, there is nothing they can do about it. Who can make the other person's family background better? Snort! Standing behind Lu Wanfeng, Bai Jia glanced proudly in all directions. When she accidentally met Axianu, she immediately snorted coldly. The arrogance between her eyebrows clearly revealed. Obviously, she was showing off that she had occupied a good position. But Axianu and Yang Mucheng could only stand at a distance and had no strength to attack. However, facing Bai Jia's arrogant smile, Axianu shook his head disdainfully. Bai Jia didn't know that Lu Wanfeng, whom she relied on, was just an ant-like existence in her eyes and in Yang Mucheng's eyes. If you want, you can kill it with a slap. Chapter 1998 Old Monster Bai.
Let's see how long you can hold on.
When he saw his eyes looking over, Axianu still shook his head in disdain, and a trace of anger flashed in Bai Jia's eyes. As for Yang Mucheng, he was not aware of what was going on here. All his thoughts now are looking at the underground palace among the stars. It can be judged that this underground palace has a very long history. And this palace should also be the cemetery of a certain existence. Because we don't want outsiders to enter. We hid the palace in the core of the stars, and used formations to hide it. Cover it up. It's a pity that no matter how exquisite the formation is, there will be a day when it loses its effect. Now, this underground palace is directly exposed from the inside of the star for this reason. The owner of this underground palace is probably a very powerful being, and his cultivation level will not be lower than the one Yuan realm. Yang Mucheng secretly judged. I can hide a palace in the center of a star, but I can't do it for millions of years like him. Now, the power outside this underground palace is close to the edge of exhaustion. It only takes one day to completely evaporate. By then, the entire underground palace will be completely revealed. As time goes by, more and more people come to the crack. In the end, even the strong men in the Tai realm were squeezed out from the edge of the crack. Those who are still qualified to stand in front of the crack must at least have the strength of the eternal realm. Even Lu Wanfeng, who was previously ranked first, fell far behind. It seems that it won't be easy to snatch the rare treasure from this underground palace. Axiana couldn't help but whispered. That's right. This underground palace should be the cemetery of a certain big shot. That's why it attracts so many people. Yang Mucheng nodded. The more people there are, the better it is for us. We can mix in the crowd. You can take advantage of the chaos and win. Not long after, the ancestor of the Bai family also arrived. He was actually the most powerful person among the people. When he arrived, the warriors occupying the cracks respectfully vacated the first place and gave it to each other. Old monster Bai, you are finally here, Lu Wanfeng said. Saint Ancestor Taishu's underground palace was born.
How could I not come? The ancestor of the Bai family smiled lightly and responded casually.
In order to find this underground palace, my Bai family has been rooted in this water galaxy since ancient times. Once a strange treasure is born, my Bai family will be the first to arrive, just to find the underground palace. But I didn't expect that this time when the underground palace was born, it would actually attracted so many people. Do you want to kill these people?
Lu Wanfeng asked. Boom! His faint words immediately made all the warriors present jump with fear. Even Yang Macheng couldn't help but frown. There are quite a few warriors who have come here. Does this old white monster want to monopolize the underground palace?
What's the harm in letting them enter the underground palace?
What Bai Leguai said next made everyone present couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
Everyone has a chance to get a rare treasure when it comes out. Even if we want to break into this underground palace, it is very difficult. Let alone these people. Even if we let them in, they may not be able to get the rare treasure.
The words of Mr. Bai made many people want to give up. Just like what the other party said. Even powerful men like them in the Eternal Realm would find it a little difficult to break into the underground palace, let alone their cultivation in the Eternal Realm.
What are you looking at?
After saying that, old monster Bai's eyes fell on Bai Yang. Bai Yang was seen secretly looking around, looking for Axiana's location. For a moment, when I heard what my ancestor said, I couldn't help but be startled and quickly shook my head. However, old monster Bai had already seen where Bai Yang's eyes were, and even saw Axiana's face.
This girl can only be found in the sky, and is rarely seen in the human world. There are more than enough people worthy of my Bai family.
Old monster Bai's heart moved, and he pointed his right hand directly, landing on Axianu in the crowd and said,
"Come here."
Uh-huh. At this moment, everyone looked at it together. Axiana raised her eyebrows slightly, but did not move a step. Yang Macheng, who was standing beside her, chuckled and said,
"Ancestor of the Bai family, do you have anything to do with my maid?"
Maid? Only then did old monster Bai's eyes fall on Yang Macheng. He had seen Yang Macheng before, but he didn't take it seriously because he didn't show much aura on his body. Now that the other party took the initiative to speak, he finally paid attention to the other party.
"You are lucky. I am in a good mood today, and will take you two into the underground palace together."
In his opinion, with his strength, it would not be a piece of cake to snatch Arsenal away. But with so many powerful men from the Eternal Realm watching here, he was unwilling to do such a thing that was true. Therefore, he promised Yang Macheng and Axiana to follow him. When the time comes, enter the underground palace, find a trap at will, push Yang Macheng inside, and leave Axiana alone. Bai Yeheng's eyes flashed with excitement. He naturally knew that this was an opportunity for his ancestor to get closer to Arsenal, and he quickly thanked his ancestor. Yang Macheng glanced at old monster Bai quietly and nodded in agreement. The other strongmen present shook their heads secretly. They all laughed at Yang Macheng, a boy who didn't understand the ways of the world and didn't know what it meant to look at people's faces. At this time, shouldn't you let your maid out? After giving Yang Macheng a contemptuous look, he then withdrew his gaze, because in their eyes, Yang Macheng is already equivalent to a dead person. Bai Jia looked at Yang Macheng with more and more disdain. Boom! At this moment, there was another terrifying tremor of the earth. The cracked earth seemed to be torn apart by a pair of invisible hands at this moment. The crack was actually at this moment. In an instant, it spread again in an astonishing manner. Opened. I don't know who screamed in surprise, but the strange light surrounding the underground palace suddenly disappeared at this moment. However,
before everyone could make any movement, they saw that the underground palace buried deep in the center of the earth quickly rushed out at this moment and bombarded the air.
The underground palace is out. Quick! Everyone, rush forward.
Seeing this huge underground palace rising into the sky, the originally calm crowd suddenly became excited at this moment. Countless figures rose into the sky desperately at this moment, rushing towards the underground palace like a carp jumping over a dragon gate. Get out! Chapter 1999. The underground palace opens.
The underground palace is out.
Seeing this underground palace appear, Ashia Nu also closed his eyes and secretly heard something moving. But immediately, Yang Macheng grabbed her wrist and slowly shook his head. It was only then that Axiana realized that Bai Leguai, Lu Huafeng and others had no intention of taking action. Instead, they stopped where they were and looked at the underground palace rising into the sky with vigilance.
We remain unchanged in the face of change,
Yang Macheng said lightly. Hearing this, Axiana nodded. Call. 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 Although there are many people chasing the underground palace, the underground palace does not seem to be stopping at all. Instead, it rises into the sky faster and faster, as if it is about to rise into the sky and fight out of the crowd. Even when several Tai realm warriors prepared to block the underground palace with their bodies, not only were they unable to stop them at all, but they were instead smashed into a puddle of flesh by the rapidly rushing underground palace.
No! I need to escape from this underground palace. Oh fellows, seize this underground palace quickly.
Until then, old Monster Bai, who had been silent all this time, suddenly shouted, "Uh-huh." Suddenly, a gust of wind blew loudly. Immediately afterwards, he saw that the old monster waved his hands forward, and immediately a stream of pure balian rose into the sky, turned into a big hand, fiercely grabbed forward, and directly caught the flying underground palace. But the speed of the underground palace was too fast, and the power was too strong. Even under the attack of the old monster, the speed did not slow down at all, and it still rushed to the sky with undiminished momentum. Seeing this scene, the ancient powerful men present dared not hide anything. Suddenly, they all exploded with all their strength, directly transformed their inner energy, and grabbed towards the underground palace.
Boom! 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 Boom!
Waves of terrifying loud sound suddenly resounded. I only saw that the huge underground palace gradually slowed down under the attack of many strong men, and finally stopped quietly. Of course, just relying on them is not enough. Tai who was present, there were also quite a number of warriors in the cave heaven realm, and with all their strength, they blocked the rushing underground palace. Call. Seeing this scene, even Yang Machung couldn't help but let out a long breath. Terrible. If there were a little less people here, they might just be able to watch this underground palace fly away from under their noses. By then, no one will be able to obtain the treasures of this underground palace.
I didn't expect that the underground palace of Taishu's saint ancestor, which has been buried in the ground for such a long time, still has such terrifying power.
After stopping the underground palace, old Monster Bai couldn't help but mutter to himself.
Bai Yang, Bai Jie, you two brothers and sisters will stay here. The underground palace is more dangerous than I thought. If you go in, we may not be able to protect you. And you two too.
After thinking about it, old Monster Bai looked at Yang Machung and Axianu again. But Yang Machung had no intention of retreating. Instead, he took a step forward and said with a smile,
Ancestor of the Bai family, we don't need your protection. Snort.
After hearing Yang Muching's words, old Monster Bai frowned and snorted coldly. If it weren't for the underground palace right under his nose, he would have slapped this ignorant boy to death for fear of causing trouble. Glancing at Yang Machung coldly, old Monster Bai took the lead and flew up. The other people, not caring about what was going on here, immediately flew up and rushed towards the underground palace in the sky.
Brother, there are many dangers in the underground palace. If you want to go in and take risks, then please do it yourself. But don't take her with you.
Seeing that Yang Machung also planned to go to the underground palace, Bai Yang quickly stepped forward and stopped Yang Machung.
Oh!
Yang Machung raised his brows and glanced at the other party with a half smile. Based on his experience, he can naturally see that Bai Yang is attracted to Arso. Whether it was the deliberate chatting up in the tavern or the instructions given by old Monster Bai, it was all for Bai Yang. Maybe others would be inexplicably excited to be able to establish a relationship with the Bai family. But for Yang Machung, he didn't care at all.
Miss, the underground palace is really too dangerous. Even our ancestors of the Bai family have said so. If you don't want to go, just say it. If he dares to force you, our Bai family will stand up for you.
Bai Yang looked at Axiana with the attitude of a hero saving the beauty and wanting to stand up for the beauty. But he only received an unceremonious ridicule from Arso.
Mr. Bai, stop being so sentimental. Wherever the master goes, I will follow him. I don't need you to meddle in your own business.
Arso was originally very resistant to the Bai brothers and sisters. Now that he saw that the other party was so hostile to Yang Machung, he became even more rude. At that moment, regardless of Bai Yang's obstruction, he quickly rose into the sky with a little tip of his toes, and followed Yang Machung to the underground palace.
Brother, don't feel sorry for this bitch. How can she be worthy of you?
Seeing Bai Yang's face darkening, Bai Jie spoke up.
With their meager strength, if they want to enter the underground palace, they are simply asking for death.
Bai Yang sighed. Although he couldn't bear it, He also understood his identity and status. He quickly calmed down and looked towards the underground palace again. I saw. At this moment, the underground palace is like a piece of cake, attracting countless warriors. Each warrior is like a sky full of flies, spinning around the underground palace, trying to find a way to enter the underground palace. Some existences with low strength are also mixed in among them. Although the gesture shown by the underground palace soaring into the sky was very shocking and shocked everyone present. But no one wants to just watch the baby slip away from under their noses. Even if they just picked up some leftovers from the cracks of these strongmen's hands, it would be enough for them to eat a lot. Boom! After everyone's research, the closed door of the underground palace was finally opened with a squeak at this moment. Tying! 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 Looking at the open door, everyone turned into a ray of light and rushed forward, for fear of falling behind others. Even Bai Leiguai, Lu Wanfeng and others rushed forward.
Master, they have all gone in,
Axiana said quickly.
Let's go in too.
Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes, with a hint of fear and solemnity in his eyes. Previously, when his spiritual thoughts were poured into it, he was actually swallowed by a larger existence. But despite this, he also figured out the direction of the entire underground palace. Chapter 2000 The Sound of Water? Following everyone into the hall, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. There were corpses everywhere in this hall. Many of them are even the same as when they were alive. It is obviously because this underground palace is buried underground and time has stopped. But once someone touches these corpses will instantly turn into ashes.
It seems that these are all people who have entered this underground palace,
Yang Mucheng said calmly for a moment. To know, in this starry sky, it is natural that someone has the means to find and locate the tomb. Even if the underground palaces are not born, they can still find the locations of these underground palaces through their own methods. And these people should have entered the underground palace before they were born, but ended up being buried in the underground palace.
Master, what should we do now?
Axiana turned his eyes slightly and whispered.
Be calm and follow these people. If there is anything suitable for us, grab it. If not, try to stop without revealing your identity,
Yang Mucheng said calmly. After all, for Yang Mucheng and Axian knew, not all exotic treasures can be appreciated by them. For Yang Mucheng, if it weren't for the silver light that erupted when the underground palace was born, he would not have come at all.
There are still living things in this palace. Try to be more careful. The strength of these living creatures is not too weak. They even swallowed up my spiritual thoughts before.
Ouch. The words just fell. Suddenly, dozens of huge auras surged from the rear of the palace. I saw, at the dark back door of the palace, faint green light spots lit up one by one.
What is that?
Everyone had just come back to their senses from the corpses turned into powder in front of them. And before they had time to look at the palace, they were completely stunned.
Not good. This is the guardian beast in the underground palace. Why are there so many?
Following waves of exclamations, those green light spots slowly came out of the darkness. They are clearly giant silver white wolves. The strength of these giant wolves is all silver, as if they are made of pure silver. But their fur reveals an indescribable and strange softness. Coupled with those pairs of blue eyes, it makes people feel uncontrollably creepy. Ouch. Before anyone could react, a wolf looked up to the sky and shouted, at the same time as this burst of wolf howls resounded. In an instant, the wolves were like opening a floodgate to release water, and quickly rushed towards the location of everyone.
So fast! How can these silver wolves be so fast? Oh my god! These...
Tongue! 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 The silver-white rays of light roared past quickly, carrying a terrifying hurricane, and crushed everyone in front of them almost instantly. Seen from a distance, the silver wolves looked like streaks of silver lightning, with almost no obstruction. He rushed in front of everyone. Puff! 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 Silver Wolf's strength is extraordinary and terrifying, like a wild beast out of its cage. Unstoppable. A warrior who wanted to stop the silver wolves from advancing was torn into pieces by the silver wolves. At this time, the entire underground palace was in chaos, and there was chaos everywhere. The strength of these silver wolves is simply frightening, and can be equal to an Eternal Realm powerhouse. Moreover, their speed was surprisingly fast, and coupled with their large numbers, they were able to defeat the Tomb Seekers as soon as they arrived.
Let's go this way!
Seeing everyone fighting together, Yang Mucheng naturally didn't bother to pay attention. He even took Axiana with him, and flew quickly towards the underground palace.
Damn it!
However, Naturally, no one paid attention to Yang Machung and Axianu, who were originally located in the corner. After all, at this time, everyone is dealing with these silver wolves that appear. The entire underground palace was in a state of chaos. Who could care about these young people? However, when the old monster by casually killed a silver wolf and wanted to see if the young man standing behind him had been scared to death or had been eaten by the silver wolf, he suddenly saw his eyes narrowed. He actually saw that Yang Machung and Ashian Nu had already entered the depths of the underground palace at the same time as Silver Wolf appeared. How could old monster by endure this? They, the strong men, fought desperately against the silver wolf. But in the end, this boy got the first chance to get something good. How could he swallow his breath? However, before the old monster could catch up with Yang Machung and Axianu, two more silver wolves jumped out. After looking hatefully at the disappearing sounds of Yang Machung and Axianu, old monster regained his concentration.
You little bastard! When I kill these silver wolves, I will deal with you again.
Of course, Yang Machung didn't know that he and Axianu were already grudged by old monster Bai. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. All his attention now is on the underground palace in front of him. He had already explored the existence in this underground palace before, because as the cemetery of Taishu's Saint Ancestor, perhaps for Taishu's Saint Ancestor, too many labyrinths could not hinder the footsteps of those who came after him. So he simply left himself. The ancient tombs are hidden deep in the center of the earth. But paper cannot contain the fire. No matter how deep the cemetery and the underground palace are hidden, one day the world will be exposed. Therefore, apart from the main hall, there is only this one straight tomb passage in this area. On both sides of the tomb passage, there are tomb chambers with large openings and closings.
This doesn't quite look like a cemetery.
Axiana pondered for a moment and couldn't help but speak.
For some strong people, even if they go to great lengths to build a secret chamber, it is better to treat the palace they live in as the place where they die. This underground palace should be the place where Saint Ancestor Taishu lived.
Glancing at Axianu, Yang Wucheng's eyes showed wariness.
The body of Saint Ancestor Taishu should be in this underground palace. You and I must be careful. He may not have sealed off this underground palace, but his body must be guarded by some kind of existence.
The two of them walked forward, quickly moving back and forth in this underground palace. Unfortunately, although the appearance of this underground palace is extremely mysterious, in fact, there are not many treasures in the tombs on both sides. Even if there were, Yang Machung would not look down on these things.
Master, there is the sound of water ahead.
At this time, Arsenal's voice suddenly sounded.
The sound of water?
Yang Machung raised his eyebrows and immediately listened attentively. Deep in the tomb passage, there was a faint sound of turbulent water. Chapter 2001 Silver Water Sea. The sound of water? Just in front. Yang Machung couldn't help being stunned, and quickly swept out his spiritual thoughts. However, when his spiritual thoughts surged forward, as expected, he felt the powerful power of the surging water. However, just when Yang Machung wanted to understand more deeply, he was shocked to find that a more terrifying existence directly tore his spiritual mind into pieces.
Woo!
Yang Machung murmured. His face suddenly turned pale, and he staggered back a few steps.
Master, what's wrong?
Seeing Yang Machung standing there, not moving. But the next moment, he was hit hard. And even Ashian Nu couldn't help but screamed in surprise.
Sure enough, the existence I perceived earlier is here.
Yang Machung slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, no longer paying attention to the tombs on both sides, but walked forward with Ashian Nu. Snapped, snapped, snapped. As it gradually goes deeper, the surging waves become more and more intense, and the sound of the vast water is constantly turbulent. Even before I walked out of the tomb passage, I could already hear the sound of waves. Wow! The moment the two of them walked out of the tomb passage, a silver light suddenly appeared on the pavement. The scene in front of him made Yang Machung stand still on the spot, and even made Ashian Nu scream. What appeared in front of the two people was a vast ocean. Certainly, this is not the sea that ordinary people often see, but a terrifying sea of liquid like mercury. It's obviously just a small tomb, but standing at the entrance and looking into the depths, you can't see the edge at a glance, as if you were standing in front of the sea.
What kind of sea is this?
Arsenal couldn't help but lost his voice. Yang Machung frowned slightly, and saw that he grabbed the silver sea in front of him with his right hand, and suddenly a large surging wave surged into the sky. But only one drop of seawater fell into Yang Wucheng's palm.
Good wait! This drop of seawater is even dozens of times heavier than Xuantian's sinking water. Compared to the black water summoned by Black Scale, when I fought against Black Scale in the Demon Clan's ancestral land. It's even better.
Yang Mucheng looked at the silver ocean in front of him with shock in his eyes. To know, the black water summoned by Black Scale was not as rich as the silver water in front of him. That piece of black water can only be called the Blackwater River at best. But now this piece of black water is enough to be called the sea.
Master, look at that.
The silver sea in front of me is not calm. Just like the real ocean, with waves constantly rolling up. This sea stretched endlessly, and even spiritual thoughts could not cross it. So Yang Mucheng simply did not pay attention to the other side of the sea. But now that Axianu was shouting like this, he couldn't help being stunned. And he quickly looked forward and asked,
"What's going on? I saw someone sitting in the sea."
Axianu paused for a moment and then said slowly. Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes and looked forward. This was incredible. But after seeing it, my heart skipped a beat. All he saw was a man in black robes sitting quietly among the constantly turbulent waves. The man had silver hair and his face was as old as before, even glowing slowly. And he looked like a living person. But the other party's eyes were closed tightly, and there was no breath on his body.
Could it be that he is the owner of this ancient tomb?
Axianu murmured.
Maybe.
Yang Mucheng squinted his eyes and looked forward. After contemplating for a moment, he said,
"In this space, the inner universe formation is set up. The area here is so huge that it is unimaginable. To the extent that there is even a real ocean here. The center of the cemetery is right behind this ocean."
Yang Mucheng flicked his fingers, and the drop of silver water in his hand roared out and returned to the ocean.
"However, I'm afraid there is something hidden under the sea. You are like the golden dragon, hiding in my sleeve."
A casual wave. After a while, Yang Mucheng put Axianu into his sleeve. After doing all this, Yang Mucheng took a step forward and entered the seawater in front of him. Strange to say, almost at the same time that Yang Mucheng stepped on this ocean, the sea surface that was originally like an angry sea quietly stopped at this moment.
Oh!
This strange scene immediately made Yang Mucheng raise his brows and look around coldly. Although the silver sea quietly calmed down in front of him, it looked like a calm sea. But in fact it brought Yang Mucheng a sense of tranquility like before the storm.
"I want to see how deep you can hide it."
Yang Mucheng snorted coldly. But at this moment, the figure that had been looming in the huge waves before was now invisible in the calm situation. This made Yang Mucheng more doubtful and vigilant.
If God blocks God, kill God. If Buddha blocks Buddha, kill Buddha.
With his eyes closed, Yang Mucheng stepped into the silver sea with his other foot.
Boom!
The next moment, Yang Mucheng's entire body was already shooting forward like an arrow from a string. Like a sea dragon king, he split the calm sea in half, and endless waves surged up on both sides of him. Of course, Yang Mucheng looked very casual in this scene, as if he didn't care about anything. But his spiritual thoughts always enveloped his surroundings. Once there is any change, he will be informed immediately. Under this feeling, Yang Mucheng can also feel that in this silver sea, the power that is constantly accumulating is getting higher and higher, giving people an extremely shocking feeling of depression.
What exactly is this?
Gudu. Gudu. Just as this force stirred up, a series of strange sounds unexpectedly rang out unconsciously. Yang Mucheng frowned slightly and looked towards his feet. I saw that the sea surface that had originally calmed down suddenly started to boil at this moment. Wow! Just when Yang Mucheng was wondering, a monstrous wave had already risen into the sky, and the red tentacles were quickly stirred out. And then with a horrified attitude, they fiercely moved towards Yang Mucheng's location. Position. Whipping madly.
What kind of monster is this?
Yang Mucheng's eyes were horrified. When the huge tentacles swept towards him, his whole body was already rushing backwards. However, before Yang Mucheng could react, a sudden burst of explosions resounded quickly, and the second red tentacle tumbled away from his feet, sweeping in without any gaps. Chapter 2002 Tsunami.
What kind of monster is this?
Looking at the writhing red tentacles, Yang Mucheng's eyes were full of horror. Boom! At the moment when the second tentacle swept over, he was already a little heavier on his toes. He only heard a violent loud sound. And then he saw that the silver sea surface under him had sunk. And the depression is the mark of his soul. Bang! 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 However, the moment Yang Mucheng left the sea, huge tentacles swept out one after another, like a wild dragon emerging from the abyss, sweeping towards Yang Mucheng overwhelmingly. The third one, The fourth root. The fifth one. The sixth root. There are 8 tentacles, each one like a dragon rising out of the sea, rising up and sweeping across the world. Seeing the dancing demons at his feet, Yang Wuqing's eyes were filled with incredible shock. The other party is like a big red octopus. But there are many differences. However, in this starry sky, there are almost countless various existences. Even though Yang Wuqing has traveled in the starry sky for so long, he has not been able to recognize all races. Narrowing his eyes, Yang Wuqing looked towards the sea. At this moment, he could clearly see that there was a huge shadow under the sea. 2 powerful beams of light shot out from the shadow. There was no doubt that they were the eyes of the other party.
It seems that if you want to get through here, you have to kill this monster first.
Yang Wuqing secretly condensed.
If this guy hides under the water and attacks suddenly, I may not be able to do anything about it. But now that it has revealed itself, it will be easier to deal with.
Just as he was thinking about it, he saw the monster take a deep breath, and then exhale slowly.
This is?
Call. I saw the octopus monster spitting out a small hurricane the size of a palm. The hurricane slowly flew out, stuck to the water surface, and suddenly grew crazily, turning into a golden waterspout, and rushed towards Yang Wuqing in an instant. Yang Wuqing closed his eyes, and did not dare to neglect. He hurriedly slashed out with his sword, and with a sound of crack, he split the waterspout in half. The sword light remained unabated and slashed at the monster. The monster didn't panic, and danced its huge tentacles rapidly, like a whip. With a rapid lash, there was only a ding sound, and the sword light was shattered to pieces.
It seems that I underestimated you.
Seeing the monster's methods, the contempt in Yang Wuqing's eyes gradually disappeared, replaced by incomparable solemnity. I think so. This monster can guard the ocean of this underground palace. If it didn't have any strength, it would have been killed long ago. Why would it be his turn to come? Wow! After the monster shattered the sword light, its 8 tentacles suddenly lifted up. Immediately, a vast sea wave stirred up crazily, and a terrifying sound of waves erupted. Everyone only saw a surging wave rising rapidly. It was only 100 feet high at first, but in just a blink of an eye, it had already reached thousands of feet. When the terrifying waves were rolling under Yang Wuqing's shocked eyes, they transformed into a huge tiger shark. The big mouth with exposed fangs opened in midair, and it rushed toward him to devour him at all costs.
Get away!
Stepping back slightly, Yang Wuqing raised his right hand, and the power of the 5 elements spirit body suddenly reached its extreme. He shook hands into a fist and suddenly struck forward.
Boom!
Intangible energy turned into tangible waves. The silver sea surface was split open by Yang Wuqing's punch, and the waves on both sides were 100 feet high.
Boom!
In an instant, the mighty tiger shark completely exploded under this punch. It turned into a huge wave and fell hard. Waves of roaring sounds continued to resound.
Use Qingli and Terrace to suppress this sea?
Seeing this piece of silver water falling, Yang Wuqing's heart moved. But immediately, he shook his head secretly and gave up the idea. You know, each drop of these silver water weighs hundreds of kilograms, which is only stronger than the black scale Heishui River. If it were just a river, Qingli Antai, which had been promoted to the 6th level, would naturally be able to suppress it easily. But what is in front of us now is the endless sea. Moreover, there is a monster with unknown strength. If it cannot be suppressed, it may suffer backlash.
Boom!
Just as Yang Wuqing was concentrating, the sound of the distant waves resounded again. As if because the tiger shark he transformed into was killed by Yang Wuqing. This monster was already in extreme rage. It raised its huge tentacles like crazy, raised it high, and then struck hard towards the sea. With each slap, the entire sea surface quickly stirred up a frightening wave. Hundreds of feet, thousands of feet, tens of thousands of feet, even to the end. The waves rising high have reached an overwhelming level. You know, this is no ordinary seawater. It was so terrifying that even Yang Wuqing couldn't help being shocked. I saw the waves that had risen to the extreme, rolling in again under the monster's monstrous evil energy. From a distance, the surging waves looked like a huge wall, advancing crazily. Then, under Yang Wuqing's gaze, he continued to transform and appear, forming dragons and horses with divine horses. Each of these dragon horses is more than 10 meters tall. They are lifelike and have essential fiber patterns. Even the mane on the back of the head and the scales on the horse's legs are clearly visible. As he ran, the strong muscles of the dragon and horse were constantly squirming, as if they were real. As they ran wildly and swiftly, the resounding movement caused a series of thunderous sounds on the sea surface. The calm sea surface continued to sink, revealing a terrifying horse hoof print. And, as the sea water surged, heavily armed warriors quickly appeared on the backs of the dragons and horses. They held long knives and let out bursts of hissing roars. With astonishing gestures, they accompanied the dragons and horses. Like divine soldiers descended from heaven, rushed towards Yang Muqing's position desperately. From a distance, this large army looked as terrifying as a landslide and tsunami, and it was even beyond description in words. Snort! Looking at the roaring army, Yang Muqing closed his eyes, and the inner energy suppressed in his body was already surging crazily at this moment. As the waves of inner energy turbulence, the sea water under his feet also boiled crazily and vastly at this moment. Chapter 2003 Battle. Zheng! 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 When the surge of inner energy reached its peak, Yang Muqing waved his right hand majestically. Immediately, the boiling seawater surged rapidly and turned into silver flying swords. These flying swords swept into the air and hovered directly next to Yang Muqing. Boom! However, at this moment, the inner energy that had reached its peak was still churning and turbulent. The seawater changes and rises. In addition to the silver flying swords, young men wearing children's robes also formed at the same time, just like the young men who came out of the Xianzong sect to cultivate immortals. After a brief stagnation, these young immortal cultivators directly moved the flying swords in their hands and charged towards the army in front of them like crazy. Boom! From a distance, it looked like two huge armies colliding crazily. In an instant, a shocking loud sound also resounded crazily at this moment. The two sides that collided completely exploded in an attitude that was difficult to see with the naked eye, and completely transformed into pieces of broken water, which fell fiercely into the sea. Roar! Realizing that Yang Muqing was able to block his attack, the monster suddenly roared again. All I could see was that its huge 8 tentacles were constantly hitting the sea surface, creating huge waves of wind and waves again. This surging wave actually transformed into a steady stream of huge dragon horse cavalry, chasing them fiercely with a horrifying attitude. Tongue! 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 This churning force is even more powerful and terrifying than before. Well done! Yang Muqing grabbed it with his right hand. Call! A strong gust of wind blew across the field. Immediately afterwards, he saw that with a sudden wave of his hand, the seawater under his feet exploded. Countless streams of seawater, even more than before, surged up continuously and gathered in front of him, forming a spear full of length. A silver giant sword that reaches tens of thousands of feet. This giant sword flashes with light and reveals its coldness. Waves of shocking sword energy continuously swept out from the giant sword. But Yang Muqing did not rush to attack, but continued to pour the inner energy in his body into the giant sword. Zheng! The sword energy contained in this giant sword, with the infusion of internal energy, actually continued to rise to the extreme in an impressive manner. Bang! 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 At this time, bursts of roaring sounds were already heard and turbulent. Immediately afterwards, he saw that the endless dragon and horse warriors were already in front of Yang Muqing. Even when Yang Muqing raised his eyes, he could clearly see the ferocious expression on the face of the dragon horse warrior, as well as the cold light flashing on the opponent's sword as he slashed at him. Just when the thousands of troops and horses were about to step forward, just when the sword was about to strike, Yang Muqing suddenly opened his eyes angrily, and an infinite cold light burst out from his eyes. At this moment, his aura that had reached its peak was actually, with an astonishing posture, it kept rising again, even more so at the same time. I saw Yang Muqing slowly clenching his right hand, and the giant sword suspended in front of him was already sweeping out. Boom! A thunderous thunderstorm suddenly resounded. Immediately afterwards, he saw that the charging dragon and horse warriors were swept away and killed by this peerless sword in that instant. Countless seawater exploded crazily, revealing an unstoppable scene. This sword swept out, bringing up a terrifying wave with a height of 1,200 feet, like a rolling giant beast, rushing towards the monster desperately. Roar! The monster could not have imagined this scene, and it suddenly let out a roar. Looking at the huge waves, a trace of horror flashed in its eyes, and it quickly rolled up 8 huge tentacles and slapped them away quickly. Boom! This sea wave is just a wave caused by the sword energy. To the monster, it is nothing. A loud explosion was heard, and then the wall-like sea surface was torn open by the monster on the spot. Wow! Suddenly, The billions of tons of seawater lost control and fell heavily, making a roaring sound. Of course, under this terrifying impact, the huge monster's body suddenly trembled, and it was violently bombarded directly from the sea. Roar! Originally, he had been suppressing Yang Muchung, but now he was suppressed by Yang Muchung. This made the monster unwilling. It soared into the sky, its huge body erupting directly from the sea, creating a turbulent sound. The 8 tentacles danced wantonly like a group of demons. However, before the monster completely went berserk, it closed its eyes, because Yang Muchung's second blow was already swift and violent. Clang! The giant sword that completely killed many dragon and horse warriors, under the operation of Yang Muchung's internal energy, writhed crazily, and the constant turbulence reached the extreme. In the monster's eyes, it was like a whistling sword light. With a shocking gesture, he rushed over in an instant and arrived in front of the monster. Roar! The monster roared here. However, this time it was no longer as angry as before, but full of fear. At this moment, it twisted its body to the extreme. A terrifying turbulent wave quickly arose, and then it hit Yang Muchung's giant sword fiercely. Boom! A terrifying loud sound resounded crazily. This burst of huge waves turned the entire Silver Sea into a raging sea. Break it for me! Seeing this scene, Yang Muchung's eyes widened angrily. He grabbed his hands in shock, and then slashed down quickly. Wow! A huge wave was torn apart. The giant sword's remaining power remained unabated, and it swiftly and fiercely slashed at the monster. A terrifying sound of flesh tearing resounded quickly, and then they saw that the huge monster's body was cut off on the spot. The broken body fell to the ground hard, and a violent burst erupted. The sound of thundering waves. Looking closely, Yang Muchung's sword actually cut off 3 of the monster's tentacles. Ouch! A burst of screams resounded, and the monster's body suddenly jumped up, and immediately let out a mournful and inexplicable roar. Immediately, blood poured out crazily all over the sky, and a turbulent sea was sprinkled on the Silver Sea. Blood. Roar! Staring at Yang Muchung, the monster's remaining 5 tentacles writhed to the extreme, and then slashed down hard. Chapter 2004 The Shark King. Boom! The frantic defenders erupted with a loud and earth-shattering sound, and the monster smashed Yang Muchung's giant sword to pieces at the cost of 2 tentacles. The exploding sword energy swept through the entire baby. The turmoil and power even tore this piece of heaven and earth apart. The terrifying power generated by the explosion turned into a terrifying hurricane, which swept forward fiercely in an instant and directly bombarded Yang Muchung's body. His whole body trembled and he staggered backward. Get back! Even Yang Muchung suffered such severe backlash, let alone that monster. Boom! It was like a fire cannonball, rolling hard against the sea surface, causing a sound of waves. Wow! Under a huge rolling wave, the monster stopped. At this moment, it doesn't have the same momentum as before. 5 of the 8 huge tentacles have been blown off, although the last 3 are still left. They are in an extremely embarrassing state compared to before. When it looked at Yang Muchung, there was only trembling in its eyes. After it stopped, it dared to continue to take action. Its broken body tumbled rapidly, and then plunged into the sea with a fierce force, heading towards it crazily. Run away below. Let's see where you are going to escape. Looking at the escaping monster, Yang Muchung's eyes flashed with cold light, and his right hand suddenly chased towards the tentacle. Wow! In the deep sea, the sound of waves suddenly resounded. In the sea of undercurrents, a huge palm print slowly appeared, fiercely heading in the direction of the monster's escape, and grabbing it crazily. Puff! With a sudden forceful squeeze, a terrifying explosion was heard, and the monster was crushed to pieces by Yang Muchung on the spot. On the Silver Sea, a piece of red blood quietly appeared. Call. Seeing that the monster was completely killed by him, Yang Muchung let out a long breath. The difficulty of this monster was many times stronger than he imagined. But unfortunately, the opponent was not the monster that had swallowed Yang Muchung's spiritual thoughts before, because the opponent's strength is even stronger than this monster. It seems that there are even more existences hidden in this sea, but it is that existence that really makes me feel troubled. Unfortunately, I don't know where it is. Having seen the strength of this 8-clawed monster, Yang Muchung naturally did not dare to neglect anything, and even released King Liantai. When the green lotus platform with flashes of green light fell on the sea, the angry sea suddenly calmed down. From a distance, Yang Muchung looked like he was stepping on a small boat. However, The moment Yang Mucheng had just summoned the Qinglian platform, an even larger aura emerged quickly and violently in an unexpected manner. And this aura is at Yang Mucheng's feet.
Come out!
With an angry shout, Yang Mucheng made a seal with his right hand. All of a sudden, the Qinglian platform emitted thousands of rays of light, and it was like a meteorite falling from the sky, crushing crazily towards the deep sea. Wow! At this moment, a huge depression was blasted out of the sea surface, and the silver water spread wildly, directly revealing the terrifying existence on the bottom of the sea.
That is?
When that being finally appeared, Yang Mucheng's eyes couldn't help but flash a hint of horror. The opponent was a humanoid monster with gill-like organs growing around its mouth, and fish scales all over its body. It rode out of the water, holding a silver trident in its hand.
Humph! No matter who you are, kill me!
A cold light flashed in Yang Mucheng's eyes. He clasped his hands together and squeezed quickly. And suddenly the more violent power was poured into the Qinglian terrace crazily. I saw the Qinglian terrace that was suddenly pressing down, with an astonishing attitude, rising at the sight of the wind. And by the time it overwhelmed the monster, it was even bigger than a mountain peak.
Boom!
However, facing Yang Mucheng's crazy attack, the monster quickly flipped the trident in its hand, and the demonic aura on its body was extremely turbulent. A trident measuring tens of thousands of feet was already formed in front of it. Then he hit Qinglian terrace fiercely. Crackling, the two terrifying forces squeezed together fiercely, causing the surrounding air to explode, and the surrounding space to twist in a shocking manner. Not to mention the silvery sea water. The area where the green lotus platform and the trident were blasting each other suddenly formed a vacuum zone, and one could even see the rugged seabed.
Boom!
Then, the attacks between the two sides collided fiercely, and then a loud and shocking sound broke out. The huge green lotus platform trembled suddenly in midair. The green light converged, and returned to Yang Mucheng. The huge trident also returned to its original shape at the same time, and was caught in the hands of the monster.
It seems that the one who devoured my spiritual thoughts must be this monster.
Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes, and glanced slowly over. He recognized it. The guy in front of him looks very much like a shark. One of the 10,000 races in the starry sky. There are patterns on his forehead, and a big word king appears on his forehead. If he is right, he might still be the royal family of the Shaman clan.
It seems that the strength of Taishu's saint ancestor is really terrifying. He actually created a deep sea here, and even captured a shark to guard his tomb.
Yang Mucheng looked at the other person. His pupils slightly closed. He can see. There were obviously pieces of strange talismans and inscriptions floating on the opponent's body. It was obvious that he was controlled here by these pieces of talismans and inscriptions. Hisses. The shark looked at his previous attack, but it didn't have much effect. His pupils slightly closed, revealing his jagged teeth, and he let out a deep roar from his throat, as if he was threatening Yang Mucheng. However, facing the threat from the opponent, Yang Mucheng, instead of showing any signs of timidity, quickly activated his internal energy. Wow! With the turmoil of internal energy, a huge wind force continuously surrounded Yang Mucheng's body in a horrifying manner. Spinning rapidly, this wind force swept across, and became even more turbulent and vast, making a noise like a tornado. As if sensing Yang Mucheng's plan, the Shark King also narrowed his eyes, and a look called anger was clearly visible in his black and white eyes. Boom! Almost at the same time, the Merman King also took a step forward, and the demonic energy suppressed in his body exploded rapidly in an even more astonishing manner. And this aura was fierce without any restraint. He hit Yang Mucheng fiercely. Chapter 2005 Prisoner. Boom! This terrifying rush caused the Shark King to rush towards Yang Mucheng's position, like a silver lightning at that moment. The seawater that had finally calmed down was torn apart at this moment. From a distance, it looked like a sea dragon king broke through the ice, and rushed in front of Yang Mucheng without any gap.
Drink!
The Shark King roared angrily, and the trident in his hand swiftly slashed towards Yang Mucheng. At this moment, the arm holding the trident expanded crazily in an astonishing manner. Wherever the trident passed, it directly penetrated the space, shattered all obstacles at this moment, and hit Yang Mucheng mercilessly.
So fast!
Yang Mucheng's eyes narrowed. But he is not the kind of rookie who will panic when attacked by a strong person. The moment the Merman King attacked, the dragon pattern space between his eyebrows also shone brightly. Zheng! A clear and piercing sound of swords suddenly resounded at a speed that was not inferior to the Shark King's attack. Shen Yuan's sword turned into a ray of light, and was already heading towards the trident to greet him.
Clang!
The crisp explosion sounded like crazy. This space would be completely torn apart. Just hearing a buzz sound, Shen Yuanjian was blown backwards on the spot. The Shark King also trembled at the same time, and quickly shot towards the rear.
Return!
Yang Mucheng grabbed it with his right hand, and the Shen Yuan sword flew upside down and immediately transformed into a sword light whizzing towards him. Without any hesitation, he raised his sword and slashed down.
Zheng!
Although this sword was very hasty, the power within it was not reduced at all. All he saw was a sword light of hundreds of feet, slashing down crazily with an extremely brilliant attitude, and then slashed hard towards the Shark King who had just stopped. Wow! A vast sound burst out quickly. All I could see was that this ultimate sword had almost cut the entire sea level in half before it even approached the King of Mermen.
Boom!
Facing Yang Mucheng's attack, the Shark King's eyes clearly flashed with horror. And then, he quickly swung the trident in his hand and slashed forward. Boom! In an instant, the attacks from both sides collided again. The terrifying impact sound caused the whole world to immediately turn into a roaring sea of anger.
Blocked again?
Seeing that his ultimate sword attack was easily blocked by the Shark King, a hint of extreme surprise flashed in Yang Mucheng's eyes.
Zheng!
But immediately, he took a step forward, and a cold light suddenly bloomed in his eyes. Then he danced fiercely with the Shen Yuan sword, and the exploding seawater rolled and boiled rapidly with a strange force. Every drop of seawater emitted a silver light at this moment, and then quietly transformed into a flying sword with a handle about the size of an embroidery needle. This exploding seawater is so vast. There are more than hundreds of millions of these tiny flying swords? Under Yang Mucheng's sword, a monstrous wave broke out, and with an attitude that ordinary people could not imagine. It rushed forward quickly and violently. The power contained in each flying sword is beyond the ordinary terror. And when it flies by, it brings a harsh buzzing sound. The power of each of these flying swords is enough to kill a strong man in the eternal realm. Yang Mucheng was confident that even if he couldn't kill the Shark King with this move, it would still be enough to seriously injure it. However, a scene that Yang Mucheng didn't expect happened. Under the thousands of arrows piercing his heart, the Shark King held a trident and snorted suddenly. And then he saw it punching hard.
Clang!
Just like the sound of Hongzhong Dalu being struck. The sea that was boiling and boiling a moment ago suddenly stopped and became extremely calm at this moment. And at the same time, a silver ripple could be seen, with its body as the center, quickly sweeping away in all directions.
Ding 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 ding.
Those endless flying swords were like eggs hitting a stone. Directly under the silver ripples, they were shattered into void on the spot.
Don't use such tricks to fool people. These methods can't deal with me. Come on. Use your real methods.
After resisting Yang Mucheng's move, the Shark King actually uttered human words. But it looked like it hadn't spoken for a long time, and its words were actually very jerky.
You can actually talk?
Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but show a hint of surprise.
They are all intelligent creatures. How could I not speak? When I was imprisoned in this area, guarding this ocean, this galaxy was not even born.
The expression of the King of Mermen was a little stiff. I don't know if he was born like this or just like this. Imprisoned? Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. Suddenly thinking of something, Yang Mucheng said,
How about this? Let me in. If I crack the secret realm of this underground palace, you won't have to be controlled by the owner of this underground palace. And you can leave here?
The Shark King sighed and showed a helpless smile.
My soul mark has been engraved in this underground palace. It is restricted, and I cannot leave this ocean. Even if I want to let you go, I can't. The purpose of that being who captured me and imprisoned me here was to guard this underground palace and kill all the beings who enter the underground palace.
As he said that, the Shark King pointed to the pattern of the word Wang on his forehead and continued.
I have been subject to this. I don't know how many years. If you want to enter the depths of this underground palace, you have to kill me. Otherwise, you have to be killed by me.
Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows and secretly shook his head. He had known for a long time that there would be such a result. After all, how could a being who could create such a huge ocean make such a stupid mistake? Otherwise, it would not be the turn of the tomb explorers to destroy their own tombs. Even the guards, who were imprisoned in the tombs, would tear the entire tomb into pieces.
In this case, the only thing we can do is fight.
Yang Mucheng secretly shook his head. Zheng! As soon as he grabbed it with his right hand, Shen Yuan's sword exploded with a shocking sword energy. At this moment, Yang Muqing's momentum suddenly changed, like a long sword unsheathed.
I hope you won't disappoint me too much.
Seeing Yang Muqing's posture, the Shark King also said calmly,
I have been imprisoned here for so many years, and I only enjoy killing you grave visitors. I wonder how long you can hold on in my hands.
Chapter 2006 Silver Dragon. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the Merman King took a step forward, and immediately the demonic aura that was churning to the extreme swept over him desperately. At the same time, waves were constantly rising on the sea surface at its feet. 1 share, 2 shares, 3 shares. Under each wave of waves, a long figure quickly emerged, and even more quickly, small silver dragons appeared. Each of these little dragons is only 3 to 4 feet long, but their fangs are visible. Their bodies are covered with scales, and their claws are sharp. Zitsidi. Silver dragons rolled up one after another, making sharp neighing sounds, staring directly at Yang Muqing. Looking at Yang Muqing with a smile, the Shark King said, Little boy, these are some gadgets that I have raised in this silver sea over the years. Although they look like real dragons, in fact they are not. They are just a kind of silver dragon. The silver dragons that I nourish with the special techniques of the sharks will become extremely ferocious, and will go crazy when they see a little bit of blood. I hope you will like these guys. Go on. Tear him apart.
After saying that, the Merman King closed his eyes, and quickly waved the trident in his hand.
Wow.
At this moment, it was like opening a floodgate to release water. Silver dragons quickly rose into the sky and fiercely attacked Yang Muqing's position. The speed of each silver dragon was astonishingly fast, like an angry arrow on a bow, or like a series of shocking lightning bolts. They arrived in front of Yang Muqing without even the slightest gap.
What?
Yang Muqing closed his eyes and quickly retreated towards the rear. Boom! The moment he retreated, the hundreds of silver dragons rushed towards him desperately and plunged into the sea where he was previously. That space was completely torn apart on the spot. Shocking explosions continued to resound.
How long can you hide? Hack me.
Seeing how easily Yang Muqing dodged, the Shark King snorted coldly.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
These silver dragons are extremely powerful, and each bombardment can detonate a huge area. Moreover, they carry silver lightning on their bodies, and after attacking, they can turn that area into a thunderstorm. Even if he is hit by any of the silver dragons, even a strong person with ancient cultivation will be seriously injured. Yang Muqing, who was under the attack of the silver dragon, kept dodging quickly, and at the same time, he used void transit to fly away quickly. At this moment, he almost spread his spiritual thoughts to the extreme. He could sense the direction of any silver dragon immediately. Fly by! This area, the entire sea, seemed to have set off a shocking silver lightning.
Snort. Let's see how long you can hide.
With his pupils closed, the Merman King made a seal with his right hand. Suddenly, the silver dragons that were flying and killing suddenly stopped. And then under Yang Muqing's puzzled eyes, they all opened their mouths. That is, Yang Muqing, who was dodging quickly, couldn't help but paused and looked forward in confusion. Then he saw bright and jumping lightning flashing out of the open mouths of the silver dragons. If there was only one flash of lightning, Yang Muqing wouldn't care at all. But this was the lightning erupted by billions of silver dragons. Wow! Just before Yang Muqing could react, he saw the sound of lightning tearing through the void suddenly. Bolts of lightning turned into thousands of terrifying sharp arrows, sweeping in with an extremely horrifying roar. In an instant, they were overwhelming. The crazy sweeping state of this monstrous lightning almost sealed this space, making people feel that there was no way to escape or hide. Since there is no way to avoid or hide, there is no need to hide anymore. Boom! Yang Muqing suddenly stopped and suddenly raised his hands. Although there was nothing in his hands, his heavy posture seemed to be slowly holding up a mountain peak. And at this moment, his surging and rolling inner energy poured out desperately like a flood from a broken embankment, fiercely gathering between his hands. Boom! Following his movements, an extremely huge coercion turned into an invisible ripple and surged rapidly in all directions. What's more, in front of Yang Muqing, a huge vacuum zone was separated. The madly sweeping lightning was quietly extinguished directly under the ripples in an instant.
What?
The Shark King cried out. However, what shocked him even more was that when Yang Muqing's body was filled with shocking inner energy, it transformed into 3 marks at the same time. Exiled murder mark. Destroy the seal. Juhun Tianin. The three seals of heaven, earth, and man that appeared were so powerful that they were almost beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Then he saw Yang Muchung raise his hands and grab them in the air. The three seals of the god of war were already smashed down from the air. Boom! At this moment, it was like a mountain suddenly crashing down, and a terrifying sound of waves suddenly erupted. At this moment, it was even more clearly visible. A golden ripple blasting forward, tearing apart the surrounding space on the spot. Zitzidi. Seeing the golden ripples roaring towards them, the silver dragons immediately let out a cry of terror and fled back desperately. But how could their speed compare to this monstrous golden ripple, which was completely torn apart directly under this golden light? Boom! A golden light flashed, and at this moment, it swept the entire ocean. After the golden light dissipated, the countless silver dragons had been completely killed, and not a single one was left. Seeing this scene, the Merman King's expression suddenly darkened. It seems that I underestimated you. Slowly putting down his hands on his chest, the Shark King looked at Yang Muchung coldly and nodded heavily. With your strength, you are indeed qualified to let me touch it myself. Being able to let me take action is definitely an honor and a regret for you. I wonder if you can survive 3 moves in my hands? Holding the trident tightly, the Merman King slowly exhaled a breath of cold air. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stepped on the soles of his feet and rushed out crazily in the next moment. In an instant, he was already in front of Yang Muchung. His terrifying speed was several times faster than before. Chapter 2007 Liberation. Boom! The Shark King's crazy rushing speed even tore the air apart at this moment. In an instant, they were bombarded in front of Yang Muchung. The moment it rushed in front of Yang Muchung, it slowly raised the trident in its hand, and then slowly smashed towards Yang Muchung's position. Its movements are extremely gentle. It was as if the thing in his hand was not a trident, but a delicate petal. As long as the movement was a little more intense, it would even be completely broken. But when it fell, it seemed to be holding a mountain, with a powerful and violent momentum that was almost irresistible. This weird feeling made Yang Muchung's eyes extremely solemn. Boom! His body swayed, and the inner energy that had exploded wildly before was quickly restrained at this moment. And then it covered his body like a layer of flame. Then, he slowly raised the Xinyuan sword in his hand and moved forward to take it. Seeing that Yang Muchung actually took the initiative to fight with him, a look of disdain flashed in the eyes of the Shaman King. You know, among all the races in the starry sky, although the sharks have always been good at making waves, what others don't know is that their power is equally huge. What's more, it is still a royal family, and its power is unimaginable by ordinary people. Now this kid actually wants to fight against me? But it didn't know that Yang Muchung possessed the 5-element spirit body. And Yang Muchung is also confident that he will not be weaker than his opponent in a confrontation of forces. The attacks from both sides slowly collided. To an outsider, this attack seemed to have no power at all. But in the next moment, a terrifying roar erupted. Terrifying ripples suddenly centered on the two bodies and swept out in all directions. With Yang Muchung in the center, the seawater suddenly collapsed in all directions, forming a huge depression. What? Seeing this scene, the Merman King's eyes flashed with shock. He never expected that Yang Muchung could resist one of his moves. Snort! Second move! He quickly swung the trident in his hand, and the front end of the war halberd danced in a strange arc. Under this arc, there was a strange wind. This gust of wind was invisible and formless, rolling in quickly and quietly covering Yang Muchung's body. At this moment, Yang Muchung felt his body tremble uncontrollably, and then he felt a strange force gathering rapidly, as if a pair of palms quietly grabbed his body, and turned his body towards blast away at the location of the trident. Seeing Yang Muchung, who was involuntarily rising up and heading towards him, a trace of pride flashed in the eyes of the King of Merman. Immediately afterwards, he saw his right hand swinging slowly, grabbing the trident with both hands and stabbing forward. Crash! His movements were different from the previous slowness. Instead, he became extremely fast and violent. When he reached Yang Muchung, he was so fast that it was unimaginable. Let's see how you resist. He looked at Yang Muchung with a sneer. This time, it can be regarded as combining strength and speed and bursting out directly. However, facing the attack from the King of Merman, Yang Muchung had a hint of surprise in his eyes, but he didn't have much reaction. I saw his right hand tumbling, grabbing the Xinyuan sword and slowly slashing forward. Clang! At this moment,
There was a shocking sound of impact. The terrifying power swept across in a horrifying manner.
How can it be?
Feeling the terrifying power coming from the opponent's long sword, the expression of the Merman King suddenly changed. This powerful force was obviously not weaker than himself, and even stronger than himself. With unprecedented shock and fury, the Merman King trembled and involuntarily shot backwards. But Yang Muchung stood still and didn't move. This strength competition between the two sides turned out to be an absolute crushing force.
Is this your true ability?
Yang Muchung looked towards the Shark King.
If that's the case, it will disappoint me.
He shook his head slowly. A disdainful smile appeared on Yang Muchung's lips. To be honest, this Shark King is very powerful. Whether it is the powerful water control technique, the extraordinary strength of one hand, or the billions of silver dragons it raised before, these existences are enough to prevent any warrior from the eternal ancient realm from entering. Even if this Shark King doesn't show his trump card too early, he might even have a chance to fight against a strong man in the One Yuan realm. But unfortunately, he met Yang Muchung. His water control technique had no effect at all in front of Yang Muchung. Although Yang Muchung's Qinglian Terrace could not suppress the entire sea, it would not have any problem suppressing his surrounding area. And the Shark King's terrifying power beyond ordinary people's imagination could not act as a deterrent in the face of Yang Muchung. Because Yang Muchung's 5-element spirit body is even more powerful than the King of Mermen. As for the billions of silver dragons, in Yang Muchung's eyes, if the Merman King is only as strong as this, it is not even as troublesome as these billions of silver dragons.
I do not believe.
Boom! Perhaps it was Yang Muchung's faint smile that greatly stimulated the proud Shark King. The sole of his foot stepped heavily on the ground, and his whole body suddenly and violently rose up, like a dragon out of the sea. In the blink of an eye, in no time, he had already rushed in front of Yang Muchung. At the same time as he took action, the Merman King suddenly turned his hands over, grabbed the trident, and blasted it towards Yang Muchung again. At this moment, it directly blasted out 18 rays of light and shadow. And then when this piece of light and shadow roared down, it merged in a strange posture, and crazily crushed on top of Yang Muchung's head. However, facing this blow, Yang Muchung just swung the Xinyuan sword, slashed forward, and easily blocked it.
What?
Seeing how easily Yang Muchung blocked his attack, the Shark King almost broke his teeth. Extreme anger flashed in its eyes, and its hands were already dancing wildly. At this moment, the entire void was filled with phantoms, and the entire space was suddenly torn apart at this moment.
Dang! Dang! Dang!
But Yang Muchung stood on the spot, with one hand on his back and the other hand holding the Xinyuan sword, and he directly blocked the attack of the Shark King without making a move.
It seems that everything should be over.
Looking at the panting Merman King, Yang Muchung shook his head and said calmly,
Don't worry. I will completely relieve you.
Chapter 2008 Full Suppression. Relief? Yang Muchung's words immediately made the Shaman King tremble suddenly.
I don't believe it.
At this moment, the Shark King was completely angry. It let out a monstrous roar, and the whole person's momentum had exploded to the absolute extreme. The rolling demonic energy boiled and poured into the silver sea. I only heard a vast sound of turbulent waves. And then I saw a huge sea water surging. Wow! Wow! The sea water was vast and shocking. At first, it was just a small water column, and then it became like a growing tree. Under Yang Muchung's surprised eyes, it kept tumbling up and transforming rapidly, and even more so under his eyes. A huge silver dragon formed behind him. This silver dragon, divine dragon, has its head, but not its tail. Its huge body is suspended above the sea. Its body is rolling and surging. It must have dragon horns, dragon scales, dragon whiskers, and fiber patterns.
Roar!
A shocking and turbulent dragon roar erupted directly from the silver dragon's throat. Boom! Then, under the terrifying roar of the dragon, the silver dragon rolled up and crashed down quickly with terrifying pressure, hitting Yang Muchung hard. Woo! This terrifying crushing force caused Yang Muchung's feet to sink into the ground. Looking at the writhing silver dragon, Yang Muchung slowly narrowed his eyes. To know, even if this silver dragon is not strong, it is made of silver water. If the weight of billions of tons hits you directly, it will blow you to pieces in an instant.
Boom!
The moment this silver dragon was formed, it quickly flipped its huge dragon tail, and then slapped it hard towards the sea. A loud sound like rolling thunder was heard. And then the terrifying silver dragon was seen to have transformed into a silver lightning. With a gesture that ripped apart the air, He rushed in front of Yang Muchung in an instant. Wow! The terrifying attack, at this moment, tore open the entire sea surface. With almost no gap, the silver dragon rushed in front of Yang Muchung. And at this moment, it suddenly opened its big mouth, trying to swallow Yang Muchung directly. Go! Yang Muchung closed his eyes and picked up a seal. The next moment, the Green Lotus platform was already rapidly tumbling up and rushing forward fiercely. Get out of here! With a loud shout, Yang Muchung clasped his hands together. His tongue was like a lotus flower, and his voice was like a bell. Big! 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 He shouted in rapid succession. Every time the word big is shouted, the radius of the Green Lotus Terrace will double. However, in just 3 breaths, the Green Lotus Terrace has grown a full 129,000 times larger than before. Even at this moment, this terrifying Qinglian platform was bigger than the entire Silver Dragon. When the Green Lotus platform grew to its extreme, Yang Muchung's hands were clasped together, and he was crushing it downwards. Suddenly, the huge Qinglian Terrace was like a mountain peak, crushing down desperately. Boom! The Silver Dragon, which had almost rushed in front of Yang Muchung, suddenly trembled, lost its balance, and suddenly fell towards the sea. Suppress it! At the same time as he smashed the Silver Dragon down, Yang Muchung took a step forward. He was unyielding, and an earth-shattering aura surged through his body, above the Qinglian platform. At this moment, a dazzling cyan light erupted. Ouch! Feeling that he was about to be suppressed, the Silver Dragon suddenly let out a crazy roar. Boom! Boom! Waves of terrifying loud sounds continued to resound. Immediately afterwards, he saw that the turbulent Silver Dragon was constantly struggling with its body, and the surge of power was tearing this space apart. What? Seeing that his Silver Dragon was about to be suppressed, the Merman King suddenly widened his eyes and cried out. At this moment, it didn't dare to be careless at all, and it also burst out all the demonic energy at the same time. This crazy surging demonic energy was pouring into the Silver Dragon's body all the time. But the speed of the Shark King was still a little slower. Yang Muchung's suppression was like a landslide. Once it started, it was already unstoppable. Boom! Under the incredible gaze of the Merman King, no matter how hard the writhing Silver Dragon struggled, it was still severely suppressed under the sea. Open! While being suppressed, Yang Muchung clasped his hands together and suddenly pressed again. Boom! Suddenly, the green light flashed on the Green Lotus platform. And then, he saw 6 charming lotus flowers slowly growing from the Green Lotus platform. Call! After slowly exhaling a breath, Yang Muchung looked towards the Shark King and said calmly, It seems that you have lost. Yeah. Hearing Yang Muchung's words, the Shark King looked at him with a half-smile. I'm sorry. The Shark Clan has never had the habit of admitting defeat, especially the Royal Clan. Then I can only apologize. Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes, a chill flashing in his eyes. He originally planned to spare him as long as the Shark King gave up. But now that the other party is so reckless, he can only kill him. This Silver Sea is endless, and it has been set up by its owner. No matter how far you go, you will never reach the end. But as soon as you turn back, you will encounter the coast and return to the new shore without flying for long. Come to the position. It's easy to break this formation. The Master's bones are in this sea. As long as you can find his bones and pick up the 4 sea pearls in his hand, you can recover this sea water. The Shark King glanced at Yang Muchung, who had a cold look in his eyes, and said calmly, Yang Muchung couldn't help but be stunned by what the other party said. He didn't know why the other party said this. If you can survive my last blow, you will have a chance to escape from this Silver Sea. You will also have a chance to break this formation. Of course, if you cannot survive this blow, then you will be buried in this sea forever. The Shark King smiled lightly. I saw. As soon as it finished speaking, it suddenly took a deep breath and exhaled hard. Puff! Immediately, it sprayed out a piece of golden blood mist. This blood mist contained infinite demonic power. This was clearly the essence and blood of the Merman King's whole body. The Shark King's body trembled. After spitting out this mouthful of blood, his whole body withered at an extremely fast speed. He looked like a muscular man before, but now he looked like a dry, thin old man. At the same time, the blood mist it sprayed fell even further, and fell under the sea surface suppressed by King Liantai. Chapter 2009 breaks out. This? Seeing the blood essence and blood suddenly spurted out by the Merman King, Yang Muchung suddenly felt an ominous premonition in his heart. However, before he came back to his senses, he saw that the sea surface that he had previously suppressed was boiling crazily in a terrifying manner at this moment. And at the same time, there was a loud and terrifying roar. And this sound is the sound of dragon roar. Boom! A shocking roar resounded crazily, and countless water pillars rolled like explosions in a shocking manner. The power contained in each water column is beyond ordinary and terrifying, as if it can penetrate a powerful man from the ancient realm. Tongue! With almost no hesitation, Yang Muchung quickly shot towards the rear. Boom! The moment he left the place, he saw that the boiling sea had already exploded in an astonishing manner regardless of the situation. At the same time as the explosion, a shining and turbulent light also surged rapidly at this moment. Under the dazzling light, the silver dragon that had been suppressed by Yang Muchung actually emerged directly from the sea and crazily drilled out. Come out! It actually broke free from the crushing force of Qinglian Terrace. Seeing this scene, Yang Muchung couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The silver dragon in front of me is already very different from before. The body that was originally made of silver was actually stained with a terrifying blood color at this moment. The bloody light was constantly tumbling on the silver dragon's body, as if it had transformed into a substantial color. With the appearance of this silver dragon, the green lotus platform that suppressed it was directly blasted away, and the 6 extremely coquettish lotus flowers on the sea were completely torn into pieces at this moment. Yang Muchung frowned as he glanced at the Qinglian Terrace, which had been bombarded back, and even its color had dimmed. Until then, only then did he understand why the Shark King said those words before. It turned out that the Shark King was already determined to die, and it even poured all its blood and essence into the silver dragon. This made the silver dragon possessing far more power than before. He even broke free from the control of his Qinglian Terrace. The Merman King, which spurted blood and essence all over his body, had become extremely withered, and it was obvious that he was hanging there with only his last breath left. Call. Just when Yang Muchung was looking at the silver dragon, no, the change of the blood dragon. When Yang Muchung looked at the Shark King, he only saw the huge blood dragon taking a sudden breath, and his chest was high at this moment, up bulging. At this moment, its belly seemed to have become a huge black hole, and countless wind waves rolled out and converged towards its body. When this airflow reached its peak, the blood dragon suddenly opened its mouth and spat out. Ha! The terrifying tearing sound suddenly resounded rapidly. Immediately afterwards, I saw that the blood dragon actually sprayed out a red wind blade. This wind blade was only the size of a palm at first, but after it flew out, it swelled when the wind hit it. In the blink of an eye, it had increased by hundreds times, thousands of times the terrifying posture, like a shocking sharp blade sweeping across the horizon, sweeping across the sea with an astonishing posture. Wow! A terrifying sound suddenly sounded, and under the terrifying pressure of the bloody wind blade, the entire sea level was suppressed at this moment. What? Seeing the bloody wind blade rushing towards him, Yang Muchung closed his eyes, and with a slight movement of his right hand, a shocking sword light erupted. But under the shocking sword light, the bloody wind blade swept across, which was simply unstoppable. Countless sword blades were completely torn apart at this moment. With a terrifying attitude, he attacked Yang Muchung in an unstoppable manner. Clang! Yang Muchung closed his eyes, swung the Shin Yuan sword and struck directly at the bloody wind blade. There was a sound of metal and stone striking, and the huge wind blade was immediately chopped into pieces. But at the same time, the power poured into the wind blade was unstoppable and swept over, pouring heavily into Yang Muchung's body. On the body. Click! At this moment, Yang Muchung felt that his whole body could not help but erupt into a groaning sound. And then his whole body was suddenly crushed by this terrifying force and lost his balance, swept backwards. What a terrifying burst of power! Narrowing his eyes, Yang Muchung slowly looked forward. But after thinking about it, this is normal. After all, the strength of this silver dragon was already very powerful. Now that it has received the blood essence of the Merman King, its strength will definitely be greatly improved compared to before. Just as Yang Muchung was concentrating, he saw that the silver dragon took a breath again, and then burst out again under Yang Muchung's shocked eyes. Again? Looking at this scene, Yang Muchung's eyes flashed with shock. His arms had just recovered from the terrifying impact before, and this time, the attack was even more terrifying than before. Tongue! The moment the blood dragon opened its mouth, Yang Muchung had already sensed it, and directly used Void Transit to the extreme. Almost at the moment he cast Void Transit, a bloody wind blade was spit out again. This wind blade was even more terrifying than before, as if it were made of blood, and the power poured into it was beyond ordinary terror. Wow! This terrifying blood-colored wind blade whizzed past quickly, splitting the entire sea in half in an instant. The cracked sea surface seems to be divided from it. You can clearly see that the two sides of the cut sea water are as smooth as a mirror. If this wind blade strikes, even the 5 elements spirit body will be cut off directly. Right? Looking at the seawater that slowly recovered after a while, Yang Wuqing's eyes flashed with a hint of extreme shock. The strength of this blood dragon was beyond his imagination.
No wonder.
Slowly exhaling a breath, Yang Mucheng looked at the Shark King standing behind him, and slowly shook his head. No wonder the Shark King said those words before. This blood dragon, which had been filled with all the essence and blood by the King of Mermen, was powerful enough to completely kill him.
Roar!
At this time, the blood dragon roared again. All I could see was that its huge body was constantly surging with a horrifying attitude. Even at this moment, the blood on the body completely erupted, and the already extremely powerful demonic energy boiled up again at this moment with a shocking gesture. Chapter 2010 Beheading.
This.
Seeing the blood dragon's movements, Yang Mucheng slowly narrowed his eyes. Obviously, he knew that the blood dragon in front of him was about to unleash its full strength. If you can withstand the last blow of this blood dragon, there won't be much problem in crossing this silver sea. But if you can't resist it, you may be completely buried in this silver sea like other great visitors.
Boom!
Thinking of this, Yang Mucheng's pupils closed, and his body suddenly trembled, and a shocking and terrifying aura surged through his body. This moment, his whole body's posture, with an unbelievable look, exploded rapidly, reaching the extreme in the blink of an eye.
Roar!
The blood dragon, which was the first to reach the extreme level, already let out a terrifying roar, and quickly sprayed out a bloody blade.
Right.
That's right. It's the blood blade. Under this blow, the blood dragon poured almost all the blood essence and blood from the previous Shark King into this blow. After the terrifying blood blade spit out, the color on the blood dragon's body completely faded on the spot. Even the remaining energy in the body cannot keep it stable. One can imagine. The blood dragon's final terrifying blow was so powerful.
Laugh!
At the moment when the bloody blade struck out, Yang Wuqing's momentum reached its peak. Then, he slowly raised the Xinyuan sword and slashed forward gently. With this sword strike, time seemed to have stopped quietly at this moment with an astonishing gesture. This is the second sword among the 3 swords of reincarnation. The Sword of Rebirth.
Call!
The sword light, which was so weak that it could hardly be seen with the naked eye, quietly slashed down, and under the surprised eyes of the Shark King and Silver Dragon, it quietly hit the Xinyuan sword.
Alas!
Seeing this scene, the Merman King couldn't help but sigh, and a hint of disappointment flashed unabashedly in his eyes. But what happened next was beyond his imagination. In the view of the Shark King, Yang Mucheng, who should have been completely killed by this terrifying blood blade, actually intercepted the attack of the blood blade with such a silent sword gesture. No matter how the bloody blade impacted, it was unable to take another step forward. Immediately afterwards, the power contained in this sword suddenly exploded completely.
What?
As the sword slowly slashed downwards, the incredibly pure blood blade was fragmented and disintegrated crazily in an astonishing manner under a strange and extreme power.
Come!
Under the unbelievable gaze of the Merman King, this huge bloody blade disappeared completely like a bubble quietly.
This.
The Shark King's eyes widened. However, just as he was shocked, he saw that the area covered by Yang Wuqing's sword was not only the bloody blade, but also the huge silver dragon. Squeak! How could the silver dragon, whose strength was already extremely weak due to spitting out all its essence and blood, be able to resist the power of the Sword of Rebirth? The power of the seal formed by the King of Merman on it was completely cut off by this sword. Under the shocked gaze of the Shaman King, the huge silver dragon also disintegrated at the same time and quietly fell onto the sea.
You win!
Looking at the completely disintegrated Xinyuan sword, an indescribable complex expression flashed in the eyes of the King of Merman. Immediately afterwards, his body trembled quietly and completely turned into ashes. Looking at the Merman King disappearing in front of his eyes, Yang Mucheng looked as usual, but there was a hint of admiration in his eyes. Because the strength of this Shark King has won his respect. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Yang Mucheng waved his right hand. Suddenly, 2 rays of light appeared. This is clearly Arsenal and Golden Dragon.
Boss! Owner!
The two people who appeared quickly shouted.
Watch the surroundings for me, and I'll regain my strength.
The battle with the Shaman King had worn it out too much. Especially the last sword made it explode with all its power. There is no telling what will happen in this next piece of Silver Sea, regardless of whether what the Shark King said was true or false. As the saying goes, you must be on guard against others. I still need to be on guard. Maybe there are other traps in this Silver Sea. Present. Yang Muchung then crossed his legs and quietly regained his strength. As for the seawater in this Silver Sea, Yang Muchung also wanted to directly absorb it and use it for his own use. But this piece of seawater is bound by a powerful force. It may be possible to transfer it like the Merman King, but it is not that simple and easy to completely absorb it. While Yang Muchung was practicing, those people outside the underground palace had already rushed into the Silver Sea. The leader is clearly the old weirdo.
Damn it!
Seeing this sea blocking his progress, Old Monster Bai couldn't help but curse secretly.
If I meet that little bastard, I will completely cut him into pieces. Maybe that kid would have died in this Silver Sea long ago,
Lu Wanfeng said harshly. This group of ancestors, without the majestic posture before, have become extremely embarrassed. The strength of the silver wolf they encountered in the underground palace hall simply exceeded their imagination. Especially after killing the ordinary silver dragons. Dozens of silver wolf kings emerged. Many beings were killed on the spot. Fortunately, these people were strong enough to completely kill the silver wolf kings. And they were able to come here, too. Old Monster Bai couldn't help but nodded. The crisis contained in this underground palace is beyond their ordinary imagination. And it is even more powerful to the extreme. That boy's strength and cultivation didn't seem to be too high. How could he survive in this underground palace with ease?
I'm afraid it's not that simple in this seawater. Everyone, be careful.
The old Monster Bai released his spiritual thoughts. But he suddenly discovered that the entire sea seemed to be endless. It was impossible to directly explore how huge this area was with his spiritual thoughts. Hearing the words of old Monster Bai, everyone present couldn't help but feel shocked. They raised their vigilance to the peak, and then quickly moved forward.
Call!
Just as this group of tomb explorers set off, Yang Muchung finally recovered his strength. After taking a look at the endless sea, Yang Muchung slowly narrowed his eyes.
We must find the body of Saint Ancestor Taishu as soon as possible.
Chapter 2011 Divine Sense. The corpse of Taishu Saint Ancestor. Although, Yang Muchung didn't know if what the Shark King said was true. But in that case, he didn't think the Shark King would lie to him. But how could a slave like the Merman King, who was suppressed here, be able to fully explore the mysteries in this underground palace? There may be some things he doesn't know. But for Yang Muchung, this is exactly why he needs to be vigilant. But, with Golden Dragon and Ashian Nu present, even if any existence appears, they can still deal with it. There were quite a few of those 8-clawed monsters before, but they were no match for Golden Dragon and Xenu. That's all. The group of people walked forward again for 3 days. But even so, no body was seen. On the 4th day, after Axian had completely killed an 8-clawed monster, the Golden Dragon suddenly screamed.
Boss, what do you think that is?
Just see. On that calm sea, a small island that was not huge appeared unexpectedly. On the small island, a figure sat impressively. This figure was the body of the Taishu Saint Ancestor they had seen before.
Yes, it's him.
Yang Muchung closed his eyes, not daring to show any signs of neglect. He knows. There is a certain formation set up on this sea. They have been led by the corpse of Taishu Saint Ancestor, and they can't get to the end at all. Moreover, each time this corpse appears, it is very short-lived. If this corpse is not found within this period of time, the other party will disappear again soon.
Quick!
At this moment, even Arsenal reacted. Tongue! In an instant, the three of them turned into a ray of light and headed forward desperately.
Boss, do you think we can find it this time?
The rushing Golden Dragon couldn't help but ask.
I don't know either.
Yang Muchung slowly shook his head. He didn't know it before. But after traveling in this area for such a long time, why didn't he understand that this corpse was actually a formation eye? Only, unlike ordinary formation eyes, the formation eyes of general large formations are fixed in a certain place and will not move at all. But the formation eye of this formation is part of the entire formation. You know, although this formation is simple, you can break it as long as you find the eye of the formation. But this formation eye is constantly moving, making it impossible for you to find its position. Ordinary people are not that fast at all, and can keep up with the speed at which the formation eye appears. I am afraid that I will be led by this formation eye, and will not be able to get out of this silver sea for the rest of my life. Certainly, coupled with the monsters in this silver sea, it is enough to form a killing array, making it impossible for those who enter here to get out of this silver sea. Otherwise, how could Yang Machung not be surprised and shocked when he saw the other party appear again? Boom! As soon as his pupils closed, Yang Muqing's whole body exploded rapidly. His speed reached the extreme at this moment, and he rushed forward desperately. Boom! 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 The calm sea surface was suddenly broken wildly, and two silvery white waves rolled up wildly and desperately. At this moment, Yang Machung almost reached the extreme speed. However, just as he flew in front of this island, a strange force suddenly surged in. This is? Feeling this inexplicable power, Yang Machung could not help but tremble. He only felt that a feeling of being watched by someone slowly emerged from his heart. Feeling this strange power, Yang Machung was about to take precautions when he saw that the originally calm sea suddenly became turbulent. No! I've triggered the formation eye! This astonishing scene made Yang Machung feel moved. Obviously, the owner of this underground palace once set up a formation. Once someone steps into the area where his body is, the entire formation will be activated directly at this moment, used to resist these beings that enter the underground palace. Boom! This terrifying giant wave was almost coming one after another, and the momentum it was building up was even scarier, and more powerful than the previous attacks of the Merman King. From a distance, it looks like a huge mountain. In an instant, it was already crushing everyone, and then broke out desperately. Get out of my way! Yang Machung shouted angrily, raised his right hand, and swatted it forward quickly. His palm burst out with anger, shaking the void. Even at this moment, the entire space collapsed, revealing a huge palm print. Boom! A terrifying loud sound suddenly resounded. Immediately afterwards, he saw that the waves sweeping over in a horrifying manner exploded directly under Yang Muqing's palm. At the moment when this turbulent sea was torn apart, Yang Machung even had the illusion that Taishu's saint ancestor, who had always been sitting on the isolated island, seemed to have opened his eyes at this moment. How is it possible? He has been dead for who knows how long. Shaking his head and sweeping away this ridiculous thought from his mind, Yang Muqing's whole body writhed quickly, and then his inner energy burst out quickly. From a distance, it looked like the flashing lightning had already roared forward. Tongue! However, at the moment when Yang Machung was about to approach the island, the corpse that had been dead for an unknown period of time suddenly trembled, and a terrifying aura suddenly began to stir up. And this aura slowly surged, directly forming a figure under Yang Muqing's incredible gaze. This quietly formed figure is the figure of the Taishu saint ancestor. What? This is? Seeing this figure that suddenly appeared, Yang Muqing's eyes couldn't help but froze. Obviously, he understood that Saint Ancestor Taishu had died a long time ago, and the person who appeared here now was no one else but the powerful spiritual thought left in his broken body. How powerful is his spiritual thought? You have been dead for so many years, and you are still able to condense into shape? Yang Muqing's eyes flashed with shock. No doubt, the other party's mind has no will to live, and has only one thought, which is to kill all intruders. Tongue! Tongue! At this moment, Axianu and Jin Long still rushed to Yang Muqing's side. When they saw the phantom of the spiritual mind that had transformed, they couldn't help but be stunned, with a very troublesome look in their eyes. It seems that just finding the body of Taishu's saint ancestor cannot completely solve this formation. Everyone couldn't help but have such an idea in their minds. Chapter 2012. The sword light is fierce. Even Yang Machung couldn't help but feel some troublesome emotions in his heart when he saw this phantom of spiritual thought. He already knew it. Even if you find the formation eye, you may not be able to crack this formation so easily. Now that I saw the phantom of divine mind, I couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. After all, as long as this figure is defeated, the formation can be broken. I'll stop him! You try to get the pearl of the 4 seas in each other's hands. Yang Machung narrowed his eyes and said slowly, Pearl of the 4 seas? When Jin Long heard this, he couldn't help being stunned. He quickly opened his eyes and looked forward. When I saw this, my eyes suddenly lit up. Only see, the corpse of the Taishu saint ancestor, even though it was dead, was still sitting with its 5 hearts facing the sky. He held his hands empty, and a silver bead slowly floated in the palm of his hand, exuding a strange power and luster. Good! Boom! With a dance of his body, Jin Long suddenly burst out and rushed forward fiercely. It was okay not to move, but the movement seemed to attract the attention of the Holy Ancestor in an instant. He looked at the charging golden dragon with an expressionless face, and with a sudden wave of his right hand, a roaring wind suddenly set off, creating a huge wave that shook the sky, and slapped fiercely towards the golden dragon. And that terrifying giant wave actually transformed into a huge palm during the rolling surge, and then slapped it down heavily.
Holy crap, is this too exaggerated? Is this old man really dead?
Seeing this scene, Jin Long suddenly screamed and retreated towards the rear. Boom! The moment it retreated, it saw the huge palm slapping down heavily. A shocking loud sound resounded crazily, and a terrifying palm print appeared on the huge sea surface immediately under the slap of this palm. The power contained in this palm poured down desperately, creating a deep palm print on the bottom of the sea.
He is indeed dead. But now only this piece of spiritual thought is left. It seems that as long as you get close to this island, you will be attacked by him.
Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes.
I'll catch him.
Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Mucheng took a step forward. Wow! Seemingly feeling the terrifying internal energy surging in Yang Mucheng's body, the Holy Ancestor's spiritual thoughts also became serious. I saw his right hand suddenly grabbing into the void, and then he saw that the seawater outside the isolated island was boiling rapidly at this moment. And then a crisp sword sound resounded, and he saw a sword light. Directly from the seawater the bottom rushes up.
We can't drag it out any longer.
Looking at the posture of Shen Yin, Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. Divine thoughts are immortal. There is no way to get the Four Seas Pearl, let alone crack this wave. Therefore, we can only solve it quickly to avoid wasting too much time. If the time comes and the formation I disappears again, it will not be that easy to break the formation by then. Just when Yang Mucheng was condensing, Holy Ancestor Phantom has already taken action at this moment.
Zheng!
He swung his right hand, and a monstrous sword light suddenly erupted. Infinite sword light, with an attitude of falling stars, crazily crushing over
3 seals of the God of War.
Feeling the power of the opponent's terrifying sword, Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with shock. Although he could easily use Void Transit to avoid this attack, in order to deal with the opponent as quickly as possible, he could only choose to fight head-on. Boom! 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 All of a sudden, this monstrous force swept over crazily with an astonishing gesture, and moved forward desperately. What's shocking is that, under this infinite sword light, the terrifying power that swept out was actually torn apart in an instant by the opponent's terrifying sword light.
What?
Seeing this scene, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but close his eyes. However, he didn't have much time to be shocked. The endless sword light came with a monstrous attitude, crushing it quickly and bombarding Yang Mucheng in the blink of an eye.
Crush it for me!
With a loud roar, Yang Mucheng pinched the 3 seals of the God of War in his hand and swung forward quickly, directly hitting the monstrous sword light. Boom! The inner energy violently bombarded together, and a loud and earth-shattering sound suddenly erupted. The 3 seals of the God of War, which had always been unfavorable, actually exploded completely during this fierce confrontation. At the same time, the power contained in the shattered 3 seals of the God of War swept out in a monstrous manner under the dance of the sword light, and slammed into Yang Mucheng's body. Puff! In this terrifying impact, Yang Mucheng spurted out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards quickly.
Boss!
Jin Long cried out. It just wanted to get involved. But the Holy Ancestor's divine thoughts immediately noticed it. With a wave of his right hand, he directly raised a raging sword light and slashed forward. This swift and violent sword frightened the golden dragon, and he couldn't help but tremble. He went from extreme movement to extreme silence, looking at the frightening sword that passed almost close to the tip of his nose, and looking at the sword that cut the entire sea surface. The golden dragon swallowing uncontrollably. It understands. If this sword hits him, it will be chopped in half in an instant. This scene happened between lightning and flint, but no one expected that the strength of this divine thought would be so powerful. Even at this moment, even Axiana couldn't help but suddenly froze and was frightened. Wow! Looking at Yang Mucheng spitting out a mouthful of blood, the Holy Ancestor's spiritual thoughts still showed no signs of expression. He swung his right hand and slashed out a sharp sword light again.
Zheng!
The sound of swords resounded. A sword light that was denser than before erupted again at this moment, and then headed towards Yang Mucheng's position desperately, crushing him crazily.
Boss! Owner!
Seeing this scene, both Xianu and Jinlong cried out. Boom! Yang Wuqing's eyes flashed with cold light. Facing this unavoidable and inevitable sword, he had no intention of evading it. The 3 seals of the God of War are obviously no longer enough when facing this divine thought. Then, next, he could only use the trick he learned in the ancestral land of the demon clan, the floating seal. Boom! At the moment when the monstrous sword light erupted, Yang Mucheng quickly took a step forward. Although the scene seemed very ordinary, Yang Mucheng felt as if he was standing in the center of the world. Chapter 2013 Pearls of the Four Seas. Boom! At this moment, Yang Mucheng seemed to be standing in the center of the entire world. The infinite aura between heaven and earth, at this moment, rolled towards Yang Mucheng's position in a horrifying manner. Desperately, wow! He clasped his hands together and quickly exploded into the air. The fingers intertwined, and every time they tumbled, an intertwined aura of light arose. As the power surged, these spiritual energies were seen gathering together in an astonishing manner, forming a small seal in front of Yang Mucheng. This is the floating seal, different from the 3 seals of the God of War. The power required by this floating seal is many times higher than the former, and the power is many times more powerful than the former. Zhang! As if feeling the monstrous power erupting from Yang Wuqing's body, the expression of Saint Ancestor's divine mind also changed slightly at this moment. But even then it returned to normal. I saw his right hand flip over quickly, and then he saw the monstrous sword light that exploded, like 10,000 swords uniting into one, merging together quickly, and then blasted towards Yang Mucheng fiercely. At this moment, the floating seal was finally condensed. At the moment when the sword light rushed over, Yang Mucheng quickly used the Fuxing seal and smashed towards the opponent's attack. Boom! A shocking sound of collision and crazy turbulence resounded. Bang! 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 The 2 terrifying forces intertwined wildly, causing the area to explode crazily. In fact, the center where the 2 forces were fighting was constantly twisting in a shocking manner at this moment. What are you still doing? After bombarding the opponent's attack, Yang Mucheng closed his eyes, looked at the dazed Jinlong and Xianu and shouted quickly. The 2 people who heard the shout couldn't help but shuddered. And then they came to their senses. Of course they can see it. Yang Mu became able to resist the opponent and had already unleashed all his strength. Taking advantage of this moment to rush into the isolated island is undoubtedly the most suitable time. Boom! Immediately, Golden Dragon and Ashian Nu were already on the left and right, and they burst into the air quickly, rushing forward with extreme speed. No! Seeing this scene, Shen Yan, who had always been expressionless, finally showed a look of turmoil in his eyes, and even shouted. And because his attention suddenly turned at this moment, Yang Mucheng found the opportunity. Good chance! A divine light flashed in his eyes. Yang Mucheng grabbed the Fuxing seal with his right hand and suddenly crushed it forward. Boom! As the saying goes, defeat is like a mountain falling. Once there is a decline, it will be an avalanche for the Holy Ancestor Divine Mind. It's like a tidal wave that bursts out of a river. No matter how you try to stop it, it's already over, and you can't resist it. Boom! The terrifying sword light, at this moment, was already shattered and exploded on the spot, while blasting the sword light into pieces. The Fuxing seal was crashing down with an indomitable attitude and desperate measures. Boom! There was a loud and shocking sound, and the divine, well that had survived for who knows how many years, was completely exploded on the spot under the crushing force of the floating seal. And with the explosion of spiritual thoughts, the island that had begun to become distorted and blurred, as if it would disappear immediately in the next moment, actually trembled quietly and stopped completely. Everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. It seems, because once Shen Yan dies, this array of eyes will be completely ineffective and will not move again. These divine thoughts! Yang Mucheng looked at the fragments of spiritual thoughts flying in the sky, and his heart suddenly moved. Although these spiritual thoughts belong to Taishu's Saint Ancestor, but after all, this spiritual thought has remained for too long, and the consciousness in the divine thought has long been blurred. Now that it has been broken up by Yang Mucheng, what is left in the spiritual thoughts are the purest fragments of power. He took a deep breath and immediately activated his spiritual thoughts. Immediately, the fragments of spiritual thoughts suspended in the sky turned into whirlpools and continued to rush towards his mind. Certainly, only Yang Mucheng dared to do this. If it were other warriors with slightly inferior divine thoughts, they would probably avoid these divine thoughts. You must know that although this piece of spiritual thought has been completely dispersed, there is still more or less some consciousness of Taishu's saint ancestor remaining in it. If it is invaded by this consciousness, the other party will still be reborn. This is how terrifying it is for strong men of their level. Certainly, if Yang Mucheng is killed, as long as he has a trace of spiritual consciousness left and finds an opportunity, he can be reborn in another place. Although the chance of rebirth through the use of spiritual energy is very small, when many strong men find an opportunity during a battle, they will attack at all costs until the opponent's spiritual energy is completely dispersed, cutting off any possibility of rebirth. It wasn't until the island was completely secured that Jin Long and Axiana landed on this isolated island. This isolated island is not big, and it is inappropriate to even call it an island. It is only a few feet in diameter, and it seems that if there are slightly more people, it will seem a bit crowded. But at this time, they had enough time to take stock of the isolated island in front of them. The entire island is not big. As if there is a mysterious force in this silver sea, the unique space opened up. The things inside can also be seen clearly at a glance. Apart from this corpse, there is nothing else.
This old man refused to live in peace even after he died. He left behind a spiritual thought that almost split me in half.
Recalling the previous scene where he was almost split in half, Jin Long raised his foot angrily and kicked towards the corpse.
Golden Dragon. No!
Yang Mucheng, who was absorbing spiritual thoughts, couldn't help but frown slightly when he saw Jin Long's actions. The other party is a strong one after all. It is too immoral to humiliate the other party's body so casually. But, when the Golden Dragon's foot touched the body of the Holy Ancestor, the body trembled quietly, turned into fly ash on the spot, and disappeared completely.
Damn! You scared me!
Jin Long was speechless.
I thought he came back to life.
Seeing the corpse completely turn into ashes, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but frown. He turned his eyes and looked forward again. Outside the body that had turned into ashes, only the Pearl of the Four Seas was left. This Pearl of the Four Seas did not lose its function as the corpse disappeared and the spiritual thoughts were completely shattered. It was still suspended there at this moment, slightly emitting light, and turbulent with a strange color and light. Chapter 2014 Meeting.
Is this the Pearl of the Four Seas?
Looking at the round bead in front of him, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but narrowed his eyes. If the Shark King hadn't told him in advance, he wouldn't have believed that this bead could control the Silver Sea. However, after all, the existences in this starry sky are ever-changing, and no one dares to be confident that he can control them all. Slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air, Yang Mucheng stretched out his hand to grab the Pearl of the Four Seas. At this time, Axianu and Jin Long couldn't help but be on guard. After all, this is the last area of the entire underground palace, and it must not be that easy to cross. Buzz! The moment Yang Mucheng's finger touched the bead jumped suddenly, and a burst of light suddenly erupted.
Boss!
Jin Long cried out. However, before he finished speaking, he saw the four sea beads rising up and floating in the void. The small beads suddenly began to tremble rapidly, as if there was a black hole hidden in it. Wow! The water that had originally calmed down quickly began to churn at this moment, and continued to surge towards the four sea pearls.
It seems that the Shark King is right. This Pearl of the Four Seas can hold the entire Silver Sea's water.
The endless sea water was churning up like a long whale absorbing water, rushing towards the Pearl of the Four Seas quickly and violently. Along with the sound of the waves, it was even more clearly visible that the sea water under his feet was rapidly decreasing in a manner visible to the naked eye. Obviously, this small bead has an unusually large space inside.
This Silver Sea is too huge. If you want to suck all the seawater into the beads, it won't be that fast. Let's just sit here and recover for a while.
After looking around, Yang Mucheng said calmly, just when the Four Seas Pearl has been activated. Bai Leguai, Lu Wanfeng and others are still trapped in this Silver Sea. There were so many of them that they all gathered together, thus attracting a huge number of eight-clawed monsters. Boom! 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 Waves of earth-shattering collisions resounded crazily, spreading throughout the entire void almost at that moment.
Damn it!
The white old monster made a quick slash and split open a tentacle that was grabbing at him. But the power contained in that tentacle was so huge that it was unimaginable. When it suddenly exploded, it directly knocked him back.
Lao Bai! Save me!
However, when the old monster cut off this tentacle, the others did not have such luck. These eight-clawed monsters are so powerful. I saw one of them being directly grabbed by the tentacles. The whole person was swept away by the tentacles like a wild snake in an instant. And it was suddenly withdrawn. Crackling. A terrible sound was heard suddenly. And all the muscles and bones of the warrior's body were crushed to pieces at this moment. In front of everyone, the ancient warrior was thrown into his mouth on the spot and swallowed like a brittle bone. Everyone watching this scene couldn't help but tremble in their hearts.
Too strong. What kind of monster is this? It's simply impossible to deal with. It's over. We will all be buried here.
Looking around, he was surrounded by these 8-clawed monsters in all directions. Everyone present could not help but have a desperate thought in their hearts. Old Monster By clenched his teeth. He looked at everyone who had completely lost their fighting spirit and shouted quickly.
Don't give up. Everyone. These 8-clawed monsters are not insurmountable. Their biggest weakness is their heads. Everyone. Follow me. And we will fight our way out together. Old Monster By.
At this time, Lu Wanfeng suddenly shouted.
Did you feel that something was wrong?
When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but be stunned and quickly looked around. Just see. Under their feet, the sea water was continuously decreasing downward at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if the tide was ebbing. And at the same time, in this silver sea, the 8-clawed monsters that completely surrounded them all seemed to become particularly frightened at this moment, as if something was about to happen.
What on earth is it? Oh my god! This area of sea water actually retreated on its own?
Look! I just saw that the large area of sea water retreated rapidly in an incredible manner. And then only an extremely thin piece was left. Even the remaining sea water could not hide the 8-clawed monster's figure.
It's like someone is absorbing the water.
The old monster Bai's eyes widened, and he looked in all directions in disbelief. But this scene happened too quickly. And in just a few moments, the entire sea was incredibly and completely dried up. And those 8-clawed monsters, as the sea water dried up, completely turned into fly ash, and disappeared in front of everyone at the same time.
What on earth is it?
Lu Wanfeng looked at the scene in front of him, and couldn't help but ask.
The existence of these 8-clawed monsters should be related to this silver sea. Now that this sea has dried up, they have turned into fly ashes.
The old monster Bai pondered for a moment, and kept looking around.
I always feel that it is strange that this area of seawater has dried up. It is like someone touched some mechanism, causing this area of seawater to dry up.
Hearing what old monster Bai said, everyone present suddenly had such a feeling in their hearts. This sea water dried up so suddenly that it was almost beyond their imagination. So, when old monster Bai said this, everyone immediately became alert.
Hey, that's it?
At this time, another cry came. At this moment, everyone looked forward with strange expressions. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. I saw that the rolling sea water was all rushing in one direction, and all the endless sea water poured into a bead.
That is?
The old monster Bai closed his eyes, and immediately saw Yang Mucheng standing in front of Sahaizu.
This little bastard is actually alive?
A trace of anger flashed in the old monster Bai's eyes. They had so many strong men, and they had a bumpy journey, and many of them died. As a result, such a boy succeeded in reaching the end and even got the beads. Although, old monster Bai didn't know what kind of beads they were. But that bead, which is only half the size of a fist, can hold the water of the entire silver sea. Naturally, this is not an ordinary treasure.
I want that bead!
The old monster Bai closed his eyes and took a step forward. Chapter 2015 Not interested. Boom! The old monster took one step forward, and his whole body was already shooting out like an arrow from a string. In addition, there are no restrictions in this space, so they will naturally not have difficulty moving as before. At this moment, his whole body was shot out to the extreme, and he suddenly appeared on this isolated island. He even grabbed the Four Seas pearl in his hand with a big hand.
What? Where did these guys come from? They actually arrived?
Yang Mucheng, Jin Long, Axianu and others are all meditating to restore their cultivation. He didn't even notice what was going on around him. Now the old monster Bai suddenly appeared. And it wasn't until he snatched away the Four Seas pearl that they realized what they were doing and jumped up. Boom! Boom! And with the appearance of the old monster, Lu Wanfeng and other ancient powerful men also quickly pursued him.
What a boy! I've been hunting geese all my life, but my little goose almost pecked my eyes out.
Old monster Bai clutched the sea-high pearl in his hand and looked at Yang Mucheng in front of him with a sneer on his face.
He actually sneaked in while we were resisting the silver wolf. Old Bai, what are you talking about to this kid? Kill him!
Among the crowd, an ancient warrior shouted. Their lives were hanging by a thread before, almost in despair. Now PlayerUnknown's battleground suddenly became arrogant again, and even believed that those 8-clawed monsters were released by Yang Machung. If it weren't for Yang Machung, they wouldn't have encountered so many difficulties.
Hee hee. Boy, there is a way to heaven if you don't take it. But there is no door to H.L. so you can throw yourself into it.
Lu Wafeng narrowed his eyes and said coldly,
I told you not to enter this underground palace before. But you just didn't listen. Now everything is just asking for trouble. If you take the initiative to hand over the magic weapon you got in the underground palace, maybe we can leave you a full corpse. Yes. Hand over the magic weapon. We walked all the way and didn't find a single treasure. These treasures must have been taken away by this kid. If I hand it over, I'll leave you with a whole body.
Time. Everyone started to drink loudly. After killing Silver Wolf, everyone rushed over immediately. The tombs in the tombs were actually empty, with no trace of any treasures. How could there not be a single decent item in such a huge underground palace? For everyone, it was natural that these items were taken away by Yang Maicheng, who entered the underground palace in advance.
When I entered the underground palace, the tombs were already empty.
Facing everyone scolding and questioning, Yang Wucheng's expression remained as usual, with his hands behind his back, as if the people in front of him were not a group of powerful men from the ancient realm, but some insignificant ants.
There is no magic circle set up to preserve items in this underground palace. Many magic weapons and weapons have been turned into fly ash.
After scanning the crowd lightly, Yang Maicheng spoke slowly. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned when they heard Yang Wucheng's words. Old Monster Bai was even more stunned and said,
Little bastard, do you think we will believe your lies?
Hearing the other party's words, Yang Wucheng's eyes flashed with a chill. But immediately, he sneered, shook his head and said,
Let's not talk about it. There are no items in this underground palace. And I didn't get anything. Even if I got it, why should I hand it over?
Boom! Yang Wucheng's calm words fell on everyone's ears, and they suddenly exploded like thunder. Everyone's eyes widened, and they looked forward with shock and disbelief, looking at this boy who still had a normal expression, and even looked at him with disdain in the face of all the powerful men. Everyone couldn't believe their ears. This kid actually said, even if he got the treasure, why should he hand it over?
You little bastard. You are simply seeking death. You don't even know what the sky is, and the earth is thick. I don't know how lucky you are to be able to make it all the way here alive. But you are going to be completely buried here.
Time. Burst of shouts resounded. All the strongmen present looked at Yang Maicheng angrily. To know, these beings are all the ancestors of the same sect. The ancestors of the family. In the past, everyone who saw them had to behave respectfully. But now this young boy in front of him actually dares to treat them like this?
Old Bai is weird. Right.
However, before anyone could get angry, Yang Maicheng calmly raised his head and looked at the other party.
You stole my Sea High Pearl. I will give you a chance now. If you take out the 4 Seas Pearl for me, maybe I will leave you a whole body. Ha! Leave me the whole body? Who do you think you are?
Hearing Yang Wucheng's words, Old Monster Bai was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. The other strong men also shook their heads.
This kid simply doesn't know how to live or die. How high can his cultivation be?
To deal with such a boy, I can crush him to death with just one finger.
However, amid the laughter of everyone, Yang Maicheng slowly shook his head and sighed.
Tell me, who am I?
You say, who am I? This simple sentence is very powerful. Everyone who was laughing wildly before was suddenly stunned at this moment, and they all closed their mouths in unison. They looked at Yang Maicheng one by one, and then at the Golden Dragon and Axianu beside Yang Maicheng. Suddenly, they seemed to have thought of something, and their expressions became extremely shocked. There was even a hint of trembling in his eyes. Yang Maicheng smiled faintly. With these people's expressions, it was obvious that they had guessed their identities. But there seemed to be only one person present, Old Monster Bai, who had not yet reacted. He laughed angrily, looking at Yang Maicheng as if he were looking at a dead person.
Boy, it seems like the elders in your family didn't tell you what it means to respect teachers and respect the Tao. Before, outside the underground palace, you offended me again and again. I thought you were still young at the time, so I didn't teach you a lesson. But now, you have gone too far, and you actually dare to do this to me.
Say, as the Old Monster Bai spoke, he shook his head slowly, as if he felt sorry for Yang Maicheng. But you are so ignorant that you dare to challenge me. Since you are unwilling to take out the treasure, then I will have to kill you first and then take out the treasure you got from the underground palace.
Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the old monster closed his eyes and took a step forward, quickly forcing himself in front of Yang Mucheng. At the same time, he stretched out his hand to grab Yang Mucheng fiercely. Chapter 2016 Revealing Identity. Boom! The old monster didn't hesitate at all, and he struck quickly. This shocking blow caused a terrifying roar. The terrifying claws were already in front of Yang Mucheng at this moment.
Is it him?
At this moment, everyone present looked sideways, their hearts hanging in their throats at this moment, because they knew that if the opponent could catch this blow, it must be the legendary figure. If you can't catch it, you will naturally be killed on the spot. And the facts prove that everyone is just a false alarm.
It seems that you can't cry without seeing the coffin.
Slowly shaking his head, Yang Mucheng smiled faintly as he looked at the old monster attacking towards him, then raised his fist and waved forward. His punch was light and powerless, as if he was a young man who was unable to resist at the last moment.
Humph! You are about to die, and you still dare to tease me?
Hearing Yang Mucheng's words, old monster his eyes became even more angry. Wow! A vast howling wind sounded regardless of everything. Then he saw that his claws seemed to tear the space apart, and he was in front of Yang Mucheng in an instant.
See how I crush your fist! Boom!
As he spoke, the attacks between the two sides were already violently colliding. Immediately, there was a loud explosion that was so shocking that it was unimaginable. And it exploded violently. An extremely strong wind was incredibly centered on the two of them, and spread rapidly in all directions.
Damn! How is this possible?
The moment the fists met, a shocking force emerged from Yang Mucheng's fist desperately. This power is simply beyond ordinary people's imagination. Click! Even at this moment, Bai Legui could even feel that all the bones in his body were crackling at that moment, making a loud and ear-piercing sound. At the same time, the force that was so powerful that it was difficult to resist surged in desperately and poured into his body.
Puff!
Spurting out a mouthful of blood mist, the old monster flew backwards on the spot like an arrow from a string, drawing an arc in the air and crashing to the ground with a muffled sound.
Come!
Looking at the old monster who fell to the ground, Yang Mucheng shouted softly and hooked his right hand.
What?
The old monster fell to the ground, and before he could recover, he felt a strange force coming in quickly, and his left hand was torn open, and the 4 C's pearl suddenly trembled, turned into a ray of light, and flew into Yang Mucheng's palm.
I entered this underground palace just for the seawater in this bead. How could I allow you to take it away?
Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows slightly, with a sneer flashing in his eyes.
Who are you anyway?
The old monster stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of shock.
You idiot! Haven't you recognized our boss yet?
Jin Long smacked his lips and couldn't help but sigh.
I really don't know if that thing on your neck can really be called a brain. You don't even know my boss. But you still dare to challenge him. And you still dare to steal things from him. You are simply desperate. My master's surname is Yang.
Axiana glanced at old monster coldly and said,
Outside the underground palace, you provoked my master again and again. He didn't want to reveal his identity, so he didn't kill you. But you don't know life and death. You have provoked him again and again. And now you dare to snatch his treasure. Even I can't stand it anymore.
The old monster his eyes were full of shock and disbelief, and his big mouth could almost swallow a fist. He pointed at Yang Mucheng and said in horror,
You are Yang Mucheng. Yes, exactly.
Yang Mucheng put his hands behind his back and nodded lightly. Hisses. Although everyone has already speculated, they still have some expectations in their hearts, hoping that he is fake. But when he admitted it in person, the last glimmer of hope was completely cut off. How could this not shock people? Whether it was old monster Lu Wanfeng, or other eternal powerhouses, the ferocious light in their eyes restrained unconsciously. As the saying goes, one thing brings down another. These arrogant and domineering existences could only become like good babies when they met the even more arrogant and domineering Yang Mucheng. He is a powerful being who dares to confront the 7 clans, and even puts the Yin family in the hands of others. Yang Mucheng's evil reputation has long been spread throughout the starry sky, but no one expected it. How could they not be shocked by how this terrifying being who had a reputation across the sea actually appeared in front of them?
Yang Mucheng, you are so brave.
Tongue! When Bai Legui came back to his senses, the carp stood upright and began to writhe rapidly.
I didn't expect that you would dare to appear here openly. Do you think you can get out of this underground palace alive?
Old Monster Bai glared at Yang Mucheng fiercely, and immediately said to Lu Wanfeng and all the ancient warriors present.
This Yang Mucheng is wanted by the 7 tribes. Now he has appeared here. The 7 clans have promised him a lot of money, and they all want to see him alive and dead. Now this is a good opportunity for us to cling to the 7 clans. His achievements as Yang Mu are considered powerful. How can he compete with so many of me?
Boom! Lang Lang heard what Old Monster Bai said. For a moment, many people present were moved. Of course, Yang Mucheng's reputation is too bad. Previously, he just admitted his identity, which made these people timid and suppressed them. But now the words of encouragement from the old man Bai suddenly made everyone present have another idea.
Yes, no matter how powerful Yang Mucheng is, are we still afraid of him? Including that monster and the ghost maid. There are not only 3 of them, but there are more than 30 of us. More than 10 times more than them. We don't believe that we can't kill them. Although the risks are great, the benefits are equally huge.
Everyone present was moved to know, although their family is considered powerful in this galaxy, compared with the 7 clans, it is as small as ants. Naturally, they also want to curry favor with forces as huge as the 7 clans. But in the eyes of those forces, they are as insignificant as ants. Not worth mentioning at all. Even if they are offered to them, they may not want them. But now, Yang Mucheng appears in this underground palace, which naturally gives them a chance. Chapter 2017. Just you?
Just because you want to deal with me?
Seeing that the warriors in front of him were all hostile to him, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and the contempt in his eyes became more intense.
Yang Mucheng.
Old Monster Bai was also secretly happy to know he is the strongest, and he was also the first to force out Yang Mucheng's identity. In the end, if you want to calculate the credit, his credit will definitely be greater than that of others.
You are too confident. Your cultivation is only in the late eternal stage. But there are 4 people in my late eternal stage here, and my cultivation has reached the peak of the eternal. Everyone who can reach this point has the eternal cultivation. Although our strength is not as good as the 7 tribes, it is enough to make you hateful on the spot.
The old Monster Bai stood up slowly, his eyes full of coldness. He believed that with his ancient peak cultivation level, he would not be afraid of Yang Mucheng at all. The reason why he was punched back by the other party before was because the other party suddenly took action and left him unable to react. But if you fight alone, you may not be inferior to the other party. What's more, he is not the only strong person present.
Act recklessly.
Looking at the warriors in front of him who were eager to try, and even seemed to have seen an opportunity, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, these guys are not even qualified to let him take action.
Golden Dragon. Ashian Nu. I leave it to you two, destroy them all, leaving no one behind. I'll study this pearl of the 4 seas first.
After glancing at Jin Long and Axianu, Yang Mucheng shook his head indifferently, turned around and walked towards the back. For him, the importance of these guys is not even 1/10,000th of that of the pearl of the 4 seas. However, Yang Mucheng's behavior seemed to everyone like he was trying to escape.
Yang Mucheng, don't even think about escaping.
Boom! Seeing that the opportunity to achieve success was placed in front of him, how could Old Monster Bai give up? He roared angrily, and his whole body was already tumbling up, leaping towards Yang Mucheng. And at the same time, he grabbed forward with his right hand. Wow! Now, he had already recognized Yang Mucheng's identity, so he naturally had no reservations. As he flew out, his monstrous inner energy swept across and exploded rapidly. He only heard a loud sound of inner energy surging, and vast turmoil arose. And then, he saw the countless spiritual energy sweeping across. It came and quickly transformed into a huge palm. This palm has a radius of several hundred feet, enough to cover the whole world. It seems that if it is struck down, it can beat the 3 of Yang Mucheng to pieces.
Presumptuous! Even if you are worthy of fighting my master, let me show you your strength.
Axiana has been tolerating the other party for a long time, but now she sees this old white guy provoking them again and again. How can she bear it? Boom! As soon as she finished speaking, she was already on her tiptoes, and her whole body quickly rose into the sky. At the same time, she waved the Xianding war spear in her hand. Only a sharp whistling sound was heard, and then a rolling chill was seen, gathering to the extreme in a gesture visible to the naked eye, and then transformed into a shocking spear, fiercely rushing towards the front.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The two terrifying forces exploded fiercely and collided completely, causing a loud and shocking sound. The invisible storm bombarded the surrounding space with crackling sounds.
Tongue! Tongue!
The two people in the explosion turned into two phantoms and quickly retreated towards the rear. Everyone did not dare to neglect and quickly looked ahead. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but gasp. In this attack, Ashian knew in the late Eternal period actually directly tied with the Bilaguai at the Eternal Peak.
What are you still doing?
Seeing that everyone was still stunned, Old Monster Bai quickly shouted, "Boom! Boom! Boom! Boom!" Everyone who came back to their senses immediately burst out with all their strength, and directly set off rays of light, rushing towards Yang Muqing's position crazily.
Wow!
However, just when everyone was about to rush in front of Yang Muqing, a golden light was passed with an astonishing gesture and slashed out on the spot. This piece of golden light, seen from a distance, is like a terrifying flame burning all over the mountains and plains. In an instant, it has reached the extreme in front of everyone.
This is...
Feeling the terrifying edge of this edge, everyone present had a look of shock in their eyes. Their expressions suddenly changed, and they all retreated towards the back. Boom! Due to the golden light, this space was split into pieces, and the black void appeared in a huge crack. The warriors who had been covered by the golden light and escaped without coming were torn to pieces on the spot by this terrifying golden light.
Hey! Don't forget me!
Seeing the shocked expressions of everyone, Jinlong swaggered forward with a flying dragon halberd and smiled.
If you want to deal with my boss, you have to pass my level.
Hiss. Those warriors who were stopped. You looked at me. I looked at you. You couldn't hide the shock in your eyes. To know. Before this, they had never thought that the strength of Xenu and Jinlong could be so strong, even to the extent that they had to avoid it. But now, they have an arrow on the string and have to take action.
Superior! Since they dare to stop us,
let's hang them all.
Looking at everyone, after seeing the strength of Jinlong and Xianu, everyone hesitated a little, and Old Monster Bai quickly shouted,
"Now we have no retreat. Either we kill them, or they killed us."
The words just fell. The Old Monster Bai had already taken the lead and charged forward. I saw him quickly offering an object from his arms, and the object turned into a golden light, rolled up, and crashed directly towards Arsenal.
Boom!
The two sides collided, and a loud noise erupted. Xiana trembled and couldn't help but retreat back. She narrowed her eyes and looked at the thing that was bombarding her back. Seeing this, he couldn't help but feel horrified. That was actually a huge war drum. When the war drum appears, the Old Monster Bai grabbed it with both hands, and suddenly the world seemed to be split into two halves at this moment. The infinite light split into two strands, and then rolled down and died in his hands. After the light dissipated, the things he held in his hands turned out to be two huge bone hammers. Chapter 2018 Crush.
That's the war drum.
Seeing Old Monster Bai summoning this big drum, everyone present couldn't help but feel shocked.
Old Monster Bai has used all his abilities. We can't hide anything. That's right. As long as we capture Yang Muqing, we will be completely prosperous.
This moment, everyone sacrificed their magic weapons one after another and broke out their own methods. And this time, the Old Monster Bai who summoned the war drum was already facing Xenu again.
Drum?
Xiana's eyes narrowed, looking forward strangely. She had never seen such an unpopular magic weapon. But since the other party took out this war drum while fighting with him, it must be that this existence is definitely not a simple item.
Snort.
Asiana closed his eyes and quickly flipped the Xianing war spear in his hand, blasting forward with extreme speed. At this moment, the surging ghost energy surged desperately, and the ice energy all over the sky gathered together, forming huge vortexes in midair. These whirlpools surged up and quickly formed huge ice cones. Each ice pick is several feet long and exudes a terrifying cold aura. This ultimate ice cone, with hundreds of millions of ice cones, even completely enveloped the void. After reaching the extreme, these countless ice picks, with a sharp whistling sound and a horrifying attitude, fiercely blasted away towards the Old Monster Bai.
Call out.
This terrifying sound of breaking wind even penetrated the air, and in an instant, it had arrived in front of Old Monster Bai. At this time, the Old Monster Bai was standing on the spot, but he had no intention or gesture of trying to dodge. He only saw him grabbing the war hammer with both hands, taking a deep breath, and when this breath reached the extreme, He suddenly lifted the bone hammer in his hand. It crashed down suddenly. Boom! Boom! This burst of very regular beating sound sounded like a violent heartbeat. What's even more shocking is that as the drum sounds, a red light spreads in all directions in an astonishing manner. This piece of light has almost turned into reality, and wherever it passes, the surrounding space is bombarded with crackling sounds. Boom! At the same time as being hit by this halo, the countless ice picks were also bombarded into powder at the same time. What? Arsenal narrowed his eyes. She naturally realized that this was an extremely rare sonic weapon. Compared with ordinary sound waves, it is more fierce and powerful. Boom! Just when Xiannu was concentrating, he could only see that the old monster was already wildly swinging the bone hammer in his hand at this moment, and smashed it down desperately. And a continuous sound erupted immediately. Every drum beat sounded, causing earth-shattering ripples. These endless ripples were like seawater, wave after wave, desperately sweeping towards the location of Xiannu. Click! 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 Wherever the sound wave passed, it even bombarded and distorted the surrounding space. Looking at the sonic waves that were coming, Xiannu slowly exhaled a breath. She quickly took out the dragon summoning flute from her arms, and then blew it slowly. To know, the function of the dragon summoning flute is not only to become an independent space for the bone dragon to live in, but it is also a sonic weapon. A crisp and melodious flute sound quietly resounded. Suddenly, there was a rapid tremor in the void, and the sound waves turbulent and transformed, forming trembling ripples. Every note formed a huge sound blade at this moment, striking hard towards the halo in front. Bang! 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 The attacks between the two sides immediately clashed wildly, and each impact erupted with a loud trembling sound. The collision of sound wave ripples and power caused chaos in the entire void. Certainly, the scene where the Golden Dragon fought with some other warriors was much more ferocious. Sound wave attacks are originally a very unpopular type, and not all warriors can master them. Most people are more accustomed to fighting with real swords and guns. It is precisely because of this reason that Jin Long fights more fiercely with other warriors. Lu Wafeng was the sword, and the other warriors used knives, sticks, and axes. At this moment, they poured all their inner energy into their martial arts, and completely erupted into a rain of swords and lights that filled the sky and earth, sweeping directly towards the Golden Dragon, facing everyone's attacks. The Golden Dragon sneered, and it directly burst out with surging demonic energy. It swung the dragon's halberd and swung it out with extreme force. Only a dazzling cold light was seen, and the billowing demonic energy turned into a monstrous war light, sweeping out desperately and bombarding away fiercely. This moment, the sky was filled with the sound of fierce explosions, and the people who were originally crushing towards the Golden Dragon were immediately thrown away by the shocking explosion. This demonic dragon is too powerful. Although the warriors of the Eternal Realm who fought against the Golden Dragon had an absolute advantage in numbers, they were no match for the Golden Dragon. Instead, they were suppressed by him. Roar! The Golden Dragon, which had risen from the battle, let out a roar, and directly transformed into its own body. The huge dragon tail suddenly flicked, bringing up a rushing wind. Under this sudden attack, the warriors who were approaching again were thrown away on the spot. Ha! You guys can't even beat me! How dare you challenge my boss? The Golden Dragon laughed loudly and burst out with billowing demonic energy, which immediately turned into a golden light. He rushed out with great speed, opened his big mouth, and rushed towards the group of warriors. Boom! Boom! The terrifying rushing wind caused the air to tear apart. The turbulent demonic energy swept towards the surroundings, bombarding the earth with cracks riddled with holes. Seeing this scene, the warriors present all retreated towards the surroundings with horrified expressions on their faces. One of the warriors, who moved slower, was directly swallowed by the Golden Dragon, and he didn't even have time to scream. Boom! After swallowing a warrior, the Golden Dragon's claws quickly formed a mark in front of its body, and the pure demonic energy in its body swept out directly, as if a golden flame was boiling over its entire body. Then, this extremely pure demonic energy transformed into endless lightning on the spot, pouring down desperately with a thunderous attitude. And Yang Mucheng, he just glanced at the situation on the battlefield, then sat down calmly and concentrated on studying the Four Seas Pearl in his hand. Chapter 2019 Swallow. This Four Seas Pearl is only the size of a fist. It looks like a night pearl from a distance, but in fact it is a magic weapon with a huge internal space. Yang Mucheng studied it for a moment,
feeling a little regretful. He originally thought that this bead had other functions, but unfortunately it only had the function of containing seawater. Moreover, because it contained too much of the entire seawater, the 4 sea pearls were actually cracked by the silver water.
What a pity. If this bead is not damaged, it can be used to hold seawater in the future. When it encounters an enemy, it will release seawater directly like black scales.
Even if it has not been tempered, the weight of seawater alone is enough to kill a Tai warrior.
Secretly shaking his head, now that this idea has been given up, Yang Ma-chung can only choose to absorb the silver water in the 4 seas pearl. Otherwise, once the 4 seas pearl is exploded, it will be irreversible, and even he will not be able to save it. After taking a look at the people fighting, Yang Ma-chung secretly calmed down. Arsenal and Golden Dragon are enough to deal with these guys.
Drink.
He quickly formed a seal Ju with his right hand. Suddenly, silver light emitted from the 4 sea beads. The sea water in the space of the beads suddenly stirred into a turbulent sea, and at the same time it was transformed into pure water energy. Yang Ma-chung opened his mouth and swallowed the water energy directly into his belly.
This time there is no pain like before.
Yang Ma-chung thought secretly. To know, the biggest obstacle to the cultivation of the 5 elements spiritual body is not the various resources required by the 5 elements spiritual body, but the physical pain caused by practicing the exercises. That kind of pain is equivalent to tearing the body apart completely and forging it again. And as the cultivation level improves, the level of pain will continue to increase. In fact, this feeling will spread to the depths of the soul. Even cutting off the perception of the body cannot stop this pain. However, now that Yang Ma-chung has cultivated 3 of the 5 elements spiritual body to the great perfection, when he practices it again this time, it is not as painful as before. After being stunned for a moment, Yang Ma-chung came back to his senses. Since there is no such pain, then my practice no longer needs to be as cautious as before. With his current cultivation level in the late eternal period, he can also practice wildly and wildly.
Rise.
Thinking of this, he made a seal Ju with his right hand, and suddenly the vast water energy surged up in an astonishing manner, desperately surging. And at this moment, Yang Ma-chung was sucked into it like a whale sucking water. Swallow it into your belly like crazy. As this pure water energy poured into Yang Ma-chung's belly, it continued to sweep towards his limbs and bones. His meridians are like rivers, which are constantly being poured into by these pure water energy. After going through a big cycle of the body, they return to the dantian again, and with the surge of energy, it is washing the body over and over again, washing away the impurities contained in the body side by side. Although Yang Ma-chung didn't seem to be moving, it could be seen that his body was constantly improving with an astonishing change at this moment. The muscles on the body become more symmetrical, and the bones of the limbs become more crystal clear. The body of the white tiger, one of the 5 element spirits, does not have as huge an increase in strength, defense, and speed as the other ones, but its only advantage is that it is enough to connect the other 4. As the saying goes, the 5 elements cycle, mutually reinforcing and inhibiting each other, and each one is indispensable. But after a while, the silver water in the entire sea pearl had been completely swallowed by Yang Ma-chung, and they all transformed into the purest water energy, existing in Yang Ma-chung's limbs and bones. Now, he just stood there motionless, and the vast energy and blood in his body were surging to the extreme like waves of sea water.
Finally all absorbed.
Slowly opening his eyes, Yang Ma-chung exhaled a breath of thick air. But, today, his white tiger body is still at the level of Dishang, and has not yet reached Dzogchen. This is because, although he swallowed all the seawater into his belly, he did not fully absorb it. To absorb it, it will take at least a while and a long period of retreat. But today's situation is obviously not suitable.
It's not finished yet?
Yang Ma-chung slowly raised his head and looked at the battlefield ahead. Although Axianu and Jin Long blocked everyone's steps, gradually, the other party also figured out their methods. Although Bai Leguai and Lu Wanfeng, these ancient powerful beings, are not very powerful beings. They are also old monsters who have lived for countless years in this starry sky.
How could there be no trump card? Like the white old monster. Even after he took out the war drum, he was unable to stop Arsenal. On the contrary, it was Arsenal's attacks that kept approaching, leaving him with no means. There were even several times when we almost killed it. The old monster Bai was forced to have no choice but to take out an unknown heart from his arms and seal it directly into the war drum using a secret method. After the war drum had an extra heart, it immediately seemed to come alive. With the beating of the old monster Bai's war drum, it started beating independently. Every time it resounds, it will cause an exciting sound, accompanied by harsh sound waves. It was like two ancient peak powerhouses teaming up to deal with Axianu. So at this moment, they suppressed Axianu alive. As for Jin Long, all kinds of methods were used. Whether it was Lu Wanfeng or everyone else present, they all took out the bottom cards they had obtained in the starry sky and sacrificed them all on the spot. If the golden dragon hadn't had a turtle SHL for protection, it might have been defeated by everyone long ago. But even so, Jin Long still managed to kill 4 or 5 people, fighting back and forth with the opponent, not giving in too much.
Not good!
The old monster Bai beat a war drum, and the erupting halo of sound waves directly pushed back the oncoming Axianu. However, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly discovered that Yang Mucheng, who was sitting on the isolated island, was actually opening his eyes at this moment. Open your eyes. This scene made his expression change drastically. With so many of them, against Jin Long and Axianu, they were able to suppress each other. Now, if Yang Mucheng joins the battlefield, wouldn't it be that the balance of victory will undoubtedly pour towards the other side? Thinking of this, old monster Bai made a seal Ju with his right hand. Then, he took a deep breath and exhaled suddenly and forcefully. Suddenly, a spurt of blood mist fell directly on the war drum. The white old monster who spurted out this blood suddenly felt like a balloon that had been popped, and his aura dropped to the extreme. But there was a weird smile on his face. Chapter 2020 Han Yuan Jinping.
This is?
Axianu, who was trembling with old monster Bai, suddenly didn't see the other party's actions, and couldn't help but feel shocked. Of course she knows. This is a certain secret method used by the opponent, which can increase the attack method to a certain height in a short period of time. Therefore, without any hesitation, Axianu immediately let out a cooing sound, and his whole body roared out, turned into a ray of light, and attacked crazily towards the old monster Bai.
Zheng!
The rapid impact caused the entire space to emit a sharp roar at this moment. The ghostly ghost energy rapidly turbulent and transformed into an extreme cold mist, and then continued to gather together, forming a terrifying war gun that was tens of thousands of feet long outside of Axianu's body. Then, the moment the battle spear was formed, it shot out quickly and swept forward fiercely. Wherever the war gun passed, the extreme chill surged desperately, and then froze the space in all directions. However, just as Axianu fired this shocking blow, the old monster Bai still didn't move at all. He was standing there, looking at Axianu, who made the move with a solemn face.
Boom!
Just when this terrifying attack was about to hit him, a shocking eagle cry rose into the sky. Immediately afterwards, this terrifying eagle cry transformed into a sound wave visible to the naked eye, and then surged in all directions. The war gun bombarded the sound wave, as if it had hit an invisible wall, and was actually blocked, unable to move forward one step further.
Snort!
Old monster Bai looked at this scene and smiled coldly. To know, at this moment, his heart was almost bleeding. The heart sealed in the war drum is the heart of Han Yuan Jinping, the great celestial demon in the ancient realm. In order to hunt down this big demon, he spent a full 120 years. After getting this heart, he practiced it with secret techniques. So even though more than 1,000 years have passed, this heart can not only continue to beat, but also become more and more powerful. Now, in order to kill Axianu, he almost unleashed all the potential in this heart at once. When this potential is completely exhausted, this heart will completely turn into ashes. But, when he thought of being able to completely kill Axianu, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. As long as Yang Mucheng is captured, no matter how huge the loss is, as long as he can establish a relationship with the 7 tribes, it will be enough to make up for his losses. Thinking of this, he looked forward with a sneer on his face. Waves of sounds resounded loudly. Under the sonic halo, the battle spear transformed by Axianu was less than an inch away from the old monster, but it was unable to move forward at all. Moreover, under the bombardment of this force, the war gun continued to disintegrate and turned into ice powder.
What?
Seeing this scene, Arsenal's eyes flashed with shock.
I don't believe it!
Boom! Letting out a low roar, she desperately poured out all her strength. The ghostly aura, with an earth-shattering gesture, rolled away like surging seawater and poured directly into the battle gun. Suddenly, the power of this stormy wave made the surrounding space seem to be completely frozen at this moment. Even, looking up, This space was covered with dense frost.
Humph. You want to smash my attack? This is an attack that uses the power accumulated by the Hun Yuan Jinping for thousands of years to burst out at once.
Seeing that Axianu also exploded with all his power at this moment, Old Monster Bai had a look of disdain in his eyes. Then, at the same time, he took a deep breath, quickly grasped the warhammer in his hand, and smashed it hard towards the war drum.
Boom!
A dull and terrifying sound resounded quickly and suddenly, and a burst of shocking drums broke out. Under the sound of the drum, I saw that the war drum was at this moment, and the eagle's cry erupted even more impressively. In the infinite light, a golden-winged rock with incomparable power spread its wings at this moment. Following the appearance of the golden-winged rock, one could see that shocking power rapidly spreading in all directions.
Clang!
The shocking sound resounded rapidly. Immediately afterwards, he saw that the ice gun transformed by Ashian Nu completely exploded at this moment. At the same time, the ultimate light, like a tide, rolled towards Arsenal desperately and swept away.
What?
Seeing this scene, Yang Muchung couldn't help but shrink his eyes. He could naturally feel the powerful power contained in the war drum. With Arsenal's current strength, there was no way he could withstand the extreme power unleashed by the opponent's full blow.
Tongue!
When he frowned slightly, he took a quick step forward, and the tide disappeared in place. And when he reappeared, he was already next to Arsenal.
How dare you interfere? If that's the case, then I will kill you too. Anyway, the 7 tribes want to arrest you, but they don't care whether you live or die.
Seeing that Yang Muchung dared to appear, Old Monster Bai's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. He grasped the warhammer with both hands and took a deep breath. The internal energy rolling through his body was already pouring into his hands desperately at this moment. Under the injection of this pure power, the warhammer in Bai Legwai's hand even became golden light surging and shining at this moment. Obviously, he put all his power into this warhammer. Then I saw that in this piece of golden light, the Old Monster Bai's hand seemed to be grasping not a warhammer, but 2 mountain peaks. And then with an awe-inspiring gesture, he smashed down hard, with a heavy bang, on top of warhammer.
Groan!
The shocking eagle cry suddenly rose up in a horrifying manner at this moment. Immediately afterwards, in the flash of light, the flying Hun Yuan Jinping condensed into substance under this rolling internal energy, and then moved towards Yang Muchung desperately, with a particularly shocking attitude, sweeping towards Arsenal.
Groan!
The ultimate eagle cry resounded. In that dazzling golden light, Hun Yuan Jinping was like a great celestial demon reborn in the ancient world. It roared towards the position of Yang Muchung, and without even the slightest distance, it had already arrived in front of Yang Muchung. Open your big mouth as if you want to swallow it in one bite. Looking at this Hun Yuan golden rock, Yang Muchung's eyes flashed with a trace of ridicule. Chapter 2021 comes out. During the battle in the underground palace, at the same time, there was a state of solemnity outside the underground palace. After everyone entered the underground palace that originally had its door open was quietly closed under a mysterious force. No matter how hard everyone tried, they could not open the door. Even people from the 7 clans couldn't open it. A strange treasure was born, and silver light exploded. It attracted all the galaxies here, not to mention the 7 tribes that blocked the starry sky.
So, someone has already entered.
Nandong Tianwu clasped his hands behind his back and squinted at the underground palace suspended in midair.
Yes.
Bai Yang nodded respectfully. Not to mention him, even Bai Jie, the unruly eldest daughter of the Bai family, trembled with fright after learning that the other party was from the Nangong clan and restrained herself honestly.
This underground palace has been around for 7 days in total. In addition to our ancestors of the Bai family, the Lu family, and the ancestors of other families in this starry sky have also entered. Maybe it will come out soon,
Bai Yang said softly.
If you want the treasure in the underground palace, all you need to do is ask. Humph. It's a joke. The Nangong clan, don't have any kind of treasure. Is it possible that I can still snatch it from clans like yours?
Nandong Tianwu snorted coldly. He led people to search in this starry sky, and also saw the shining white light. So he came to pursue it and take a look. Unexpectedly, it was just an underground palace. However, he did not forget to pursue Yang Muchung's actions, but immediately started searching in this galaxy.
Yes! 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 You are right to teach me a lesson.
Bai Yang nodded respectfully. The aura of the being in front of him was simply more terrifying and vast than the aura of their ancestor. It even made him stand in front of him, as if he was being suppressed by a mountain peak.
By the way, your Bai family is considered a local leader in this galaxy. I wonder if you have ever seen a young man, a ghost woman, and a demon dragon?
Nandong Tianwu asked lightly.
No.
Bai Yang shook his head quickly. But he thought of something else and stopped talking.
However, 7 days ago, a young man entered this underground palace with a ghost maid. As for the demon dragon you mentioned, we did not see it.
Oh! After hearing what the other party said, Nandong Tianwu, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped. Nowadays, the 7 tribes would rather kill the wrong person than let them go. Although there were some discrepancies with the information, he still chose to stop.
In that case, I will wait here for a few more days.
Bai Jia was startled when she heard Nandong Tianwu's words. However, no matter how courageous she was, she did not dare to go straight to Nandong Tianwu to find out what was going on. She could only cautiously ask Bai Yang at the side.
Brother, who is this? Who actually asked people from the Nandong clan to hunt down him?
Bai Yang shook his head and sighed.
Little sister, you are a girl from my Bai family. Even if you are in the boudoir, you must know about this starry sky. Otherwise, if word spreads, others will laugh at our Bai family. This man is not only wanted by the Nandong clan, but all 7 clans are looking for him in the starry sky. They want to see him alive. And they want to see his body dead?
Bai Jia was startled and said quickly.
Is there such a thing? Whose name is that person? What did he do to make the 7 tribes pursue him so desperately? His name is Yang Mucheng. And what he has done can make the entire starry sky tremble if word spreads about it. He wiped out a branch of the Nandong clan, and also wiped out all the younger generations of the Yin family.
Every time Bai Yang said something, Bai Jia's eyes couldn't help but widen a little, and she even cried out at the end. This is really terrible. Simply incredible. After concentrating for a moment, Bai Jia suddenly thought of something and said quickly.
In other words, the Nandong clan thinks that Yang Mucheng entered the underground palace? But the person who entered the underground palace was just that young boy.
In Bai Jia's view, Yang Mucheng and Axianu, who had entered the underground palace before, were simply out of reach of the existence Bai Yang said.
You don't understand. Nowadays, the 7 tribes would rather kill than this.
Bai Yang shook his head.
However, in my opinion, that little brother may not be able to come back alive after entering this underground palace. Yes.
Bai Jia nodded subconsciously. Exactly. When everyone entered the underground palace earlier, they were greeted by a large group of silver wolves. Some beings with low strength were frightened and ran away. The remaining people wanted to go in, but they couldn't. So the door to the underground palace was closed directly. In their opinion, only ancestors like Lu Wanfeng and Old Monster Bai could come out alive. With Yang Mucheng's level of cultivation, he might have been directly killed among the group where the silver wolf appeared. Maybe even no bones left.
Look!
At this moment, a burst of exclamation sounded. For a moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on this moment, and they couldn't help but look towards the sky. I saw. At this moment, the huge underground palace started to violently turbulent in an inexplicable manner. An uncontrollable strong wind could not help but emerge from the underground palace. It seemed as if something was about to emerge from the underground palace. At this moment, it caused the underground palace to tremble crazily.
Boom!
Just when everyone's eyes were looking towards the sky, a dull loud sound suddenly sounded. Then he saw that the closed door was suddenly blasted open at this moment. And from the open door, a figure flew out quickly. This figure hit the ground heavily, and even made a huge pit in the entire earth.
That is?
At this moment, everyone's eyes were looking towards the position where the figure fell. This didn't seem to matter, but they couldn't help but take a breath of air.
Ancestor!
Bai Jia and Bai Yang even screamed out loud. Only see. The being blasted out of the underground palace was the ancestor of their Bai family.
Puff!
The old monster stood up tremblingly. Before he could make any move, he spat out a mouthful of blood and hit one knee heavily on the ground. At this moment, he slowly raised his head and looked into the underground palace with shock on his face, his eyes full of horror. Following the gaze of old monster Bai, everyone looked curiously towards the underground palace at this moment. Even Nandong Tianwu couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Chapter 2022, Scared Off. To know. With this posture of the old monster, it was obvious that he was blasted out of the underground palace by some existence. Could it be that there is some terrible existence hidden in this underground palace? Think of this. Many people couldn't help but swallow their saliva and retreated towards the rear. However, in the underground palace that everyone was looking at, the door was shrouded in dust and figures were flickering. Immediately afterwards, under the incredible gazes, one could see the ancestors slowly retreating towards the rear. Like the white old monster, they had a look of incredible horror on their faces.
What exactly is it? Could it be that there is something terrible in this underground palace? So many ancestors have been scared away. Could it be some ancient beast?
Snapped, snapped, snapped. However, in the underground palace with the door open, there was a crisp sound of footsteps. When that figure appeared in front of everyone, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes.
How can it be? This, just a teenager?
The existence that came out of the underground palace was not an extremely terrifying beast as everyone imagined. But on the contrary, it was a handsome young man. He had his hands behind his back, a smile on his face, and a look of harmlessness. Next to him was a golden demon dragon, and a ghost maid who was as beautiful as a fairy.
It's him!
Bai Jia and Bai Yang both opened their eyes in disbelief. You know, in their opinion, with the opponent's level of cultivation, if he entered the underground palace, he would have been killed by the silver wolf long ago.
Look, the ancestors seem to be very afraid of him. Is this kid more terrifying than some ancient beast?
Everyone looked forward one after another. However, what shocked them was that the expressions of the ancestors were all frightened. In the eyes of everyone, the harmless young man was more terrifying than the giant beasts of the ancient times.
Now, are you still thinking about arresting me?
Yang Mucheng stood at the door of the underground palace, smiling with his hands behind his back. Boom! After he said these words, the surrounding area was completely exploded. If they can't figure out the identity of the young man in front of them now, then they are simply idiots.
Yang Mucheng, I don't believe I can't deal with you.
The white old monster's eyes were blood red, as if they were stained with blood. He stared at Yang Mucheng and sprayed out a mouthful of blood mist again. This time, the blood mist was even white. As the essence and blood spurted out, he seemed to have aged dozens of years in an instant. And all the muscles in his body were withered, and only a mummy remained. But in this mouthful of blood, the huge Hun Yuan Jinping screamed loudly, as if it had transformed into the ultimate form. A surging demonic energy swept out of its body quickly and desperately.
Groan!
Amidst the sharp whistling sound, Hun Yuan Jinping suddenly spread its wings. The moment the wings spread out, they seemed to cover the entire sky. The swaying hurricane made everyone around them stagger uncontrollably and sway left and right.
Tongue!
Then, this terrifying Hun Yuan Jinping was swept up by a shocking wind, and it was crushing forward desperately, towards the position where Yang Mucheng was. Boom! 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 The earth-shattering wind brought by the wings of the Hun Yuan Golden Peng shredded the surrounding world into pieces. It was like a golden lightning, and it rushed in front of Yang Mucheng at a faster and more terrifying speed than before.
Snort!
Looking at the scene, Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with disdain. He shook his head slowly, looking at old Monster Bai as if he was looking at a dead man.
Even you want to compete with me? In that case, let me show you how powerful I am.
Finished, Yang Mucheng took a step forward. At this moment, his whole aura had reached its peak. Immediately afterwards, he saw him raising his hand and slashing downwards quickly.
Shung!
A crisp sword sound resounded loudly. Immediately afterwards, he saw an extremely bright sword light slashing down crazily in an earth-shattering manner.
Squeak!
In an instant, this piece of void was shattered into pieces, and the Hun Yuan Golden Rock, which spread its wings and flew together, was also quietly cut into two pieces under this terrifying sword and under the shocked eyes of countless people. Under the incredible eyes, it was like a bubble, generally, disappear quietly. What? Seeing this scene, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. However, the power of this sword has not stopped yet. All I saw was that it went straight down and hit the old monster Bai directly. The terrifying sword energy completely strangled him at this moment. Even this sword left a terrifying sword mark on the ground. Quiet. There was deathly silence all around, and everyone stared at the young man standing in front of the underground palace gate in stunned silence. In addition to shock, there was only fear in their eyes. Although, they had already learned the identity of the other party from old Monster Bai. But there is always some doubt in my mind. However, now that he saw that the other party just slashed like this casually, he brought out such a terrifying sword light and killed both Hun Yuan Jinping and Bai Leiguai. Besides Yang Mucheng, which other young man could possess this kind of strength?
Is he really Yang Mucheng?
Seeing that her ancestor was killed with a single sword, and even the bones were completely minced. Bai Jia looked at Yang Mucheng with only horror in her eyes. When she thought of the way she treated Yang Mucheng before, she couldn't help but tremble. Fortunately, I still look complacent and self-respecting in front of the other party. Now it seems that I am just an ant in the eyes of the other party. If you want, you can easily pinch yourself to death.
Yes!
Bai Yang couldn't help but nodded and swallowed. He actually peeked at the other woman, and he had shown this intention more than once. Looking back now, he realized that he was simply seeking death. As long as the opponent is willing, even if it is just 2 fingers, he can crush him to death. His eyes turned. Boom! As Yang Mucheng glanced at the position, Lu Wanfeng and others turned pale with fear and quickly retreated towards the rear. Even the most powerful Bai Leguai among them couldn't resist Yang Mucheng's casual slash. This was really terrifying. Chapter 2023 Beheading.
Yang Mucheng!
At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from one side. The person who spoke was none other than Nandong Tianwu. He looked at the young man standing outside the underground palace, his eyes full of shock and disbelief. He had never met Yang Mucheng, and he was responsible for arresting Yang Mucheng, and he was only following orders. But he never expected that this kid would appear in front of him.
I didn't expect that you would dare to show up so arrogantly. The feud that destroyed a branch of our Nandong clan will be completely ended here today.
Boom! Nandong Tianwu's words immediately gave everyone present an inexplicable sense of security. Everyone who was originally trembling in their hearts had a bright light flashing in their eyes. Yes! The warriors of the Nandong clan are here. What else do they need to be afraid of? No matter how powerful the opponent is it possible that the Nandong clan can still be easily dealt with?
Yang Mucheng, you are so brave. You actually dared to kill our ancestor of the Bai family. Our Bai family will never let you go.
Seeing Nandong Tianwu beside him, Bai Jia suddenly seemed to have found someone to support him, and immediately started scolding him.
Just your Bai family?
When Yang Mucheng heard this, he raised his brows, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. Even the ancestors of the Bai family were killed by him. Is it possible that these younger generations still dare to act arrogantly in front of him? As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Mucheng waved his right hand and struck forward. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying force crazily crushed down in a horrifying manner. As soon as Bai Jia finished speaking, she felt a shocking force, crushing down quickly with an absolute gesture.
As members of the Nandong clan are here, is it your turn to act arrogantly here?
Seeing Yang Mucheng take action, Nandong Tianwu snorted coldly and waved his right hand. Wow! He only heard the sound of an extremely powerful wind, which resounded rapidly, and then he saw that the monstrous wind swept out quickly and violently, and surged forward. Boom! The 2 invisible forces collided fiercely, and a loud and shocking sound suddenly erupted. Under the air wave of the explosion, everyone around him was immediately knocked over, and everyone was shot back one after another and fell hard to the ground.
Irrelevant people! Get out of here quickly! We, the Nandong clan, have closed down this planet.
After casually blocking Yang Mucheng's attack, Nandong Tianwu shouted coldly. Time. Everyone present trembled in fright, especially the Bai Jia brother and sister. Their faces were extremely pale. To know, as the elder of the Nandong clan, Nandong Tianwu would not care about the life and death of others. But if Yang Mucheng dared to kill someone in front of him, it would not only be a slap in his face, but also a slap in the face of the Nandong family.
Ha ha! The Nandong clan is so grand!
Looking at Yang Mucheng, who was about to close the field and kill himself, he sneered and looked at Nandong Tianwu.
To this day, no one has ever been able to stop me from killing someone.
Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Mucheng took one step forward and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already above the Bai Jia brothers and sisters. And then he raised his right hand and shot downward again.
Boom!
Yang Mucheng just waved his hand casually before, but now he has murderous intent. Only a crackling sound was heard, and the Bai Jia brother and sister were crushed by this terrible blow, and their whole bodies exploded. With just a dong sound, the entire land was completely sunken, revealing a terrifying palm print.
Damn it!
Looking at the Bai Jia brother and sister who were killed by the bombardment, Nandong Tianwu's eyes flashed with anger. He had already saved the brother and sister once, but Yang Mucheng still killed them in front of him. This made Nandong Tianwu, who always kept his word no matter in the family or in the outside world, extremely furious.
Those people who attacked me in the underground palace before, don't even think about escaping.
Looking at the furious Nandong Tianwu, Yang Mucheng smiled faintly, and said with his hands behind his back. Boom! Yang Mucheng's words instantly caused Lu Wanfeng and other ancestors to look stunned and take a few steps back, looking at the young man in front of them. They did not dare to have any doubt that the other party would really kill all the beings they had attacked Yang Mucheng in the underground palace. It was this feeling that made the ancestors present look startled, and looked at Yang Mucheng with only fear.
Humph! With our Nangong clan here, do you still dare to be arrogant?
Hearing Yang Mucheng's words, Nangong Tianwu sneered. Nowadays, he was no longer trying to protect these people. As a member of the Nangong clan, how could he allow Yang Mucheng to continue to be so arrogant? He wanted to save the person Yang Mucheng wanted to kill. Yang Mucheng wanted to kill the person he wanted to save. Thinking of this, Nangong Tianwu said to the ancestors without looking back.
You can leave this star, as long as our Nangong clan is here, and as long as I, Nangong Tianwu, are here. This kid can't make any big waves. In addition, if I catch Yang Mucheng, you will also have a share of the credit. Thank you, sir.
After listening to Nangong Tianwu's words, the ancestors looked at each other, and they all saw the ultimate joy flashing in each other's eyes. Many people breathed a sigh of relief. With the Nangong clan here, their lives would naturally be saved. Although the Bai family brothers and sisters were killed before, they are not as low cultivated as the other party. They are all powerful men in the eternal realm. No matter how powerful Yang Mucheng is, he cannot kill so many of the Nangong clan in front of him. And there are also many warriors from the Nangong clan. Thinking of this, they all cast mocking glances at Yang Mucheng. In addition to these warriors, Nangong Tianwu is also very confident. From the moment Yang Mucheng appeared, he noticed that the other party's cultivation level was only in the late eternal stage, and his own cultivation level has reached that of the eternal grandmaster, and he has absolute confidence to stop Yang Mucheng. Moreover, after learning that the other party was Yang Mucheng, he notified his family immediately. Unfortunately, although many people have received the news, it will still take half a day for the strong people in the One Yuan realm to get here. Thinking of this, Nangong Tianwu looked at Yang Mucheng with a sneer on his face and said,
Yang Mucheng, you have been arrogant for a long enough time. You are proud enough to be able to challenge the 7 tribes for such a long time. But it is a pity that today is your final destination.
Chapter 2024, Massacre. At this moment, Yang Mucheng stood there, motionless. The warriors of the Nangong family had already appeared in all directions, surrounding the entire underground palace. The previous ancestors slowly retreated towards the rear. It can be said, not only the entire underground palace, but also the entire stars were completely sealed.
Yeah?
After hearing Nangong Tianwu's words, Yang Mucheng, who seemed to everyone to be unable to escape, slowly raised his head and looked at Nangong Tianwu with a sneer on his face.
We will settle the accounts with you Nangong clan slowly later. I will first settle everything that happened in the underground palace.
Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Mucheng took a step forward, and the power suppressed in his body burst out crazily in an astonishing gesture. At this moment, it was like a monstrous flood, rushing in all directions, rolling. Nangong Tianwu was stunned for a moment when he heard Yang Mucheng's words, and then he realized what he said. Yang Mucheng was now ready to go on a killing spree, to kill all the ancestors in the underground palace. And those ancestors, after hearing Yang Mucheng's words, could not help but tremble with fear. They dared to retreat back leisurely like before. They all couldn't help but burst out at this moment, turning into a wave of a flash of light shot towards the back crazily.
Want to escape?
Looking at the people who were shooting wildly, Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with a trace of ridicule. Boom! As he took one step forward, the earth-shattering power moved the entire star. Under the gathering of this terrifying force, even the stones on the ground began to fly involuntarily.
Zheng! Zheng! Zheng!
Waves of crisp sword sounds resounded rapidly. Immediately afterwards, I saw that this terrible power quickly transformed into a sword with shining golden light. In an instant, it swept across the entire star, and was aimed at every ancestor who wanted to escape.
Leave them all here!
Yang Mucheng shouted coldly, and made a seal with his right hand. Time. Those billions of long swords, like the angry arrows on the string, exploded to the extreme, with pieces of aurora glancing, and then roared towards the front.
What?
Seeing this scene, the eyes of everyone present suddenly flashed with horror, especially Nangong Tianwu. He didn't expect that Yang Mucheng was so murderous.
As long as I'm here, I will never let you kill anyone.
Although he was shocked, Nandong Tianwu immediately came to his senses. Boom! At the same time, he took a step forward, and his whole aura burst out wildly. In an instant, it reached its extreme, and it blasted around like a tide. Crackling. When the ancient master's aura burst out, it directly distorted the entire space. I saw that Nandong Tianwu and Yang Mucheng also quickly formed a seal at the same time. Under the seal, the same billions of spiritual energy swords were quickly formed. In the presence of this infinite sword, Nandong Tianwu already pointed his finger forward. Boom! In an instant, the attacks from both sides violently broke out together, and the sound of clanging collisions was endless. Snort! Seeing Nandong Tianwu actually trying to block his attack, Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with a chill. His eyes gleamed with coldness, and his right hand suddenly pointed forward. Time. The billions of long swords were already spinning desperately, transforming into a terrifying sword-bladed dragon, which surged forward fiercely amid a rapid whistling sound. Wherever it passed, the long sword transformed by Nandong Tianwu's spiritual energy was directly torn into pieces by the blade storm. At this moment, like a world-shattering dragon, it rushed forward desperately, swallowing up the ancestors who wanted to flee in an instant. No! Seeing this shocking scene, the ancestors suddenly let out a miserable cry. Some people, at this moment, quickly exploded with surging power, desperately trying to withstand the roar of the blade storm. However, Yang Mucheng looked cold. I saw him suddenly grab it with his right hand. Boom! The blade storm lasted for a moment, like a mad dragon suddenly biting down. Countless sharp swords rotated extremely, cutting open the surrounding space and bringing out a piece of cactus-like dust. Bang! 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 Waves of blood mist exploded. In just an instant, the dozen ancestors were completely torn to pieces on the spot, turning into endless rain of blood and falling crazily. Oh my god! Seeing this scene, the remaining warriors immediately turned into birds and beasts and scattered, retreating crazily in all directions. Almost in the blink of an eye, the entire star became empty, with only the warriors of the Nandong clan remaining. After watching the last ancestor who attacked him in the underground palace be killed, Yang Mucheng retracted his right hand with a smile and looked at Nandong Tianwu. And at this moment, Nandong Tianwu's expression was extremely ugly. He had just said before that as long as he was here, Yang Mucheng could not act arrogantly in front of him or kill anyone in front of him. But now, this group of ancestors were killed by Yang Mucheng in the blink of an eye, leaving no one left. He didn't even stop him from taking action. This scene immediately made Nandong Tianwu's face so gloomy that it almost dripped with water. If looks could kill, then Yang Mucheng might have been shot to pieces by his gaze. How brave! Looking at Yang Mucheng, Nandong Tianwu nodded heavily. I have long heard that you, Yang Mucheng, are arrogant, and now I see that it is really true. However, this can be regarded as the last arrogance of your life. Watch your neck and prepare to die. Oh, just you three-legged cats? Listening to Nandong Tianwu's words, Yang Mucheng burst out laughing. His expression perked up, and he snorted coldly. If your Nandong clan comes to have a Tai strongman, or a half-step one yuan, I may still be a little afraid. But it's a pity that you only have the Eternal Grandmaster. If you want to stop me, you are just daydreaming. Not to mention, you want to kill me. Yang Mucheng stood with his hands behind his hands and spoke slowly. Boy, you dare to speak harshly when you are about to die. Today I will let you know the price of offending our Nandong clan. Boom! With a roar, Nandong Tianwu took a fierce step forward, with a shocking loud sound. At this moment, he rose into the sky and shot directly towards Yang Mucheng. Chapter 2025 Tempering. Boom! Nandong Tianwu's crazy rush had already caused a terrifying storm at this moment. The whole person was carrying a terrifying wind, like a meteor rising into the sky, and in an instant, it was in front of Yang Mucheng. The violent winds and waves brought about by this rapid sweep even caused the huge underground palace to shake in extreme turmoil at this moment. Under this hurricane, the people of the Nandong clan around were blown around and couldn't stand upright. The elder is angry. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Nandong clan couldn't help but have a hint of horror in their eyes. To know, nowadays, in order to hunt down Yang Mucheng, the people of the 7 tribes have adopted the method of leading the team by a powerful person. Because without the action of the powerful Ji Dao, it would be impossible to stop Yang Mucheng, let alone capture Yang Mucheng. Although Nandong Tianwu is not a top-notch person among the Nandong clan, His strength is absolutely terrifying in the entire starry sky. Moreover, he has accumulated a lot of experience. And at such an old age, he actually still has potential, and even hopes to reach the Tai realm. It was precisely for this reason that he was promoted to an elder, leading a team to search this galaxy. Now, when everyone saw Nandong Tianwu's attack, everyone couldn't help but gasp.
Could it be that the elder's palm will completely kill Yang Macheng? Finally, I can catch this guy.
Feeling the terrifying power of this palm, everyone present had a hint of horror in their eyes.
Boss!
Seeing Nandong Tianwu's action, Jin Long's eyes also flashed with a hint of worry. Axiana narrowed his eyes, and secretly aroused the aura in his body. As long as Yang Macheng showed any sign of weakness, they would immediately come to his rescue. However, Yang Macheng smiled faintly, shook his head and said,
Don't worry. Nandong Tianwu showed up at the right time. I absorbed the silver water in the underground palace before, but I only swallowed it whole, and did not absorb all the power. Now that he is an eternal master, he may be able to become my sharpening stone, and he can make me White Tiger. The body has been improved to a certain extent. Snort. Court death.
Nandong Tianwu had bombarded him in front of Yang Macheng in an instant, but he saw that Yang Macheng was standing on the same spot, as if nothing had happened, talking to Jin Long and Axianu behind him as if nothing had happened. And suddenly there was a hint of extreme anger in his eyes. Anger.
Die to me!
Boom! He struck with a crazy palm, and an extreme momentum suddenly broke out. Only then did Yang Macheng slowly raise his right hand and strike forward. He didn't use any strength in this palm, relying entirely on physical strength. Certainly, this is the reason why Yang Macheng treats the opponent as a whetstone, because only in this way can he absorb the power in the silver water faster, allowing the body of the White Tiger to reach its peak and reach the level of perfection.
Boom!
A terrifying loud sound resounded loudly. Suddenly, Yang Wucheng's body swayed, and he stumbled back a few steps. However, Nandong Tianwu flew backwards under this blow.
This.
Boom! Nandong Tianwu burst out with inner energy and quickly stabilized his figure. When he looked at Yang Macheng again, there was already a hint of extreme shock in his eyes. He originally thought, with his ancient master's cultivation, it would be easy to kill Yang Macheng. Even if they couldn't kill him, they could still beat him to death. But he didn't expect that the blows he and Yang Macheng would not only fail to hurt each other, but were instead knocked backwards by the opponent's blow.
I do not believe!
With a roar, Nandong Tianwu immediately rushed away, and with a more ferocious attitude than before, he killed Yang Macheng fiercely. Looking at Nandong Tianwu rushing towards him, Yang Macheng burst out laughing.
Well done!
Boom! With a little tip of his toes, his whole body was already flying into the air, and then he rushed towards Nandong Tianwu. No wonder Yang Macheng is so excited. When he punched Nandong Tianwu before, the energy absorbed by his body was several times faster than normal. At this level, just fighting Nandong Tianwu for a while would be comparable to months of meditating and practicing.
What?
Nandong Tianwu, full of anger, rushed towards him. Before he could recover, he already saw Yang Macheng appearing in front of him. There was an extreme chill in his eyes.
How dare you underestimate me?
He took a deep breath, and was already quickly running the mental formula passed down from his family. Suddenly, the violent inner energy, like the torrential sea water, poured into his arms with an ultimate gesture. Zitsiti. At this moment, Nandong Tianwu's right arm expanded desperately in a horrified manner. Even the surging muscles and the surrounding air exploded completely at this moment. Boom! This punch, like a giant cannon, hit Yang Macheng in an instant. He was confident that this punch was enough to break a bone of Yang Macheng. But who would have thought that Yang Macheng also punched him and then blocked his punch?
I do not believe!
Clenching his teeth, Nandong Tianwu once again unleashed all his inner energy. At this moment, his fists were like rain, rushing towards Yang Wucheng's position, ruthlessly blasting away. At this moment, the air around him was shattered by crackling sounds. At this moment, Nandong Tianwu even used his hands and feet. From a distance, he looked like a huge spinning top, or like a terrifying small tornado. Any warrior who was involved in it would be instantly destroyed, was torn into pieces by this tornado. Even though they were far away, everyone could feel the power contained in the hurricane, and it seemed as if everyone was about to be sucked into it. Feeling the power of Nandong Tianwu's explosion, everyone present had a hint of trembling in their eyes. If these beings were caught in a hurricane, they would probably be completely torn apart in an instant.
What about Yang Macheng?
At this time, everyone can't help but think of one person in their minds. So, they all immediately looked forward. They wanted to see how Yang Mucheng dealt with the situation in front of him in the face of Nangong Tianwu's crazy outburst. But it doesn't matter if you don't watch it. After watching it, everyone couldn't help but gasp and stood there in stunned silence. Chapter 2026 A Big Gift. Yang Mucheng stood there and blocked all Nangong Tianwu's attacks with just one hand.
How can this be?
Seeing the violent storm, the attack that could even completely smash the entire star, was blocked by Yang Mucheng with such an easy gesture. Everyone couldn't help but let out a shocked exclamation. Voice. Even at this moment, everyone present, no matter how confident they were in Nangong Tianwu, their voices stopped involuntarily. Obviously, even if they are idiots, they can see the gap between the two sides.
Is this your strength? I'm so disappointed.
Yang Mucheng shook his head slowly, with an indelible sarcasm flashing in his eyes.
You've thrown so many punches. It's my turn next. Let you see how powerful I am.
After saying that, Yang Mucheng raised his fist and struck forward. His punch seemed weak and soft, and in the eyes of everyone, there was no threat at all. But in Nangong Tianwu's eyes, it was extremely terrifying. You know, Yang Mucheng had used this posture before to easily block all his attacks. How could he not be afraid of such an attack? With a hint of extreme trembling in his eyes, Nangong Tianwu was still at this moment, biting the bullet and bursting out with all his inner strength. His body trembled, and a pure internal energy, like fire, suddenly appeared all over his body. And then all the strength was gathered together, trying to block Yang Mucheng's punch. Nangong Tianwu's actions did not shock or anger Yang Mucheng in the eyes. On the contrary, it made the ridicule in his eyes even more intense.
Just because you want to stop my punch?
Boom! As he said that, he saw Yang Mucheng punch hard. The internal energy that erupted from Nangong Tianwu's body formed an internal energy shield that was directly hit by this terrifying punch. It didn't even take a breath to withstand it, and was quickly shattered immediately afterwards. Then, this punch blasted away Nangong Tianwu's protective arms in front of him, and lightly printed on the opponent's chest.
Crack!
A crisp sound suddenly resounded. Immediately afterwards, Nangong Tianwu's body suddenly trembled, and under the shocked eyes of countless people, with an astonishing gesture, he exploded with crazy crackles. All the blood in his body burst out at this moment, gathering into a blood arrow and being blasted out of his body. Boom! As for Nangong Tianwu, his body trembled, and under the incredulous gazes of countless people, he slowly fell to the ground from midair like a rag bag, making a dull sound. Quiet. Deathly silence. Huge stars. Huge underground palace. Whether it was the members of the Nangong clan or the warriors watching the battle, there was a hint of horror in their eyes. This is the Eternal Master, in front of Yang Mucheng. He was killed like a chicken and a dog. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would dare to believe what they were seeing.
Isn't there anyone in the Nangong family who can fight?
Looking at the silent crowd, Yang Mucheng slowly shook his head. Wherever he looked, the Nangong clan present trembled in fear and retreated back one after another. Although, Yang Mucheng always had a faint smile, but in the eyes of the Nangong clan, he was more terrifying than an evil ghost.
I haven't seen you Nangong clan for many years. Today, I will give you a big gift to the Nangong clan.
As soon as he looked away, Yang Mucheng's cold voice echoed throughout the field. Big gift? Everyone present could not help but show a trace of doubt. They didn't even realize why Yang Mucheng would say this. And what kind of gift will the other party give to Yang Mucheng? But, when everyone present saw the coldness flashing in Yang Mucheng's eyes, the Nangong clan immediately reacted. This so-called gift is probably not a good thing.
No! No! Run away! Old Demon Yang is going on a killing spree!
Waves of shouts continued to resound. Then, he saw it. The warriors of the Nangong clan who had been following Nangong Tianwu immediately fled towards the distance, crying and shouting. What's more, I hate my parents for missing a pair of legs.
If you want to escape, I'm afraid you won't be able to.
Yang Mucheng sneered as he looked at the Nangong clan warriors fleeing everywhere, and slowly shook his head. Boom! He took a step forward, and for a moment, all the power in the stars was rapidly activated at this moment. Infinite power, in an astonishing manner, stirred up regardless of everything. This surging and terrifying power transformed into a long sword under the shocked eyes of countless people. These long swords were like a huge sky curtain, completely covering the entire surface of the stars.
Not good! Old Demon Yang wants to kill us all here! You're going to die anyway. So why not fight him?
Looking at these long swords appearing in front of them, and looking at Yang Muqing's formation that surrounded the entire star, everyone couldn't help but take a breath of air. Obviously, Yang Muqing had already surrounded the entire star, just to prevent them from escaping. And the great gift Yang Muqing mentioned before was obviously these people. The members of the Nandong clan who came back to their senses immediately started shouting angrily, unleashing all their strength, and then headed towards Yang Muqing's location desperately, sweeping away crazily.
You're about to die, but you still want to resist?
Seeing these people's crazy bombardment, Yang Muqing's eyes shone with coldness. In surprise, he clenched his hands fiercely. Time. A terrifying force quickly poured into these billions of long swords. Then, the infinite sword started spitting like a hurricane. That endless attack. At this moment, it was completely crushed. Even those warriors who escaped were completely torn apart on the spot when they came into contact with this terrifying bombardment. Boom! 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 Under the shocked gazes of everyone, everyone retreated towards the rear with frightened expressions. Looking at the star, there was only extreme trembling in his eyes. Before, they couldn't believe that Yang Muqing could kill all the young descendants of the Yin family with one person. Now with Yang Muqing's terrifying attack sweeping the entire star, how many people dare to doubt his strength? Chapter 2027 Yang Muqing's Strength.
This is Yang Muqing's strength. No wonder he dares to challenge the 7 tribes. This kind of strength, this kind of aptitude, this kind of potential. Moreover, he has not reached the extreme yet. In the future, one day, when he reaches the Tai realm, or even reaches the realm of the ancestors of the 7 races, I am afraid that he will never be able to reach the ultimate level. No one can do anything to him.
Feeling the terrifying power erupting in the starry sky, the warriors watching all around could not help but tremble. Want to deal with Yang Muqing? Only the strong men from the Tai realm can be dispatched. Under the Tai realm, there was no way he could defeat Yang Muqing.
After today's incident spreads, I'm afraid it will be like a slap in the face to the 7 tribes. Another elder was killed. I'm afraid no one will be able to do anything about Yang Muqing from now on.
Boom! Just as everyone felt that the powerful auras in the stars were extinguishing at an extreme speed, like candles. And just when everyone thought that everyone in the Nandong clan would be completely wiped out, a sudden, more powerful aura swept over crazily with an astonishing gesture.
What? This breath is half a step for $1.
When they felt this aura, everyone couldn't help but be startled, and quickly looked towards the location where the aura came from. Turned out to be, as early as when Nangong Tianwu learned Yang Muqing's identity, he had already informed the nearest warriors of the Nandong clan. This strong man with half a step and 1 yuan directly gave up the large army behind him and rushed in at the lead.
Now,
we finally arrived?
He is actually a strong man who can take 1 step at a time. I wonder if he can suppress Yang Muqing. Although there is only a small difference between Banbu Yuan and Eternal Grandmaster, their strength is worlds apart.
Boom! At this time, everyone looked towards the sky. I only saw the half step. 1 yuan strong man, almost as fast as lightning, flying to the star that was already wrapped by billions of swords. Without any hesitation, he raised his right hand and crushed it downwards. Crack! A terrifying loud sound resounded crazily. Immediately afterwards, he saw that the terrifying group of swords that almost covered the entire star dented rapidly under this palm, revealing a huge palm mark.
Bang! 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 Bang!
Waves of breaking sounds continued to resound. Then he saw that the long sword was completely broken under this terrifying palm. Even, the terrifying power generated by the bombardment of this palm set off a violent hurricane, sweeping in all directions desperately. Everyone present had a hint of extreme shock in their eyes.
What?
Yang Muqing, who was about to kill all the remaining warriors of the Nandong clan, suddenly felt a more powerful force, which was crushing him in an instant. The heavy bombardment made the sword group he constructed turn out to be a huge depression appears. Standing in the underground palace, Yang Muqing could clearly see how terrifying the palm prints that were sunken from top to bottom were.
Half a step for $1.
Feeling the opponent's strength, Yang Muqing closed his eyes, flashing an extremely cold light.
The Nandong clan has finally sent out a powerful character.
Boom! At this moment, Yang Muqing's eyes suddenly flashed with an extremely cold light. Just when the huge group of swords was about to be completely torn apart, they saw Yang Muqing step forward, and the burst of inner energy poured out quickly and desperately, and then poured into the group of swords. Immediately afterwards, I saw that this extremely pure inner energy was like sea water, making the half-step 1 yuan warrior, who was originally suppressed, unable to lift his head. And even more than half of them were destroyed in just that short moment. At this moment, the aura sword began to churn rapidly, and then it transformed into something.
Chawing! Chawing! Chawing!
Countless long swords surged into the sky, making a sonorous and powerful sound. The entire world was enveloped by this endless surge of sword light. Everyone could only see that this monstrous sword force, with a terrifying attitude, was like a tornado, gathering together rapidly, and when the end-to-end was connected, it gathered into an extremely huge long sword. Then he recklessly moved towards the half-step 1 yuan strongman and crushed him hard.
Oh my god! This is too strong! Old Demon Yang actually still hides his strength. This is incredible!
Seeing that when facing the half-step 1 yuan strongman, Yang Mucheng was even able to show more powerful and shocking power than before. This absolute sword was simply beyond everyone's imagination. In the eyes of outsiders, this endless sword rain condensed into an ultimate sword light. As if under the control of the sword god, it soared into the sky in an instant, and even completely crushed the void wherever it passed. As if at this moment, the half-step 1 yuan strongman was going to be completely killed. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts couldn't help but raise their voices.
Yang Mucheng!
However, the half-step 1 yuan man snorted coldly. I saw him pointing like swords, and slashed downwards quickly and fiercely. I heard a terrifying loud sound suddenly resounded, and a 3-inch sword light, like lightning struck by the gods, suddenly and violently exploded on top of Yang Mucheng's terrifying giant sword.
Boom!
At this moment, a dazzling spiritual light resounded regardless of everything. Immediately afterwards, he saw that the power contained in the 3-inch sword light was beyond ordinary people's imagination. It actually directly smashed the infinite sword light into pieces in a terrifying and devastating manner.
Boom!
Even more at the same time, the surging sword light continued unabated and slashed down crazily. Crackling, the terrifying sword light directly hit the underground palace. At this moment, the huge underground palace exploded directly from this terrifying attack.
Tongue!
At the moment when the underground palace exploded, Yang Mucheng rolled up his sleeves, and with the surging inner energy, he led Xianu and Jin Long to jump away at the extreme speed to avoid this terrifying blow. Looking back, I saw that the entire underground palace had been completely shattered, and at the same time, Yang Mucheng's sword group covering the entire star with absolute power was also crushed to pieces at this moment.
Tongue!
The one who came turned around gracefully in midair and slowly landed on the star. The other party is clearly a strong man with half a step and 1 yuan. Chapter 2028 Nangong fights the dragon.
Yang Mucheng! You are so brave! How dare you confront our Nangong clan like this?
After the half-step Yuan warrior fell, looking at Nangong Tianwu and the other family members who had been killed, an extreme coldness flashed in his eyes. He naturally knew that if he hadn't arrived in time, Yang Mu might have completely wiped out all the warriors of the Nangong clan in this star.
Half a step for $1. Is there anyone else besides you?
Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. It was indeed something he did not expect for the Nangong family to arrive so quickly. But he has been hiding in the dark and has been around for such a long time. He has already known the distribution of the entire Nangong clan and even several other clans. Each extremely powerful person leads several family members and is responsible for a starry sky. Since this starry sky is within the control of the Nangong clan, and it is far away from the location where Yang Mucheng appeared before, the powerful Ji Dao who are responsible for guarding here are not very powerful. If it were in other galaxies, maybe the powerful Tai would come at this time.
Why, I alone am enough.
Looking at Yang Mucheng, this half-step 1 yuan warrior, a chill flashed in his eyes.
Yang Mucheng, remember my name? My name is Nangong Zhanlong. Otherwise, you won't even know whose hands you will die in.
Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly raised his right hand and slashed forward. All I saw was that he fired another 3-inch sword. This sword light was more concentrated and fierce than before. With an unstoppable attitude, it arrived in front of Yang Mucheng in the blink of an eye. The sword light swept wildly, even causing this space to be completely torn apart, and even cut a huge sword mark on the ground.
Nangong Zhanlong?
Yang Mucheng looked at the angry half-step Yuan with a hint of ridicule in his eyes.
The Nangong Tianwu said the same thing before, but in the end, he still died in my hands. I originally wanted to use him as my own sharpening stone, but who knew? He couldn't resist my fist at all. Don't you know so what?
As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Muchung took a deep breath, shook hands into a fist, and then punched out with a bang. Boom! At this moment, his whole body shot out with great speed, and this punch crackled the space out of thin air, and directly hit the 3-inch sword light with one punch. Boom! In Nangong Zhanlong's shocked eyes, the 3-inch sword light he blasted out actually exploded with Yang Muchung's fist. The hurricane generated during the explosion swept across the entire star at this moment. Even the warriors watching the battle all around were shocked. In the area of the explosion, the entire star seemed to have been sliced off, but Yang Muchung remained unscathed there.
Golden Dragon, Axianu, you two lead first. This Nangong War Dragon is on par with me in terms of strength. I can only break through quickly if I use him to sharpen my strength.
Hearing this, the two nodded. They naturally knew that even if they stayed where they were, they wouldn't be able to give Yang Muchung much help.
Ha ha. You know you are no match for me. So why do you ask your companions to escape quickly?
Looking at Axianu and Jin Long leaving, Nangong Zhanlong had a look of ridicule on his face.
However, they can't escape too far at all. After I kill you, I will catch them both and completely cut off your legacy.
Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Nangong Zhanlong was already rushing forward quickly. I saw his hands suddenly clasped towards the center, and heard a loud rumbling sound. Then I saw that the entire star seemed to be beating at this moment. Endless rocks and soil gathered together crazily, forming two terrifying palms. Each of these two palms is tens of thousands of feet in size. Not to mention that the two palms put together are enough to flatten the entire mountain range. And even the stars may be completely shattered. At the same time as these two palms formed, they were already overwhelmingly heading towards Yang Muchung's position. Calling frantically,
"Get out of my way!"
Yang Muchung snorted coldly and punched out. Boom! One is as huge as a mountain range, enough to cover the sky and the sun. Under this giant palm, Yang Muchung's body size was as small as an ant. But with this terrifying punch, Yang Muchung directly exploded the huge and terrifying palm. And with an astonishing gesture, he quickly approached Nangong Zhanlong.
What?
Nangong Zhanlong's eyes flashed with a hint of extreme shock. He waved his hands, bringing up a ring of internal energy clouds, and then blasted forward, and then forcefully received Yang Muchung's punch.
Boom!
The fists collided, and an astonishing loud sound suddenly erupted. Nangong Zhanlong's body swayed, and he quickly stood firm.
What a strong physique! I am 3 realms higher than this kid. His punch can actually shake me?
Nangong Zhanlong felt his numb hands, and a trace of shock and disbelief flashed in his eyes. But what shocked him the most was that a hint of joy flashed in Yang Muchung's eyes. Really? A strong person with half a step and 1 yuan is much stronger than the Eternal Grandmaster. When he punched out, it was no longer as crushing as against the ancient master, but instead a very powerful force emerged. Under the stimulation of this force, all the bones in his body could not help but tremble, and he absorbed water energy even faster than when he dealt with Nangong Tianwu before.
Maybe in just a few more moments, all the energy remaining in the body can be completely absorbed.
A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, and Yang Muchung became more and more excited. Boom! As soon as the thought in his mind came to an end, he took another step forward, and his fists were already attacking like a violent wind and rain.
How can this kid's body be able to support it?
Seeing that Yang Muchung barely paused before launching another terrifying attack, Nangong Zhanlong's eyes flashed with surprise.
Good!
He nodded heavily and said coldly,
If you want to compete with me physically, then let me compete with you, and let me experience your 5-element spirit body.
Boom! Thinking in his mind, he quickly stepped forward. In a moment, the attack that filled the sky was crashing towards Yang Muchung desperately. The fists and feet of the two sides fought wildly, even causing the space to completely explode. Chapter 2029, Suppressed? Boom! In the midst of this shocking explosion, under everyone's shocked gaze, Yang Muchung's entire body suddenly erupted into the air, and with an attitude that was not weak at all, he frantically attacked Nangong Zhanlong. Suddenly, the two people were like two shocking hurricanes, colliding hard together. The terrifying power exploded completely at the moment of collision, sweeping in all directions desperately. This earth-shattering power spread out uncontrollably and directly appeared throughout the stars. This terrifying scene caused the warriors watching around to retreat continuously. Boom! What's more, centered on the battle between the two, a hurricane has been surging desperately, erupting to the absolute extreme. At this moment, the entire star exploded completely.
Oh my god! Nandong Zhanlong has exploded with all his strength. This one is a strong man at the half-step 1 yuan realm. In the family, I have never seen him burst out with such terrifying strength. What's even more shocking is that it was Yang Maicheng who forced all his strength out. And he was just a kid in the late eternal stage.
Seeing the two of them fighting madly, and even completely exploding the entire star at this moment, the warriors watching all around had extremely surprised expressions on their faces. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that a late eternal man could persist for so long under the attack of a half-step 1 yuan strongman.
Damn it! I don't believe it!
Certainly, the most outraged person was Nandong Zhanlong himself. He thought he could easily deal with Yang Maicheng. But as the battle progressed, he suddenly discovered that the opponent's strength was far beyond his imagination. So much so that he had to use all his strength. But when he used all his strength, he was shocked to find that he still couldn't deal with Yang Maicheng. And it was only able to suppress Yang Maicheng. It was simply impossible to kill the opponent.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The shocking bombardment from both sides shook the world. Under the shocked eyes of countless people, the huge star was directly and completely shattered. Even during the fist and foot attacks of the two, endless air waves were detonated, causing all the residue of the star to be completely destroyed. Blast into powder.
Go to H.L.
After being unable to attack for a long time, Nandong Zhanlong fell into rage. He let out a shocking roar, and the inner energy in his body had exploded to the extreme. The terrifying air waves were rolling and rising at this moment, and spread rapidly in all directions in the blink of an eye. Boom! What's more, at this moment, Nandong Zhanlong's silver-white hair surged up at this moment, transforming into a terrifying level of thousands of feet. Every silver thread is filled with shocking power and shines with an extreme cold light. Even though they were far apart, everyone present could still feel the terrifying power that was constantly emerging from Nandong Zhanlong's body. This force suppressed the people around them and continued to retreat back. Certainly, the first target of this force is Yang Maicheng. Boom! When the terrifying momentum crazily crushed down, Yang Maicheng felt that a mountain peak was pressing heavily on his shoulders. This terrifying force suppressed all the bones in his body and made them crackle and explode. Not only was his body crushed by this terrifying force, but the space he was in became distorted at this moment.
Ha ha! You can't move now, can you? Don't worry. I won't kill you so easily. I will also keep your whole body and take your body back to the Nandong family to revive you.
Seeing Yang Maicheng completely unable to move under his explosive momentum, Nandong Zhanlong burst out laughing. Boom! 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 At this moment, the aura in his body was like a tide, pouring out almost one after another. Desperately, this surging and terrifying power swept out in an astonishing manner. This power was already extremely coercive, and at this moment, it was crushing down quickly with a terrifying posture that was several times higher than before.
Quick! Nandong Zhanlong has completely gained the upper hand. Yang Maicheng's momentum is rapidly weakening. Ha ha! I finally caught this kid!
This moment, the warriors watching the battle could clearly feel that the auras of both sides were increasing and decreasing, continuously widening the gap between the two sides. If Nandong Zhanlong's aura increases by 1 point, Yang Maicheng's aura will be suppressed by him. Under the crushing force of Nandong Zhanlong's momentum, Yang Maicheng's aura was as breathless as a gossamer, as if it would go out at any time.
Boss!
Seeing this scene, Jin Long suddenly cried out, with almost no hesitation. It gritted its teeth, picked up the dragon's halberd, and headed forward to kill. But before he could take action, he was caught by Arsenal on the side.
What are you doing?
Jin Long scolded. Don't be impulsive.
The master doesn't need help right now. Look at his eyes,
Axiana said quickly. At this moment, Jin Long was like an ant on a hot pot. Restless. It could clearly feel that Yang Maicheng's aura was like a weak candle that would go out at any time. But when he heard what Axianu said, Jin Long couldn't help being stunned and quickly looked forward. Seeing this, it couldn't help but be surprised. Yang Maicheng's face did not look like he had imagined. Under the crushing force of this terrifying momentum, he could hardly breathe, or even looked like he was begging for mercy and pain. On the contrary, Yang Maicheng still had a determined expression, and even the fire in his eyes became more intense. Feeling this scene, Jin Long couldn't help being stunned. Just listen to Axiana continue.
Although the master's aura has been suppressed to a very low level by the other party, you can clearly feel that the master's aura is not wavering, but is incomparably condensed. The master is using the opponent's aura as a sharpening stone, absorbing the remaining power in the body. Yeah?
Jinlong subconsciously looked towards the battlefield again. Looking at it, he couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy, because it could clearly feel that after Yang Muqing's aura dropped to the extreme, it continued to rise with a violent gesture. A rapid flip. Chapter 2030 Breakthrough.
Suppressed. This kid Yang Muqing can't move. Nandong Zhanlong. Come on. Kill this kid completely. Let's see if anyone dares to be disrespectful to our Nandong clan in the future.
Seeing that Yang Muqing's aura was almost extinguished by Nandong Zhanlong at this moment, everyone in the Nandong family could not help but cheer. Although, over the years, there has only been one Yang Muqing. But it was Yang Muqing who caused some objections to the Nandong clan, which was originally one of the overlords in the starry sky. Everyone in the Nandong family understands. These opposing voices only appeared after Yang Muqing wiped out a branch of the Nandong clan. Therefore, if you want to completely eliminate these opposing voices, the only way is to eliminate Yang Muqing. So, seeing this scene today, everyone present could not help but cheer and get excited. However, compared to the excitement of others, Nandong Zhanlong's face became increasingly ugly. You know, in the eyes of others, he is already suppressed. Yang Muqing cannot hold his head up at all. But in fact, only he himself understood that no matter how much strength he used, it was impossible to completely crush Yang Muqing to death. Even under his endless crushing, Yang Muqing's aura not only did not extinguish at all, but also continued to improve with an absolute attitude.
How can this be?
Feeling Yang Muqing's crazy rising momentum, Nandong Zhanlong's eyes were filled with shock.
I don't believe it. I can't kill you.
Anger boils. Nandong Zhanlong suddenly made a seal with his right hand, and the aura that had been raised to the extreme suddenly exploded again. The terrifying power is actually rising in a terrifying manner. Boom! 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 This surging force exploded uncontrollably. Suddenly, an aura even more terrifying than before rushed towards Yang Muqing desperately. Even when this power burst out, one could clearly see a turbulent cloud ring, with Nandong Zhanlong as the center, rapidly sweeping away in all directions. It directly knocked away the warriors around him. Feeling this aura that was even more terrifying than before, everyone couldn't help but retreat back. Nandong Zhanlong's explosive momentum had even swept through most of the starry sky at this moment. If you accidentally get involved, you may be crushed to death in an instant.
I didn't expect that Nandong Zhanlong's strength is still improving. He has also benefited a lot from this battle. Maybe after he returns to the family, he will be able to officially become a strong man in the One Yuan realm. Yes, Yang Muqing has no choice. Look, his two companions are too scared to move.
Feeling the aura of Nandong Zhanlong reaching the extreme again, the Nandong clan present could not help but reveal a proud smile. Especially when they felt that Yang Muqing's aura had been suppressed to the limit again. Almost everyone seemed to have expected that victory was imminent. Some warriors are already imagining the scene after catching Yang Muqing. Although, Yang Muqing was captured by Nandong Zhanlong, but they were also involved. So they will definitely have a share of the credit when the time comes. When the time comes, when they return to the family, they will surely be richly rewarded.
Boom!
However, just when everyone was immersed in fantasy, they suddenly discovered that Yang Muqing's aura had not weakened at all under the opponent's terrifying crushing force, but was actually slowly improving. Although this rising momentum is very slow, it gives people a terrifying attitude that is unstoppable.
How can this be? Oh my god! Under the crushing force of Nandong Zhanlong's crazy momentum, Yang Muqing's aura was not crushed to pieces, but was able to continue to improve. Is this true or false?
Everyone was stunned and looked forward in disbelief. Yang Muqing's aura was very conspicuous. If Nandong Zhanlong's aura is like the endless night, giving people an illusion that cannot be dispelled, then turning around, Yang Muqing's aura is like a light in the darkness, giving people the illusion that they can't avoid it. In fact, this light is still rising in an even more amazing manner at this moment.
Boss!
Originally, Jinlong was still looking ahead with a worried face. But, when he sensed that the aura originating from Yang Muqing was rising in an astonishing manner, he was completely shocked.
Nandong Zhanlong, it seems you are nothing more than that.
Shaking his head slowly, Yang Muqing's eyes flashed with disdain. Under the crushing force of the other party's terrifying momentum, his body's instincts were forced at this moment to continuously absorb energy from the outside world to resist this terrifying pressure. Of course, The silver water that Yang Mucheng swallowed directly into his belly was continuously absorbed at this moment and poured into his limbs and bones. Boom! At this moment, Yang Mucheng's momentum suddenly increased, reaching an unimaginable level. Boom! As his momentum increased in an instant, Nandong Zhanlong's huge momentum that was suppressing his body exploded directly at this moment. The crushing force of the two momentums directly caused the space to be completely distorted.
Oh my god! Yang Mucheng's momentum. How can it be? He can actually fight against the Nandong War Dragon branch.
Yang Mucheng's side was originally suppressed by Sheng Sheng. But after this brief moment, Yang Mucheng's momentum suddenly increased. And it even reached a level that was enough to confront the Nandong Zhanlong branch. How could everyone not be shocked?
Great perfection with the body of a white tiger.
Feeling the endless power in his body, Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with extreme joy. However, what surprised him even more was that the potential in his body was completely stimulated by Nandong Zhanlong's previous crazy crushing. At this moment, his body was hungrily devouring the endless spiritual energy in this world. With the absorption of this spiritual energy, the power in his body also reached a critical point.
Oh my god! What the hell is going on? Is he going to break through the pinnacle of eternity?
Under the shocked eyes of countless people, after Yang Mucheng's aura climbed to an unimaginable extreme, he actually broke through the shackles and reached another peak.